Chapter 1. The Woman in the Coffin. Immortal lady, spare my life. I am but a child. In a dim, ancient, and mysterious space, Lu Tianming, a handsome young man, found himself bound by cold iron chains in a star-like formation, lying on a frigid iron bed. Upon seeing a woman clad in white, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, gracefully approaching him, he could not help but exclaim in terror. He was the Holy Son of Kunlun, a legendary figure renowned throughout the wasteland. After participating in a grand competition, he had entered the ancient abyss known as the God Burial Abyss. Injured and rendered powerless, the Holy Land sought to demote him to the lowest rank of menial disciples and strip him of his very essence, banishing him from the sacred grounds. In a fit of rage, he inadvertently communicated with the ancient bronze coffin he had discovered beneath the God Burial Abyss, which pulled his physical form within. Then, he beheld the enigmatic woman in white, and fear washed over him. The cultivation world was rife with ancient monsters, sealed within objects, seeking to possess others. Naturally, Lu Tianming wished to avoid such a fate, for it would lead to his eternal doom. I exist beyond time, impervious to the ravages of the cosmos. My true spirit is sealed within this ancient coffin, and I require your cooperation to heal my wounds. You should consider yourself fortunate, the woman in white declared coldly. Her face as frigid as ice. Cooperate? Lu Tianming was taken aback. She was the most exquisite and aloof woman he had ever encountered, akin to an unattainable snow lotus. Her features were delicately crafted, her figure enchanting, a paragon of perfection bestowed by the heavens. It was utterly unexpected that she would require his cooperation. I refuse. Lu Tianming protested vehemently. His frail physique could hardly endure such an ordeal. He feared being drained to the last drop. You dare to refuse? The woman's cheeks flushed with anger as she scolded him. Her beauty had captivated the strongest across the land, and now she sought his collaboration. For him to reject her was tantamount to courting death. With a flick of her delicate hand, she tore apart his coarse menial robes. In an instant, regretful tears streamed down Lu Tianming's face. He had been forcefully taken advantage of. 10 days later, within a humble abode, Lu Tianming awoke from his slumber. A wave of soreness enveloped him, nearly causing him to tumble from the bed. Damn it, I was truly overpowered by that peculiar woman in the ancient coffin. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the bronze coffin hovering within his dantian, cursing under his breath. It was this very coffin that had led to his downfall, stripping him of his powers. Now he had even lost his innocence, inciting his fury. Wait a moment, my body. Suddenly, Lu Tianming froze. He felt as though his shattered dantian and essence had been restored, radiating a brilliant golden hue, akin to a small sun, dazzling and resplendent. A golden dantian? Could this be the legendary Great Desolate Emperor Body? He gasped in astonishment. The Great Desolate Emperor Body was a phenomenon of unimaginable power, said to have been awakened by ancient warriors who carved their names across the realms. To acquire such a physique merely by engaging in a single instance of dual cultivation with this woman was beyond absurdity. The Great Desolate Emperor Body is renowned as one of the most extraordinary physiques throughout history, yet to fully realize its potential requires enduring numerous tribulations. You are still far from that stage, the woman in white remarked coldly from within the coffin. Moreover, my injuries cannot be healed in a single attempt. If you do not reach the Dao King realm within 3 years, the next time we engage in dual cultivation, you'll suffer a deadly backlash. Cherish the time you have left. Lu Tianming's expression darkened. To engage in dual cultivation again? Did she perceive him as merely a tool? Yet, having gained the Great Desolate Emperor Body from their first encounter, he could only wonder what further benefits lay ahead. As for reaching the Dao King realm within 3 years, with the Great Desolate Emperor Body, he indeed felt a sense of confidence. I could see that moment. Lu Tianming could not help but smile, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. The woman who had ruined his cultivation and sullied his name would soon face her reckoning. Lu Tianming, have you gathered the 50 spirit stones I asked for? If not, do not blame me for breaking your limbs and tossing you out. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from outside the humble abode. Lu Tianming's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes. The voice belonged to Lu Xian, an outer disciple. He had fallen victim to the machinations of the current holy maiden, Dongfang Qingsheng, and had been reduced to a menial. For the past 2 years, Lu Xian had taken great pleasure in bullying him. Previously, Lu Xian had demanded 50 spirit stones from him, and now he had returned to collect. Lu Xian, do you not fear that I might rise again? The consequences for you would be dire. Lu Tianming retorted coolly as he opened the door to find a burly young man accompanied by a group of followers. Haha, rise? Lu Tianming, does anyone in the Holy Land not know that the Holy Maiden is currently at the peak of her power, having awakened the memories of the ancient saints? Compared to her, you are but dust. How could you possibly rise? Lu Xian laughed derisively, his tone dripping with mockery. Dongfang Qingsheng was indeed Lu Tianming's betrothed. Years ago, within the god burial abyss, Lu Tianming had seemed to succumb to madness, leading to the Holy Maiden shattering his essence and dantian, leaving him to become a menial. The notion of rising again was nothing less than a delusion. Dongfang Qingsheng has indeed awakened the memories of the ancient saints. Lu Tianming's heart stirred at this revelation. Back then, Dongfang Qingsheng had merely been his junior disciple, whom he had guided in her cultivation. For many years, he had taken her on journeys, rescuing her from abandoned cities and bringing her back to the Holy Land. Without him, she would have perished long ago. Yet, she now turned her back on their past, seeking to awaken her memories at the cost of his essence. Leaving him in utter disgrace that a sense of coldness enveloped him, she was indeed a heartless viper. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the 50 spirit stones, Lu Xian commanded, extending his hand with a cruel smile. Come and take them if you can. Lu Tianming inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. For the past 2 years, he had lived in misery, enduring humiliation. He would no longer tolerate it. Seeking death, Lu Xian laughed angrily. His bullying of Lu Tianming was also a means to curry favor with the Holy Maiden. For Lu Tianming to defy him was akin to inviting his own doom. Boom! With that, Lu Xian unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Tianming's face, exuding a formidable aura, his fist like a rock, fierce and imposing. Is it a rock fist? A low-level martial technique. Lu Xian, with a strength at the second level of qi refinement, Lu Tianming is finished. The disciples behind Lu Xian could hardly contain their ridicule. Lu Tianming's fall from grace had tarnished the Holy Land's reputation, and many disciples relished the thought of Lu Xian administering a well-deserved punishment. Lu Tianming, kneel before me. Lu Xian's smile widened as his fist drew closer to Lu Tianming's face. If he could eliminate Lu Tianming from the outer sect, he would be rewarded handsomely. He eagerly anticipated the moment. However, Lu Tianming remained unperturbed. With the Great Desolate Emperor Body, even at the first level of qi refinement, he was far beyond Lu Xian's capabilities. As Lu Xian's fist neared his face, Lu Tianming extended his palm, and with a resounding crack, he seized Lu Xian's fist. Then, with a firm grip, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and Lu Xian let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. The excruciating pain forced him to kneel. The disciples who had once reveled in his misfortune were now rendered speechless. Wasn't Lu Tianming a cripple? How could he be so powerful? Lu Tianming, have you somehow regained your cultivation? Lu Xian gasped, astonished. Looking up, he beheld Lu Tianming's imposing figure, reminiscent of the past when he had commanded respect from the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Holy Land. A wave of fear washed over Lu Xian. You are nothing, yet you dare to speculate about me. Lu Tianming scoffed, delivering a kick that shattered Lu Xian's dantian, rendering him powerless. He then extracted Lu Xian's storage bag, leaving him clad in nothing but a pair of floral shorts. Turning to the outer sect disciples, he coldly commanded, "Now, surrender all your valuable possessions." The disciples turned pale, knowing they were no match for him, as their strength was merely at the first stage of qi gathering. Ultimately, they complied, one by one being tossed from the mountain peak in their floral shorts. When the outer sect disciples witnessed the disheveled Lu Xian and his companions, they were left dumbfounded. Lu Xian, who was seldom challenged, had fallen to such a pitiful state. Lu Tianming, remember this. In 1 month, at the outer sect competition, I will make you suffer beyond imagination. Lu Xian bellowed as he departed, his voice filled with anguish. Lu Tianming merely sneered, unperturbed. He intended to reclaim everything lost at the upcoming competition. That night, Lu Tianming sat cross-legged before an ancient well, rifling through the numerous storage bags to assess his gains. Approximately 500 spirit stones lay before him, equivalent to 2 years' worth of wages as a servant disciple. Additionally, he had acquired 3 low-level battle techniques, 20 vials of healing elixirs, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, totaling a value of around 800 spirit stones. Since becoming a servant, it has been far too long since I last encountered cultivation resources, Lu Tianming mused with a smile. With these assets, he felt confident in significantly enhancing his strength in a short time, thus better preparing himself for the outer sect competition. Suddenly, the ancient bronze coffin within his dantian trembled slightly, responding to an inconspicuous iron lump found in Lu Xian's storage bag. What is this? Lu Tianming pondered as he picked up the iron lump, momentarily taken aback. The small coffin unexpectedly manifested, exerting a mysterious pull that drew the black iron lump towards it. Then, it expelled a stream of information into Lu Tianming's mind. High-level battle technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. Lu Tianming was taken aback. In the outer sect, mid-level battle techniques were already considered top tier, while high-level techniques were nearly non-existent. The fact that Lu Xian possessed such a technique was a delightful surprise. Lu Tianming couldn't help but laugh with excitement. It seemed this small coffin was a treasure, not only housing a mysterious woman in white, but also possessing the ability to uncover hidden treasures. Even in his current plight, awakening this artifact was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 2. The Refinement of Emperor's Bones. On the Qingyun peak of the outer sect, shrouded in mist and abundant in spiritual energy, a majestic aura enveloped the place. Here resided the top 100 disciples of the outer sect, revered by many. Inside a grand hall, a girl clad in black was diligently cultivating, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made the air tremble. Her strength had reached the 8th stage of qi gathering. She was Lu Mulan, the outer sect senior sister and a devoted attendant to Dongfang Qingsheng, akin to a cherished younger sister, commanding utmost respect. Zhao Jinghuai, instruct Lu Xian to eliminate Lu Tianming and expel him from the outer sect without fail. Lu Mulan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and stated coolly, "I have already given the order. Lu Xian should be in the process of executing it," replied a distinguished-looking man with a smile. Lu Mulan nodded with a cold smirk. Lu Tianming had committed a grave offense by desecrating the esteemed lady. Her mission within the outer sect was to suppress him, regardless of his past, as a once-revered son of the Holy Land. Ensuring his complete downfall and expulsion from the sacred grounds was the only prudent course. Not good, senior sister Mulan. Lu Tianming has managed to cultivate. At that moment, a group of disciples, dressed only in shorts and dragging a battered Lu Xian like a lifeless dog, stumbled in, lamenting their misfortune. Lu Mulan was taken aback. Lu Tianming's foundational energy had been forcibly extracted by the esteemed lady, and his dantian had been shattered. How could he suddenly regain his ability to cultivate? "What should we do, senior sister?" Zhao Jinghuai asked, narrowing his eyes. Lu Tianming's reputation had once echoed throughout the wasteland. If he could cultivate again, it would unsettle everyone. Lu Mulan smirked coldly. No matter, he is merely at the early stage of qi gathering. During the outer sect competition, I shall personally ensure his complete destruction. With that, she smashed a sturdy table with a single palm, reducing it to splinters. Zhao Jinghuai's pupils constricted. Indeed, I doubt Lu Tianming will make significant progress in a month. By then, senior sister could crush him with a mere finger. Lu Mulan's expression remained frosty, her thoughts unspoken. In recent years, the esteemed lady had endowed her with numerous advantages that, in her eyes, Lu Tianming was akin to an insignificant insect. Boom! Boom! 3 days later, on a mountain summit, Lu Tianming practiced his palm techniques, his aura remarkably robust, hinting at a breakthrough to the 3rd stage of qi gathering. Should anyone discover this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Just 3 days prior, he had been at the 1st stage. Now, he had ascended to the 3rd stage, a testament to his incredible cultivation speed. He had accomplished this by wholly absorbing 500 spirit stones, combined with the Great Wasteland Emperor's physique, which allowed him to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, he had refined many low-level spiritual herbs from Lu Xian's storage bag. At a certain moment, Lu Tianming struck out with his palm, producing a subtle sound reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet. Not far away, a boulder the size of a person shattered with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. The Dragon Elephant Divine Palm has finally reached fruition, Lu Tianming proclaimed with satisfaction. This strike possessed the force of 1,000 pounds. With the amplification of the Great Wasteland Emperor's physique, its power surged to an impressive 1,500 pounds, making it difficult for anyone 2 levels above him to withstand.As for the outer set competition. Lu Mulan's strength is at the 8th stage of Qi gathering. To defeat her, I shall require further resources, Lu Tianming mused with a frown. Having incapacitated Lu Xian and his companions, he knew it would draw Lu Mulan's attention. That woman, who had once been a mere attendant beside Dongfang Qingcheng, would undoubtedly act against him. To enhance the Great Wasteland Emperor's physique, one can use low-level refinement pills to refine the Emperor's bones. The voice of the woman in white echoed from within the small coffin. Following their serendipitous encounter, she had sensed an inexplicable connection with Lu Tianming and couldn't help but offer her guidance. Refinement pills. Lu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. The Great Wasteland Emperor's physique was extraordinarily formidable. Achieving its full potential would allow him to grasp the stars and moon without difficulty. To facilitate its growth, refining the Emperor's bones was indeed necessary. Each successful refinement would exponentially enhance his physical prowess. Low-level refinement pills could effectively serve this purpose. With a smile, Lu Tianming set off for the Outer Sex Alchemy Pavilion to obtain refinement pills. Today marked the monthly distribution of resources. As a servant disciple, he was entitled to 5 refinement pills and 10 spirit stones each month. Look, it's Lu Tianming. I heard he gave Lu Xian a severe beating a few days ago, leaving him and his companions in nothing but shorts. A group of outer sect disciples whispered as they gathered around a rocky clearing near the alchemy pavilion. Lu Tianming, the once revered Holy Son, reduced to such a state, a newcomer disciple exclaimed in shock. Huh, serves him right for his misdeeds, another disciple remarked with glee. As the Holy Son, Lu Tianming had represented the Holy Land's image, and his disgraceful actions toward the esteemed lady had led to this fitting outcome. Lu Tianming's expression remained calm. Now, possessing the Great Wasteland Emperor's physique, his potential was limitless. One day, he would exact his revenge on Dongfang Qingcheng for her treachery. Disciple Lu, here are your resources, an elder with a jovial face said as he handed Lu Tianming a package. He was Su Changhai, the elder of the Outer Sex Alchemy Pavilion, that if it were not for Lu Tianming's valor in defeating numerous disciples of the various sects in the abyss of the god burial back in the day, the sacred land might not have flourished as it does now. He continued to maintain his customary politeness towards Lu Tianming. Thank you. Lu Tianming opened the package with a faint smile, discovering within it 8 body-tempering pills and 15 spirit stones. Elder Su Changhai had treated him quite well. Young saint, you are too kind. Had it not been for you driving away a group of demonic cultivators back then, I might have perished in the Tianyin Mountains during that medicinal herb gathering mission. Su Changhai chuckled, expressing his admiration for Lu Tianming's past strength. Lu Tianming shook his head, dismissing the memories of bygone days. After Dongfang Qingcheng's rise, most people had distanced themselves from him, some even taking the opportunity to strike him while he was down. Yet, Su Changhai, an outer sect elder with whom he had no prior acquaintance, remembered his past deeds, illustrating the harshness of the world. With these spirit stones and body-tempering pills, his strength could certainly elevate further, and he was just about to depart. Haha, Lu Dajuan, what is the significance of a useless person like you coming to claim resources? Suddenly, a boisterous laugh pierced the air. A group approached, brandishing iron rods and clubs, emanating an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spine. It's Lu Xingye, Lu Xian's elder brother, a genius ranked 98th in the outer sect. Many gasped in surprise. That Lu Tianming's eyes flickered. For the past 2 years, Lu Xian had bullied him, relying on this older brother. Now that Lu Xian had been incapacitated by him, Lu Xingye's intentions appeared ominous. Lu Xingye, what do you want? A sweet, melodious voice rang out. A petite girl clad in red, her charming face radiant, approached. Many were astonished the girl was none other than Zhong Xinshi, a genius ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect. Her status was akin to that of a goddess in the hearts of many, evoking admiration. Lu Tianming smiled gently. Zhong Xinshi was one of the few friends he had in the outer sect. Were it not for her occasional assistance over the past 2 years, his situation might have been even more precarious. Sister Zhong, you harmed my younger brother. This is a personal grudge between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingye replied coldly, his gaze icy. Despite Zhong Xiangxi's esteemed status making him wary, He was still part of Lu Mulan's faction and felt emboldened. One must not act recklessly in the outer sect. Are you not aware of this? Zhong Xinqi retorted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Dajuan had once assisted her during a mission. She would not allow anyone to harm him lightly. Moreover, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lu Tianming, a blush rising to her cheeks. In the past, the elder brother had been exceptionally radiant. She had admired him greatly. Lu Tianming, being protected by a woman amounts to nothing. If you have the guts, face me unknown, Lu Xingye shouted angrily. Once a grand elder brother, are you now too cowardly to even confront Lu Xingye? Indeed, has he turned into a turtle hiding in its shell? Many disciples gathered around, shaking their heads in lament. Lu Xingyi's aggressive demeanor left no room for retreat for Lu Tianming, lest he lose all dignity. This group of ingrates. Zhong Xinqi bit her silver teeth, feeling indignant. Lu Tianming had once shown great benevolence to the sacred land and its disciples, yet they had forgotten all about it. At that moment, she felt a surge of energy within her graceful form, ready to teach them a lesson. Sister Zhong, this is merely their personal feud, let us observe from here, a calm voice interrupted. Zhao Jinghuai approached, his aura locking onto Zhong Xinqi. If she intervened, he would suppress her. Many disciples were taken aback. Zhao Jinghuai was ranked 5th among the outer sect disciples, on the verge of breaking into the 8th level of Qi induction. With him present, even if Zhong Xinqi wished to intervene, she would likely be unable to do so. Zhong Xiang's expression changed. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Mulan subordinates would mobilize so forcefully against the fallen Lu Dajuan. Thus, it was indeed difficult for her to assist. Engaging with me is certainly an option, but should you lose, all the spirit stones and body-tempering pills on your person will belong to me. What do you say? Lu Tianming stated with a calm smile. He had contemplated that the mere 8 body-tempering pills and 15 spirit stones would provide limited enhancement to his strength. Given the opportunity for additional resources, he would not let it slip away. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Xingye was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi induction, and his combat skills were formidable among the outer sect disciples. Lu Tianming, having had his foundational strength stripped away by the Saintess, could hardly be Lu Xingyi's match. Yet, he still dared to covet the latter's resources, which was unexpected. Lu Dajuan, do not act impulsively, Zhong Xinqi cautioned, her expression grave. Lu Xingyi's temperament was ruthless. He often left his opponents crippled in battles with other disciples. With Lu Tianming having incapacitated his brother Lu Xian, the consequences of defeat would be unimaginable. It's fine. Lu Tianming merely smiled that he was eager to test his strength, and Lu Xingyi's challenge presented a perfect opportunity. Zhong Xinqi parted her rosy lips, choosing not to speak. After some time apart, Lu Tianming seemed to have changed, appearing to regain his former brilliance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to witness his performance. Once, Lu Dajuan had been the saint's son, aloof and ethereal. Such charisma was truly captivating to Lu Tianming. You seek this confrontation should you suffer any misfortune. Do not blame me. Lu Xingye snarled, his teeth clenched. Lu Xian was his most cherished younger brother, and no one dared to offend him. Lu Tianming had ruined him, fueling a deep-seated rage within Lu Xingye. Today, Lu Tianming would pay a bloody price. If Lu Xingye could win his favor with Dongfang Qingcheng, the rewards would be boundless. Thinking of this, he felt even more exhilarated. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Zhao Jinghuai sneered. Lu Xingye was one of Lu Mulan's favored disciples. Lu Tianming had been crippled for years. He might struggle to withstand even a single move. He was displeased with Lu Tianming's arrogance that not show him mercy, ensure he is left unable to rise from his bed. He coldly instructed Lu Xingye. Rest assured, Lu Xingye replied with a cruel grin. At this moment, everyone stepped back several paces, clearing a vast space. Lu Tianming and Lu Xingye stood poised like 2 spears, ready to clash. Some newly initiated disciples watched with curiosity, eager to see if the once renowned saint's son had truly fallen from grace. Others expressed sympathy, sensing the air of a hero meeting his twilight. Make your move, Lu Tianming said, his demeanor calm as he extended his hand towards Lu Xingye. In that moment, it felt as though he were facing not a famed genius of the outer sect, but rather an ordinary passerby. The atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. Chapter 3. The Imperial Body, the Sacred Land, trembles with death. Lu Xingye was enraged, his foot striking the ground with great force. propelling his body forward like a fierce tiger, charging towards Lu Tianming. The aura of the peak of the fifth stage of Qi gathering erupted fully, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent nearby stones trembling and sand swirling. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, unleashing a mighty palm strike aimed straight at Lu Tianming's chest. His arm moved with the force of crashing waves, producing a sound reminiscent of surging tides. Is that the low-level combat technique, the Raging Waves palm? Many disciples gasped in astonishment. Lu Xingye had practiced this palm technique for years, mastering it to perfection. When unleashed with full power, even those of the sixth stage of Qi gathering would struggle to withstand it. Now, he showed no mercy. If Lu Tianming could not counter the blow, his frail body would surely suffer grave injury or worse. A number of beautiful maidens turned away, unable to bear witness to Lu Tianming's impending doom. However, Lu Tianming, with his flowing black hair wildly dancing in the wind, stood resolutely as the formidable palm struck his chest. At the moment of impact, a faint golden light enveloped his body, forming an invisible shield that absorbed the ferocious force of the attack. He did not budge an inch. What? A chorus of astonishment erupted around them, the atmosphere vibrating with disbelief. Zhang Xinqi expressed her surprise. Lu Xingye's fierce strike had been effortlessly blocked by Lu Tianming. How could this be? Zhao Jinghuai was equally taken aback. The onlooking outer sect elders were stunned. The stronger a cultivator's physique, the greater their defensive capabilities. Even during his time possessing the spirit body, Lu Tianming had not reached this level. In that moment, Lu Tianming radiated an unparalleled imperial aura, standing like a dignified emperor. Impervious to all, their strength, far exceeding the Qi gathering realm, made them tremble, contemplating submission to Lu Tianming. Imperial might? Has Lu Tianming awakened the imperial body? Someone exclaimed. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving many in a state of disbelief. The imperial body was a distant legend. It was said that the ancestors of the Kunlun sacred land possessed such a form. After the ancients, the sacred body had become exceedingly rare across the world. The notion that Lu Tianming had awakened the imperial body was utterly astounding. The imperial body has long since vanished through the river of time. How could you possibly possess it? Lu Xingye exclaimed in fear. Lu Tianming's aura was formidable, akin to an emperor standing unyielding against the passage of time. Coldly gazing back at him, the hair on his body bristled, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It truly resembled the legendary imperial body. Boom! Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. As Lu Tianming's imperial aura exploded forth, a divine light suddenly burst from the top of his head, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the universe. An ancient, profound, and domineering presence enveloped the surroundings, awakening countless slumbering beings across the vast wilderness, their enormous eyes turning towards this spectacle. Hoarse and ancient voices reverberated, shaking the very ground. The aura of the imperial body? Who is it? Someone in the Kunlun sacred land has awakened the imperial body? Could it be Dongfang Qingsheng, that girl? In recent years, Dongfang Qingsheng had garnered the most acclaim within the Kunlun sacred land. With the awakening of ancient great sage memories and a solid foundation, she indeed had a chance to possess the imperial body. If she truly possessed such a physique, her potential would be unfathomable. They couldn't help but feel envious of the Kunlun sacred land for having such a prodigious talent. The awakening of the imperial body in the Kunlun sacred land is a blessing for us. Laughter erupted among the strong within the many spiritual islands of the sacred land, their faces alight with joy. An imperial body was a symbol of becoming an emperor, and having such a prodigy within the Kunlun sacred land was indeed a tremendous fortune. Wait, it's Lu Tianming. How can this be? When they approached and saw the tall figure of the young man, they were left dumbfounded. Wasn't Lu Tianming supposed to be in the god burial abyss, having lost his mind and had his cultivation abolished by Dongfang Qingsheng? How could he suddenly awaken the imperial body? After enduring countless tribulations, had he finally regained his brilliance? Suddenly, a vague figure appeared, hovering among the clouds. It was a middle-aged man, imposing and majestic, radiating an aura that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the earth, embodying a sense of unrivaled supremacy. As he arrived, the heavens trembled, and the sun and moon quaked, as if bowing to his presence. His eyes held terrifying visions of the sun setting and the moon falling. An unimaginable fear. The Holy Master, countless disciples and elders gasped in shock. This was indeed the master of the Kunlun sacred land, capable of overlooking the vast wilderness, whose cultivation had long reached an extraordinary realm. It was surprising that the events here had even drawn the attention of the Holy Master. Lu Tianming was momentarily taken aback, a warmth spreading in his heart. In the Kunlun sacred land, aside from his unreliable, beautiful master, the one he was closest to was the sunlight celestial sovereign. His beautiful master roamed the world, seldom seen, while the sunlight celestial sovereign was his true mentor. All of his skills had been taught by the latter, whom he regarded as a father figure. Tianming, rising against adversity, well done. If you can reach the peak again, the position of Holy Son will still belong to you, the sunlight celestial sovereign said with a faint smile, exuding authority. Lu Tianming was his most cherished disciple, and their bond was unlike any other. At that time, Lu Tianming's transgressions against the Holy Maiden had caused an uproar in the wilderness. Many elders within the sacred land were furious, and under immense pressure, the sunlight celestial sovereign had to reluctantly agree to Dongfang Qingqing's decision to abolish Lu Tianming's cultivation. Yet, he never believed that Tianming was beyond redemption. Now, witnessing his revival against adversity, he felt delighted. Indeed, the imperial body is exceedingly rare, but if my guess is correct, Lu Tianming has awakened the great wilderness imperial body, a physique cursed by the heavens, bound by 8 chains. To truly awaken, it seems hopeless. Since ancient times, those who have awakened the great wilderness imperial body have invariably perished. At this moment, a melodious voice resonated through the air. Divine light burst forth from the heavens. Petals danced in the wind, and a golden carriage drawn by 9-headed phoenixes appeared. Seated within the carriage was a woman clad in golden robes, radiating unparalleled beauty, captivating all who beheld her. A mere glimpse of her grace could enchant an entire era. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement, exclaiming, "The Holy Maiden has also arrived." This woman was none other than Dongfang Qingqing, the most legendary figure of the sacred land. Her presence sent waves of exhilaration through the disciples. Lu Tianming has awakened the great wilderness imperial body? The crowd was astonished. The sunlight celestial sovereign furrowed his brow, sensing carefully, indeed. Lu Tianming bore 8 invisible chains binding his Dao bones, a clear sign of the great wilderness imperial body. The great wilderness imperial body had once possessed the might to shake the heavens and dominate the world. However, perhaps due to its sheer ferocity, it ultimately attracted the heaven's seal, resulting in the 8 chains that restricted its path, gradually reducing it to a useless body. The awakening of such a physique in Lu Tianming was indeed a cause for lament. Some elders sighed, reflecting on the cruel whims of fate. Lu Tianming's expression remained calm, undeterred. With his mysterious small coffin and the white-clad woman, perhaps the 8 chains could be broken. Since awakening the imperial body, his physique had strengthened remarkably. This was a tangible benefit. Who could predict what the future held? Boom! Lu Tianming's body trembled as the might of the great wilderness imperial body erupted. Lu Xingye screamed in agony, propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Under the influence of the great wilderness imperial body, even the peak of the 5th stage of Qi gathering, Lu Xingye could not withstand even a fraction of Lu Tianming's aura. Witnessing this, many were filled with trepidation. This physique was indeed monstrous. Once unleashed, who among the same rank could compete? If the heavens were to descend with 8 shackles, the overwhelming might of the great wilderness emperor body would unleash in a manner truly defying fate. A profound awe filled the hearts of all present at the terror of the great wilderness emperor body. Lu Tianming approached Lu Xingye and retrieved his storage bag. Upon opening it, he discovered 500 body refinement pills and spirit stones within, prompting a smile to grace his lips. With such abundant resources, his strength could indeed be further augmented. Lu Tianming, your actions are rather ruthless, remarked Dongfang Qingqing, her beautiful eyes frosty, her tone laden with gravity. Suddenly, an immense force erupted, causing nearby mountain peaks to tremble as if they were to annihilate the very region, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. One could not deny the formidable power of Dongfang Qingsheng, who had awakened the memories of an ancient sage. Every word and action of hers resonated with the gravitas of a primordial saint, instilling fear across the land. Ruthless? Yet, Lu Tianming withstood the intense pressure, a trickle of blood seeping from his body. He stood tall and straight, gazing at Dongfang Qingsheng with a cold smirk. Had he not saved her life amidst the turmoil of the city, she would have perished long ago. Yet, she was ungrateful, seeking to obliterate him. In comparison to Dongfang Qingsheng, he felt utterly diminished. His expression turned icy. If I were to rise again, you ought to worry about your own circumstances. Many felt a chill. The present Dongfang Qingsheng far surpassed the Lu Tianming of yore. The audacity of Lu Tianming to consider himself an adversary to the saintly maiden was truly astonishing. Is it merely your worthless Great Wilderness Emperor Body that you rely on? How laughable! Even if you were tenfold stronger, you could never hope to match even the slightest step of mine. Just wait and see. You will soon realize how naive your words are. Dongfang Qingsheng scoffed, her gaze filled with pity. Possessing the memories of an ancient saint, she had never regarded Lu Tianming as anything more than a commoner. Their engagement, in her eyes, was a hindrance to her future. Thus, Lu Tianming's fate was well-deserved. With a cry, a nine-headed phoenix of rare bloodline let out a resounding call, drawing a resplendent golden chariot as it soared away from the scene. Dongfang Qingsheng appeared as a celestial being, disdainful of engaging in verbal disputes with someone as mundane as Lu Tianming. Several distinguished disciples from the inner sect stood in solemnity. With Dongfang Qingsheng holding significant power within the sacred grounds, Lu Tianming's offense against her would surely lead to a dismal outcome in the forthcoming outer sect competition. With just a flick of her finger, she could incite many against him. Brother.Lu, why not let my brother arrange for you to be transferred to the Spirit Beast Peak? You could then peacefully tend to spirit beasts and enjoy some tranquility, suggested Zhong Qianxi, her pearly teeth lightly biting her crimson lip before she smiled. Her elder brother was the foremost alchemist of Kunlun sacred ground. Zhongling Xiao, one of the renowned true inheritors of the sect, possessing alchemical skills that could astound even the most celebrated masters of the wild domain. Dongfang Qingsheng would need to tread carefully around her elder brother. No need, Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. If I were to fear such a trivial outer sect competition, I would not need to cultivate any further. Tianming, perform well. I shall await your triumphant return in the inner sect. At that moment, the Sun Lord descended, patting Lu Tianming's shoulder, then produced a package and handed it to him. Upon opening it, Lu Tianming discovered thousands of body refinement pills and spirit stones within, resources that an outer sect disciple could scarcely gather even over a decade. Such an abundance was invaluable to him. Thank you, Master, Lu Tianming expressed, bowing in gratitude to the Sun Lord. Why are we still being so polite? The Sun Lord chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 4. The 8 Shackles of the Emperor Body after conversing with the esteemed celestial of the days. Lu Tianming returned to his humble abode. As he approached, he heard the cawing of a crow. Suddenly, a crow flew past an old gnarled tree, dropping a foul deposit upon Lu Tianming's head before alighting on another ancient tree, flapping its wings as if mocking him with a derisive cackle. Curse that wretched crow! Lu Tianming fumed, his mood soured. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the bird. This crow was no stranger to him. It belonged to his unreliable and troublesome beautiful mentor. Since her departure for travel, Lu Tianming had inadvertently knocked over the birdcage one day, allowing it to escape. Given that his mentor often took out her frustrations on him, he had taken to venting his anger on this crow in secret. Most of the time, when his mentor discovered his mischief, the crow would emerge from their encounters looking quite disheveled, having lost most of its feathers. It was this history of grievances that prompted the crow to seek revenge, dropping its droppings on him whenever he least expected it. Once again, the agile crow took flight, swooping past Lu Tianming and dropping a sizable deposit onto his forehead. Undeterred by his fury, it flapped its wings and cawed even more mockingly as it flew away. I swear, once I can fly, I will catch you and make you into soup. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth. Yet he realized that the cunning crow would elude him even if he could indeed take to the skies. With a resigned shake of his head, he retreated into his abode, retrieving his body-refining pills and over 2,000 spirit stones. The dazzling spiritual energy illuminated the entire hut, creating an ethereal ambience. A smile graced Lu Tianming's face. With these spirit stones, breaking through to the 6th level of qi induction would be a trivial matter, allowing him to stand independently. He promptly began to absorb the spirit stones with fervor while refining over 1,000 body-refining pills. Under the astonishing potency of the pills, his bones creaked and cracked, reminiscent of steel grinding against steel. Visible impurities were expelled from his bones through his pores, and soon, a layer of black scab formed on his body, exuding a foul odor. Anyone witnessing the spectacle would be astonished, for it was the effect of the body-refining pills cleansing his meridians. However, Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body possessed an extraordinary capacity for absorption, while typical cultivators could hardly achieve such results. The continuous expulsion of impurities transformed 3 of his bones from a pristine white to a deep black. A surge of primal energy erupted from his 3 bones, which seemed to transform into 3 ferocious ancient beasts, brimming with violent power. 10 days later, Lu Tianming's tightly shut eyes opened, and within him lay a slumbering behemoth, stirring the space around him. He had reached the 6th level of qi induction, armed with 3 Great Wilderness Emperor bones. Lu Tianming chuckled lightly. With each additional emperor bone, he felt his physical strength increase by at least 5,000 pounds. With 3 such bones, he possessed an additional 15,000 pounds of might. It is worth noting that even among cultivators at the qi induction stage, achieving 5,000 pounds of strength was remarkable. 15,000 pounds was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. At that moment, Lu Tianming stepped outside and approached a clearing littered with remnants of shattered stone. He unleashed his dragon elephant divine palm. With a resounding roar, the ancient sounds of the dragon and elephant erupted from within him. A massive boulder, approximately 3 meters in diameter, was instantly pulverized, exploding into fragments that scattered across the ground, which trembled violently, fissures forming beneath his feet. Atop an old tree, the crow that had been lying in wait for an opportunity to attack Lu Tianming nearly lost its balance, its white-gray eyes reflecting a moment of human-like astonishment. It had not anticipated that, in just a few days, Lu Tianming's physical power would grow to such terrifying levels. One swipe of his palm would undoubtedly reduce any ordinary peer to a mist of blood. The Great Wilderness Emperor bones have been refined adequately, yet there remains a considerable distance to unleash their true potential, remarked a cold voice from within a small coffin in his storage bag. Lu Tianming and Appo's lips twitched. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, which had instilled fear in countless ancient warriors. Yet here he stood, at the 6th level of qi induction, capable of refining 3 emperor bones and unleashing 15,000 pounds of divine strength. Quite an accomplishment. Was this about the 8 shackles of my Great Wilderness Emperor Body? He inquired, sensing a hint of warmth behind the seemingly cold demeanor of the woman in white. Their relationship had become somewhat delicate. He felt inclined to seek her counsel on any cultivation matters. Indeed, this body possesses 8 shackles. However, within the weapon peak of Kunlun's sacred land, there lies a unique weapon. Should you acquire it and continuously press upon your potential, it may assist you in unlocking the first shackle in the future, she pondered. The weapon peak. A unique weapon? Lu Tianming was taken aback. The woman in white seemed to possess considerable knowledge about Kunlun's sacred land. However, upon reflection, he found it reasonable. After all, the legacy of Kunlun's sacred land had endured for millennia, and it was natural for some powerful figures to have crossed paths with it. What kind of weapon? He asked curiously. You will learn in due time, under my guidance when you enter, she replied coldly. With a resigned nod, Lu Tianming accepted her words. It seemed the woman was somewhat wary of him, yet he trusted that, with time, such reservations would dissipate. The following day, Lu Tianming awoke in his bed, feeling a newfound vigor coursing through him, prompting a smile. The might of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body was all-encompassing, even in rest. It would autonomously operate to aid in the absorption of spiritual energy, perhaps due to his refining of the 3 Great Wilderness Emperor bones. The rate at which his body absorbed spiritual energy appeared to have accelerated. It seemed that refining the emperor bones had a critical correlation with his cultivation progress. Rising from his bed, he casually practiced a few martial arts moves, feeling invigorated. The past 2 years, marred by darkness since being deceived by Dongfang Qingsheng, were finally beginning to lift, revealing a glimmer of dawn. After changing into fresh garments, Lu Tianming set off towards the Weapon Peak. The Weapon Peak, located in the southern part of the Sacred Land, was one of its iconic summits, housing many divine weapons of the ancients. Many disciples who stumbled upon these weapons found themselves soaring to greatness. This was one of the most coveted destinations for disciples within the Sacred Land. Is that Lu Tianming, who is said to have awakened the waste body. His arrival stirred a commotion. Given his identity, he was the center of attention wherever he went. After lying low for 2 years, awakening a waste body is hardly commendable, some murmured. Indeed, this body is cursed by the heavens, destined for failure. Coupled with Lady Qingqing's animosity, Lu Tianming's situation has become quite dire. Many disciples shook their heads in dismay. Once an idol among countless disciples of the Sacred Land, Lu Tianming's fall from grace elicited pity. Yet, some young maidens gazed at him with newfound admiration, perceiving the transformation of Lu Tianming as a cleansing of superficiality, his eyes sparkling with clarity and charm. Brother Lu Tianming, you come to the Weapon Peak too? Came a melodious voice, as Zhong Xianxi, graceful and enchanting, appeared. Giggling, just here to try my luck, Lu Tianming replied with a light chuckle. Let me show you the way, Brother Lu Tianming. Zhong Xianxi exclaimed sweetly, disregarding the ardent gazes of the surrounding male disciples, as she linked her arm with his and led him onward. This elicited anger among many outer disciples. Zhong Xianxi was already a rare beauty among the outer sect, and with her brother Zhong Lingxiao being a renowned alchemy prodigy, proximity to her promised endless benefits. However, for the majority of the disciples, Zhong Xianxi remained indifferent, yet she displayed an inexplicable closeness to the seemingly worthless Lu Tianming, which provoked considerable dissatisfaction. This scoundrel is courting death. At that moment, a group of individuals approached from a distance, among them a robust man with a bare torso. Upon noticing the scene, a surge of anger washed over his rugged face, his fists clenched so tightly that they emitted a creaking sound as he bellowed. This man was named Sitaman, reputed to possess the bloodline of the barbaric tribe, and he ranked fourth among the outer disciples of the sacred grounds. He had long harbored feelings for Zhong Qianxi and had previously declared that anyone daring to harbor intentions towards Sister Zhong would have their legs broken. Seeing her so close to Lu Tianming naturally ignited his fury. Brother Situ, if this wastrel were to steal away the woman you cherish, it would indeed be a source of great ridicule, remarked Zhao Jinghuai, who stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, a chill flickered in his eyes. Lu Xingye had recently suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Lu Tianming, who had effortlessly dispatched him with a single move, leaving him shaken by the terrifying aura of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body that shattered his Dao bones and dantian. This was a considerable affront to his pride. Furthermore, with Zhong Qianxi's alluring figure and sweet visage, he too harbored a certain infatuation for her. The fact that Lu Tianming enjoyed such fortune was something he found particularly intolerable. Today, I shall make this brat understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly, Sitaman declared with a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with malice. Having offended Dongfang Qingsheng, Lu Tianming had become akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally reviled within the sacred grounds. Even if he were to teach the young man a lesson, no one would dare to speak against him. With that, he strode forth with determination. Zhao Jinghuai couldn't help but smile with intrigue, sensing that a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 5. Unique Weapons Before Long. Lu Tianming and Zhong Xianxi arrived at the summit. There lay a vast expanse of flat ground, adorned with colossal weapons, swords, spears, halberds, great bells, divine mirrors, ancient cauldrons, and more. Each weapon exuded an aura of ancient antiquity, subtly emanating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to resonate with the annals of history, invoking a sense of reverence. In front of these formidable weapons stood numerous ancient steels, inscribed with their origins. The war god spear, crafted 8,000 years ago, was a divine relic of the war god from Kunlun sacred land, forged from celestial fire and fallen iron over a span of 49 years. Capable of incinerating vast swathes of land with a single strike. The sky-devouring cauldron, originating 15,000 years ago, was created by the sky-devouring deity after slaying a colossal beast in the North Sea, capable of devouring an entire realm of spiritual energy. The Annihilation Blade, a weapon of the ancient Blade Emperor, had once been wielded to slay 81 formidable saints, its name echoing throughout the universe. Lu Tianming felt his spirit stirred. Kunlun's sacred land, revered as one of the 4 great sacred lands of the wilds, boasted a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, truly living up to its reputation. Any single weapon among them could incite a tempest of bloodshed in the outside world. Yet, he noticed the ground was littered with countless shattered bones, suffused with a chilling aura. Within them lay an unfathomable power, as if capable of shattering the very heavens, instilling dread in the heart. One could only imagine the might of their former owners. Even after countless years of death, their formidable presence lingered. These remnants belonged to the ancient powerhouses who sought the acknowledgement of these relics, but ultimately perished in their quest. Zhong Xianqi delicately furrowed her exquisite brow and sighed. She had brought Lu Tianming here merely to witness the grandeur. Most outer disciples selected their weapons from other regions. Lu Tianming clicked his tongue slightly. Indeed, these weapons were fearsome enough to have claimed the lives of such powerful beings. He resolved to leave this place with Zhong Xianqi. With his current strength, he was not worthy of possessing such divine armaments. Wait, the special weapon I instructed you to find is located here. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from within the ancient coffin. Lu Tianming was instantly taken aback. Sister, are you asking me to seek my own demise? Who are you calling sister? I am unparalleled throughout the ages. Addressing me as an ancestor would not be amiss. The voice from the white-clad woman struck back, causing Lu Tianming to feel dizzy, nearly spitting blood. It seemed that even in her sealed state, she could impose certain repercussions upon him. The white-clad woman regained her composure and said, with my assistance, you may yet have a chance of success. Otherwise, you shall never hope to break the 8 shackles of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. Lu Tianming's expression shifted. He sensed that being near this white-clad woman could lead to his demise through dual cultivation. However, the Great Wilderness Emperor Body was indeed crucial to him. What should I do next? He asked in a deep voice. Just follow my guidance, she replied. Big brother Lu, why aren't you leaving? Zhong Xianqi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Many disciples of Kunlun's sacred land had gathered around, eager to see what weapon Lu Tianming would choose on his first visit to the weapon peak. Junior sister Zhong, I have decided to select a weapon from here. Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile. This declaration astonished many. The weapons here, even the most esteemed disciples would hesitate to approach. Yet Lu Tianming dared to make such a choice. Was he courting death? Haha, Lu Tianming, do you truly believe you are worthy? At this moment, Sita Man and Zhao Jinghuai arrived. Sita Man laughed mockingly, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Zhao Jinghuai regarded him as if he were a fool. These ancient weapons were treasures of the sacred land, and even the elders would not dare to recklessly approach them. Compared to them, Lu Tianming was but an ant, and to harbor such thoughts was indeed a folly. Big brother Lu, please don't act recklessly, Zhong Xianqi cautioned, her worry evident. She believed Lu Tianming's boldness stemmed from the pressure exerted by Dongfang Qingcheng. However, subduing these weapons was far too perilous. No worries, I have a plan. Lu Tianming replied with a light laugh. With the white-clad woman by his side, he believed that even if he did not succeed, escaping unscathed should be within reach. Moreover, he was curious about which weapon had captured her attention. With that, Lu Tianming stepped forward, ascending the mountain. Many watched in astonishment, marveling at Lu Tianming's audacity in entering such a perilous realm. Sister Mulan, it seems he is destined to self-destruct here without our intervention, Zhao Jinghuai remarked. Catching sight of a figure clad in black, bearing an ancient sword, he quickly approached, a sly smile playing on his lips. The woman exuded an icy demeanor, her complexion pale, yet radiating a sharpness akin to a celestial sword. Standing effortlessly, she emanated an oppressive aura that instilled fear in those around her. She was Lu Mulan, the senior sister of the outer disciples and the younger sister of Dongfang Qingcheng. After awakening the memories of an ancient sage, Dongfang Qingsheng discovered a long-lost treasure trove. Bestowing immense wealth upon Lu Mulan and employing secret techniques to refine her mortal body into that of a great Luo sword body, shaking the foundations of the sacred land. Lu Mulan's combat prowess and talent were unparalleled within the sacred land, revered like a deity among the outer disciples. This is his own folly. He cannot blame anyone else, Lu Mulan remarked coldly, her figure graceful and her beauty striking. In the past, Lu Tianming had held a lofty status as the betrothed of Dongfang Qingsheng, and she had harbored secret admiration for him. However, after Lu Tianming fell into darkness and sought to act against Dongfang Qingsheng, her feelings of hatred grew immensely. To have once admired such a morally corrupt individual was a source of shame. Only his disappearance could cleanse that stain. Now, as Lu Tianming actively provoked the ancient relics, she felt a cold attachment. Should he meet with misfortune, it would save her considerable effort. Lu Tianming is indeed being reckless. Not far away, Su Changhai watched, stroking his beard and shaking his head with a wry smile. These weapons represented the very foundation of the sacred land. Even at his peak, Lu Tianming would find it arduous to earn their recognition. He doubted Lu Tianming would escape unscathed. Lu Tianming, unfazed, continued deeper into the heart of the peak until he stood before a massive mound of earth, located at the center of the weapon peak. It seemed to command respect from the surrounding weapons. At first glance, the mound appeared no different from any other patch of barren land, starkly contrasting with the majestic and ancient weapons around it. Yet, according to the white-clad woman's sensing, the special weapon she referred to was indeed this very mound. Is Lu Tianming actually considering that mound? Many were taken aback. It was hardly a weapon at all. Legend had it that the founder of Kunlun's sacred land had painstakingly crafted a weapon, placing it atop weapon peak. Could that mound truly be it? An elder suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in disbelief. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The founder of the sacred land was a figure of tremendous renown, and the weapon he had forged was said to be unimaginably powerful. The onlookers held their breath, realizing that if that inconspicuous mound was indeed the weapon, Lu Tianming's chances of survival would plummet. Suddenly, the mound trembled slightly, as if sensing their presence, and a terrifying aura erupted forth, causing the winds to shift and the weapon peak to resonate. Countless blades and spears quivered as if subordinates faced a supreme being, trembling and yearning to submit. Once again, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It appeared that the mound was indeed an ancient weapon of immense power. Lu Tianming, too, felt a tremor within him. The weapon the white-clad woman had directed him toward was certainly extraordinary. At that moment, a surge of curiosity welled up within him. He extended his hands and gently caressed the mound of earth. The unique mental technique imparted by the woman in white activated, and mysterious energies began to flow into the clod of dirt. As the vibrations intensified, a grand resonance emanated, reminiscent of a mighty bell tolling. At that instant, many esteemed figures within the sacred Kunlun territory awakened, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the earth erupted, and a mysterious light surged into Lu Tianming's embrace. The radiance soon dimmed, leaving everything seemingly unchanged. What transpired? Did Lu Tianming succeed? Many were left wondering. Suddenly, Lu Tianming was struck by a fierce backlash. Spewing blood and being hurled backward, the crowd fell silent, realizing that Lu Tianming had failed. However, a smile crept onto Lu Tianming's face, his spirits buoyed. He understood that he had acquired a peculiar artifact, concealed within his grasp. This item held immense significance, and he would not disclose it lightly. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Zhong Xianxi rushed over, offering him a healing pill, relieved that he had escaped with his life. "It's nothing," Lu Tianming replied with a smile, swallowing the pill. "Huh! Lu Tianming, how dare you meddle with the weapon left by our ancestral master? This is the fate you deserve." At that moment, Sita Man stepped forward, laughing heartily. His anger intensified at the sight of Zhong Xianxi and Lu Tianming's closeness. She was the beauty he coveted, and he had fantasized countless times about being entwined with her. His disdain for Lu Tianming deepened. "I thought he possessed great abilities, but it appears he is nothing extraordinary." Many disciples joined in mocking laughter. Lu Tianming, maintaining a calm demeanor, took Zhong Xinqi's hand and prepared to leave, yearning to study the artifact in his possession. "Hold on," Sita Man suddenly bellowed, advancing with an imposing presence. "You boy, Zhong Ximi is a woman I have my sights set on. How dare you draw so close to her? Do you think I will allow you to leave?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura enveloped the air, causing Lu Tianming to stagger back. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Tianming's gaze turned icy. "Let's make a deal. If you can withstand a punch from me, I'll let you leave in peace. Otherwise, I shall throw you from the weapon peak." Sita Man sneered cruelly. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. If Lu Tianming were to be thrown from the peak, it would be a monumental disgrace. "Sita Man, do not go too far," Zhong Xinqi admonished, her face paling with anger. This is a matter between men. You, a worthless fool, have no right to stand with her," Sita Man retorted harshly. "Since you wish to engage, I shall oblige you with a single strike." Lu Tianming replied coolly. The crowd gasped. Lu Tianming had indeed accepted the challenge. "Haha, you have some spirit. Prepare yourself." Sita Man laughed, his expression turning grim. Approaching the woman he admired, he intended to showcase the outcome to all the disciples. With a resounding crash, he launched his massive fist toward Lu Tianming's face, a fierce gust of wind accompanying the blow, causing many to wince as if cut by a blade. The crowd paled, aware that Sita Man's physical strength was said to be capable of delivering a punch with the force of 1,000 pounds. Lu Tianming, frail in appearance, would surely be left broken. Yet, Lu Tianming's expression remained unflinching. He unleashed a punch of his own, summoning the power of 3 ancient imperial bones from within him, a torrent of strength surging forth. The collision of their fists produced a sound akin to 2 ferocious beasts clashing, shaking the very ground beneath them. To everyone's astonishment, a figure was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a boulder with a resounding thud, blood spilling from his mouth. It was Sita Man. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Sita Man, who possessed a trace of divine blood, was among the strongest in the outer sect, yet he was bested by Lu Tianming. Lu Mulan's face froze in shock. She had not anticipated Lu Tianming's physical prowess to be so formidable. "Sita Man, is this the strength you pride yourself on?" "It appears to be rather lacking," Lu Tianming remarked with a cold, mocking smile, then approached Sita Man and took his storage pouch. "I will tear you apart." Sita Man roared, his eyes aflame with rage. He had not used his full strength and was taken aback by Lu Tianming's might. The theft of his storage pouch ignited his fury. With a roar, he summoned a copper hammer, brimming with tremendous power, ready to strike Lu Tianming. "Stop!" At that moment, Su Changhai appeared, his expression stern. "This is weapon peak. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Do you not know the rules?" "Elder Su, but—" Sita Man began, his expression indignant. Su Changhai shot him a glare, causing Sita Man to falter, unable to voice further protest. With a venomous glare directed at Lu Tianming, he declared, "Just wait. During the Outer Sect tournament, I will flay you alive." Lu Tianming cast a disinterested glance at him, unfazed. He bowed to Su Changhai in gratitude before departing the scene. Chapter 6. The Celestial Bell as Night Descended. Lu Tianming returned to his humble abode and retrieved an unusual object from his bosom. It was a small bell, archaic and adorned with ancient patterns. "What is this?" Lu Tianming pondered, gazing at the item with a perplexed expression. "The Celestial Bell," whispered the apparition of a woman in white, her voice ethereal. Confounded, Lu Tianming inquired about its purpose. The woman produced a peculiar cord, fastening it to the bell and instructing Lu Tianming to wear it around his neck. She then recited an incantation. With a thunderous sound, the surface of the celestial bell shimmered with mysterious patterns, and Lu Tianming felt an immense force emanating from it, nearly causing him to kneel. "Yuyist, this bell is so heavy," he exclaimed in astonishment. Fortunately, having tempered 3 pieces of imperial bone, he could withstand its weight. Otherwise, he would have been crushed. A smile played upon the lips of the woman in white. The celestial bell is indeed a treasure capable of collapsing the heavens. With the control of your mind, you can adjust its weight. What you experience now is merely its initial power, weighing around 20,000 pounds. As you adapt to its presence during combat, travel, meals, and cultivation, your body's latent potential will be unleashed, playing a crucial role in breaking the shackles of the Great Wilderness Emperor's body. If you cannot endure such hardship, You shall forever remain in the realm of the great wildernesses discarded. She continued, of course, once you master the celestial bell, it will also serve as a formidable weapon, and you will come to understand its extraordinary nature. Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. He suspected the woman in white was exacting revenge upon him, seemingly strengthening him while simultaneously torturing him. Under her supervision, he was compelled to carry the 2,000-pound bell daily, engaging in deep squats, long jumps, and martial arts practice, leaving him utterly exhausted and in torment. To his delight, amidst this extreme exertion, his great wilderness emperor body seemed to connect with deeper powers, as a mysterious energy began to emanate from his bones, leading to significant progress in both his physical refinement and cultivation level. In just 10 days, his great wilderness emperor body had been further tempered, reaching a weight of 25,000 pounds. Simultaneously, his cultivation level peaked at the 6th level of Qi induction, with only a hair's breadth separating him from breaking into the 7th level. This bell is indeed quite useful, Lu Tianming exclaimed with joy. Naturally, your ancestors from the Kunlun sacred land were formidable body cultivators, and this celestial bell was employed for their physical refinement, the woman in white replied calmly. Lu Tianming nodded, invigorated by the revelation. 3 days later, he finally retrieved the storage bag of Siddha Man. In addition to over 1,000 spirit stones and body-tempering pills, he discovered a low-grade spiritual herb, the Xianling grass, which possessed an aura far superior to that of ordinary spirit stones. With it, Lu Tianming could easily break through to the 7th level of Qi induction. What is this? He wondered, discovering a rusty blade within Situ Man's storage bag. The blade was corroded and appeared on the verge of breaking, accompanied by a manual titled Man-God Blade technique, devoid of rank. Suddenly, the ancient bronze coffin quivered slightly. An irresistible force emerged, drawing the rusty blade in, and upon expulsion, it transformed into a radiant divine blade. Its brilliance illuminated the room, casting a brilliant light. Engraved on the hilt were ancient characters. Upper-grade spiritual treasure, Man-God Blade. An upper-grade spiritual treasure? Lu Tianming gasped in astonishment. Spiritual treasures were categorized into inferior, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Obtaining an upper-grade spiritual treasure was no easy feat, even for a powerful figure of the Xianin realm. His unexpected acquisition of such a treasure was indeed a momentous occasion. He immediately began to cultivate the Man-God Blade technique within his courtyard. As he practiced, the old raven frequently interrupted him, but Lu Tianming, exhilarated, would often send the raven flapping about in disarray, feathers flying. Through this training, his agility and speed improved dramatically. Eventually, he named this technique the Raven Step, specifically designed for pursuing the old raven, much to the latter's ire. In the blink of an eye, only one night remained until the outer sect competition. Within his abode, Lu Tianming circulated the Great Wilderness Sutra, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. This sutra was a technique he had painstakingly obtained from the woman in white over the past few days, enhancing his already prodigious speed of absorption. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi induction, with only a single step left to ascend to the 8th level. Upon achieving this, Lu Tianming would undergo a qualitative transformation in strength, rendering him fearless in the upcoming outer sect competition. Great Wilderness Sutra, devour, Lu Tianming commanded forcefully. With a rumble, a colossal black hole formed behind him, seemingly capable of consuming all. The abundant essence of heaven and earth surged towards him like a tidal wave. Such a rapid absorption rate surpassed even that of powerful Xian realm cultivators, showcasing the might of the Great Wilderness Sutra. In a short while, the spiritual energy within Lu Tianming's golden dantian surged, culminating in a sudden crack, as if shattering an invisible barrier. His aura rose dramatically, reaching the 8th level of Qi induction. With the Great Wilderness Emperor Body and the expansive capacity of his golden dantian, he surpassed his peers in strength. Upon reaching this realm, his combat prowess would be in a league of its own. The surging spiritual energy also enabled him to further temper 3 pieces of imperial bone, bringing his total to 8. His physical strength now reached an astonishing 40,000 pounds. Daily training with the Celestial Bell had begun to loosen the first shackle of his Great Wilderness Emperor Body. At critical moments, golden blood energy would overflow, dramatically enhancing his combat capabilities. Realizing these changes, Lu Tianming could not help but smile with exhilaration. He felt as though he had transformed entirely since a month prior. With renewed confidence, he looked forward to the outer sect competition the following day. The next day, the outer sect competition commenced as scheduled, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In a vast square, throngs of disciples congregated, creating a scene so dense that it appeared to stretch endlessly, a breathtaking spectacle. Haha, Lu Tianming, you truly dare to show up. Are you not afraid of being crippled in today, as competition? Boomed a powerful laugh as Lu Tianming arrived at the square. Sita Man approached, bearing a massive bronze hammer, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable deity, sneering at him. Having been defeated by Lu Tianming in a single move at the weapon peak and losing his storage bag, Sita Man's fury was palpable as he glared at Lu Tianming with unbridled animosity. Today marks my chance to enter the inner sect. None shall obstruct me. Lu Tianming replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After 2 years as the most despised servant disciple in the outer sect, he had endured long enough. Today, he would break free. Chapter 7: The Outer Sect Grand Competition. Overreaching oneself in the distance. Zhao Jinghuai approached, a mocking smile adorning his face. Under Lu Mulan's instruction, countless disciples were eager to eliminate Lu Tianming during today's Outer Sect Grand Competition. The Holy Maiden of Dongfang, Qingcheng, even proclaimed that whoever succeeded would be rewarded with a supreme spiritual treasure. Lu Tianming's participation in the competition was akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers, and his aspirations to enter the inner sect were undoubtedly fanciful. With a calm demeanor, Lu Tianming took his seat beside Zhong Qianqi. The plaza was segmented into numerous arenas, with regulations stating that only disciples who had reached the 4th level of Qi induction were eligible to compete. The actual number of competitors was quite limited. Is this fellow really Lu Tianming? He seems to have weakened to such an extent, someone remarked. In a conspicuous position, a man clad in purple sat cross-legged, emanating a terrifying aura, as if he were a fire deity descended from the heavens. Flames flickered in his eyes, creating a striking spectacle. Indeed, that is senior brother Zhongling Xiao, once a revered saint, though his glory was short-lived. A deeply seasoned disciple beside him reverently commented. Zhongling Xiao, renowned as one of the true heirs of Kunlun's sacred land, seldom appeared due to most disciples being absorbed in alchemical studies on the inner sect Spirit Island. Even Lu Tianming had no prior interactions with him. How troublesome is that Qianqi is associating with such a waste, Zhong Lingxiao mused, shaking his head. Lu Tianming had offended Dongfang Qingcheng, a grave transgression. Even Zhong Lingxiao himself was reluctant to provoke her, and Qianqi's closeness to Lu Tianming was inherently unfavorable. Once the outer sect grand competition concludes, Qianqi will likely enter the inner sect, and this brat will surely be eliminated by those favoring Dongfang Qingcheng. Their paths will likely diverge thereafter, one disciple laughed. Zhong Lingxiao nodded slightly, deeply caring for his sister and wishing to steer her away from the wrong path. The disparity between Lu Tianming's current status and that of his sister was indeed vast. Lu Tianming, are you prepared to be utterly crippled today? A cold female voice pierced the air. Lu Mulan, carrying an ancient sword, approached and spoke icily. As she spoke, a powerful sword intent radiated from her, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly, as if countless sword energies were shimmering in the air. Many disciples were astonished. After being nurtured by Dongfang Qingcheng into a supreme sword body, Lu Mulan's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, each of her actions resonating like the ringing of a divine sword. Her aura stirred the souls of many. Lu Tianming smiled faintly, unfazed, determined to demonstrate the outcome to all. It had been years since he had been the center of such attention, and he felt the blood within him surging with excitement. All right, the time has come. The Outer Sect Grand Competition officially begins, Su Changhai declared solemnly, glancing at the sky. The atmosphere in the crowded plaza became electrifying once again as countless young Outer Sect disciples wore expressions of exhilaration. The annual Outer Sect Grand Competition was their opportunity to enter the Inner Sect. Only by entering the Inner Sect could they receive superior training, paving their way to future accomplishments and achievements. This was the common goal shared by all outer sect disciples. Many cast scornful glances at Lu Tianming, eager to teach him a lesson. This was their only chance to gain the holy maiden's favor and alter their destinies. Unperturbed by the malicious gazes around him, Lu Tianming remained composed. Having come to participate in the outer sect grand competition, he was ready to face all challengers alone. He lifted his gaze towards the inner sect, as if he could see through the vast mountains and rivers to a magnificent spirit island, where a figure clad in golden garments stood regal as a queen, surveying the world. A smile crept upon his lips at the sight. Dongfang Qinsheng had once cast him down into the depths of despair. Now, endowed with new opportunities, he would rise to the challenge and reclaim his fate. Lu Tianming clenched his fists slightly, a chilling determination flickering in his eyes. The dark life he had endured for the past 2 years, wrought by the merciless Dongfang Qinsheng, was finally nearing its end. As Su Changhai's voice faded, personnel entered the plaza with bamboo tubes labeled with various numbers, indicating which competitors would face off. Arena number 8, round 1. Lu Tianming casually drew a bamboo stick, glanced at the number, and smiled before stepping onto the arena. Haha, Lu Tianming, it seems fortune is not on your side. You have encountered me, Lu Xingye. I shall settle the score with you. A brazen, cold laugh echoed as a tall man leaped onto the arena with a formidable presence. Many gasped. This was Zhao Jinghuai, ranked 5th in the outer sect and a trusted subordinate of Lu Mulan, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi induction, a rare match within the outer sect. Lu Tianming's first match was against him. It was indeed unfortunate. This is not good. In the viewing area, Zhong Qinqi's expression changed. Zhao Jinghuai was exponentially stronger than Lu Xingye, whom Lu Tianming had previously defeated. Moreover, the advanced combat techniques bestowed upon him by Lu Mulan further enhanced his prowess. Brother.Lu is truly facing dire straits, she thought, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed that despite finally being able to cultivate under Dongfang Qinsheng and Appos as suppression, encountering such a formidable opponent at the outer sect grand competition made qualifying for the inner sect exceedingly difficult. Haha, encountering Zhao Jinghuai, how amusing. Zhong Lingxiao, seated higher up, wore a faint smile. He had never approved of his sister's closeness to Lu Tianming, and this outcome was precisely what he had hoped to witness. Su Changhai, seated at the head table, shook his head. Even though Lu Tianming had recently experienced some fortunate events and embarked on his cultivation journey, it was utterly impossible for him to contend with Zhao Jinghuai after only a month of training. Such a substantial improvement in such a short time frame was unattainable, even for the prodigious Dongfang Qinsheng, known as the most extraordinary talent in the history of the Sacred Land. This situation was undeniably unfavorable for Lu Tianming. Though this fellow holds the title of saint, his past misdeeds rendered the entire Sacred Land a laughingstock in the wilderness. He is indeed a sinner of the Sacred Land. Such a fate is well-deserved, a gray-clad elder remarked with a hint of cold amusement. Many outer sect elders nearby displayed ingratiating smiles upon seeing the elder, whose name was Shun Muji, a long-established inner sect elder with cultivation far surpassing that of the outer sect leaders. Shun Muji was also Lu Mulan's mentor, so his disdain for Lu Tianming was entirely understandable. Indeed, sullying the Sacred Land's reputation warrants severe consequences. Were it not for the Holy Maiden's magnanimity in merely stripping him of his cultivation and punishing him, he would have long been executed to atone for his sins. To think he dares to aspire to re-enter the inner sect is sheer folly. An outer sect elder eager to curry favor with Shun Muji chimed in. Shun Muji, closely tied to Dongfang Qinsheng, was a figure of immense prestige within the Sacred Land, and many sought to ingratiate themselves with him. He smiled, anticipating how Lu Tianming's participation in the outer sect grand competition would lead to his own embarrassment. Chapter 8. The Dull Blade on the Arena. Lu Tianming disregarded the derisive laughter and mockery from the crowd, his gaze turning icy as it fell upon Zhao Jinghuai. Throughout the past 2 years of oppression from Dongfang Qinsheng, Zhao Jinghuai had been the most subservient lackey by Lu Mulan's side. During this time, Lu Xian and Lu Xingye had bullied him repeatedly, all at Zhao Jinghuai's behest. Now, it was time to settle the score. Today, Zhao Jinghuai, you shall be the first to feel my wrath. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Lu Tianming swiftly drew a rusted, dilapidated blade from behind him. In an instant, an extraordinary sharpness radiated from the blade, causing the temperature around the arena to drop slightly under Lu Tianming's formidable presence. A dull blade? Lu Tianming actually brought out a dull blade. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they momentarily paused in surprise before bursting into raucous mirth. Given Zhao Jinghuai's prowess, even if Lu Tianming wielded a mid-grade spirit treasure, it would be futile. The notion of confronting him with a tattered, fragile blade was utterly absurd. Lu Tianming, it seems your miserable existence these past 2 years has affected your intellect. You dare to challenge me with that worthless knife? Zhao Jinghuai laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with scorn. Lu Tianming's actions were indeed ludicrous. It is a dull blade, but it should suffice to deal with you. Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile, brushing off the mockery of the crowd as he beamed at Zhao Jinghuai. With the power of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body and the refined energy from the Great Wilderness Heart Sutra, Lu Tianming unleashed an extraordinary force from his high-grade spirit weapon. He was not overly concerned about Zhao Jinghuai. In the outer sect, those who possessed high-grade spirit weapons were exceedingly rare. Seeking death? I shall accommodate you. Zhao Jinghuai laughed furiously, perceiving Lu Tianming's words as a profound insult. To think Lu Tianming believed he could confront him with a mere dull blade was sheer folly. Prepare yourself. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Jinghuai's eyes ignited with fierce determination, his form transforming into a whirlwind as he charged forward. A golden glimmer manifested in his hand, revealing a resplendent sword that he thrust viciously toward Lu Tianming's face. As the spectators felt the surge of sharp energy emanating from the golden sword, many could not help but gasp in alarm. The golden sword in Zhao Jinghuai's grasp was clearly a low-grade spirit treasure. Spirit treasures were exceedingly rare among the outer sect disciples, with only a handful possessing them, held tightly by the most talented individuals. Zhao Jinghuai, ranked 5th, wielding his low-grade spirit treasure, was virtually unstoppable. Many turned their gazes to Lu Tianming, their expressions filled with pity. Should Lu Tianming fail to defend himself, the injury he would sustain would surely be grievous. To provoke Zhao Jinghuai into unleashing his golden sword was a privilege for Lu Tianming, even in defeat. In the viewing area, Lu Mulan observed with a smirk. The golden sword had been a gift from her to Zhao Jinghuai. With his sword, he had rapidly ascended from being an outer sect disciple ranked over 200 to within the top 5 in just a year, illustrating its formidable power. Even a prodigy at the 8th layer of Qi transformation would tread carefully when faced with Zhao Jinghuai's golden sword. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Now, with Zhao Jinghuai unleashing the golden sword, Lu Tianming's defeat seemed inevitable. However, just as the smirk on her lips was about to reach its zenith, it abruptly froze. Before the eyes of the multitude, Lu Tianming faced Zhao Jinghuai's fierce strike with a faint smile, raising his rusted, tattered blade. With a swift motion, he swung the blade toward the oncoming brilliant sword light. What? Many gasped in astonishment, realizing Lu Tianming was indeed fearless. He dared to confront Zhao Jinghuai with that fragile blade. If he were to be struck, he might be cleaved in two by a single blow. Lu Tianming, you are courting death. Zhao Jinghuai cackled, considering it a mark of honor to easily dispatch Lu Tianming. Crack! However, the next moment, his laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a look of sheer horror. The dilapidated, decayed blade of Lu Tianming met the resplendent golden sword, and contrary to expectations, the anticipated shattering did not occur. Instead, a mysterious force erupted from the blade, imbuing it with an indomitable essence. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jinghuai's once invincible golden sword suddenly fractured. Then, Lu Tianming's rusty blade carved a terrifying arc, puncturing Zhao Jinghuai's chest and leaving a gaping wound of 0.5 meter, blood spraying forth. The intense pain elicited a wretched scream from Zhao Jinghuai, his body flung backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground, his breath fading. Silence. The crowded square fell into an eerie stillness. Many stared in disbelief at Lu Tianming's battered blade, their expressions frozen in shock. That seemingly useless blade had unleashed such formidable power, effortlessly shattering Zhao Jinghuai's low-grade spirit treasure. Even an ordinary mid-grade spirit treasure would struggle to achieve such a feat. Could it be a high-grade spirit treasure? Boom! The thought struck many like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly stunned. For ordinary outer sect disciples, possessing a low-grade spirit treasure was a cherished dream, let alone a high-grade one. On the high platform, some dignified outer sect elders also wore expressions of astonishment. High-grade spirit treasures were typically unattainable, even for average inner sect disciples. Lu Tianming's strength had surged so dramatically, and he possessed a high-grade spirit treasure. This revelation astounded them all. Damn it, that was my treasure. How could it have transformed into a high-grade spirit treasure in his hands? This scoundrel. At that moment, Sita Man felt an unbearable anguish, clenching his fists as he raged internally. The moment Lu Tianming revealed that battered knife, he recognized it as belonging to his storage bag. Years ago, he had stumbled upon it at a stall in a city, believing it to be somewhat special, yet failing to discern its true nature. He had cast it aside. So much time had passed that he had nearly forgotten the existence of that wretched knife. Yet now, under the gaze of many, Lu Tianming had transformed it into a high-grade spirit treasure. His heart bled profusely. This was his opportunity, now seized by Lu Tianming. He felt he had suffered a monumental loss. A high-grade spirit treasure? Lu Mulan's expression also turned slightly dazed. Within the entire outer sect, only one person possessed a high-grade spirit treasure, her own black Zay sword, a gift from the esteemed saintess, personally refined for her. Chapter 9, The Might of the Broken Blade. As her cultivation advanced, the Hei's sword had the opportunity to metamorphose into an exquisite spiritual treasure, or even something more formidable. Lu Tianming also possessed a superior spiritual treasure, which came as a significant surprise to her. It was the first time she sensed Lu Tianming as a potential threat. In the entire square, a multitude of onlookers stirred with excitement, none of whom anticipated that the tattered, worthless knife Lu Tianming had previously brandished was, in fact, a coveted superior spiritual treasure, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The aura emanating from him was extraordinary, capable of wielding a superior spiritual treasure to such an extent. At this moment, some elders squinted in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. The requirements for wielding a superior spiritual treasure are exceedingly high. Generally, individuals at the 7th or 8th level of cultivation find it exceptionally challenging, often risking severe injury from the terrifying backlash of the treasure. Yet, Lu Tianming's true energy, although not abundant, allowed the superior spiritual treasure to unleash such overwhelming power. This indicated that the quality of true energy within Lu Tianming was also remarkably high. The unexpected elements surrounding him were numerous. Even Shun Muji, who had consistently looked down upon Lu Tianming, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He sensed a mysterious aura about the young man, which left him somewhat bewildered. This was the first time such an individual had appeared among the outer disciples. Zhao Jinghuai, your golden light sword is rather unimpressive, Lu Tianming remarked with a grin, observing Zhao Jinghuai, who was bleeding from a wound on his shoulder inflicted by Lu Tianming's strike. He rested the barbaric god blade on his shoulder, thoroughly pleased with the power of the superior spiritual treasure. Given his Da Huang Emperor Body and a Huang Heart Sutra, the true energy he refined enabled even a casual strike to possess immense might, making this outcome entirely reasonable. Rascal, Lu Tianming, you merely rely on the might of your superior spiritual treasure. Without it, you are nothing. If you dare, put down that broken knife and face me with genuine skill. Zhao Jinghuai's face contorted in rage as he shouted. As a prominent figure among the outer disciples, it was incredibly humiliating for him to be struck down by someone he regarded as worthless. However, when he glanced at the tattered knife on Lu Tianming's shoulder, a flicker of fear surfaced in his eyes. The power of the superior spiritual treasure was indeed formidable. It felt akin to an invincible blade, unassailable. Had it not been for his golden light sword absorbing much of its force, he might have been cleaved in two. Naturally, fear of the superior spiritual treasure surged within him. Nevertheless, he possessed peak strength at the 7th level of Qi manipulation. As long as he faced Lu Tianming without the superior spiritual treasure, he was confident he could utterly crush him. Therefore, his words remained laced with confidence. Indeed, relying on the might of a superior spiritual treasure is hardly a skill. True strength lies in one's own abilities. Otherwise, possessing a superior spiritual treasure merely makes one a pretender masked in borrowed glory. On the spectator platform, numerous outer disciples could not help but shout. Lu Tianming's possession of a superior spiritual treasure incited extreme jealousy among many. Lu Tianming, do you dare to engage in a fair fight? Zhao Jinghuai sneered. Rising from the ground, his gaze cold and menacing, he believed that if Lu Tianming relinquished his superior spiritual treasure, a few casual moves from him could reduce Lu Tianming to mere pulp. His eyes now resembled those of a venomous snake, filled with malice. Fool! Lu Tianming replied, casting Zhao Jinghuai a nonchalant glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Under normal circumstances, I could completely disregard your barking and easily topple you from the stage with a single strike. However, to ensure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, I shall indulge your wish and render you speechless. With a clang, Lu Tianming swung the barbaric godblade, producing a fearsome arc as it embedded itself into the ground nearby. Then, rolling up his sleeves, he beckoned to Zhao Jinghuai with a smile, come forth. Your opportunities are dwindling. The crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of astonishment. Many were shaken by his audacity. He truly set aside the barbaric godblade. Having only recently resumed his cultivation journey for a month, how could he possibly be Zhao Jinghuai's match? Such audacity seemed excessive. This fellow is utterly arrogant. Zhao, teach him the consequences of insulting a top 5 disciple among the outer sect. A coldly imposing figure clad in black emerged from the contestant area. His gaze sharp and his demeanor as piercing as a divine spear. Many disciples trembled at his presence. He was none other than Wei Zhuofan, the third-ranked genius among the outer disciples. His mastery of spear techniques was unparalleled, having reached the realm of spear intent at a young age, instilling fear in many. Like Zhao Jinghuai, he belonged to Lu Mulan's faction. Years ago, when Lu Tianming attempted to tarnish the name of the enchanting sacred maiden, all aspirants within the sacred land regarded him with disdain. None wished to see Lu Tianming shine brilliantly in this outer sect competition, for it would be a humiliation to their esteemed ranks. Indeed, does he truly believe that a stroke of luck entitles him to challenge the positions of the top outer disciples? Such ignorance is appalling, a green-clad woman interjected, her tone laced with disdain. Many disciples' expressions shifted upon seeing this woman, their faces pale with fear. She was none other than Yanjiro, the second-ranked genius among the outer disciples. Although her name sounded delicate and enchanting, her background was fearsome, hailing from a family renowned for its mastery of poison. She was a formidable poison master within the outer sect, notorious for her sinister and ruthless methods, capable of incapacitating enemies with ease. In the outer sect, she was regarded as the most fearsome figure after Lu Mulan. Her intervention to resist Lu Tianming indicated just how poor his reputation had become among the outer disciples. Yanjiro, Lu Tianming remarked dismissively, glancing at her with a cold smile. In his former glory as a sacred son, he had often led disciples to the nearby Manyan mountain range to gather herbs and minerals for sacred tasks. Many disciples had thrived under his protection, enhancing their strength and status. Yanjiro had once been among them, a delicate girl who had occasionally displayed her charms before him. He had remained oblivious to her subtle schemes. In the spirit of camaraderie, he had even assisted her in slaying a 6-colored poison spider in the Manyan mountain range, allowing her to extract precious venom that significantly enhanced her skills. Otherwise, she might have long succumbed to the toxic repercussions of her own abilities. Through the lethal potency of the 6-colored poison spider, she had ascended to her current rank. However, as his reputation crumbled, the bitterness she harbored towards him was somewhat ironic. The world was indeed fickle, and ingratitude reigned supreme. Yet he understood that the root of all this lay with Dongfang Qingsheng. Had she not sullied his name, he would not have been so misunderstood by so many. Quietly, a deeper chill towards Dongfang Qingsheng brewed within him. Chapter 10. The Dragon and Elephant Sacred Technique. Sister Yan, the Holy Son has once shown you kindness. You ought not to harbor such venomous sentiments against him. A young man beside Yanjiro, with a slight pursing of his lips, offered a wry smile directed at her enchanting visage. This young man, Yan Yuhuan, was Yanjiro's younger brother. Following a tumultuous upheaval in their family, the siblings relied on one another and traveled a great distance to the Kunlun sacred land to hone their skills. In those days, both he and his sister found themselves at the very bottom of the hierarchy within the sacred grounds, enduring a life of profound hardship. Due to the regulations of the sacred land, Yanjiro had not made any progress in her poison arts for many years, nearly facing expulsion from the sacred grounds. It was during this trying time that the Holy Son, Lu Tianming, generously intervened, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, assisting his sister in overcoming the six-colored poison spider, thereby allowing her to advance her poison skills and escape her dire predicament. It could be said that the elevated status the siblings enjoyed in the outer sect was entirely due to Lu Tianming. He was also the brother-disciple whom Yin Yuhuan held in the highest esteem. Now, however, witnessing his sister's overt disdain for Lu Tianming, he felt a pang of guilt within. What do you know? One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Perhaps Lu Tianming's assistance to us back then was merely for the sake of maintaining his own image, to mask the wolfish nature lurking within him. Yanjiro bit her fragrant lip, casting a cold glance at Yin Yuhuan as she spoke. Within the sacred land, the prestige of the captivating holy maiden was unparalleled, much like that of an empress, serving as a model for all female disciples. Although Lu Tianming held the esteemed title of Holy Son, the stark contrast between his ambitions and his inappropriate behavior towards the holy maiden left her feeling deceived, leading to her deep-seated aversion. Such is the nature of humanity. The more arrogant one is, the greater the backlash when they realize they have been deceived for years. Yanjiro embodied this sentiment. Yin Yuhuan sighed softly, choosing not to speak further. The once spirited Lu Tianming, who had commanded admiration and envy within the sacred land, was now the subject of scrutiny. While he believed that Lu Tianming's brother disciples would not stoop to such madness, the overwhelming tide of worldly affairs rendered individual strength insignificant. It appeared that Lu Tianming could only vindicate himself through his own prowess. He clenched his fists slightly, silently cheering for the brother-disciple he admired. "Haha, Lu Tianming, your arrogance shall be your downfall." Zhao Jinghuai bellowed from the arena, his aura swelling significantly. The previous strike had not greatly impacted his overall strength. In fact, it intensified his cold fury towards Lu Tianming. He roared, his foot smashing down onto the solid arena, propelling his body like a cannonball towards Lu Tianming. Following this, he unleashed a ferocious chop aimed directly at Lu Tianming's crown. A visible surge of energy emanated from his palm, resembling a blade's gleam capable of cleaving mountains. Many disciples gasped in astonishment as Zhao Jinghuai executed the mountain-splitting palm, now at the intermediate level, a rarity even among the outer sect. He poured every ounce of strength into this formidable strike. "You shall be defeated." Yet, Lu Tianming merely smiled coldly, refusing to prolong the confrontation. He reciprocated with a palm strike that collided fiercely with Zhao Jinghuai's chop. In that moment, an ancient elephant's roar resonated within Lu Tianming, as if a primordial divine elephant had erupted within him, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In the next instant, the spectators were astonished to witness a cataclysmic explosion of energy upon their palms meeting, sending Zhao Jinghuai hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed outside the arena, coughing up blood, his body echoing with the sound of shattered bones. Clearly, he was grievously injured and rendered incapable of further combat. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. The renowned Zhao Jinghuai had been defeated. What level of combat technique had Lu Tianming employed? It seemed to surpass Zhao Jinghuai's mountain-splitting palm by leaps and bounds. The technique he wielded was the dragon and elephant divine palm. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiao squinted, as if awakening to an epiphany, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What? The dragon and elephant divine palm? Several elders of the outer sect turned pale upon hearing this, their astonishment palpable. The dragon and elephant divine palm was a legendary technique long lost to the outer sect for centuries. Rumored to be connected to the dragon and elephant sacred technique of the inner sect's archaic palace. The dragon and elephant sacred technique was a revered ancient combat skill, feared even by the sages of old. It was also the hallmark of the archaic palace's unparalleled mastery. The revelation that Lu Tianming had acquired the dragon and elephant divine palm raised the possibility that he might cultivate the dragon and elephant sacred technique. The latter was hailed as the foremost offensive art of Kunlun's sacred land, crafted by the ancient ancestors. If Lu Tianming were to truly master it, he would indeed be seen as a fated individual within Kunlun's sacred land. Some elders of the inner sect were equally shaken. They perceived countless mysteries surrounding Lu Tianming. Could it be due to that mysterious iron nugget? Meanwhile, Lu Xian felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly fainting. His instincts told him that it was undoubtedly linked to the iron nugget he had acquired through a series of veiled connections to the dragon and elephant divine palm. However, after years of study, he had found no clues, only to see Lu Tianming benefit from it, igniting his rage. Lu Mulan's countenance was equally frigid, sensing that Lu Tianming was slipping from her grasp. Her delicate hand clenched tightly, the chill in her beautiful eyes intensifying. The victor of this battle is Lu Tianming, the judge finally declared. Lu Tianming smiled lightly, gracefully descending from the stage. With his innate imperial bones, coupled with the dragon and elephant divine palm, his might was unparalleled. Zhao Jinghuai's challenge was utterly futile. Should he wish to obliterate his opponent with a single strike, it would be a trivial task. As for the dragon and elephant sacred technique, Lu Tianming certainly held it in high regard. With the dragon and elephant divine palm, he had a substantial chance of attaining it. It must be said that possessing the mysterious small coffin, which discerned treasures, afforded him opportunities unknown to many. This prospect filled him with delight, knowing that his future path would be paved with ease and surprises. Brother.Lu is so handsome. As Lu Tianming returned to his seat, Zhong Qianxi's sparkling eyes lit up with delight. No one had anticipated that he would so effortlessly defeat Zhao Jinghuai, leaving everyone astounded by his combat prowess and radiant demeanor. Not bad, Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. But this is merely the beginning. Casting a glance at the many who supported Lu Mulan, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The malice he had endured over the past 2 years would now exact a price from these fair-weather friends. In the ensuing 2 hours, Lu Tianming indeed faced over 10 battles, and many were incredulous at his remarkable transformation. Some even believed that defeating Lu Tianming would bring them honor. Yet, Lu Tianming met them with a mere palm strike, sending them reeling with blood streaming from their orifices. The audience was left in shock, finally understanding the terrifying prowess Lu Tianming possessed. Lu Tianming, prepare to meet your end. However, during the 17th battle, a resounding roar echoed as Situ Man, wielding his heavy mountain hammer, struck down upon the arena with a thunderous crash. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the platform to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred, instilling profound fear in all present. Remarkably, Situ Man had achieved the 8th level of Qi drawing within just a few days, an astonishing feat that left countless onlookers astounded. The distinction between the 7th and 8th levels of Qi drawing is utterly profound. It can be said that even 5 practitioners at the 7th level would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with one at the 8th level. Moreover, Situ Man possessed the bloodline of the barbarian god, albeit faint, endowing him with unparalleled strength. Naturally, Lu Tianming found himself in a perilous situation upon confronting him. The 8th level of Qi drawing. No wonder he carried such audacity. Yet, in my view, he barely meets the standard. Gulme, today I shall ensure your defeat is both comprehensive and convincing. Nevertheless, Lu Tianming merely smiled faintly and ascended the arena. Previously at the Weapons Summit, Situ Man had faced an ignoble defeat. This time, he was determined to utterly crush his opponent. Chapter 11. The Recovery of Treasures and the Bloodline Jade Pendant. Return my superior spiritual treasure, you scoundrel. Situ Man bellowed, his voice echoing with fury. The battered blade was his prized possession, and he felt as though he had been humiliated by Lu Tianming, akin to tasting excrement. If he possessed even one superior spiritual treasure, his combat prowess would multiply manifold. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a barbaric deity, as he charged fiercely towards Lu Tianming. The heavy mountain hammer in his grasp radiated a robust, earthy energy, akin to a miniature mountain crashing down, exuding an overwhelming might. Just in time. That heavy mountain hammer is quite impressive, and today it shall become mine, Lu Tianming said with a smile, extending his palm and launching a punch towards the hammer. Situ Man sneered, realizing Lu Tianming's insatiable greed. Having stolen his treasure, he now sought the heavy mountain hammer as well. Particularly astonishing was Lu Tianming's choice to confront him barehanded, a testament to his ignorance of the peril he faced. Clang! To the astonishment of all present, a surge of formidable energy erupted, and the heavy mountain hammer was sent flying. Furthermore, the terrifying force within Lu Tianming's fist caused C2 Man to cough up blood, his body recoiling like a frog, stumbling back several paces, nearly losing his footing. Countless eyes widened in disbelief. C2 Man had reached the 8th level of Qi induction, his physical strength augmented several times over. Yet he was still no match for Lu Tianming. How can his physique be so monstrous? Someone murmured hoarsely. Could it be that his Great Desolate Emperor Body has unleashed some latent potential? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The Great Desolate Emperor Body was a name of great renown. If Lu Tianming had indeed tapped into its capabilities, it would instill fear in everyone present. For it was a physique that even the ancient powers had feared. Some elders from the inner sect were also stirred. I refuse to accept this. Activate the barbarian god bloodline for me. C2 Man roared, unwilling to believe he could be outmatched by Lu Tianming. Gritting his teeth, his blood surged, releasing a thunderous roar, and his body, as if ignited, grew in stature, transforming into a giant of 7 to 8 meters tall. He swung his palm, akin to a fan, aiming another strike at Lu Tianming. This time, his aura was undeniably more terrifying. His hand sliced through the air, creating a gale that swept across the arena, causing pain to the faces of many onlookers. Anyone below the 8th level of Qi induction had no hope of withstanding such a blow. The barbarian god bloodline could push a cultivator into a frenzied state, dramatically enhancing their power. Lu Tianming, how will you resist? From a high vantage point, Lu Rulin sneered coldly, her gaze frigid. C2 Man, having achieved the 8th level of Qi induction first, was nearly unmatched among the outer sect and in a frenzied state. Even the likes of Wei Zhuofan and Yin Jiro would find it challenging to contend with him. Lu Tianming's remarkable performance in the competition had been impressive, yet she doubted he could withstand C2 Man now. Yin Jiro and Wei Zhuofan exchanged knowing smirks, convinced Lu Tianming was in for a harsh lesson. Having pushed C2 Man to this brink in the outer sect, Lu Tianming had already earned a semblance of honor. The barbarian god bloodline? Lu Tianming smiled faintly. Indeed, it was impressive. It had allowed C2 Man to attain a physical strength of at least 35,000 pounds. It was rare for anyone at the 8th level of Qi induction to possess even 10,000 pounds of divine strength, let alone 35,000. Yet for Lu Tianming, it still fell short. Next, Lu Tianming's gaze flicked to C2 Man's neck, where a jade pendant emanated an ancient aura. Within the pendant was a mysterious power that was enhancing C2 Man's vitality, resulting in his formidable presence. A bloodline jade pendant? Lu Tianming's eyes sparkled with delight. Such an extraordinary treasure contained surging energy. If he could fully refine it, his Great Desolate Emperor bones would undoubtedly undergo further refinement, significantly boosting his power. Naturally, Lu Tianming felt a pang of greed. Lu Tianming, prepare to meet your demise. C2 Man laughed heartily, his gaze towards Lu Tianming akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. This scoundrel had humiliated him at the weapon peak, and today he would finally have his revenge. With Lu Tianming out of the way, he would be rid of his foremost rival for Zhong Qinxi's affections. Big fellow, should you dare harm my elder brother Lu, I shall not let you go, Zhong Qinxi huffed, clearly displeased with the brutish C2 Man. She could not fathom why he was so infatuated with her. Hush! Around them, many mocked Lu Tianming. His astounding performance had bred jealousy, and now, with a woman defending him, it was seen as utterly disgraceful. Lu Tianming and Appo's decline over the past 2 years had been mitigated by Zhong Qinxi and Appo's as assistants. Otherwise, under Lu Mulan's oppression, he might have been expelled from the Holy Land long ago. Haha! Lu Tianming, you are indeed a pitiful man. You've disgraced yourself and all men. Kneel before me. C2 Man laughed menacingly, his eyes filled with malice. Only by defeating Lu Tianming could he have a chance to win over Zhong Qinxi. Boom! With renewed strength, he intensified his strike, causing the very space to tremble, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Lu Tianming marveled at the many gifted talents among the outer sect. Had they joined the Kunlun Holy Land earlier, their combat prowess might rival that of the inner disciples. Years ago, he had become the Holy Son of Kunlun, thanks in large part to his formidable beauty of a master. Even the most seasoned elders in the sect would turn pale in her presence. This opportunity was a stroke of fate, a chance for him to undergo a metamorphosis. It was a test of his resilience, to evolve into greatness or face utter annihilation. Turning his gaze to C2 Man, Lu Tianming coldly declared, "Since you so fervently wish to reclaim your wretched blade, today I shall use it to ensure your utter defeat." Buzzing, Lu Tianming summoned the barbarian god blade once more, cleaving through the air and unleashing a terrifying blade aura. Simultaneously, he unleashed the power of the 8 emperor bones within him, akin to 8 celestial bodies, their energy surging and elevating Lu Tianming's aura to an unimaginable height. A punch erupted from him like a divine being striking down, summoning a tempest that swept through the arena. Countless spectators gasped in shock. Lu Tianming's strength was even more terrifying than the frenzied C2 Man 8 black points. Those are the Great Desolate Emperor bones. He activated 8 in a month? An elder from the inner sect gasped in astonishment. The crowd was awash with shock. The Great Desolate Emperor bones were said to amplify 1's strength exponentially with each activation, yet the resources required for such feats were monumental. How could a mere servant disciple like Lu Tianming possess such wealth? The advancement in his power sent tremors of fear through everyone present. 8 Emperor bones. Your strength surpasses mine. C2 Man felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated Lu Tianming's transformation would be so profound in just 1 month, and the revelation filled him with dread. Seeing Lu Tianming strike, he desperately attempted to evade the incoming blade, sensing an overwhelming, tyrannical aura that promised to obliterate his arm should they clash. Bang! However, Lu Tianming sneered. As a former Holy Son, his battle experience was unparalleled. C2 Man's attempt to evade was utterly futile against him. At this moment, Lu Tianming's hand trembled, and the blade of his weapon spun ominously before striking fiercely against C2 Man's back. A sickening sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. C2 Man was struck as if by lightning, blood spewing from his mouth, his body collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, unable to rise again. A profound silence enveloped the arena. There was no doubt that C2 Man had been defeated. Countless spectators were astounded, even with the bloodline jade pendant. C2 Man was no match for Lu Tianming. The strength of Lu Tianming had once again redefined their understanding. Within the outer sect, it seemed that only Lu Mulan could possibly overpower Lu Tianming. Wei Zhuofan and Yanjiro's expressions darkened, realizing that Lu Tianming had surpassed them, leaving a sense of discomfort in their hearts. Among them, Yanjiro felt particularly conflicted. In the past, she had ardently supported the Holy Son, publicly declaring her admiration for him. Following the incident involving Dongfang Qingsheng, she felt utterly humiliated. Now, she began to reconsider, thinking that Lu Tianming might not be as weak as everyone believed. After all, how could one endure for so long and rise again if they were merely a lecher? Beside her, Yin Yuan smiled, feeling joy for Lu Tianming. He sensed that the Holy Son was not someone easily crushed. Lu Tianming waved his hand, collecting the scattered mountain hammer from C2 Man, and approached him to retrieve the bloodline jade pendant from around his neck. A grin spread across Lu Tianming's face. He vaguely sensed that C2 Man's mountain hammer was not merely a low-grade spiritual treasure. The bloodline jade pendant was also of great significance to him. This battle had yielded remarkable rewards. Subsequently, Lu Tianming stripped C2 Man of his garments, leaving him clad only in a pair of floral shorts. And upon finding no valuable items, he relented and let him be. Many were left in disbelief. This was C2 Man, whose combat prowess was sufficient to rank second in the outer sect, yet he was reduced to nothing but shorts by Lu Tianming. Such disgrace was unimaginable. C2 Man nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, on the verge of fainting from humiliation. Lu Tianming descended from the platform with an air of nonchalance. These people sought to cripple him or harm him. Such was the consequence they deserved. During the finals, I shall not let you off. Lu Mulan declared coldly as she rose. C2 Man was one of her own, and Lu Tianming's actions were akin to slapping her in the face. You should be more concerned about yourself, Lu Tianming retorted with a cold smile. The competition resumed, featuring only the elites, and the intensity of the matches stirred the blood of the spectators. Among them were those who had diligently trained for a year, their strength significantly enhanced. Lu Tianming encountered several such competitors, defeating them after a dozen exchanges, reflecting on the fact that the outer sect disciples were numerous, and one could not solely rely on rankings. Fortunately, these opponents posed no threat to Lu Tianming, allowing him to advance smoothly to the finals. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena surged to a peak. Many spectators straightened their backs, and even some elders from both the outer and inner sects focused intently, knowing that the true spectacle of the outer sect competition was about to commence. Dong! A bell rang. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Lu Tianming and Lu Mulan faced off. Lu Tianming, prepare for your downfall, Lu Mulan declared, her entire being radiating a terrifying battle intent as she soared onto the stage. A formidable aura enveloped her, sweeping through the arena like a tempest, creating a terrifying spectacle. She had broken through to the 9th level of Qi induction. Many were left in shock. Reaching the 9th level of Qi induction was an entirely different realm, with abundant spiritual energy coursing within her, even producing a hint of profound Yin energy, far surpassing the 8th level. Lu Mulan, possessing the Great Luo sword body, was even more formidable with her current cultivation. 9th level of Qi induction? Lu Mulan, we shall settle the scores of these past 2 years. Yet Lu Tianming was undaunted, sneering as he leapt onto the platform. At this moment, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Years ago, when he had been wrongfully accused by Dongfang Qingsheng and had his Dao bones stripped away, Lu Mulan had stood by, even brandishing a razor-sharp dagger to pierce his chest. The pain was indescribable. At that moment, he had vowed that if this trial did not break him, he would make this pair of sisters pay a grievous price. After 2 years of restraint, the pent-up anger within Lu Tianming erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. What a terrifying ferocity! Many outer sect disciples were aghast. Under this ferocity, their bones turned cold. One must acknowledge that Lu Tianming, once revered as the Holy Son, commanded an astonishing presence. Lu Tianming, all of this is your own doing. Do not blame others, Lu Mulan remarked icily, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold mirth. Had it not been for Lu Tianming's descent into madness, inciting the wrath of both gods and men, she would not have been so ruthless. This is due to your vile master's interference. In time, you shall understand the consequences. Lu Tianming's smile was chilling. He would not let Lu Mulan off simply for the suppression he had faced over the past 2 years. Now, his opponent appeared far more dazzling than before. Yet in his eyes, she remained merely a lowly maid. Lu Tianming, you seek death, Lu Mulan hissed, her disdain evident. She detested being regarded as a mere maid by others. Lu Tianming had struck at her sore spot. In the past, he had looked down upon her, and she had been displeased. Today, they could settle everything. The once brilliant Holy Son would be brought down by her, a maid by birth. That would be the greatest humiliation for Lu Tianming. Defeat me, Lu Mulan declared coldly, her jade finger-pointing, releasing a dazzling beam of light that shot toward Lu Tianming like a long rainbow. Within that ray, an astounding sword aura erupted. Resonating through the arena as if a celestial sword had been drawn, it sounded both magnificent and startling. Celestial sword finger? Many gasped. This was an intermediate battle technique. Combined with Lu Mulan's Great Luo sword body, it possessed the ability to pierce through all. Dong! Lu Tianming responded with a cold shout, unleashing the dragon elephant divine palm, which obliterated the sword finger with a resounding crash. Though he was merely at the 8th level of Qi induction, the refining of 8 imperial bones allowed him to contend with the 9th level without difficulty. Boom! The next moment, Lu Tianming unsheathed the barbarian divine blade, leaping toward Lu Mulan and executing the first move of the barbarian divine blade technique. Mountain and river split. The fearsome blade light seemed capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, exuding an overwhelming momentum, sharper than the dragon elephant divine palm. In the spectator area, Situman regained consciousness, consumed by rage once more. The barbarian divine blade technique was his years of research into barbarian combat skills. To see it once again wielded by Lu Tianming, he felt even more infuriated. Dong! Lu Mulan's gaze sharpened. Lu Tianming, using the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, displayed a blade technique that seemed even more formidable than that of the barbarians. In that instant, she drew the black Zhe sword from her back to counter this formidable strike. Clang! However, the force behind the strike was overwhelming, possessing the power to crush all. The black Zhe sword trembled, causing Lu Mulan's arm to ache. Lu Mulan was alarmed. The strength of Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body was so peculiar, reminiscent of savage war god, making it difficult to confront head-on. Even with a higher realm than Lu Tianming, she could not afford to be reckless. A moment's carelessness could lead to great loss. Tempestuous winds, Lu Mulan shouted, her figure suddenly shifting, and in an instant, the stage seemed to be filled with numerous Lu Mulans, all unleashing terrifying sword techniques towards Lu Tianming, the sword energy soaring to the heavens. Some intersect elders were astonished. This was an advanced battle technique. Such agility techniques were rare, and with Lu Mulan's skills, her offensive capabilities were greatly amplified. Puff, puff, puff. Lu Tianming had not anticipated that Lu Mulan would employ such exquisite footwork. Faced with a multitude of sword lights, he was momentarily caught off guard, sustaining several sword marks across his chest, back, and shoulders. Fortunately, the resilience of Lu Tianming's imperial body was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have suffered severe injuries. Nonetheless, the aura of Lu Tianming was slightly diminished. Lu Tianming, this was the resource bestowed upon me by Sister Qingcheng, and it was merely the tip of the iceberg. No matter how extraordinary you are, how could you contend with Sister Qingcheng? Lu Mulan sneered, her assault growing increasingly fierce, her expression laced with mockery. Sister Qingcheng possesses the memories of an ancient great sage and has acquired countless treasures. Her wealth is so immense that even the venerable cultivators of the wilderness domain tremble before her. Confronting Lu Tianming is akin to swatting an ant, effortless. Is that so? However, Lu Tianming chuckled coldly. He simply had not anticipated that Lu Mulan's agility was so exquisite, which had led him to fall into a passive position. Now that he had stabilized, it would not be so easy to crush him. In an instant, Lu Tianming executed a profound step, and in a heartbeat, he seemed to have gained some secret technique, appearing at Lu Mulan's left side in less than a breath, striking fiercely with his blade, aimed at her shoulder. What? A commotion erupted around them. Many were astonished by Lu Tianming's terrifying speed, which seemed even swifter than Lu Mulan's tempestuous movements. How could this be? What kind of movement technique is this? Lu Mulan's expression changed, astonished. Lu Tianming's steps appeared clumsy, reminiscent of an awkward duck. Yet they possessed the astounding ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous, breaking through her tempestuous defenses, leaving her feeling utterly absurd. Even a typical practitioner at the profound Yin realm would find it challenging to counter her technique. This movement is known as the crow step, specialized in slaying old crows. Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile. During his battles with the old crow, Lu Tianming's agility had indeed progressed significantly. The old crow's speed was astonishing, and in combat against it, he felt little. However, when fighting others, the swiftness of the crow step became glaringly apparent, like a specter, making it nearly impossible to defend against. He felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that his encounters with the old crow had yielded considerable benefits. This movement feels strangely familiar. At that moment, a voice laden with ancient weight emerged from the clouds, astonished. In the end, a gory wound was carved into Lu Mulan's shoulder, nearly slicing through her back to create a half-meter-long gash, blood spraying forth, her clothing torn, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, vibrant with vitality. Many were shocked. Since being empowered by Dongfang Qingsheng, Lu Mulan had been virtually invincible in the outer sect. To be injured in such a public setting was a staggering visual impact. Lu Tianming, I shall ensure you have no place to be buried. Lu Mulan was furious, feeling deeply humiliated that she had been wounded by the very person she held in disdain. The Great Luo sword body, Great Luo sword chi, slay. At that moment, Lu Mulan's beautiful eyes turned icy. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted from her delicate form, illuminating the long sword in her grasp with radiant brilliance, exuding the power to cleave through anything. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Mulan, filled with rage, launched a relentless onslaught against Lu Tianming. He frowned. Lu Mulan's sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful, and gradually, even his barbaric godblade began to struggle to withstand her strikes. The Great Luo sword body. Indeed, an astonishing physique that approaches the realm of spiritual bodies. At that moment, an elder from the outer sect stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Physiques are generally categorized into spiritual bodies, royal bodies, emperor bodies, saint bodies, and so forth. Individuals possessing such physiques are exceedingly rare, with few in the inner sect boasting spiritual bodies. Lu Mulan's Great Luo sword body is indeed unparalleled in the outer sect. Other elders nodded in agreement, noting Lu Mulan's exceptional talent in swordsmanship. With time, she could cultivate into a spiritual body, and it is highly likely she would surpass others. Lu Tianming, how can you contend with me? I have been nurtured by Sister Qingsheng for many years. How could you possibly compare? On the arena, Lu Mulan moved with grandiose flair, like a goddess of the sword, her entire being radiating an overwhelming sword aura, each move infused with tremendous might. She unleashed a sword strike that extended over 10 zhong, as if to cleave the heavens, shouting furiously. Countless spectators scoffed, believing Lu Tianming was doomed, forced to confront Lu Mulan's terrifying sword might. Under the profound Yin realm, none could rival her. Lu Tianming's illustrious achievements were about to meet their end. Is that so? Yet, Lu Tianming responded coldly. The Great Luo sword body has yet to reach the level of a spiritual body. It has no right to boast before him. Allow me to show you what a true physique is. With that, Lu Tianming sheathed the barbaric godblade. His mind focused as he summoned the power of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, causing the heavens to shift in color. Everyone gasped in astonishment as they beheld numerous divine lights blooming above Lu Tianming's head, finally coalescing into a resplendent golden portal. An eerie force surged forth as if the golden portal was about to be opened. Golden blood energy surged from within, instantly amplifying Lu Tianming's momentum countless times over. The golden portal. Is this the legendary 8 divine treasures of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body? Chapter 13. The golden blood chi. The air was thick with astonishment as the crowd erupted in commotion, many visibly shaken. The 8 divine repositories of the Great Wilderness Emperor's Body were mysteries sealed by the heavenly Dao. Now, how had Lu Tianming managed to manifest the golden gateway of these 8 divine repositories? Legend spoke of these portals as conduits to the world and Appo's most formidable secrets, each possessing extraordinary abilities. To everyone's disbelief, Lu Tianming had managed to shatter the shackles of the first portal. On the platform, Shenmuji's expression mirrored the shock of the crowd as he exclaimed in disbelief. The audience was further alarmed. This was nothing short of defiance against the heavens. How had Lu Tianming accomplished such a feat? It was nearly impossible for an individual to break such restraints through sheer force. Could it be that the Great Wilderness Emperor's Body would once again shine brightly through him? Some elders of the inner sect were filled with elation. For if this were true, Lu Tianming's future potential was boundless. Even if he merely unlocked one more golden portal, its power would far surpass that of the Great Wilderness Emperor's Body alone. At that moment, Lu Tianming radiated like a divine being, dazzling all who beheld him. How could you possibly be so fortunate? Lu Mulan was struck as if by lightning, her delicate face pale. Although she possessed the Luo sword body, it paled in comparison to the Great Wilderness Emperor's physique. Even her sister, Qingsheng, with her celestial saint body, might not measure up. Lu Tianming was defying the natural order, unlocking a shackle of the Great Wilderness Emperor's Body through unimaginable fortune. The shock he instilled in her heart was beyond description. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick with ominous clouds, and lightning flickered as if a heavenly tribulation were imminent. Displeased by Lu Tianming's unlocking of the first divine repository of the Great Wilderness Emperor's Body, the overwhelming pressure compelled everyone to kneel in submission. The descent of the heavenly tribulation signified that Lu Tianming had angered the will of the heavens, and calamity loomed on the horizon. Those who harbored resentment towards him rejoiced at the thought of his impending doom. The will of the heavens was a terrifying force, insurmountable. A single bolt of lightning could reduce countless cultivators to ash. The heavens would not allow the true essence of the great wilderness emperor's body to resurface in this world. And indeed, Lu Tianming was facing a backlash. Some spectators laughed with malicious glee, convinced that Lu Tianming's end was near. Zhong Qianqi's expression grew more anxious. The approaching heavenly tribulation was vast and seemed capable of annihilating the world. It would be exceedingly difficult for brother.Lu to withstand such a force. The mere act of unlocking a divine repository of the great wilderness emperor's body was already a feat of divine grace. Should he truly fall, it would indeed be a tragic loss. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the imperial body began to reveal its might, and Lu Tianming proved to be extraordinary. High above, Zhong Lingxiao was equally astonished. He had been renowned for many years, firmly positioned among the top disciples of true inheritance. Even Lu Tianming and Dongfang Qingsheng appear to him as mere juniors. Yet, Lu Tianming's rise from adversity to this remarkable stage was undeniably impressive. It seemed that the decision of that beautiful elder to designate Lu Tianming as the Holy Son was not without reason. Such fortune was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As the heavenly tribulation of the great wilderness emperor's body approached, all the elders were struck with fear, sensing that Lu Tianming might perish under its weight. With his current strength, he could not hope to contend with such a tribulation. On the arena, Lu Mulan wore a cold smirk, convinced that Lu Tianming was destined for irreversible doom. The great wilderness emperor's body was fated to be a failed vessel. The more outstanding Lu Tianming became, the closer he drew to his own demise. A tragic irony, akin to an ant striving to change its fate, yet utterly powerless. How can one fear such a heavenly tribulation? Stand aside. However, amidst the sympathetic gazes of the crowd, Lu Tianming merely smiled coldly. Through his prior discussions with the woman in white, he had learned that the clock of heaven could withstand the heavenly tribulation. He held no fear of the impending storm. In an instant, an ancient clock materialized before Lu Tianming. As bolts of lightning rained down upon it, the clock remained unscathed, emanating a terrifying aura of Dao that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth, exuding supreme majesty. What kind of clock could withstand a heavenly tribulation? Many stared wide-eyed. Some intersect elders were similarly dumbfounded. This clock bore resemblance to the legendary clock of heaven crafted by their ancestral master. They were engulfed in waves of incredulity, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. The clock of heaven was ethereal, never before possessed by anyone. That Lu Tianming could possess it was unfathomable. Fool! Fall! Lu Mulan gritted her teeth, realizing the situation had spiraled further out of control. Lu Tianming's defiance and prowess shook the very essence of her soul. In that moment, she unleashed the full power of her Deluo sword body, infusing her sword light with an indomitable force capable of cleaving through yin and yang. It contained her utmost essence and spirit. Below the mysterious yin realm, failure was all but certain. You are utterly inconsequential in my eyes. Yet, Lu Tianming smiled serenely. At that moment, a torrent of golden blood chi surged from the golden portal, enveloping him. He resembled a war god bathed in starlight, radiating an aura of invincibility. After unlocking the first shackle of the great wilderness emperor's body, Lu Tianming's combat prowess experienced a tremendous transformation. His deep-set eyes surveyed the world, as if nothing could possibly compare to his gaze. With a resounding boom, Lu Tianming unleashed a punch, sending a wave of golden blood chi soaring into the sky, capable of obliterating all existence. Crack! Lu Mulan's sword light shattered into fragments, as the force of his punch swept through like an unstoppable tide. Lu Mulan's expression shifted dramatically as she conjured an ancient shield in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Bang! Nevertheless, she was still sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. A profound silence fell over the arena. Countless spectators stood frozen, their bodies rigid with disbelief. Lu Tianming had triumphed, and fear gripped every heart. The divine repository of the great wilderness emperor's body was overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Tianming appeared as a defiant war god, his golden battle aura breathtaking. Lu Tianming smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd. He approached Lu Mulan and retrieved her storage bag. Lu Mulan screamed in fury. Within that bag lay numerous resources gifted to her by her sister, Qingqing. No matter what, she could not allow Lu Tianming to benefit. If I do not kill you, consider it mercy, yet you wish to preserve your resources? Begone. Lu Tianming delivered a kick to Lu Mulan's abdomen, causing her to spew blood once more before plummeting off the stage, unconscious. Many faces turned ashen. Lu Tianming's kick had struck her dantian, where her essence overflowed. Clearly, Lu Mulan had been rendered incapacitated. Lu Tianming, you have doomed my sister. You seek death. Just as Lu Tianming was about to open Lu Mulan's storage bag, a divine light suddenly burst forth from within. The light coalesced into the figure of a woman, exuding an aura of authority that seemed capable of dominating the world. With a single palm strike, she aimed to reduce Lu Tianming to mere pulp. Was that a manifestation of Dongfang Qingsheng? The crowd erupted in uproar. Many were astonished. Dongfang Qingsheng was the undeniable first prodigy of Kunlun's sacred land. With her celestial saint body and ancient saintly memories, she stood like a celestial being among the heavens. Even many elder figures from the wilderness domain treated her with utmost caution, for her strength had long surpassed the imagination of the masses. The emergence of her avatar, aimed at Lu Tianming, sent shivers down spines. Dongfang Qingsheng, you villain! This is the outer sect tournament. How could you intervene? Zhong Qinshi stood up, fuming. Many spectators sighed in resignation. Lu Tianming's unauthorized actions in opening Lu Mulan's storage bag had inadvertently summoned Dongfang Qingsheng's avatar. In a certain sense, it could not be deemed a violation of the rules. The power of Dongfang Qingsheng's avatar was undoubtedly above the mysterious Yin realm. Lu Tianming was indeed facing grave trouble. However, Lu Tianming's expression remained indifferent, utterly unafraid. His enmity with Dongfang Qingsheng had reached a boundless extent. It would not be so simple for this manifestation of the Tao to inflict harm upon him. Chapter 14. A Divine Body Boom. At that moment, he activated the celestial bell, the ancient bell body resembling a grand mountain, with golden blood energy surging forth, blocking the lethal strike from Dongfang Qingsheng. Moreover, the bell emanated a tremendous force that compelled Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form to stagger backward a few steps. The onlookers were astonished. Indeed, the ancient bell above Lu Tianming's head was quite remarkable. Could it be the celestial bell painstakingly refined by the ancestral master? If so, Lu Tianming's fortune was truly enviable. Dongfang Qingsheng, you wish to slay me, but it shall not be so simple. With the bell looming above him, golden blood energy surged, and strands of profound aura radiated from the bell, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, Lu Tianming's hair flowed like golden rays, exuding an air of supremacy. As he coldly mocked Dongfang Qingsheng, merely observing his aura, he was in no way inferior to her. Dongfang Qingsheng's beautiful eyes gazed at the ancient bell above Lu Tianming, radiating brilliance. Intricate engravings of flora, fauna, and ancient deities adorned the bell, depicting scenes of ancestral offerings to the heavens, exuding a grandiosity. The bell's weathered surface bore the marks of time, standing tall amidst the river of years, stirring something within her heart. This indeed appeared to be the celestial bell refined by the ancestors, an ancient divine weapon that resonated through the ages. Lu Tianming possessed such an opportunity, leaving her feeling incredulous. Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form exhibited a semblance of sentience, causing several people to change their expressions. Typically, divine forms are lifeless, dissipating shortly after being summoned. Yet, Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form possessed intelligence, showcasing her formidable prowess. No wonder it struck fear into the hearts of the venerable figures of the past. Lu Tianming, you have harmed my sister. Do you truly believe this holy maiden would hesitate to act against you? Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form, with frigid eyes, bellowed. It was as if the goddess was enraged, causing the heavens to tremble, the cosmos to shake, and the sun, moon, and stars to threaten to fall. The scene was terrifying beyond measure, even instilling fear in Su Changhai and Shenmu. Dongfang Qingsheng's overwhelming presence rendered every word and action unbearable. What if you harm my sister? I have not forgotten how you harmed me in the past. Lu Tianming retorted fiercely. There was a significant reason behind Dongfang Qingsheng's previous attack on him. Within the god burial abyss, he had clearly witnessed the dark energy emanating from her. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss with Dongfang Qingsheng. Perhaps it was to silence him that she resorted to such ruthless measures. At that moment, he never anticipated that the usually compliant Qingsheng would display such ferocity. It was the peril within the god-burial abyss that had allowed her to succeed. Regrettably, despite his blood-soaked battle to rescue her, he found himself in such a predicament, truly ironic. You fell into madness back then, your character flawed. I have shown you immense mercy by sparing your life. Yet, your ingratitude compels me to eradicate you from existence. Dongfang Qingsheng's murderous intent peeked in her beautiful eyes. Lu Tianming's great wilderness emperor body had broken the first seal, and the golden blood energy reverberated through the heavens and earth. Coupled with the formidable celestial bell, she sensed a considerable threat. Lu Tianming was no longer a mere triviality. Buzz! Dongfang Qingsheng extended her pure white hand, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks visibly withered at an alarming rate. At that moment, she radiated brilliance that surpassed even the sun in the sky. A colossal handprint took shape, descending upon Lu Tianming. Countless faces turned pale. The might of Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form was overwhelming. Such a strike was akin to a deity exterminating ants. Lu Tianming's demise seemed almost certain. Rumbling, the terrifying pressure surged forth, and Lu Tianming's entire being felt as though it might shatter. He gazed up at the gargantuan hand obscuring the sky, feeling a chill in his heart. Dongfang Qingsheng was undoubtedly far more radiant than in the past, and her divine form likely reached the pinnacle of the fierce sun realm. The 6 realms of cultivation, qi induction, profound yin, fierce sun, divine elixir, Dao sovereign, and celestial being, each realm representing a significant threshold. To a practitioner at the qi induction realm, the profound yin realm was already insurmountable. The fierce sun realm was even more so. Given the strength of Dongfang Qingsheng's divine form, her true self must be at least in the divine elixir realm, potentially even approaching Dao sovereign. A chill coursed through Lu Tianming's heart. During his peak, he had barely entered the divine elixir realm. Dongfang Qingsheng had indeed surpassed him by a considerable margin. She was rightfully hailed as the most brilliant saintess of Kunlun's sacred land throughout the ages. Should she break through to the celestial being realm, reaching even loftier heights would be entirely feasible. At that moment, gritting his teeth, he prepared to summon the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, drawing upon his primal power to confront Dongfang Qingsheng. Although this would undoubtedly deplete his physical strength, the current situation left no room for hesitation. Caw! Just then, the caw of a crow echoed, and a flash of black light appeared, swiftly dissipating Dongfang Qingsheng's formidable palm strike that seemed capable of toppling the heavens. Then, a voice filled with an air of authority resonated throughout the realm. Dongfang Qingsheng, you little girl, as a saintess, is it not unbecoming to strike against my esteemed nephew? The sudden voice left everyone in the square momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting in astonishment. Above Lu Tianming's head, an elderly crow had appeared, its feathers tinged with gray, yet emanating a terrifying and vast aura, as if standing amidst a boundless sea of darkness, capable of overturning the heavens. At that moment, it casually scratched its beak with one claw, casting a sidelong glance at Dongfang Qingsheng, exuding an air of haughty superiority. A crow possessed such formidable power? Everyone was dumbfounded. This crow had likely reached the celestial realm. It was utterly spine-chilling, as in a vast wilderness, no one could rival it. The leader of Kunlun's sacred land, the Sun Sovereign, was merely at the Dao sovereign realm. Yet here stood a crow of astonishing might, referring to Lu Tianming as his nephew, which felt utterly absurd. This crow was once the pet of Chu Lingxin. Some elders from the inner sect recalled something and exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Lingxin was, in fact, Lu Tianming's master, who had brought him back to the sacred land from the wilderness over a decade ago. Her identity was shrouded in mystery, and many reclusive elders within the sacred land were wary of her. Back when Lu Tianming first showed promise, she sought to appoint him as her holy son. Many obstinate elders opposed this, claiming that the position of holy son was of great significance and should not be decided lightly. However, Chu Lingxin was exceedingly domineering, directly slapping down the numerous clan elders, leaving them bruised and battered until they complied. Thus, Lu Tianming's position as the Holy Son was solidified, making him a veritable little demon king within the sacred land. The crow had frequently pilfered spiritual fruits from the sacred land's medicinal garden and caused chaos, driving many elders to the brink of madness. Now, witnessing this crow once more left everyone in a daze. "You old crow, you're so impressive." Lu Tianming was also taken aback. This crow often infuriated him to no end, yet turned out to be a celestial realm powerhouse, leaving him utterly astonished. "Hey kid, you have no idea how much more impressive I am. If it weren't for Chu Lingxin asking me to look after you, I wouldn't bother with you at all." The old crow elevated its nostrils, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned, several times when he was bullied in the outer sect and severely injured. He inexplicably recovered the following day. It seemed this old crow had saved him. His beautiful master, though often unreliable, had indeed nurtured a crow with remarkable prowess. He felt a pang of regret. Having previously been disrespectful to such a powerful being was rather inappropriate. "Rest assured, young lad, I, your esteemed crow, am magnanimous and will not hold your previous rudeness against you." The old crow's eyes twinkled knowingly as it laughed heartily. Lu Tianming smiled, for he was shrouded by the presence of the crow. Who could he possibly fear henceforth? His springtime was surely approaching. The fierce yet beautiful master had finally proven to be reliable. He longed to laugh uproariously at the heavens. As Dongfang Qingsheng beheld the ancient crow emanating the aura of a celestial realm, she felt a profound shock within her heart. In the desolate lands, celestial beings were few and far between. Even the esteemed elders of the four great holy places found it challenging to attain such a level of prowess. With such an unfathomable crow by his side, her astonishment was palpable. "The crow Taoist," she remarked, "this is a clash among the younger generation. It seems rather inappropriate for one of your stature to intervene." Following this, Dongfang Qingsheng scoffed coldly. Chapter 15. Celestial fire. She had heard of the old crow, known as the crow Taoist in the sacred land. Most spoke of him with clenched teeth, wishing to pluck his feathers and brew a potion. Today, upon encountering the old crow, his lewd demeanor revealed much. "You broke the rules first. I, the crow elder, am merely responding. Do not flaunt your status as a saintly maiden before me. Even if your master, the barbarian dragon Taoist, were to come, I would not be intimidated." The old crow cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Qingsheng, his expression haughty. Though his aura was thick, he resembled a rogue rather than a sage. The mention of the barbarian dragon Taoist made many inner-sect elders twitch at the corners of their mouths. The barbarian dragon Taoist was a venerable figure in Kunlun's sacred land, renowned for nearly a millennium. Dongfang Qingsheng, who could instill a sense of caution even in the lord of the sacred land, had the support of the barbarian dragon Taoist. The old crow's casual remarks were indeed shocking, revealing his extraordinary lineage and power. "You." Dongfang Qingsheng's law body fumed. In her mind, her master epitomized strength and dominance, looking down upon all. The old crow's disrespect irked her. "Qingsheng, cease this. The crow Taoist is not someone you can confront." At this moment, an ethereal, aged voice echoed from the heavens. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened, revealing an old figure bathed in divine light. He sat high above, exuding an aura that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens and earth, his presence terrifying, as if he were not of this world. Everyone's hearts nearly leapt from their chests. This was indeed the barbarian dragon Taoist. To witness him was a rare fortune. "Haha, crow Taoist, it has been quite some time." The barbarian dragon Taoist greeted the old crow with a smile, his tone neutral, akin to that of old friends reuniting. "Indeed, it has been a while. I look forward to experiencing your barbarian divine techniques again." The old crow chuckled lewdly. The barbarian dragon Taoist's eyes twitched slightly, a hint of anger surfacing. Years ago, the old crow had exploited him during his cultivation, causing him significant loss. He had not forgotten that debt. However, this was not the time to settle old scores. With a cold snort, he departed with Dongfang Qingsheng's law body. Given his status, he would not have descended to the outer sect if not for the old crow. "Lu Tianming, even if you enter the inner sect, it would be effortless for me to deal with you. Just wait and see. Opposing me will lead to your regret." Dongfang Qingsheng said, lifting the severely injured Lu Mulan, whose pale face and weak breaths ignited her fury. Her chest heaved violently as she glared at Lu Tianming. her tone icy. With that, her law body transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the outer sect. As they watched Dongfang Qingqing's retreating figure, many disciples felt a chill. Although Lu Tianming's performance today was astonishing, breaking the shackles of the Great Wilderness Emperor's body and seemingly wielding the celestial bell, he remained fundamentally weaker than Dongfang Qingqing. His greatest influence lay within the inner sect, and entering would indeed be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Clearly, Lu Tianming and Appo's future will be fraught with challenges. Lu Tianming smiled indifferently, showing no concern. Even if the path ahead was fraught with difficulties, he would face them head-on. Dongfang Qingqing owed him, and he would ensure she repaid her debt. In this outer set competition, the champion is Lu Tianming, announced Su Changhai with a hearty laugh. The annual outer set competition had finally concluded amidst great excitement. Many rose to leave, their expressions lingering with unfulfilled desire. Lu Tianming's performance was so dazzling it reverberated throughout the sacred land. The once silent saint, a man once scorned, had truly returned. Was I wrong? Yanjiro smiled bitterly. From Lu Tianming's display today, the past events seemed rather peculiar. Back then, Lu Tianming had regarded her as a younger sister and treated her well. She had personally buried those connections, and it felt like poetic justice. Sister, in a few days, the selection conference will commence. Once we enter the inner sect, perhaps we can see if we can mend our relationship with the saint's son. Yin Yuhuan sighed beside her, knowing her sister had once harbored deep feelings for Lu Tianming. After all the turmoil, it was indeed a pity. Had her sister believed in Lu Tianming's integrity, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Yanjiro nodded bitterly, realizing her short-sightedness. Many young women shared her sentiments. Lu Tianming's victory today had stirred much admiration and awe among the outer sect disciples. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lu Tianming found numerous love letters tucked beside the well, filled with praise and regret. He merely smiled and incinerated them in a blaze, deeming them too late. You've truly impressed me. With the Great Wilderness Emperor's body, how did you come by such a physique? Upon returning to his abode, the old crow fluttered around, chattering with excitement. For some time, it had suppressed its identity, harboring a multitude of questions, now unable to contain its curiosity. I am blessed by fortune. Gifted with an imperial body, Lu Tianming puffed out his chest proudly. Having grown accustomed to the old crow's presence over the past 2 years, he felt no need to restrain himself. It was merely a pet raised by his beautiful master. Do you take me for a child? I don't believe such ridiculous tales. The old crow retorted in anger, perching atop Lu Tianming's head and delivering a swift peck. The Great Wilderness Emperor's body was rare, and Lu Tianming's misfortunes over the past 2 years made the awakening of such a body seem more absurd than luck. Curse you, old crow. I might tell you if you tell me where my beautiful master has gone, Lu Tianming groaned, nursing his head. The old crow's strength was overwhelming, rendering him powerless against it. He could only endure its onslaught. He reminisced about the dismal times spent with his beautiful master. You think you can extract information from me? You are too naive. I do not know where your beautiful master has gone. The old crow shook its head. It harbored a deep-seated wariness of Chu Lingxin, a being it deemed extraordinary, unlike any it had encountered in its long life. It recalled a time when it had enjoyed a lavish meal, only to be captured by Chu Lingxin, leaving it utterly despondent. Lu Tianming shook his head. His master was always enigmatic and elusive. For now, focusing on his own situation was of utmost importance. After successfully sending the old crow away, he sat on his bed, contemplating his gains. He had to admit, this outer set competition had provided him with numerous battles and countless spatial bags. His current resources were astonishingly abundant. With over 10,000 spirit stones, more than 10,000 body-refining pills, and countless other elixirs and spirit herbs, his smile nearly stretched to the back of his head. After years of poverty, this was the first time he encountered such wealth. With these resources, breaking through to the profound Yin realm would be no challenge. Buzz. As he examined his resources, the ancient bronze coffin trembled once more, resonating with an ancient jade tablet within Lu Mulan's spatial bag. Their treasures. Lu Tianming's heart leaped in joy. The bronze coffin flew forth, devouring the jade tablet in one swift motion. Finally, a flickering flame emerged, swirling with intense fire. The sudden appearance of the flame caused the room's temperature to soar, leaving Lu Tianming drenched in sweat, a sense of fear enveloping him. This cluster of flames radiates a golden hue, appearing feeble. Yet Lu Tianming perceives an aura capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Underneath this flame, all living beings seem insignificant, as if they could be extinguished in an instant. Is this celestial fire? At this moment, a voice of mild astonishment emanates from within the ancient bronze vessel, belonging to a woman clad in white. Celestial fire? What is celestial fire? Lu Tianming queries, bewildered. In the realm of cultivation, he had heard of true fire and spiritual fire, yet never of celestial fire. It is a wondrous flame birthed from the cosmos, of an exalted rank, far surpassing true fire and spiritual fire. You, my friend, are most fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure, the woman in white exclaims, her tone laced with unmistakable astonishment. Such flames are exceedingly rare, even for ancient sages who would find it arduous to acquire them. Moreover, if cultivated, it holds the potential to evolve into imperial fire, a force of unimaginable terror. The prospect of becoming imperial fire? Lu Tianming gasps, for it is an entity capable of cataclysmic destruction. Throughout history, instances of imperial fire have been exceedingly scarce. The immense value of this celestial fire is indeed astonishing. It is a rare gem, one that would prompt numerous ancient beings in the alchemical world to covet it fiercely. The woman in white nods in agreement. Just this flame alone could render Lu Tianming's future endeavors in alchemy boundless. Throughout the annals of alchemical history, those who possess celestial fire are few and far between. Furthermore, harboring celestial fire within one's body has its advantages, aiding Lu Tianming in incinerating the shackles of the heavenly path, thus facilitating the opening of the Great Wilderness Emperor's divine repository. It also allows for the purification of his meridians and the tempering of his corporeal form, proving to be of infinite utility. How delightful! The young girl Lu Mulan has indeed bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. Lu Tianming beams with uncontainable joy. He had anticipated that even individuals like Situ Man and Lu Xian would have opportunities to reap such rewards. Given Lu Mulan's status as a Dao sword body and her close association with Dongfang Qingsheng, it is only natural that she would possess extraordinary treasures. He wonders what astonishing artifact he might acquire upon defeating Dongfang Qingsheng in the future. Lu Tianming rubs his hands together, filled with eager anticipation. The woman in white casts a sidelong glance at Lu Tianming, sensing a tinge of lewdness in his demeanor. Having preserved her purity for so many years, it seems a travesty to have to share her fortune with such a scoundrel. Days later, Lu Tianming concludes his cultivation. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura emanates from his being, surging like a vast ocean, with Lu Tianming at its epicenter, exuding an air of sacred solemnity. Finally, Lu Tianming opens his eyes, overwhelmed by the abundant energy coursing through him, and cannot help but smile broadly. Having refined all the spirit stones and body-tempering pills, along with the energy from Situ Man's bloodline jade pendant, Lu Tianming's cultivation base surges once more. He has now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi induction, a mere step away from entering the Xianyin realm. The bones of the Great Wilderness Emperor have also been further refined, reaching a total of 16 pieces. This equates to a staggering 8,000 pounds of divine power. In the realm of Qi induction, such strength has never been achieved in Kunlun's sacred land. Incredible. Young man, 8,000 pounds of divine power. This nearly shatters the limits of Qi induction cultivation in the wilderness. In his prime, Dongfang Qingsheng possessed no more than 60,000 pounds of divine power at this stage. The old crow caws in astonishment, eager to dissect Lu Tianming for a thorough examination. Even the descendants of ancient ferocious beasts would be hard-pressed to possess such divine strength at this level. It is all due to the merits of the Great Wilderness Emperor's body. Lu Tianming chuckles, thoroughly satisfied with his current prowess. Under the incineration of the celestial fire, his first divine repository shackles have melted away more extensively, and the golden portal has widened significantly. If he were to summon forth the golden blood energy within, Lu Tianming feels that even those in the Xianyin realm would turn pale with dread. Chapter 16. The Palace Election Conference now. Should he encounter Lu Mulan, he could easily resolve the matter with a single strike, a stark contrast to his previous self. "Brother Tianming, today we can attend the palace selection conference," exclaimed Zhong Xinshi, her face alight with joy. Clad in a flowing red dress that accentuated her alluring curves, she resembled a delicate sprite, enchanting in her beauty. "Very well. Let us set forth," Lu Tianming replied with a light-hearted smile, having completed a brief grooming before embarking on their journey. Following each external competition, the palace election conference would ensue, where the inner sanctum of Kunlun's sacred land boasted 4 great palaces, each housing astonishing legacies and profound mysteries. Previously, he had been the eldest disciple of the Yu Palace, commanding over 100,000 disciples. However, this time, Lu Tianming intended to join the Huang Palace instead. His practice of the dragon elephant divine palm served as a foundational technique for the Huang Palace's formidable dragon elephant sacred heavenly force, significantly aiding his mastery of this art. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly force was renowned across the wilderness, its might capable of shaking the heavens and earth, promising immense enhancement to his future combat prowess. He was deeply committed to this pursuit, determined to rectify all past regrets and cultivate the most potent path. Alongside Zhong Xinshi, they traversed numerous peaks, eventually arriving before a magnificent mountain range. The peaks were grandly constructed, with vibrant landscapes and ethereal mist cascading like celestial energy. Floating islands adorned the azure sky, creating a breathtaking vista reminiscent of a fairyland, a stark contrast to the barren outer gate. How intriguing! There exists a dragon vein sealed within the inner gate of Kunlun sacred land. "No wonder it has thrived for countless years," remarked a woman in white. "A dragon vein?" Lu Tianming was taken aback. This was a gathering of the Earth's essence, the culmination of cosmic creation. The rumors of a dragon vein in the wilderness were elusive. Yet here in Kunlun's sacred land, its existence was truly remarkable. However, it seemed that this dragon vein harbored something unusual, as the woman's enchanting gaze shimmered with depth as she stared at the ground. "What kind of thing?" Lu Tianming inquired, puzzled. The woman fell silent, choosing not to elaborate. Left with unanswered questions, Lu Tianming could only shake his head in frustration. The enigmatic woman often seemed shrouded in mystery, likely affected by her prolonged confinement within the ancient bronze coffin. After a moment of internal lamentation, Lu Tianming arrived at an expansive square situated on the mountainside. "Have you heard? The champion of this external competition is Lu Tianming. Is that possible? Wasn't he just a waste? You're behind on the news." For some reason, he managed to unleash the Great Desolate Emperor Body, breaking a seal, summoning a heavenly tribulation, and even acquired the ancestors' clock of heaven, stunning everyone, including Dongfang Qingqing's avatar. Upon his arrival, Lu Tianming overheard numerous disciples animatedly discussing the events of the external competition, their excitement palpable. Clearly, the happenings had already reached the inner gate. "Is that Lu Tianming?" One disciple gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they recognized the tall, handsome young man. Their expressions were filled with envy, acknowledging that Lu Tianming had now become someone not easily trifled with. With a faint smile gracing his features, Lu Tianming remained unfazed, scanning the crowd and spotting several familiar faces: Situ Man, Wei Zhuofan, Yanjuro, and Lu Mulan, each regarding him with a mix of anger, awe, complexity, and loathing. "What are you staring at? Did I not prove myself in the external competition?" he remarked nonchalantly, absent-mindedly scratching his ear. Lu Mulan's face turned icy, her voice laced with menace. "Where's my storage bag? Return it to me." It contained her years of accumulated resources and some mysterious items, which Lu Tianming had taken, leaving her sleepless with rage. "Once something is in my possession, it is hardly reasonable to return it. If you possess the capability, come and reclaim it," Lu Tianming retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Mulan. Her delicate face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not act rashly. Despite having received assistance from her sister Qingsheng to restore her dantian and enhance her strength, she still harbored some trepidation regarding Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor Body, which radiated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a golden war deity ravaging the 8 desolations. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. "Hell, Lu Tianming. The inner gate is not like the outer gate. Though you may have gained some notoriety there," Here, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down." A voice interjected with a light laughter. A young man clad in white approached, his handsome visage and breezy demeanor complemented by a warm smile. Yet his brow bore a condescending air, treating Lu Tianming with disdain. "Who do you think you are? This son does not require your lectures." Lu Tianming shot back without hesitation. The white-clad youth's expression turned cold, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he replied with a smile. "Bold of you. I am Zhao Yuanfeng, and I look forward to learning about the former son's reputation." He emphasized the term former son, his tone dripping with sarcasm, prompting derisive laughter from onlookers. Many revere the Inner Gate's saintly female disciples, and Lu Tianming, having once desecrated one, was viewed with disdain by many. "Have you not heard? You are not worthy of my attention." Lu Tianming shrugged, dismissively. To be remembered by him, one would need to be among the top 50 true disciples in the four palaces, a status Zhao Yuanfeng evidently lacked. "You will come to know of my Zhao Yuanfeng's renown, and it will leave a profound impression on you," he said with a faint smile, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. "Now, Lu Tianming, as the champion of the external competition, which palace do you wish to join?" At that moment, several beams of light descended, coalescing into the figures of several elders. Leading them was Shun Muji, the elder of the Yu Palace. The others included a man, a beautiful woman, and a somewhat disheveled old man. Kong Qianchuan of the Zhou Palace, Su Yi of the Hong Palace, and the 3 lakh Taoists of the Huang Palace. Numerous gazes converged on them, for the Yu Palace was the strongest of the four. Lu Mulan and Dongfang Qingsheng were present. Shun Muji was the former's master, making it tantamount to stepping into a trap for Lu Tianming should he choose the Yu Palace. The remaining 3 palaces would also pose obstacles to his path, rendering any choice unfavorable for him. Many observers exchanged knowing glances. Lu Mulan's lips curled into a cold smirk, convinced that Lu Tianming would inevitably choose the Yu Palace, which would facilitate their contrivances against him. Shun Muji's expression was equally frigid. Lu Mulan was his beloved disciple, and having nearly been crippled by Lu Tianming during the external competition, he seethed with anger. He envisioned settling the score once Lu Tianming entered the Yu Palace, regarding him with a predatory gaze. "These fellows are utterly detestable." Zhong Xianqi huffed, comprehending Shun Muji's intentions. "Heh, Shun Muji, I know you are eager for me to join the Yu Palace, but alas, with Dongfang Qingsheng around, your palace's fortunes are ill-fated. I would rather not see your sour face every day. Thus, I choose to join the Huang Palace." Just as everyone presumed, Lu Tianming would opt for the Yu Palace. He simply smiled and spread his hands. "What?" The crowd was taken aback. Huang Palace? This was the weakest of the 4 palaces, its guardian secret technique. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly force, having languished for years without study, its disciples barely numbering 1/5 of those in the other 3 palaces. Historically, the Huang Palace had only accepted those rejected by the other 3. Lu Tianming's choice to join the Huang Palace was indeed unexpected. Chapter 17. The Assessment at Last. A discerning individual has emerged. Lu Tianming, your vision is commendable. I hold great expectations for you, remarked the elderly San Ke Dao Run, laughing heartily as he flicked his sparse hair. Recruiting a champion from the outer set competition would certainly elevate his standing among the other elders. He never anticipated that a prodigious talent like Lu Tianming would choose to join the Desolate Palace. Lu Tianming, are you aware that the inheritance of the Desolate Palace is severely lacking, and its resources are the most meager among the 4 palaces? If you opt to join, your achievements within the next few years will be limited, and you would be jesting with your own future, said Shun Muji, his expression darkening. He was infuriated that Lu Tianming dared to openly belittle him, a humiliation heightened by the prospect of the outer sect champion joining the Desolate Palace. He was still waiting for Lu Tianming to bow his head and join the Yu Palace instead. Lu Tianming's choice left him feeling as though he had struck at empty air. Meanwhile, Lu Mulan furrowed her brow, taken aback by Lu Tianming's decision to enter the Desolate Palace. Was he doing so to avoid Sister Qingsheng? Or was he hoping to acquire the dragon elephant sacred heavenly force? A cold smile crept across her lips as she considered the possibility. While Lu Tianming practiced the dragon elephant divine palm, it might offer a chance to attain the dragon elephant sacred heavenly force. Yet that was merely a fleeting rumor. with no guarantee of success. Many talented individuals throughout history had returned empty-handed, wasting precious time. Lu Tianming's aspirations seemed to her nothing more than the dreams of a fool. It appeared that even the once holy son had become timid, fearing the saintess, and thus refraining from joining the U-Palace. Indeed, as cultivators, if we shrink back in fear without a fight, we shall struggle to achieve greatness. Some bystanders shook their heads and chuckled coldly. Had Lu Tianming joined the U-Palace, it could be seen as self-imposed entrapment, yet they would still respect him as a man. Joining the weakest, desolate palace, however, seemed to reflect a cowardly spirit. Lu Tianming merely smiled, unfazed. Throughout his life, he had no need to explain his actions to others. You cannot join the desolate palace, Shinmuji declared with a sullen visage. This is my choice. You can gnash your teeth in frustration, Lu Tianming retorted, unflinching. Shinmuji's face twitched in anger. Conversing with this fellow was akin to choking on his own words. At that moment, Zhao Yuanfeng stepped forward, smiling. Joining one of the four palaces is not solely a matter of personal will. It must also undergo a series of assessments determined by the assessment envoy. Coincidentally, I have received a task at the task peak, and I am assigned to this role. Let me evaluate junior brother Lu Tianming to see if he is suited for the desolate palace and Appo's inheritance. As he spoke, Zhao Yuanfeng produced a token inscribed with the words Assessment Envoy. This revelation startled many. It was evident that Zhao Yuanfeng had come prepared, aiming to target Lu Tianming. Numerous individuals were aware of his admiration for Lu Mulan, who had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Lu Tianming during the outer sect competition. This was clearly an attempt to restore Lu Mulan's honor. As the atmosphere around them grew tense, Lu Tianming raised an eyebrow, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Junior brother Lu, do you dare accept this assessment? If you are too afraid, heed your senior brother's advice and obediently join the U-Palace. Zhao Yuanfeng taunted with a smile, hand behind his back. Having already entered the Xianyin realm and nearing the mid-stage, testing a newly initiated disciple would be trivial for him. As his words fell, the tension in the air thickened. Many felt a sense of pity for Lu Tianming, as it seemed he could not escape the clutches of mockery today. In confronting me, Lu Tianming, I possess a myriad of methods to deal with you in the inner sect, Lu Mulan remarked with a cold smile. Knowing that many would turn against Lu Tianming without her needing to speak, numerous disciples in the inner sect yearned to impress the saintess. Very well, if you seek humiliation, I shall grant you your wish. Shortly, you will be left in tears, reduced to nothing but a pair of flowery shorts. Lu Tianming sighed lightly. He despised hypocrites like Zhao Yuanfeng, who concealed their true nature behind a facade of politeness. Accepting the opportunity presented to him was a matter of course. Zhao Yuanfeng's gaze turned icy. Did Lu Tianming truly believe himself to be the once holy son? His repeated disrespect warranted a lesson in the dignity of intersect seniors. Prepare yourself. With that, Zhao Yuanfeng moved, striking towards Lu Tianming with a forceful palm, unleashing a torrent of Xianyin energy that momentarily froze the space around them, causing many souls to tremble in fear. This was the might of the Xianyin realm. The energy within him was far superior to the spiritual energy absorbed by ordinary cultivators. A mere wisp could freeze the internal energies of a human being. Having broken through to the Xianyin realm at least 2 years prior, Zhao Yuanfeng and Appo's attack was ferocious. Your Xianyin energy is too rudimentary to be of any consequence. Lu Tianming sneered. The quality of Xianyin energy varied greatly, depending on the cultivator's true qi and absorbed spiritual energy. Zhao Yuanfeng's Xianyin energy was the lowest grade, posing no threat to Lu Tianming. With the power refined through his Da Huang Heart Sutra, he could confront it head-on. Break! Lu Tianming declared coldly, clenching his fist and launching a counterattack. With a resounding boom, golden blood energy erupted from his every pore, pulsating like flames of gold. His hair shimmered with golden brilliance, his entire being radiating an aura akin to a divine entity. This was the result of his possession of the celestial fire, continuously burning away the shackles of his Da Huang imperial body, opening a greater gateway. With a single motion, the golden blood energy coursed through his body, rendering him invincible. This was a stark contrast to his previous performance in the outer sect competition. Boom! In the eyes of many astonished witnesses, Lu Tianming's magnificent golden fist collided violently with Zhao Yuanfeng's fierce palm, unleashing a shockwave of energy. Zhao Yuanfeng was sent reeling, spitting blood, his aura diminished. The crowd was astounded. Lu Tianming's strength had surged dramatically in just a few days. His physical power was akin to that of a savage dragon, imbued with an overwhelming force. It was estimated that his strength surpassed 80,000 jin. 80,000 jin of divine power? How could this be possible? Shinmuji was equally astonished. This was nearly the peak of the Qi realm, an achievement unseen in Kunlun's sacred land for centuries. Lu Tianming's physical prowess left him thoroughly impressed. Zhao Yuanfeng, do you yield? Lu Tianming asked with a proud demeanor, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had withheld some of his strength. Otherwise, Zhao Yuanfeng could have been crushed to a pulp. I will not yield. Zhao Yuanfeng roared, his expression twisted with fury. He was a genius of the inner sect, and while he might not be the strongest among the vast inner sect, he could not be bested by a newly initiated disciple, especially with Lu Mulan watching. Divine Light Mirror, attack. With that, Zhao Yuanfeng formed an intricate seal, causing his crown to glow. A resplendent divine mirror materialized. With a swift motion, a beam of divine light erupted, shooting towards Lu Tianming. Unprepared for such a treasure, Lu Tianming found himself pierced through the shoulder, staggering back several steps. Junior brother Lu, it is an honor for you to witness my divine light mirror in action. Zhao Yuanfeng proclaimed triumphantly, his hair billowing as the mirror radiated divine light, an aura of superiority enveloping him. The divine light mirror, an exceptional spiritual treasure. Many gasped in awe. Such treasures were exceedingly rare in the inner sect. Zhao Yuanfeng had spent years acquiring it from the task hall, and now, its display incited envy among all. The lethal light emitted by the divine light mirror was exceptionally sharp, utterly unyielding beneath the Xian Yin realm. An exceptional spiritual treasure? Lu Tianming and Appo's gaze flickered. The top-tier spiritual treasures at the outer sect were nearly unparalleled. Upon arriving at the inner sect, he witnessed disciples showcasing exquisite spiritual treasures, prompting him to marvel at the inner sect and Appo's superiority, which was beyond comparison to the outer sect. As Lu Tianming entered the Yugu Palace, he resolved not to squander his innate talents. His senior brother might show leniency, but otherwise, one should not blame him for being merciless in his actions. Zhao Yuanfeng approached with an icy demeanor, striding forward, his head radiating divine light that shone brilliantly, akin to a resplendent sun, dazzling in its brilliance. Zhao Yuanfeng resembled a sovereign, whose authority was not to be defied. Chapter 18. The Supreme Spirit Treasure. The heavy mountain hammer, the Supreme Spirit Treasure, had yet to dare boast before him. However, Lu Tianming smiled faintly, unperturbed, with his myriad of methods. Even the Supreme Spirit Treasure was not insurmountable. Shinmuji, Lu Mulan, and others wished for him to enter the Cosmic Palace, but he would not grant their desires. The Dragon Elephant Sacred Heaven technique of the Abandoned Palace was his true objective. Even if the Heavenly King himself arrived, he would not be hindered. Looking for a challenge. Are we? I shall oblige. Zhao Yuanfeng sneered, having previously assured Lu Mulan that he would ensure Lu Tianming joined the Cosmic Palace to avenge the external sect competition. And now he would not go back on his word. Godly sword chi kill. In that instant, Zhao Yuanfeng's gaze sharpened dramatically, his energy surging like a drawn divine sword. And he shouted again. The ancient mirror blazed with light, and radiant divine beams shot towards Lu Tianming like a tempest. Each beam carried a fierce momentum, as if capable of piercing through all existence. Hundreds of divine lights surged forth, resembling a rain of swords that sent shivers down one's spine. Do not presume only you possess a supreme spirit treasure. Lu Tianming scoffed. After seizing the heavy mountain hammer from Situ Man, he had discovered seals upon it, which he unraveled with a bronze ancient coffin, elevating the hammer to the level of a supreme spirit treasure. In the contest of treasures, he had no reason to fear. Boom! Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Lu Tianming wielded the heavy mountain hammer, which radiated a glorious golden light, exuding an aura of earthiness and immense power, swirling forth with a might to obliterate all. Crack! 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 Numerous divine sword lights shattered upon impact. Lu Tianming brandished the heavy mountain hammer like an ancient barbarian god, striding across the ground towards Zhao Yuanfeng. The entire square trembled, and Lu Tianming's imposing presence was overwhelming, captivating all eyes. Many gasped in shock. Lu Tianming possessed a supreme spirit treasure as well. Was this something an outer sect disciple could obtain? Even inner sect disciples found it exceedingly difficult. Zhao Yuanfeng's possession was merely due to a stroke of fortune, having been favored and guided by the Holy Maiden, amassing substantial contribution points in the process. For Lu Tianming to possess a supreme spirit treasure in the meager outer sect was utterly astonishing. Curse you, Lu Tianming! I shall tear you apart. Sitaman's teeth were nearly ground to dust as he roared. The heavy mountain hammer had been entrusted to him by his kin before his departure. Indeed sealed, to prevent over-reliance on treasures. It was to be unsealed once his strength reached a certain level. Now, it had inadvertently benefited Lu Tianming, making him seethe with rage. Why was this fellow's discernment so keen? Beside him, Lu Mulan was equally astonished. If once could be attributed to luck, then with the dragon elephant divine palm, the barbarian godblade, and now the heavy mountain hammer, Lu Tianming had repeatedly transformed waste into treasure. Such discernment was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Gazing at Lu Tianming's tall figure, she felt an odd intuition. What he had displayed was merely a fraction. Perhaps within him lay even more astonishing secrets yet to be revealed. A sense of discomfort stirred within her, as if her own opportunities were slipping away into the abyss. Inciting her ire, she felt that after Lu Tianming acquired her storage pouch, he must have garnered significant rewards as well. Boom! Lu Tianming's aura surged like a mountain, and in an instant, he was beside Zhao Yuanfeng, the heavy mountain hammer spinning in his hand, carrying overwhelming power akin to a grand mountain, crashing down upon him. Zhao Yuanfeng's breath caught, his face paling. This strike could very well leave him utterly humiliated. He hastily summoned all his energy, urging the divine light mirror to emit brilliant radiance in an attempt to withstand Lu Tianming's monumental assault. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. Lu Tianming's attack bore an astonishing 80,000 gene of divine strength, combined with the might of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. And the surging golden blood energy was nothing short of divine, capable of slaying gods and obliterating Buddhas. Despite Zhao Yuanfeng's superior cultivation, he was no match for Lu Tianming. Ultimately, blood erupted from his mouth, and his body was sent flying like a ball, rolling across the square before coming to a messy halt. The crowd turned their gaze, faces contorted in shock. Zhao Yuanfeng was a pitiful sight, bruised and battered, hair disheveled, and several teeth shattered, lying there like a dead dog, rolling his eyes in utter defeat. He had indeed been on the brink of utter humiliation. The supreme spirit treasure, the divine light mirror, bore a shocking crack, nearly shattering into pieces. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. Lu Tianming's strength was truly monstrous, akin to a humanoid beast. In the realm of the Xianin, how many dared confront him head-on? Gulp! Situ Man, Wei Zhuofan, and Yin Zhuro turned pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, gazing at Lu Tianming with fear. Particularly, Wei Zhuofan and Yin Zhuro shivered, grateful that they had not encountered Lu Tianming during the external sect competition. Otherwise, their fates would have been grim indeed. Lu Tianming's power was beyond comprehension. What is happening? Lu Mulan's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. That Zhao Yuanfeng was not even a match for Lu Tianming and had been utterly humiliated was incredibly disgraceful. Lu Tianming's rapid advancement in strength sent chills down her spine, and she unconsciously harbored a shadowy fear of him. Well, it seems the examiners are not as formidable as they claim. I desire to join whichever palace I choose. Your interference is unwelcome, Lu Tianming remarked with a calm smile, directing his gaze at Shenmuji above. Shenmuji's face twitched, feeling a stinging heat. Zhao Yuanfeng had been his suggestion to deal with Lu Tianming. To see Lu Tianming dispatch him so easily felt like a slap to his own face. However, the rules were set, and he could not go back on his word. So he coldly replied, having defeated the examiner, if you wish to join the abandoned palace, you may do so, as you desire. However, you will soon understand the dire consequences of joining the abandoned palace during the Four Palaces Martial Assembly 3 months from now. Do not come to regret it. With that, He angrily flicked his sleeve and departed. In response, some disciples of the Cosmic Palace cast icy smiles at Lu Tianming. The Four Palaces Martial Assembly was a grand event held every 2 years among the four great palaces: Cosmic, Universe, Flood, and Wilderness. All disciples were required to participate. Lu Tianming's joining of the abandoned palace would undoubtedly hinder his future prospects. The disciples of the Cosmic Palace would surely keep an eye on him during that time. Refusing to join the Cosmic Palace was, in itself, an affront to them. Lu Tianming remained composed. Should he excel in the Four Palaces Martial Assembly, he could become a true disciple, residing at the core of the Kunlun sacred land, in the Nine Heavens Spirit Island, overlooking the intersect with a prestigious status. He was determined to participate. When he became the Holy Son, many old-timers criticized him, claiming he was unworthy of his position. This time, he would ascend step by step to the pinnacle, silencing all naysayers. He knew the vision of the beautiful master was correct, and he would unveil the hypocritical facade of Dongfang Qingsheng before the multitude. Chapter 19. The Desolate Mountain Ignites once more upon joining the Desolate Palace. Lu Tianming was escorted by the Taoist of 3 shortages to the palace's territory. "Ha, you lad, you have truly brought great honor to our desolate palace this time. Rest assured, as long as you stick with me, the Taoist of 3 shortages will not treat you poorly." Along the way, the Taoist beamed with joy, his face glowing as if he had just married a young bride, unable to contain his delight. Historically, the Desolate Palace had always struggled to hold its head high before the 3 palaces, and Lu Tianming had indeed provided it with a breath of relief. This cohort of external disciples joining the Desolate Palace had increased significantly. Enough with the trivialities. What concrete benefits are there? Speak plainly, Lu Tianming asserted. Typically, the champion of the external disciples' grand competition would receive substantial rewards upon joining a palace. Had he not been at odds with Dongfang Qingsheng, joining the U Palace would have granted him rewards of no less than 10,000 spirit stones, and perhaps even spiritual artifacts. Although the Desolate Palace could not compare to the U Palace, it ought not to be too shabby. Spirit stones? Pills? I have none. However, the Taoist of 3 shortages shook his head vigorously. What do you possess? Lu Tianming's expression darkened. The Desolate Palace had fallen to such a pitiful state that it could not even dispense rewards for the champion of the external disciples. The Taoist, an elder of this palace, was indeed a most unfortunate figure. Fear not, I can take you to a special place where you might have a chance of acquiring the Dragon Elephant Holy Technique. The Taoist spoke enticingly, a smile playing on his lips. Where is it? Lu Tianming's heart raced. If not for the Dragon Elephant Holy Technique, who would venture to this forsaken palace? The Taoist's words had truly struck a chord within him. Follow me. The Taoist moved stealthily, leading Lu Tianming in a certain direction. The further southeast they traveled, the more peculiar Lu Tianming's expression became. The place the Taoist brought him to was desolate, overgrown with weeds and thorns, a stark contrast to the vibrant, spirit-filled inner palace. Gradually, they approached an area where the disciples of the Desolate Palace disposed of their refuse. Damn it, Taoist of 3 shortages, are you toying with me? Lu Tianming's anger flared as he realized they had arrived at the inner palace's rubbish zone. Mountains of debris lay scattered, bottles, discarded clothing, talismans, and everyday items, all teeming with flies, exuding an unbearable stench. Young man, you know not the significance of this area. To tell you the truth, this is the original site of our Desolate Palace's inheritance. Many years ago, our ancestral master, the ancient Emperor of Kunlun, meditated here for a century, ultimately creating the ancient marvel known as the Dragon Elephant Holy Technique. Now, after all these years, your only chance to obtain it may lie right here, the Taoist declared earnestly. I feel as though I've fallen into your trap. Lu Tianming's face darkened, for even if there were secrets to uncover, they had likely been explored countless times by predecessors. The notion of easily discovering the Dragon Elephant Holy Technique seemed utterly implausible. One must endure hardship to rise above others. To reap rewards, one must naturally make sacrifices. Meditate well here. If it does not yield results in a few years, I shall come to retrieve you, the Taoist said with a sly smile before swiftly departing. Frustrated, Lu Tianming had no choice but to reside here temporarily. He had anticipated an improvement in his living conditions upon entering the inner palace. only to find himself in a situation worse than his humble abode in the outer palace. He could only laugh bitterly, feeling as though the heavens were playing tricks on him. What did you say? The champion of the external competition, Lu Tianming, has been assigned to the rubbish heap. Scavenging for a living? Exclaimed the disciples. Good grief, is the Taoist of 3 shortages truly that formidable? That is the champion of the external competition, once a holy son, is quite degrading. Ha ha, it seems you are unaware of the Taoist of 3 shortages' reputation. He is infamous for his unscrupulous ways, a master of deception within the inner palace. Every selection conference, he has tricked countless ambitious external disciples into joining the desolate palace, promising them extraordinary opportunities, only for them to find nothing, leaving many disciples cursing in frustration. Lu Tianming's misfortune became the subject of ridicule within the 4 palaces. Soon, news of his scavenging existence spread throughout the inner palace, and many disciples laughed heartily at his plight. Lu Tianming, is this truly your choice? It is quite the spectacle, remarked Dongfeng Qingsheng atop Saint's Peak, her laughter echoing as she learned of his situation, recognizing the Taoist's knack for deception. How dare that Taoist treat brother.Lu in such a manner? Zhong Qianxi, upon hearing the news, clenched her fists in indignation, standing up for Lu Tianming. Living on a rubbish heap was indeed a disgrace, now that she had also entered the inner palace. Having joined the Hong Palace and been recognized by Su Yi as an esteemed disciple, she felt his predicament keenly. This is his own choice. He cannot blame others. Zhong Lingxiao remarked with a slight shake of his head. Lu Tianming had indeed become a topic of gossip within the inner palace. Settling into the rubbish heap, he grew accustomed to the mockery directed his way. Over the following days, many came to observe his scavenging efforts, and he remained unfazed. Kid, you are truly remarkable. To endure such a foul stench and still thrive. You are a role model for our kind. On one particular day, while rummaging through garbage, an old crow flew over, astonished by Lu Tianming's resilience. Indeed, a true man can bend and stretch. What is there to fret about? Lu Tianming chuckled, dirted yet spirited. Something feels off about you. I sense you harbor no good intentions. The old crow eyed him suspiciously, sensing something amiss. I am merely putting waste to good use, practicing thriftiness, Lu Tianming grinned. The old crow's instincts were not wrong. Initially, he had been quite resentful, believing the Taoist had deceived him into this rubbish zone. However, after exploring the rubbish heap, he discovered that the ancient bronze coffin seemed to act as a detector, vibrating persistently. Instantly, Lu Tianming was filled with joy, realizing that the coffin could unveil treasures. This meant that beneath the mountains of refuse, accumulated over countless years, astonishing treasures lay hidden. Lu Tianming became fervently motivated, eager to unearth the treasures within this rubbish heap. Though he kept his discoveries to himself, grinning mischievously. Damn it, I have no such perverse interests. The old crow, observing Lu Tianming fiddling with a woman's undergarment, nearly had its eyes blinded, flapping its wings in dismay as it fled the scene. Shortly after, the crow found itself soaring toward a nearby spiritual mountain where the Taoist of 3 shortages lounged leisurely, legs crossed, indulging in fruit, with cucumber slices resting over his eyes. He looked entirely self-satisfied. Damn it, who dares disturb my rest? The Taoist, sensing something amiss, removed the cucumber slices from his eyes, casting a sly glance around as he muttered in irritation. Within the desolate palace, he was akin to a local emperor, wielding authority over the disciples he had duped throughout the years. Chapter 20. Baoshan, a voice, laden with age and weariness, echoed through the air as a shadow darted past the head of the Sanka Taoist. With a resounding plop, a droplet of bird droppings landed squarely on the Taoist's brow. Not far off, an old crow perched on a gnarled tree, its gray-white eyes fixed disdainfully upon the elderly figure. Sanka Taoist's temper flared at the sight of the old crow. He shivered involuntarily, and his weathered face brightened with a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. It was none other than the revered crow Taoist, who had unexpectedly graced his secluded abode today. This extraordinary crow was notorious throughout the inner sect. It had once been the pet of Chu Lingxin, causing chaos in the sacred land and even daring to loot the tombs of ancient ancestors, much to the fury of the elder generation. Yet, its formidable power rendered it untouchable allowing it to roam freely within the sacred grounds, earning a reputation akin to that of a pariah. Sanka Daoist, feeling somewhat disgruntled, was acutely aware of his own standing within the inner sect, akin to that of a street rat. Countless disciples had sought to take vengeance on him for their misguided trust over the years. Word has it you're quite impressive. The old crow lazily lifted its eyelids and scratched at its beak with a claw. Even my own disciple has dared to deceive you. You truly lack respect for me, old crow. Sanka Daoist chuckled nervously. Oh, esteemed crow, please see it clearly. I did not deceive him. That wretched area was once revered as the ancestral path of the Grand Tao, a place where our founder attained enlightenment. There was indeed hope of acquiring the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. Is that truly so? The crow expressed skepticism. I would never deceive you, my esteemed elder. Sanka Daoist replied, his heart racing. Lu Tianming, the once honored Holy Son, reduced to scavenging in desolate mountains for a living. How utterly disgraceful. On that fateful day, Lu Tianming toiled under the sun, wielding his hoe amidst the refuse. Suddenly, raucous laughter erupted as a group of individuals approached, led by a man clad in azure robes. So many disciples traverse here daily. Given Lu Tianming's former title as Holy Son, it has drawn many from the four palaces to witness. Upon hearing this, numerous inner sect disciples gathered around. The once mighty Holy Son, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, now reduced to this mockery. Truly ironic. Indeed, my master once remarked that Lu Tianming was too young and ill-suited for the title of Holy Son. It appears he was right. His temperament is lacking. Sometimes, one cannot sail through life unscathed. Many disciples jeered, pointing and laughing. Oh, how pitiful he is! A young maiden with bright eyes murmured, unable to suppress her sympathy. This place is rife with filth. No one wishes to reside here. Yet, Lu Tianming possesses a handsome visage and distinguished demeanor, evoking pity. Junior sister, he once feigned righteousness and deceived us all. This fate is deserved. Indeed, such a person is not worthy of compassion. The azure-robed man then tossed a small package towards Lu Tianming, sneering, Lu Tianming, this is merely some trash from my recent endeavors. Perhaps you might find something of use within. The crowd erupted in laughter, treating Lu Tianming as nothing more than a beggar. Fool! Lu Tianming cast a nonchalant glance at him, choosing to ignore the provocation. The significance of this place, sensed through the ancient bronze coffin, was beyond their comprehension. Their mockery was sheer folly. Clang! In the next moment, Lu Tianming's host struck something, producing a metallic resonance. As he sifted through the debris, he unearthed a dark metallic block. Upon squeezing it, the surface of the block flaked away, revealing a dazzling array of colors that illuminated the surroundings like precious gemstones. Simultaneously, a remarkable fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the onlookers. A medicinal pill. Is that truly a medicinal pill? What grade of pill could produce such a rich aroma? The crowd gasped in astonishment. While it was possible to find treasures amidst the refuse, the likelihood was exceedingly slim, and no one had ever succeeded before. Lu Tianming had evidently stumbled upon a rare treasure. Tianyin pill? Joy flickered in Lu Tianming's eyes as he noticed a tattered note beside the pill, inscribed with its name. The Tianyin pill, a supreme elixir for breaking into the Xianyin realm. Breathless, many gazed with eyes wide as rubies. To break into the Xianyin realm, practitioners must condense Xianyin energy, and while ordinary practitioners consumed mere Xianyin pills, they paled in comparison to the Tianyin pill. This was an authentic ancient elixir, and Lu Tianming had discovered it amidst the refuse. How enviable! The azure-robed man, who had previously mocked Lu Tianming, stood dumbfounded. Damn it! How can one be this fortunate? Selling him would hardly compare to a single hair of the Tianyin pill. Lu Tianming's unexpected fortune left him astonished. The appearance of the Tianyin pill was a stroke of fate. Youngster, are you willing to part with that Tianyin pill? I would offer you 100,000 spirit stones. A booming voice erupted from above as a cloud descended, revealing an elderly man clad in alchemical robes, exuding a potent fragrance of medicine. His smile was warm and inviting. His spiritual essence resonated with immense power, akin to an undulating sea, capable of commanding the heavens with a mere thought. Truly remarkable. Is that Dan Xian, the esteemed elder of Kunlun sacred land? The crowd cried out. He was a titan. Even the likes of the barbarian dragon sovereign and the crow Daoist would show him respect. His mere presence ignited fervor among the onlookers. Dan Qian? Lu Tianming was taken aback. This was the master of Zhongling Shao, a figure of great renown in the alchemical realm of the wastelands. He had not anticipated such an encounter. 100,000 spirit stones is no trifling sum. If you're willing, I could also accept you as my named disciple. What say you? Dan Qian said with a gentle smile, devoid of any airs of superiority. Countless individuals felt dizzy. 100,000 spirit stones was an enormous sum, even for intersect disciples. Becoming a named disciple of Elder Dan Qian was a tremendous honor, and no one in the sacred land would dare provoke him. Goodness, this fellow is so fortunate. The azure-robed man nearly fainted, his complexion ashen. Should Lu Tianming become Dan Qian's named disciple, a single slap would suffice to end him. The transformation of Lu Tianming's status sent chills down his spine. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder. But the Tianming pill is of immense value to me, and thus I must decline. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tianming smiled gently and shook his head. The Tianming pill was a supreme treasure for breaking into the Xianyin realm, allowing practitioners to cultivate Xianyin energy far superior to that of ordinary practitioners. Finding one was no small feat, and it was crucial for his future cultivation. He was unwilling to part with it. What a pity! Dan Qian nodded in regret, but did not press the matter further. He then scrutinized Lu Tianming, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he remarked, "Young one, there seems to be great potential within you. If you wish to embark upon the path of alchemy, I could offer you some guidance." Lu Tianming felt a stir within. Sensing that Dan Qian referred to the celestial fire within him, an extraordinary entity that had garnered praise even from the enigmatic woman in the ancient bronze coffin. As a master alchemist, it was only natural for Dan Qian to sense its presence. Chapter 21. Sensation the Divine Fire, with its remarkable ability to automatically conceal its aura, made it difficult for even Dan Qian to precisely identify it. However, Lu Tianming remained unfazed. He chuckled, suggesting they would discuss it at another time. Dan Qian, amused, silently mused that Lu Tianming was indeed an odd character. He quietly retreated to observe once more. Soon, news spread throughout the intersect, attracting a multitude of disciples and elders from the four palaces to witness the spectacle. The long-lost heavenly Yin pill had been discovered by Lu Tianming, a revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. This fellow was still rummaging through the rubbish heap. Did he expect to unearth more treasures? The onlookers were bewildered. After securing a single heavenly Yin pill, Lu Tianming did not cease his search, continuing to seek further treasures. To acquire one heavenly Yin pill was already a stroke of luck. The notion that he could find more was met with disbelief. The disdain of a certain young man in green clothing was palpable as he scoffed at Lu Tianming's apparent naivety. Within the Universe Palace, he held considerable influence, and witnessing Lu Tianming's public discovery of the heavenly Yin pill had nearly terrified him, igniting his ire. Naturally, he could not resist mocking Lu Tianming. Indeed, it appeared that he had become quite destitute. Many other disciples from the Universe Palace joined in the derision, having come specifically to ridicule Lu Tianming. They would not let this opportunity slip by. Other spectators shook their heads, lamenting the fate of the once promising Holy Son, now reduced to scavenging for treasures in the refuse. At that moment, Dan Qian gasped in surprise as he observed Lu Tianming's indifference to the jeers of the Universe Palace disciples, as if he were deaf to their barking. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tianming unearthed a broken box, and as it emerged, an even more potent fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, stirring excitement within him. What could be contained within that box? Many disciples began to sense something amiss, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Young friend, I will purchase the item within that box for 150,000 spirit stones," one elder proclaimed. "Nonsense, old man Feng, 150,000 spirit stones? Have you lost your mind? I offer 200,000 spirit stones." Another elder shouted, 300,000 spirit stones, I will buy it." Came the clamorous responses as several silver-haired elders leapt forward, their faces flushed with fervor, as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Among them were Elder Tianfeng from the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Yuqi from the Starry Hall, Elder Gongsun from the Armory Hall, and Elder Jiangyan from the Mission Hall. The collective intake of breath from numerous disciples resonated throughout the area, their scalps tingling. These were the powerful figures of the inner sect, each possessing strength at least at the divine pill stage, some even at the Dao King stage, on par with the esteemed Holy Master. Their zealous interest in the items belonging to Lu Tianming was astonishing. What on earth was contained within that tattered box? At this moment, Shenmuji, Sun Qianchuan, and Su Yi, along with Taoist Sankei, all arrived. Shenmuji gazed at Lu Tianming's dilapidated box and could not help but scold him. The ridicule directed at Lu Tianming for joining the Wild Palace had incited such a commotion. "Huh, I knew it. This lad is exceptional. He may indeed have made significant gains. What do you think, Elder Crow?" Taoist Sankei laughed heartily, tossing his sparse hair back as he addressed the old crow. He bore the marks of recent injuries, having been beaten by the old crow in the past few days. "Well, that is more like it. If you dare to mess with my disciple, I will show you why flowers bloom so beautifully," the old crow retorted casually, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. "Who would dare? Who would dare?" Taoist Sankei chuckled nervously, knowing well the weight of the elder's words. After all, this was a formidable figure. In the Kunlun sacred land, he would wield tremendous influence. No wonder this lad was so smug before. He indeed possesses remarkable insight, the old crow muttered. "Do not fight over it." "I do not intend to sell the contents of this wooden box," Lu Tianming interjected. Through the broken box, he discerned the presence of a spirit ginseng. This was a precious medicinal herb for body refinement, highly beneficial to him. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions fell, and they sighed in disappointment as they inhaled the fragrant aroma. Lu Tianming continued his search, soon discovering various other medicinal herbs, pill formulas, and talismans, none of which held significant value for him. Ultimately, he sold them, netting 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Tianming could hardly contain his joy, nearly grinning from ear to ear. His efforts of rummaging through refuse had borne fruit. The envious eyes of many disciples burned with jealousy. 30,000 spirit stones. How many individuals toil for years on tasks without such reward? Lu Tianming had merely sifted through rubbish to acquire it, leaving them feeling resentful. At night, after dismissing everyone, Lu Tianming entered an abandoned wooden house to tally his gains. In addition to the 30,000 spirit stones, the most valuable items to him were the heavenly pill and the spirit ginseng. Through the introduction of a woman in white, he learned that the spirit ginseng was known as the Nine Heavens Blood Jade ginseng, which took at least 500 years to mature. It was exceptionally effective for refining blood and bones. This Nine Heavens Blood Jade ginseng possesses powerful medicinal properties. Consuming it directly may involve some risk. However, if you can refine it, you may achieve a physical limit of 100,000 pounds in the Qi induction stage. The woman in white informed him. Lu Tianming was astonished. To reach 80,000 pounds in the Qi induction stage was already extraordinary. To achieve 100,000 pounds was virtually unheard of. Increasing his strength had become a daunting challenge. Within Zhao Yuanfeng's storage bag, he had found several body refinement pills, but their effects on his physical enhancement had been negligible. The prospect of reaching the mythical limit of 100,000 pounds ignited a fervor within him. How can I surpass the physical limit of 100,000 pounds in the Qi induction stage? Lu Tianming inquired eagerly. His previous mentor had taught him that cultivating was akin to constructing a building. The stronger the foundation, the greater the future achievements. The Qi induction stage was critical for establishing the path as foundation, and he recognized its immense importance. According to ancient texts, practitioners of old wielded the power to pluck stars and shatter the heavens. Now, however, such feats had become mere legends, likely due to the severed lineages. You demonstrate great insight in this regard, the woman in white remarked, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lu Tianming with a gentle smile. Many practitioners fear hardship. Few dare to pursue the limits. Yet you, like a wolf, possess a fervent heart for cultivation. This quality is undoubtedly admirable and essential for becoming a powerful being. There's no choice. If I do not strive, I shall endure suffering, Lu Tianming shrugged, smiling lightly. Who is Dongfang Qingchen? The memory of the ancient great sage speaks of her as a paragon of beauty, possessing knowledge of countless treasures and untold worth. Such a figure is rarely seen in the desolate realms, destined to leave an indelible mark in history and resonate through the ages. If I do not exert myself, I may never catch even a glimpse of her shadow. I refuse to be oppressed, akin to dust, trampled upon by others in the shadows. Such an experience is enough for a lifetime. Chapter 22. The primal body refinement technique. Within Lu Tianming's heart lies an indomitable spirit, far more resilient than he appears. Without diligent training, he would forever remain blind to the dawn of true enlightenment. Not bad. Now you resemble a man, the woman in white remarked with a faint smile, her dreamlike, starry eyes acquiring a hint of color. Previously, when she and Lu Tianming were forced into a confrontation, she would have relished the thought of ending his existence. Now, however, she regarded him with newfound intrigue. Sometimes, it is the pressure that ignites unparalleled motivation. Otherwise, even the strongest of sovereigns would find themselves akin to mud that cannot be molded. With this emperor present, the ancient memories of Dongfang Qingsheng, the great sage of yore, would amount to little. She would come to regret her past choices. The woman in white languidly stretched, revealing curves that could captivate the soul, her eyes shimmering with the essence of cosmic cycles and infinite realms. It was as if nothing in these myriad worlds could garner her concern. Lu Tianming grinned. In this singular encounter, he had acquired the coveted primal emperor body, and he could sense the formidable nature of the woman before him. With such an extraordinary ally by his side, his confidence surged. Let us not dwell on trivialities. How can I break through the physical limit of 100,000 pounds? Lu Tianming redirected the conversation. The woman in white cast him an exasperated glance, sensing that his earlier display of resilience seemed almost purposefully theatrical. So cunning, she thought. Yet she remained unperturbed. This emperor shall impart to you an ancient method. By refining the 9 heavens blood jade ginseng, along with your various spirit stones and the assistance of the heaven-crushing bell, you should easily surpass the physical limit of 100,000 pounds in the Qi induction realm. With a hum, she extended her jade-like fingers, and a radiant divine light surged into Lu Tianming's consciousness. In an instant, he felt tumultuous winds and thunder within his mind, as myriad mystical lights coalesced into ancient characters. Primal body refinement technique. Lu Tianming's pupils contracted. At the forefront were 5 characters dancing elegantly, each imbued with an aura of profound mystery. Indeed, the primal body refinement technique is the pinnacle of body refinement practices from the primal age, enabling practitioners to maximize their potential and unleash immense power. When combined with the primal emperor body, it could undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on the world and facilitate further advancement of the emperor body. The woman in white chuckled softly. Lu Tianming's excitement was palpable. This technique appeared to be exceedingly powerful, surpassing even the Great Wilderness Heart Sutra. He felt fortunate to have made such a significant acquisition. Now, I shall cultivate in peace and consume the 9 heavens blood jade ginseng while employing the primal body refinement technique, he declared. Very well. Lu Tianming promptly focused his mind, swiftly swallowing the ginseng. He then activated the primal body refinement technique. Thunderous sounds echoed in his mind, like a celestial symphony cascading from the primal age, flooding his bones, cells, and organs with divine energy. Lu Tianming felt as if he were bathed in a radiant glow of Dao, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. The immense energy of the 9 heavens blood jade ginseng coursed through him, nourishing every inch of his body as it harmonized with the primal body refinement technique. Under the onslaught of invigorating energy, he sensed his previously capped strength of 80,000 pounds begin to ascend once more. The refinement of the Great Wilderness Emperor bone also resumed. A smile of exhilaration spread across Lu Tianming's face. The ancient realm of eternity. I shall soon reach the Qi induction realm. At Saintis Peak, the most magnificent of the 99 spiritual islands within the intersect, a grand palace stood, shrouded in ethereal clouds and resplendent hues. Within this opulent abode, Dongfang Qingsheng donned golden battle attire, her skin as smooth as cream, captivating all who beheld her. Seated upon a Dao platform, she was immersed in cultivation, encircled by 99 formidable dragon auras, each one immense. With a solemn expression, she sat at the center like an immortal queen, exuding an air of majesty. Is Lu Tianming still scavenging in the wastelands? She mused, her captivating eyes opening to reveal a brilliance that could dim the sun and stars, her voice resonating like a heavenly melody. In the Guanghan Palace below, numerous radiant figures sat in meditation, exuding divine light like deities. They were the esteemed disciples of the Kunlun sacred land. The hierarchy among the Kunlun disciples was strict, with over 100,000 outer disciples, several thousand inner disciples, and 99 true disciples, each a paragon among mortals, capable of surveying the world from lofty heights. Under Dongfang Qingqing's leadership, the weight of her influence was undeniable. With the support of venerable figures such as the Primal Dragon Elder, her standing within the inner sect rivaled that of the heavens. Even the Holy Master, sunlit heavenly sovereign, regarded her with respect. Sister Saintess, I have recently heard intriguing news, spoke a blue-clad youth, interrupting his meditation. What news do you speak of, Ziyu? Dongfang Qingqing inquired softly. Vu, renowned within the inner sect and a disciple under her tutelage, bore a serious expression. Sister, unbeknownst to you, one of my junior brothers recently passed by the ancestral path mountain. He claims that Lu Tianming has discovered numerous treasures, including the long-lost celestial pill and rare spiritual herbs, stirring quite the commotion. Even the elders from the punishment hall and task hall have been stirred with excitement, eager to procure the treasures he has unearthed. Upon hearing this, Lu Mulan's expression froze, disbelief washing over her as she stared at Ziyu. The notion of Lu Tianming finding such fortune amidst the refuse of the mountain struck her as utterly absurd. Chapter 23. The Limit of Flesh. 100,000 Jin Zudao Mountain, with its profoundly deep origins and clutter accumulated by the Kunlun sacred land over millennia, indeed harbors treasures yet to be discovered. Dongfang Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her heart stirred. Lu Tianming had undergone significant changes recently, appearing even more extraordinary than 2 years prior, surprising all wherever he ventured. Sister Saintess, what shall we do? Lu Mulan furrowed her brows. Lu Tianming's peculiar growth may not bode well. There's no cause for concern. During the Four Palaces Conference, others will deal with him. As long as he does not obtain the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly might, nothing will change, Dongfang Qingqing replied with a gentle smile. With the memory of an ancient great saint, her resources were astonishing. Even if Lu Tianming were to find the Tianming pill, she would remain unfazed. Lu Mulan chuckled. In comparison to Sister Saintess, Lu Tianming resembled a mealworm. The closer one drew, the more one would comprehend the vastness and profundity of Sister Saintess, akin to the unfathomable starry sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, accompanied by dazzling rays of light that shook the entire inner sect, startling countless disciples. What is happening? Dongfang Qingqing raised her delicate head, gazing towards the outside of the hall. Sister Saintess, there are 3-colored lightning descending from the sky, golden rays swirling throughout, as if signaling someone has broken through to the extreme realm of qi drawing, a disciple hurriedly reported. The extreme realm of qi drawing? Upon hearing this, many true disciples in the Guanghan Palace changed color. The extreme realm of the flesh was a legendary tale from ancient times, now impossible to verify. To reach even 80,000 Jin in the qi drawing realm is a feat beyond comprehension. The news that someone from the Kunlun sacred land had entered the extreme realm was astonishing. Dongfang Qingqing was equally surprised when she was in the qi drawing realm. She had never approached 100,000 Jin. To find such a prodigy within the sacred land was indeed unexpected. As the group exited the grand hall, their hearts trembled at the sight outside. 3-colored lightning flickered, and golden rays illuminated the scene, nearly engulfing the entire sacred land in a magnificent display of colors. In the distance, one could almost hear the chanting of deities, a sound that inspired longing. Who has broken through to the ancient extreme realm of qi drawing? The Kunlun sacred land has truly been blessed with joyous events recently. Many venerable elders, having secluded themselves for centuries, emerged, their laughter resonating like thunder across the land. These individuals, many of whom had remained in seclusion for over 100 years, gathered together, causing a stir throughout the sacred land. Could it be Lu Tianming? Dongfang Qingqing suddenly realized something, her brow furrowing. Among the disciples of the sacred land, Lu Tianming was the strongest in the qi drawing realm. Having awakened the Great Desolate Emperor's physique, he was on the verge of breaking the first lock, his golden blood essence soaring, astonishing all. At the Palace Selection Conference, his physical strength had already reached an astounding 80,000 gene. Now, with a potential breakthrough to 100,000 gene, it was indeed plausible. However, the closer one approaches the end, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes. Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor's locks have not been completely shattered. Stepping into the 100,000 gene extreme realm may be unrealistic, remarked a true disciple with profound insight. Dongfang Qingxing nodded, agreeing that Lu Tianming's fortune still fell short of this milestone. But besides him, who else could it be? Unfortunately, the phenomena of the extreme realm can shield its master. Apart from his own exposure, it is exceedingly difficult for others to ascertain. With so many disciples in the sacred land, pinpointing the truth is quite challenging. Ziyu gently shook her head. The sacred land is teeming with hidden talents. Many prodigies have been dormant for decades without recognition. Therefore, if a celestial genius emerges in the ancient extreme realm, they may remain unnoticed. Lu Mulan bit her crimson lip, feeling an inescapable connection to Lu Tianming. Amidst the commotion within the sacred land, Lu Tianming finally concluded his meditation, feeling the surging power within him, a smile breaking across his face. The extreme realm of flesh, capable of invoking phenomena in the world, was indeed formidable. 100,000 gene of physical strength, even in ancient times, was a rarity, let alone in the current era of steadfast paths. You should take a look at your Dantian. A mysterious power resides within. The woman in white remarked with a light laugh. What is this? Lu Tianming looked towards his Dantian, astonished. There, a sphere of three-colored radiance glimmered, suffused with a sacred aura. Upon careful listening, the chants of deities resonated, exuding an air of grandeur that captivated the heart. This is the mark of the divine, the woman in white explained. The mark of the divine? Lu Tianming was perplexed. What purpose does it serve? Due to the arduous nature of breaking into the extreme realm of flesh, once achieved, not only does the cultivator's foundation become extraordinarily stable, but they also obtain the mark of the divine. This mark is a blessing from the ancient deities, which can be summoned in critical moments to enhance one's fighting spirit and greatly augment combat prowess. Lu Tianming felt elated. Breaking into the extreme realm of qi drawing came with such benefits. He attempted to summon the mark of the divine, and instantly, the chants of deities reverberated within him, as if the strength of ancient gods was bestowing upon him. He immediately sensed an overwhelming aura, akin to that of an ancient deity, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Indeed, this mark of the divine is formidable, Lu Tianming declared with satisfaction. If I were to suddenly reveal the mark in battle, my opponent would undoubtedly turn pale. With his current physical strength, combined with the mark of the divine, he felt no fear even against those in the mid-stage of the Xianin realm. It is noteworthy that upon reaching the Xianin realm, one is classified into 5 stages: early, mid, late, peak, and perfection. When will I break into the Xianin realm? Lu Tianming pondered, taking out the Tianyin pill with anticipation. Within the inner sect's 4 palaces, there were numerous extraordinary talents, and only upon reaching the Xianin realm would he be on par with them. Otherwise, he would always be at a disadvantage. There is no need for haste. The Xianin realm entails opening the Yin meridians within the body. Contemporary beliefs state that there are 18 Yin meridians, but in ancient times there were 22, with the remaining 4 being hidden meridians. Even in ancient times, those who could open these hidden meridians were exceedingly rare. If all were to be opened, one could achieve the ancient extreme realm in the Xianin realm. I hope you can forge the strongest foundation. Thus it is best to reach the extreme realm in the Xianin realm, the woman in white said calmly. The Xianin realm, the ancient extreme realm? Lu Tianming gasped. This girl was truly demanding of him. Achieving the ancient extreme realm in any one realm is already considered monstrous, let alone in 2. Even in the resplendent ancient times, such an occurrence would be exceedingly rare. Yet, he relished the challenge. How should I proceed? He inquired. Refine the Tuoyin pill. The woman in white replied with a smile. The Tuoyin pill? Lu Tianming was taken aback. This was an exceedingly precious elixir. Even the many distinguished alchemists within the Kunlun Sacred Lands Alchemy Hall would struggle to concoct it. Once, in an ancient city of the Desolate Territory, a half-complete formula for the Tuo-In pill was rumored to circulate within a tomb, inciting a bloody storm among the disciples of the four great sacred lands, resulting in chaos and bloodshed. Ultimately, the Tuo-In pill formula was deemed incomplete and could not be refined, leading to its cessation. The woman in white was actually asking him to refine the Tuo-In pill. Chapter 24. The Alchemy Pavilion Sister. That alchemical formula is a peerless treasure. Where am I supposed to obtain it? My alchemical skills are not nearly sufficient. Lu Tianming's expression darkened. The creation of the Tuo-In Dan is something that even many master alchemists may struggle to achieve. Since I have spoken, I will find a way. Firstly, I possess the formula. Secondly, you have celestial fire and the Emperor's divine soul, which far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. You could be considered a natural-born alchemist. It would be a waste not to pursue this art. With my guidance, concocting the Tuo-In Dan will be a trivial matter, the woman in white declared. You possess the formula for the Tuo-In Dan? Lu Tianming exclaimed, his expression ablaze with excitement. This formula was something I deemed unworthy of even fueling the flames during my peak, the woman in white replied ambiguously. As she spoke, an ancient parchment drifted out from the bronze coffin. Lu Tianming received it. Indeed, it was the formula for the Tuo-In Dan. His excitement was palpable. This woman in white truly was a valuable ally. Do not act like someone who has never seen the world. If you follow me, you must possess a strong heart. The woman in white remarked dismissively. Understood, Lu Tianming nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. With their interaction gradually deepening, Lu Tianming sensed that the barriers between him and the woman in white were diminishing rapidly. With such a powerful ally, he felt invincible. The following day, after studying the Tuo-In Dan formula throughout the night, Lu Tianming made his way to the Alchemy Pavilion of the Wild Palace. This pavilion was a significant facility within the palace, frequented by many disciples interested in alchemy who came to procure materials. Those with sufficient contribution points or spirit stones could also purchase elixirs to expedite their cultivation. The bustling atmosphere here was quite remarkable. Old Hu, why are you rushing so early in the morning? On his way, Lu Tianming encountered many individuals carrying hoes, making their way down the mountain, their excitement evident. Among them were even several elders. Li Ji, you're unaware, I presume? It is said that Lu Tianming unearthed numerous treasures on the Ancestor Path Mountain. Now, the disciples of our wild palace are flocking to see if they can share in his fortune and obtain treasures as well. Wow, such good fortune. Take me along. Lu Tianming's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that his discoveries on the Ancestor Path Mountain would cause such a stir. However, he had nearly exhausted all valuable items there. It would undoubtedly be challenging for these individuals to find any treasures. Humming a tune, Lu Tianming arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion. The structure was peculiar, resembling a grand cauldron, with the aroma of elixirs wafting about and intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an impressive aura. The disciples passing through were mostly dignified and extraordinary, as alchemy was notoriously costly. Generally, only those with substantial financial resources could embark on this path. Young lad, what items do you seek? Upon entering the pavilion, an elderly man with a beaming smile approached Lu Tianming. Suddenly, he sniffed around Lu Tianming as if he had the nose of a dog, his expression turning astonished. Young man, you seem to possess some alchemical treasures. Hearing this, many disciples in the alchemy pavilion turned their gazes toward him. Does this old man have a nose of a dog? He must be sensing the celestial fire, Lu Tianming thought, startled. Yet, he quickly realized that an alchemist's divine soul was indeed far more powerful than that of ordinary cultivators. It was normal for him to have an instinctive awareness of the celestial fire within Lu Tianming. Nevertheless, since even Dan Xian could not precisely sense the celestial fire, he felt no fear of being discovered. He touched his nose and smiled. Elder, you jest. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Wild Palace and possess no treasures. It seems I misread the situation, the elderly man replied, shaking his head in confusion. The presence he sensed had vanished. He could only attribute it to his own drowsiness. What brings you here? I require some medicinal materials. Lu Tianming handed over a piece of paper. These materials, such as the ones for concocting the Tua Yin Dan. Could it be that you intend to create the Tua Yin Dan? The elder asked in surprise. Lu Tianming laughed, claiming he was merely dabbling in alchemy, and he had never heard of the Tua Yin Dan. Indeed, the Tua Yin Dan is exceedingly rare. To find its formula is already astonishing. Elder Haima chuckled. Fortunately, the materials Lu Tianming needed were not particularly rare, and the alchemy pavilion could provide them. Ultimately, Lu Tianming acquired a substantial amount of materials, spending 150,000 spirit stones, causing him some distress. Alchemy truly consumed wealth like flowing water. Haha, young lad, do you require anything else? Elder Haimu smiled, treating Lu Tianming as a valued customer. I'm just browsing, Lu Tianming casually replied, rarely visiting the alchemy pavilion. He indeed felt a certain curiosity about the items within. This place was replete with treasures, not only various medicinal materials and elixirs, but also battle techniques, spiritual treasures, and manuals for sale. One could almost acquire anything with enough wealth. These prices are indeed steep, Lu Tianming exclaimed, his tongue clicking as he observed a low-grade spiritual weapon priced at 300,000 spirit stones and a human-level battle technique at 350,000 spirit stones. Having consumed 80,000 spirit stones to break through to the 10,000 gene realm, he now possessed only 60,000 spirit stones. Many items were simply beyond his reach. Haha, if you find yourself short on cash, we offer installment payments, Elder Haima chuckled. Lu Tianming shook his head, for he did not believe in spending in advance. Just as Lu Tianming was preparing to leave, he felt a slight tremor from the bronze coffin within his dantian. A particular item emanated an intense resonance. Delighted, Lu Tianming realized he had discovered yet another treasure. This sensation was stronger than that of an ordinary item. Is it a wooden carving? Lu Tianming inquired. Gazing at the object, the carving was approximately the size of an infant and Appo's head, depicting a serene landscape that was both enchanting and picturesque. Lu Tianming could discern that the material of the carving was neither entirely metal nor wood, yet it was exceptionally sturdy. Ah, you have taken a liking to this wooden carving, Elder Haimu remarked with a smile. The room could use a decorative piece. How much for this carving? Just a casual inquiry, Lu Tianming replied. Do not try to deceive me. The material of this carving is quite peculiar and may obscure our divine souls. There might be something more to it, and it is not so easy to stumble upon, Elder Haima grinned. Such cunning, Lu Tianming inwardly cursed. However, recognizing Elder Haimu's perception of the carving's potential, he acknowledged there was a connection. 10,000 spirit stones. I will take it. Deal. Elder Haimu readily agreed. Lu Tianming smirked, feeling he had gotten a good bargain. He proceeded to pay the spirit stones and was about to leave. Haha, my apologies, but I also have an interest in that wooden carving. Here, as 10,000 spirit stones. Be on your way. A loud laugh erupted as a young man clad in fine garments entered, blocking Lu Tianming's path with a mocking tone. He tossed a storage bag at Lu Tianming as if dismissing a beggar, his expression radiating arrogance. Lu Tao, a genius ranked in the top 50 of the Wild Palace's storm list. The crowd changed color. This individual was a second-generation heir within the palace. Not only was he strong, but his sister was also Lu Yimeng, ranked among the top 10 in the Wild Palace. Lu Yimeng was also the beloved of Zhao Yuanfeng, the elder brother of the Yu Palace. During the selection conference, Lu Tianming had severely dealt with Zhao Yuanfeng, nearly incapacitating him. Elder Zhao had already declared that Lu Yimeng would be responsible for looking after Lu Tianming in the Wild Palace. It was evident that Lu Tao had come to seek trouble with Lu Tianming. Chapter 25 Get Lost. Lu Tianming frowned and uttered a single word. He had no intention of being polite to those who sought trouble. You dare to act so arrogantly in the Wilderness Palace? Today, I shall teach you the rules of the Wilderness Palace, Lu Tao sneered, knowing that Zhao Yuanfeng was his sworn brother. Lu Tianming's actions had humiliated him, and he was determined to restore his brother's honor. With a thud, he extended his massive hand towards Lu Tianming's crown, his palm resembling an eagle's claw, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. Advanced combat technique. Heavenly Eagle Claw. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for Lu Tao had reached the mid-stage of the profound Yin realm, with a formidable concentration of Yin energy within him. In contrast, Lu Tianming had yet to break through to the profound Yin realm. To challenge Lu Tao was undeniably unrealistic, A fool's errand. A cold smile graced Lu Tianming's lips as he unleashed a powerful punch, channeling immense divine strength. Through his cultivation of a savage body refinement technique, his skin and flesh had become extraordinarily resilient. When he struck, it was as if a ferocious beast from the wilderness had charged forth. Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed, and Lu Tao's arm twisted grotesquely, like a mere plastic tube. With a swift slap, Lu Tianming sent Lu Tao flying, his face a gruesome mess, teeth scattered, rolling on the ground like a lifeless dog. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Lu Tao had been effortlessly subdued by someone who had yet to reach the profound Yin realm. The absurdity of the scene left them in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Such overwhelming power. This blow must have contained at least 90,000 pounds of divine strength. Observers gasped in awe. 90,000 pounds of strength at the Qi induction realm was simply extraordinary. Could it be that the genius who broke through to the eternal extremity realm yesterday was him? Elder Haimu was equally astonished. Lu Tao, do you think you can insult me with your wealth? Today, I shall leave you with nothing. Lu Tianming approached Lu Tao, who was now weeping profusely, his sobs pitiful and heart-wrenching. Lu Tianming delivered dozens of slaps to Lu Tao's face, rendering it unrecognizable. Then he stripped him down to his undergarments, confiscated his storage bag, and with a kick, sent him tumbling into the dung pit at the foot of the mountain, where he writhed in agony. The crowd stood in shock. Lu Tianming's treatment of Lu Tao was nothing short of outrageous. You dare to treat your senior brother this way? You are truly outrageous. Some of Lu Tao's friends seethed with anger. They had always bullied others in the wilderness palace, and now they found themselves humiliated by a newly admitted disciple. Boom! A dozen disciples summoned their spiritual treasures, flying swords, fiery blades, copper mirrors, and launched an assault on Lu Tianming. Each of them had at least reached the early stage of the profound Yin realm, and with their mid-grade spiritual treasures, their combined might was formidable, causing the very air to tremble. The wilderness palace ranks last among the 4 palaces due to your incompetence. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Lu Tianming declared fearlessly. Aware that with his connection to Dongfang Qingsheng, he had little chance of finding refuge in the 4 palaces. He aimed to establish a fearsome reputation that would instill dread in others. Buzz! Lu Tianming wielded the savage divine blade, swinging it with a flourish, unleashing a torrent of golden blood energy that surged like a river. Each strand of golden energy carried immense force, striking with unparalleled impact. Thousands of waves surged forth, an unstoppable tide capable of annihilating anything in its path. With a cacophony of explosions, the disciples' impressive spiritual treasures shattered like worthless scrap. The power within Lu Tianming's blade was akin to a wild bull plowing through the earth. The disciples were met with severe backlash, spewing blood and flying backward in agony. This blood energy is simply otherworldly, Elder Haimu gasped. The battle prowess demonstrated by Lu Tianming, engaging in cross-realm combat, was nothing short of monstrous. He had effortlessly toppled a dozen early-stage profound Yin disciples with a single move. The record stated that breaking more than 5 shackles of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body would allow the blood energy to engulf the cosmos, obscuring the sun and stars. Lu Tianming truly had the potential to revive the might of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. You bunch of good-for-nothings are merely wasting air in the Wilderness Palace. Get lost. Lu Tianming scoffed, striding toward them, confiscating their storage bags, and kicking them down into the dung pit at the mountain's base. The sound of splintering bones echoed as they landed, clearly rendered crippled even if healed. The crowd exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Lu Tianming was undeniably ferocious. If word of this spread throughout the Wilderness Palace and even intersect, it would cause quite a stir. Do you truly believe there is no one in the Wilderness Palace who can discipline you? A cold voice rang out as a young man in purple stepped forward, his demeanor commanding. He wielded a green sword, crackling with lightning, his eyes ablaze with electric fury, resembling a thunderous sword deity. This was Sun Shao, ranked 43rd on the Wilderness Palace's storm list. His strength far surpassed that of Lu Tao. Senior brother's son, kill this brat. I want him to die without a burial site. Lu Tao, emerging from the dung pit, spat out foul water, his fury palpable as he roared like a rabid dog. Rest assured, he will pay dearly, Sun Xiao replied with a faint smile, pointing his long sword at Lu Tianming, his words laced with coldness. Lu Tianming, do you dare ascend the storm platform? The storm platform. Many faces paled. That was the designated dueling ground of the Wilderness Palace. The top 50 on the storm list had all proven themselves there, each with blood on their hands and remarkable achievements. Lu Tao had only risen on the list due to his sister's fame, whereas Sun Xiao was a genuine disciple of the storm list, a far cry from Lu Tao's status. Furthermore, life and death were determined on the storm platform. Sun Xiao intended to force Lu Tianming onto the platform, a clear indication of his intent to end him. I look forward to witnessing the prowess of the disciples on the storm list, Lu Tianming replied readily. Having broken through to a physical strength exceeding 100,000 pounds, his physical constitution had undergone tremendous transformation under the imprint of the gods. He was eager to test his current limits against Sun Xiao. The news of Lu Tianming's impending duel with Sun Xiao spread like wildfire, causing quite a commotion within the 4 palaces of the Wilderness Palace. Notable figures such as Zhong Xinshi, Zhao Yuanfeng, Lu Mulan, Yin Zhiro, and Wei Zhuofan all arrived, each wearing distinct expressions. Sun Xiao was a formidable talent on the storm list, while Lu Tianming had only recently entered the inner sect. How could he possibly compete? Sun Xiao, you are being excessively domineering. If you truly wish to duel, how about I accompany you for a few rounds? Zhong Xinshi, puffed up with indignation, stepped onto the stage, her anger palpable. Lu Tianming's expression darkened. Although Zhong Xinshi had shown considerable improvement in the Wilderness Palace over the past few days, radiating divine light, her strength was still inferior to his. How could she possibly contend with Sun Xiao? Nevertheless, Lu Tianming felt a warmth in his heart at her gesture. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity, and Zhong Xinshi had proven her loyalty to him. Chapter 26. The Mark of the Gods. This is my duel with Lu Tianming. It concerns you not, junior sister Zhong. Please step aside. Sun Zhao's expression twitched. Zhong Xinshi, the beloved younger sister of Zhong Lingxiao, was cherished deeply. Zhong Lingxiao was a renowned, true disciple within the inner sect, and even the saintess had to show him respect. Sun Xiao lacked the courage to provoke him. Moreover, the Zhong family was an ancient and prestigious lineage in the eastern wilderness, rich in heritage and brimming with formidable talents. In the eyes of the Holy Land, Zhong Xinshi was akin to a little princess. If he were to harm her, he would essentially be courting death. Haha, junior sister Zhong, this is a matter between men. It would be best for you not to interfere. Zhao Yuanfeng laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding satisfaction. He was well aware that Sun Xiao was standing up for him. At the selection conference, Lu Tianming had humiliated him greatly, and now he could finally settle the score. He turned his gaze towards Lu Tianming, his eyes icy and filled with hostility. Let's place our bets, gentlemen. Who will prevail between Sun Xiao and Lu Tianming? The odds stand at 10-1. At that moment, a man in silver battle attire, exuding an extraordinary aura, spoke with a faint smile. He was Zheng Wu, a genius ranked 20th in the Wild Palace. Although he possessed formidable strength, he was also known as a gambler. It was common for him to place bets during the duels on Fengyun's stage, adding an element of excitement to the matches. Yes, Simone. I bet on Sun Xiao to win 3,000 spirit stones. I wager Lu Tianming will not last more than 3 moves in Sun Xiao's hands. I bet he won't last more than 10 moves at most. Numerous disciples clamored loudly, eager to place their bets with spirit stones. In no time, the total amount of spirit stones reached 200,000, quite a substantial sum. Lu Mulan smirked coldly, wagering 10,000 spirit stones that Lu Tianming would not last more than 5 moves under Sun Xiao's assault. The atmosphere was decidedly one-sided. No one believed Lu Tianming would emerge victorious. You all truly overestimate me, Lu Tianming said with a faint smile. Recognizing the opportunity to profit, he declared, I bet 50,000 spirit stones on my own victory. With that, he tossed out a storage bag. Many were taken aback. Lu Tianming was indeed confident in his abilities. If he lost 50,000 spirit stones, it would not just be a matter of physical pain. His wealth would vanish as well. What audacity! Junior brother, Lu Tianming. You are quite self-assured. I admire that. Zheng Wu grinned, giving a thumbs up. The crowd believed that if Lu Tianming could withstand 10 moves from Sun Xiao, it would be quite an achievement. Defeating Sun Xiao, however, seemed nearly impossible. Sun Xiao had already opened 10 meridians within him. In the realm of the profound he was not to be underestimated. The outcome remains to be seen, Lu Tianming shrugged. I too wager 50,000 spirit stones on brother.Lu's victory. Zhong Qianxi chimed in cheerfully, producing another storage bag. Haha, splendid. I am eager to see the extent of your brother.Lu's prowess. Zheng Wu laughed heartily. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the Wild Palace experienced such excitement. Atop a mountain peak, San Ke Dao Run lounged in a rocking chair, leisurely enjoying spirit fruits while smiling. I must see how far this young man has progressed in his cultivation. Today, Lu Tianming, I shall ensure everyone knows you are nothing but a dead dog. Sun Zhao's expression was grim, fueled by his close friendship with Lu Tao. He was determined to repay Lu Tianming tenfold for the humiliation. Beware, for it may be you who ends up embarrassed. Lu Tianming grinned, drawing out a dilapidated knife. Many were stunned. Had Lu Tianming lost his mind, challenging Sun Xiao with a mere broken knife? Seeking death, indeed. Sun Xiao sneered, his form transforming into a purple flash as he lunged forward, his long sword sharp and domineering, aimed directly at Lu Tianming's brow. The sound of the sword rang out, sharp and chilling, causing many souls to shudder. This sword, named Purple Thunder, was indeed a top-tier spiritual treasure. Clang! Lu Tianming infused his golden blood energy into the ragged blade, causing the broken god blade to emit a brilliant radiance, akin to a divine weapon awakening, exuding a grand and majestic aura. The broken god blade was raised overhead, immediately deflecting Sun Zhao's fierce sword energy. Sun Xiao was taken aback, not expecting the broken god blade in Lu Tianming's hands to possess such extraordinary power. It exhibited a formidable recoil that made his arm tremble. Broken god blade technique. Lu Tianming grinned, swiftly disarming Sun Zhao's long sword and delivering a powerful strike aimed at Sun Zhao's crown. Buzz! The blade whistled as it sliced through the air, resembling a divine beast's roar, a grand spectacle. Below the platform, C2 Man was furious. The broken god blade technique was a human-tier combat technique, a level above advanced techniques. Lu Tianming's execution of this technique was significantly more powerful than during the outer sect competition. At this moment, his blood energy surged, golden light radiating, resembling an immortal war god. A human-tier combat technique? Sun Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such techniques were not easily attained, even for the geniuses on their Fengyun ranking. Lu Tianming, having risen through the inner sect, unexpectedly possessed a human-tier combat technique. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. Purple sword ascend. Sun Xiao spun, unleashing a domineering sword wave that soared like a dragon through the heavens, colliding fiercely with Lu Tianming's formidable blade energy. One could not deny that having opened 10 meridians made Sun Xiao exceptionally strong. The power of the profound yin energy within each meridian far surpassed the true energy of the Qi gathering realm. Even though Lu Tianming's technique was superior to Sun Zhao's, the confrontation did not yield a clear advantage. Under the intense, profound yin energy, Lu Tianming's own vigor began to feel somewhat stifled, his movements slowing down. Do you perceive the disparity? No matter how extraordinary your physique, without the appropriate realm, it remains but a castle in the air, Sun Xiao declared, his expression cold and arrogant. Lu Tianming felt a jolt. Even ordinary Qi gathering experts would suffer severe injuries and cough blood from a collision with Sun Xiao. Yet, Lu Tianming merely radiated a wave of vigor, remaining largely unscathed, which astonished him. Should he break through to the profound yin realm, his battle prowess would undoubtedly become monstrous. That may not be the case. Lu Tianming chuckled coldly. This is merely a warm-up. Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. With that, his gaze sharpened, and he thrust his palm towards Sun Zhao's abdomen, unleashing the true power of 100,000 pounds alongside the might of the divine mark within him. Boom! Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from his body, illuminating the surroundings as he shone like a miniature sun, the heavens resonating with divine chants, akin to the songs of gods, grand and boundless, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. Bathed in the dazzling divine light, even his hair glimmered with radiant brilliance. A sacred aura erupted, and Lu Tianming appeared as though he were an ancient deity descending to earth, inciting a strong impulse in many to bow in reverence. The mark of the gods. 100,000 pounds at the peak of the Qi gathering realm. Lu Tianming had reached an unparalleled level. The atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot, stirring up tremendous waves of astonishment. Many were left in shock. Just yesterday, someone had broken through to the Qi gathering realm at 100,000 pounds, causing a stir throughout the Holy Land. Many speculated on the identity of that individual, only to be astounded to discover that it was indeed Lu Tianming. Chapter 27. The Pinnacle of Flesh, shocking all directions the mark of the gods. He has truly achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of physicality. Elder Haimu was also taken aback. This is simply astounding. How did he cultivate this? Atop the mountain peak, Elder Sank's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Lu Tianming had emerged as the champion of the outer sect competition, such individuals are born every year within the four palaces. Many outer sect champions enter the inner sect only to become mediocre. The value of an outer sect champion in the inner sect is not particularly high, as many gifted prodigies directly enter the inner sect, often being favored by esteemed mentors and accepted as their direct disciples. Outer sect disciples tend to possess comparatively inferior qualities. He did not regard Lu Tianming, the outer sect champion, with much significance. Yet at this moment, Lu Tianming had unexpectedly broken through to the 10,000 gene pinnacle of physicality, creating ripples throughout history, stirring immense waves within his heart. Remarkable. According to ancient legends, once one reaches the pinnacle of physicality, they establish an extraordinarily solid foundation for cultivation. As long as they do not perish prematurely, they are destined to reach the realm of celestial beings, or even higher. Lu Tianming possesses the potential of a celestial being. The old crow couldn't help but click its tongue in astonishment. Although it itself was a being of celestial strength, it understood well the difficulties involved in transcending to that realm. The trials it faced to reach this point were beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Lu Tianming, with the bearing of a celestial being, was akin to a gemstone in the wasteland. Countless noble families, sects, and schools would vie for him. Moreover, once he entered the celestial realm, his power would far surpass its own. It was unexpected that the little enchantress had casually taken on such a dazzling disciple. It couldn't help but admire the little enchantress's discernment. To accept such a disciple is indeed a matter of honor. How could he possess the bearing of a celestial being? On Saintus Peak, Dongfang Qingsheng was also watching through the illusionary heavenly water screen, her heart trembling slightly. The path to the pinnacle, as chronicled in ancient legends, had long since been severed from inheritance. Lu Tianming's extraordinary fortune surprised her as well. Once he reached the pinnacle, challenging those of higher realms would become remarkably simple. Now, Lu Tianming's aptitude could not be underestimated by anyone. I knew it. Tianming is extraordinary and will not fade into obscurity. In the Zixiao Heavenly Palace, the Sun Monarch, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh heartily, his expression filled with joy. It was he who had guided Lu Tianming in his cultivation, considering him a half-disciple. Had it not been for those old fellows supporting Dongfang Qingsheng, he would not have been willing to let Tianming suffer such hardships. Now, Tianming shone even brighter than before, and as his half-father, he felt a natural sense of delight. Having endured setbacks, Tianming had become more composed and resolute than ever. Like divine iron, after being forged, it transforms into an unparalleled divine sword. Ha! For Lu Tianming to attain the ancient pinnacle, he must possess considerable secrets. Beside him, an elderly man clad in simple robes remarked with a smile. In the current cultivation world, achieving the ancient pinnacle is nearly impossible. Lu Tianming, having no one to rely on, accomplishing this step must involve hidden circumstances. Tianming is indeed no ordinary being, especially with the awakening of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. Possessing certain secrets is only natural. The Sun Monarch smiled gently. He held high hopes for Tianming. Whatever incredible matters he may possess, he found them entirely normal. This is the disciple that senior sister took. The old man smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. If Tianming were to ascend once more and become the Holy Son, those old fellows would surely fall silent. The Holy Lord would also find considerable relief. Back then, Lu Tianming had fallen from grace, which significantly impacted the Holy Lord's status. Had it not been for the Holy Lord's insistence on keeping Lu Tianming in the Holy Land, those old fellows would not have easily let him go. At worst, he would have been left crippled and expelled from the Holy Land. At best, a thorough cleanup might have been possible. Lu Tianming's current achievements are undoubtedly credited to the Holy Lord's considerable efforts. The Sun Monarch smiled, for Lu Tianming is his half-disciple, and this is what he ought to do. He could only blame those old fellows for being too ruthless. He could not assist Lu Tianming too much during ordinary times. He gritted his teeth in his heart. The ancient pinnacle. How could Lu Tianming possess such fortune? At the same time, the divine mark triggered by Lu Tianming created an immense spectacle, with boundless radiance illuminating the entire Holy Land. In a certain spiritual mountain, the barbarian dragon sovereign also opened its eyes, astonished. Being stripped of one's foundational path, awakening the great wilderness Emperor Body, and then breaking into the ancient pinnacle is indeed absurd. Now, Lu Tianming's brilliance dazzled even him. Perhaps a resurgence is genuinely possible. Haha, the divine mark is indeed extraordinary. However, being seized by others merely becomes a garment for someone else, a situation that has not been uncommon in ancient times. Whether Lu Tianming's fate is fortunate or disastrous remains to be seen. An elder beside him chuckled. Indeed, if Lu Tianming cannot safeguard the divine mark, it may very well cost him his life. The barbarian dragon sovereign's gaze turned icy. They're the guardians of Dongfang Qinsheng and cannot allow Lu Tianming to pose any threat to her. Dongfang Qinsheng bears the memories of an ancient great saint, destined to stand out in this era. She will lead the Holy Land to truly flourish in the wasteland. Any threats to her must be eradicated. The divine mark is an enticing treasure. Indeed, numerous outstanding disciples within the Holy Land stirred restlessly. The divine mark can be seized, igniting many ulterior motives. If anyone dares to covet my disciples' divine mark, I shall ensure their downfall. The old crow cursed angrily. The aura of the celestial realm erupted, instilling fear in many powerful figures within the Holy Land. Lu Tianming had the crow raised by the Demon King, Chu Lingxin, by his side. Those who targeted him were indeed courting death. Unless it was a normal contest among the young, they would be foolish to engage. Hold them back from me. On the arena, Sun Shao was horrified, wanting to curse. Lu Tianming had concealed such a formidable move. Under the aura of the divine mark, he resembled a celestial being overlooking mortals. His realm was significantly superior to Lu Tianming's, yet he felt a chill down his spine. If he could not withstand this blow, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, all 10 of his meridians glowed, attempting to withstand Lu Tianming's ferocious strike. However, the divine mark was too powerful. Once activated, Lu Tianming appeared as if possessed by a deity, exuding an air of unrivaled supremacy. Sun Shao exerted all his strength, but it proved futile. Thud! A dull sound resonated as their flesh met. Lu Tianming's palm shattered the 3 strands of mysterious energy that Sun Shao had conjured, striking fiercely against his chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Sun Shao coughed up blood, flying backward, his aura dwindling. Undoubtedly, Lu Tianming emerged victorious, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. Lu Tao crawled out of the muck, his face filled with dread. The 10,000 gene pinnacle of physicality was something he would not dare to dream of. Lu Tianming's aptitude was truly terrifying. Previously, he had sought trouble with such a person, which was akin to courting death. Zhao Yuanfeng swallowed hard, nearly wetting his pants. Lu Tianming instilled fear within him as well. A casual punch from him could likely reduce him to mere pulp. He dared not harbor even a trace of hatred. It seems I have won. Lu Tianming smiled lightly at Zheng Wu. He was immensely satisfied with the power of the divine mark. It felt like an amplifier, enhancing his abilities manifold. In combat, it became his trump card. Breaking through to the pinnacle indeed brings tremendous benefits. Chapter 28. Faction Struggles. Brother.Lu, you are truly remarkable. My archaic palace has welcomed yet another prodigy. Zheng Wu laughed heartily, generously handing over 500,000 spirit stones to Lu Tianming, followed by another 500,000 to Zhong Qinshi. This was indeed their rightful gain. Zhong Qinshi, beaming with delight, had initially placed a casual bet to bolster her elder brother's confidence, never anticipating such a rewarding outcome. She found Lu Tianming extraordinarily handsome. Damn it, I've suffered a great loss. That was my hard-earned spirit stones accumulated over 3 years, all gone in an instant. Numerous disciples wailed in anguish, their hearts heavy. Lu Tianming had effectively plundered their spirit stones. Haha, brother.Lu, what a skill you possess. Since you enjoy playing so much, how about a little match with me? A gentle voice floated through the air. From within a picturesque mountain, a graceful figure descended, stepping on clouds, her figure exquisite and enchanting. Holding a 3-foot azure blade that shimmered with radiant light, she smiled lightly. Lu Yimeng, one of the top 10 talents of the archaic palace. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as many were taken aback. Compared to Sun Shao, she was immensely stronger, having reached the pinnacle of the profound Yin realm with 16 opened Yin meridians. In the profound Yin realm, she was nearly invincible. What do you wish to play? Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. In his eyes, Lu Yimeng was not particularly intimidating. However, her perfected realm indeed posed considerable pressure on him. This is a human-level intermediate martial art, the 8 Desolations Fist. If you can withstand 2 of my strikes, it will be yours, Lu Yimeng said with a cold smirk. Producing a scroll, the 8 Desolations Fist? The crowd was astonished, aware that this technique was exceptionally formidable within the archaic palace. Only those with robust physicality could practice it. Otherwise, they risked injury from its overpowering force. The audacity of Lu Yimeng to wager such a technique left many in shock. Its worth was at least 500,000 spirit stones. The 8 Desolations Fist? Lu Tianming's eyes sparkled with interest. With his current strength of 100,000 pounds, he indeed needed a powerful martial art to enhance his combat prowess, and this technique suited him perfectly. However, Lu Yimeng had ulterior motives. The 8 Desolations Fist could inflict internal injuries, and even if Lu Tianming miraculously won, he would not emerge unscathed. Elders of the archaic palace observed with narrowed eyes, smiling faintly. The 8 Desolations Fist requires not only a strong body, but also a certain desolate aura, which can damage one and oppose, as foundation. Without significant fortune, one cannot cultivate it. Lu Yimeng's wager was, at best, a double-edged sword. Lu Yimeng, do you think others are fools? You are merely trying to deceive? Zhong Qinshi scoffed. Many nodded in agreement. Using the 8 Desolations Fist as a wager certainly carried ill intentions. Furthermore, it was nearly impossible for Lu Tianming to withstand 2 of Lu Yimeng's strikes. Cultivating the 8 Desolations Fist was indeed challenging. However, should one succeed, its power would surpass that of advanced human-level martial arts, even rivaling Earth-level techniques. High risks often yielded high rewards, after all. Lu Yimeng, with an enticing smile, remarked, "If not for my inability to cultivate it, I would never be willing to wager such a technique." Earth-level techniques? Many felt a chill. Such techniques were exceedingly advanced within the inner sect. If one could truly cultivate it, the benefits would be boundless. Very well, I shall indulge you in 2 exchanges. Lu Tianming replied with a serene smile. Although the desolate aura of the 8 Desolations Fist posed a challenge, he possessed celestial fire within him. It could incinerate all, including the mottled aura. Cultivating the 8 Desolations Fist would not be overly troublesome for him. Lu Yimeng had inadvertently delivered a treasure unto him. The crowd gasped. Lu Tianming seemed to have lost his mind. Did he truly believe he could rely on luck each time? With his strength, how could he possibly withstand 2 strikes from Lu Yimeng? It was clear he was overestimating himself. Such an vet, Lu Mulan sneered. Lu Tianming was too impulsive. Lu Yimeng would not let him off easily. Zhong Qinshi's expression shifted with concern. Her elder brother was indeed acting rashly. Rest assured, sister, I will have this brat grovel on the ground like a dead dog, Lu Tao hissed. Don't worry, Lu Yimeng smiled. She had a score to settle with Lu Tianming for bullying her brother and for the injuries inflicted on Zhao Yuanfeng. Prepare yourself. With a soft giggle, Lu Yimeng lunged forward, striking at Lu Tianming. With her strength, engaging with him was akin to using her might against a lesser opponent, designed to ensure Lu Tianming would fall victim to her attack. Brother Zhao Yu, do you think Lu Tianming can withstand a single strike from Lu Yimeng? A group nearby was watching, and a young man in resplendent robes, exuding a formidable aura, stood with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a towering mountain. Beside him was a slender young man who smiled obsequiously. The robed youth was Zhao Yu. ranked higher than Lu Yimeng on the Universe Palace's leaderboard and also Zhao Yuanfeng's elder brother. Lu Yimeng has opened 16 E-meridians. With each additional meridian, her combat power multiplies. A casual strike from her possesses unparalleled might. What can Lu Tianming possibly defend against? Zhao Yu mocked, with Zhao Yuanfeng's grudge resolved. If Lu Yimeng were to cripple Lu Tianming, the Holy Maiden would undoubtedly reward her greatly. Congratulations are in order for brother Zhao Yu. The slender youth added with a smile. Well said. Zhao Yu laughed heartily, his gaze icy. The Holy Maiden held a strong disdain for Lu Tianming. Crippling him would indeed benefit Lu Yimeng immensely. As Lu Yimeng was his beloved, he felt a surge of joy on her behalf. The rivalry between Lu Tianming and Dongfang Qingsheng is not solely due to that little demoness meddling in their engagement. It is also a struggle among the factions of the Holy Land. If Lu Tianming is crippled, the Daylight Sovereign's faction will lose all opportunities. The next Holy Land assembly will be adversely affected, an astute elder murmured quietly. Dongfang Qingsheng represented the barbaric dragon sovereign's lineage, while Lu Tianming stood for the Daylight Sovereigns. Their two factions had been at odds for thousands of years over the position of Holy Lord, their relationship as hostile as fire and water. If Lu Tianming were to be crippled, the Daylight Sovereign's faction would face grave danger. The barbaric dragon sovereign was known for his ruthless tactics. Tianming, you must endure. The Daylight Sovereign thought, clenching his fists. They had placed their bets on Lu Tianming, and now he was their beacon of hope. Reviving from the ashes is no easy feat. The barbaric dragon sovereign scoffed. Dongfang Qingsheng has reached 9,000 zhang in height, while Lu Tianming is still in the early stages of cultivation. They're worlds apart. A single tempest could spell disaster for Lu Tianming. To soar amidst the clouds like a dragon is an extravagant dream. The old crow grumbled. Most of those who had been close to him during his earlier days with the little demoness had perished. Those who had vanished were his closest kin, who had made significant contributions to his cultivation. Their tragic fate evoked a deep sense of loss. This was a game played by the higher echelons of the Holy Land, and Lu Tianming bore the hopes of many upon his shoulders. Lu Tianming, you must be crippled. Chapter 29. The first shackles fully unfastened. Understanding the significance of her impending strike, Lu Yimeng let out a cold laugh. She extended her delicate hand, her aura intensifying considerably. Within her palm, the ethereal silhouette of a luan bird emerged, its dual forms stretching an impressive 20 zhang, radiating a luminous glow, and its eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. It resembled an ancient, fearsome avian creature, bursting forth from the vast mountains, ready to tear apart its prey. An alarming sight indeed. This was the rainbow luan palm. Many gasped in astonishment, for it was said that Lu Yimeng had fortuitously acquired a drop of luan blood within the Tianyin mountain range, allowing her body to undergo a transformation into a luan spirit. From that single drop, she gleaned the ancient powers of the luan bird clan. Although she had only mastered the surface of its abilities, the rainbow luan palm was nonetheless classified as a low-grade human-tier combat technique. With this martial art, she had swept through the Fengyun platform, defeating countless prodigies from the Wild Palace, thus solidifying her place among the top 10 on the Fengyun ranking. Now, as Lu Yimeng showcased her prowess, her intent to overpower Lu Tianming was palpable. It was indeed a severe affront. With her perfected Xian-Yin realm and the execution of a human-tier combat technique, it would be unjust for her to emerge victorious. How dare she? Exclaimed disciples from the Hong Palace behind Zhong Qianxi, their anger evident. They had already admired Lu Tianming's past brilliance and were fond of Zhong Qianxi, thus naturally supporting him. This is truly ruthless, some elders from the Wild Palace remarked, their brows furrowed. Strictly speaking, Lu Yimeng had breached the rules of the Fengyun platform. The platform required that the strengths of both combatants be closely matched. Rest assured, I have suppressed my strength. This strike will only utilize 50% of my combat power. Lu Yimeng calmly reassured, understanding the concerns of those around her. Even at 50%, her strength was not to be underestimated. She could easily crush those who had opened 10 or fewer meridians as if they were mere playthings. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Tianming, she regarded him as little more than an insect. In the past, Lu Tianming had indeed been an unreachable figure, his prowess in the divine pill realm inspiring admiration. Now, However, he was reduced to an ant. Defeating him would provide her with a sense of accomplishment. 50% strength? Defeating this holy son will not be as easy as you think, Lu Tianming smirked. Boom! He unleashed the divine mark, emanating an ethereal light as myriad auspicious colors cascaded forth. Simultaneously, a torrent of golden blood energy surged from above like a waterfall, cascading toward the heavens. Amidst this overwhelming aura, 8 golden portals appeared, and one of the iron chains on a portal shattered. Instantly, a vast expanse of golden light engulfed Lu Tianming, his body feeling as though it were forged from gold, his aura surging tremendously. He bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, embodying the indomitable spirit of an ancient golden deity. As he struck forth, the massive silhouette of the Luan emitted a mournful cry that shattered the air. In that moment, Lu Tianming's long hair billowed as if drawn by an unseen sword, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. He had indeed broken through one of the 8 shackles of the Dao Emperor Body. The surroundings erupted like a comet crashing into the sea, generating towering waves of shock. All onlookers were left in astonishment. Previously, Lu Tianming had only managed to crack open the first shackle slightly, allowing a mere trickle of golden blood energy to escape. Now, the golden gate was fully opened, the potency of the golden blood energy far surpassing what it once was, crashing upon Lu Tianming like a roaring tide. The invincible aura emanating from Lu Tianming was overwhelmingly fierce, reminiscent of the Dao Emperor Body's legacy. Transcending time from the ancient past, each observer trembled, their legs quaking and their hands turning cold. How could he truly break free from the shackles of the heavenly path? Even some esteemed elders from the inner sanctum were taken aback. To break free partially and to completely shatter the shackles were entirely different concepts. Lu Tianming and Appo's actions were akin to defying the heavens, ascending the steps to greatness with profound implications. In ancient times, some fortunate individuals who possessed the Dao Emperor Body had managed to open the first shackle, yet they had to endure tremendous hardships and perilous trials. How could Lu Tianming awaken the Dao Emperor Body and achieve this in less than a month? The barbarian dragon, Sovereign, murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. There must be an astonishing secret within him capable of contending against the celestial order. An elder from the Dongfang Qingsheng lineage regarded him with deep contemplation. Indeed, Lu Tianming harbored the clock of the heavens within him, a divine weapon forged by the ancestors of Kunlun, blessed with immense fortune, capable of suppressing the energies of the heavenly path. Furthermore, with Lu Tianming's possession of celestial fire, he could incinerate the shackles of the heavenly path. There is also the guidance from the white-clad woman within the ancient bronze coffin, along with the barbaric techniques of body refinement. Breaking the first shackle was not insurmountable. At this moment, Lu Tianming radiated divine brilliance, every inch of his skin glowing with a resplendent light, his aura overwhelmingly potent, as if he had emerged from the annals of ancient history as an immortal god king. Every organ within his body resonated with a profound sound, echoing grandly. Once the first shackle was opened, its might was indeed formidable. Lu Tianming lifted his hand, sensing the terrifying divine power coursing through him, and smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. The divine mark granted him the strength of the ancient gods, bolstering his fighting spirit and elevating his battle aura to the heavens. The golden portal of the Dao Emperor Body could unlock the divine repository, infusing him with immense blood energy and enhancing his physical combat prowess. Each aspect was distinct and powerful. Now, Lu Tianming brimmed with confidence, his every movement capable of shattering the heavens and earth, his blood energy cascading like a river across the landscape. Within the golden portal, there resonated divine sounds, as if cloaked in mysterious and terrifying forces that ignited boundless imagination. Countless observers gasped, their muscles trembling. How could they possibly contend against such overwhelming force? The mere presence of this aura was sufficient to crush anyone in its path. An extreme-level practitioner of Qi induction, exuding such oppressive might, was simply beyond reason, more terrifying than even a practitioner of the fiery sun realm. You have truly unlocked your divine repository. Lu Yimeng gritted her teeth, her gaze unfocused. Under Lu Tianming's assault, she felt an intense backlash, nearly spitting blood. Even though she had not unleashed her full strength, having opened 16 meridians gave her a considerable advantage. Yet, Lu Tianming had not opened a single meridian, and the harm he inflicted was truly astonishing. The Dao Emperor Body, ancient and invincible, was indeed deserving of its reputation. Even a fraction of its divine might was not to be underestimated. The Dao Emperor Body was heralded as the most invincible physique of antiquity, striking fear into myriad clans, silencing the world, and challenging opponents of greater strength as easily as one might partake in a meal. The three lacking Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled, a lascivious grin on his face. This time, we have truly struck gold. Excitement surged within him as he imagined the wild palace reclaiming its dignity at the upcoming Four Palaces Conference in just over 2 months. Hey, old fellow, my disciple has entered your wild palace. You've struck an immense bargain. Will you not express your gratitude to me? The old crow shot a sidelong glance, shamelessly declaring, Lu Tianming's entry into the wild palace has nothing to do with you. The three lacking Taoist retorted, dumbfounded. That was trained by me. The old crow's face betrayed no shame. The three lacking Taoist was left speechless, realizing that this old crow was more cunning than he. In the end, he could only present some of his cherished fine wines as a token of respect to the old crow. The old crow cackled loudly, more lascivious than the three lacking Taoist. The latter felt as though he had swallowed something foul, his heart filled with distaste. Lu Yimeng, unleash your final move. Lu Tianming said with a serene smile, his hair flowing with divine light. Now that the golden blood energy was so overwhelmingly potent, even when he spoke, golden energy surged forth. His voice thundered, resonating throughout the realm, akin to a celestial king's roar that reverberated across the heavens. Chapter 30. The terrifying finger this time. I shall not hold back. The great wilderness emperor body is not invincible in this world. It is the realm that holds paramount importance. Lu Yimeng shouted furiously, her ample bosom heaving violently as she suppressed the injuries that had arisen within her. As one of the top 10 on the storm and cloud rankings, it was a disgrace to sustain injuries while battling someone who had not yet broken into the Xianin realm. Despite feeling apprehensive towards Lu Tianming's aura, she remained confident, having activated 16 meridians, making her realm vastly superior to his. At that moment, her hair flew wildly as the 16 meridians within her erupted, each radiating a brilliant glow, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming it into a formidable Xian energy. The long sword in her hand emitted a chilling brilliance as she struck with a powerful blow, a sword that soared to the heavens, a low-grade human combat technique. It was a significant enhancement compared to her previous technique, the colorful Luan palm. She fully activated her colorful Luan spirit body, a massive colorful Luan appearing above her, reaching an impressive 50 zhong, far more substantial than before. Within the colorful Luan, torrents of vital energy surged into the sword light, amplifying the might of her strike to earth-shattering proportions. The air seemed to split apart, resonating with gasps of astonishment. Many felt their limbs grow cold. This was Lu Yimeng's most formidable move, unleashing the essence of her colorful Luan spirit body. She transformed into an ancient colorful Luan, surveying the earth. This strike was meant only for the top 10 talents of the storm and cloud rankings, and she was truly giving it her all. Useless. The great wilderness emperor body reigns supreme through the ages. Your 16 meridians are not insurmountable. Lu Tianming laughed heartily, brimming with confidence, as visions of the sun setting and the moon falling flickered in his eyes. Boom! The golden portal above him roared once more, a torrent of blood energy surging like a mighty river into Lu Tianming's body. His eyes shone brightly, resembling two golden suns capable of piercing through the fabric of existence. Golden sky, divine finger. Lu Tianming shouted coldly, extending a finger. This was a divine ability he comprehended after the golden portal had opened, allowing for the superior manipulation of golden blood energy. A thunderous roar accompanied the tumultuous blood energy, which ultimately concentrated within his fingertip, transforming it into a divine finger forged of celestial gold, radiating divine light. Under the astonished gazes of many, a massive beam of finger light manifested, measuring 70 to 80 zhong, appearing as a divine finger descending from the heavens, etched with golden runes, striking forth with a heart-stirring presence, piercing through the sword light. Along its path, the void shattered as if it were mere rubble, causing the storm and cloud platform to tremble as if it could not withstand the impending collapse. Activate secondary defenses. As the crowd was engulfed in shock, some elders from the wilderness palace changed color, hurriedly producing tokens to illuminate the storm and cloud platform, attempting to withstand the terrifying might. After executing these measures, the elders themselves were left somewhat aghast. Without the array patterns activated on the storm and cloud platform, it would be exceedingly difficult for those in the Xianyin realm to exert influence. Lu Tianming, merely an individual of the Qi induction realm, had caused the storm and cloud platform to vibrate so violently. It was indeed astonishing. Hearing about the Great Wilderness Emperor Body and the 8 golden portals, which not only concealed blood energy, but also contained world-shattering divine abilities, an ancient elder murmured to himself, "When was the last time the golden sky divine finger appeared in the wastelands?" At least a millennium ago. Even though Lu Tianming was only at the Qi induction realm, the gap between his power and the recorded might of those in books was vast. Yet, it was still strikingly impressive. The ancient, majestic golden finger seemed capable of piercing through the heavens, obliterating all in its path. It had the power to captivate the heart and leave an indelible mark on one's memory. Damn it, Zhao Yu's expression soured, unable to believe that events had escalated to this point. He had held great confidence in Lu Yimeng, yet this strike had shaken his resolve. As a true disciple of Yu Ziyu from the Yu Palace, he had expected rewards for defeating Lu Tianming, but now his beloved Lu Yimeng was in peril. His fists clenched tightly, his face contorted in rage. Lu Yimeng evade. Do not confront him directly, an elder from the Wilderness Palace urgently warned. Lu Tianming's golden finger was too magnificent, as if it transcended human capability to contend against it. With time, the golden blood energy continuously infused it, rendering the golden finger increasingly terrifying, as if it were accompanied by an overwhelming tide. Lu Yiming's sword was no match for it. Lu Yiming's face was one of sheer horror, her complexion devoid of color. While others only sensed a residual wave, she felt the intensity most acutely. That finger bore down upon her like an invisible mountain, constricting her pores, causing the flow of her Xianyin energy to stagnate. It felt as if an unseen hand had gripped her, rendering her immobile. Upon the clash of her sword light with the golden giant finger, it disintegrated like tofu, vanishing into nothingness. Her pupils constricted to pinprick size, the first taste of death and oppose, as shadow gripped her. Without a moment and oppose, as hesitation, she turned to flee. This was not a spar. It was a fight for her life. Lu Tianming possessed such a terrifying move that it left her wanting to scream in outrage. Can you escape? Lu Tianming smiled faintly. Lu Yimeng had shown him no mercy, and he would reciprocate in kind. With a flick of his finger, the golden giant finger accelerated, its grand sound echoing like an ancient supreme being chanting scriptures, enhancing its forcefulness. Puff! Lu Yimeng cried out in anguish as her body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a beautiful mountain outside the storm and cloud platform, collapsing it into a cloud of dust. It took several seconds for the brilliance to dissipate. The crowd directed their astonished gazes, all utterly horrified. They beheld Lu Yimeng in a pitiful state, her garments tattered, her flesh and blood mangled, almost unrecognizable as human. Within her shattered body, her internal organs were visible. The blue inner armor she wore was in tatters, reduced to fragments. It was clear that this inner armor had absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, Lu Yimeng might have perished on the spot. That inner armor was a top-tier spiritual treasure. Now destroyed, the eyes of the spectators widened in disbelief, contemplating the sheer terror of Lu Tianming and Appo's strike. Even the other distinguished disciples on the storm and cloud rankings gazed at Lu Tianming in horror. Previously, they had looked down upon him as an inferior, but that arrogance evaporated instantly. Although Lu Tianming's realm was not high, his abnormal strength left them speechless. Zhao Yu was on the verge of grinding his teeth in fury. This was his beloved, nearly beaten to death by Lu Tianming. He directed a terrifying killing intent towards Lu Tianming. Though victorious, Lu Tianming exhaled deeply, his complexion slightly pale, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, the exertion of the golden sky divine finger had taken a considerable toll on him. The power of this attack was indeed beyond reproach, he mused, feeling a sense of admiration rise within him. He had gained another aces up his sleeve. Moreover, the golden sky divine finger was profound and extensive, and he had merely grasped its surface. As his strength increased in the future, the technique would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Lu Tianming was exceedingly satisfied with the divine concealment of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. He wondered what astonishing benefits he would gain from opening the other portals in the future. A slight smile played on his lips as he looked forward to what was to come. Lu Tianming, I shall take your life. Chapter 31. The primordial refining heaven cauldron. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed as Zhao Yu charged onto the arena, extending a claw towards Lu Tianming's head with the intent to tear it apart. A terrifying aura surged forth, revealing that he had opened 17 Yin veins. It is important to note that in the final stage of the profound Yin realm, the difficulty of opening each additional Yin vein increases exponentially. His strength was greatly augmented as a result. Although both he and Lu Yimeng had reached the pinnacle of the profound Yin realm, their combat prowess was not comparable. At this moment, Lu Tianming was employing the golden sky divine finger, which consumed a significant amount of energy, making Zhao Yu's attack appear to be an opportunistic strike. Zhao Yu, you are far too audacious. This is and it is not yours place to interfere in the affairs of this wind and cloud platform. At that moment, a woman's sharp rebuke resonated among the disciples of the. A woman clad in blue appeared, her jade-like hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a wave of profound Yin energy. She resembled the goddess of the moon, ethereal and untainted, her formidable strength evident. The vigorous, profound Yin energy instantly sent Zhao Yu flying, and the overwhelming force caused him to spit blood. The crowd gasped. With 17 opened Yin veins, Zhao Yu was already a rare adversary in the profound Yin realm. Yet he was repelled by this woman with a single strike, demonstrating her formidable prowess. It is senior sister Li Yuanji. The disciples of the exclaimed in unison. The blue-clad woman, with her cascading hair like a waterfall, possessed an enchanting figure and stunning beauty. Indeed, she was Li Yuanji, ranked third in the and endowed with a profound Yin body, having opened 19 Yin veins, with the 19th being an exceptionally rare hidden vein. Her strength and reputation were on par with that of goddess. The profound Yin body and the ability to open hidden veins? Lu Tianming couldn't help but be astonished. This woman was truly remarkable. In the current cultivation world, opening 18 Yin veins typically leads directly to the blazing sun realm. The ability to open a hidden vein is extraordinarily difficult, symbolizing exceptional talent. Those who can achieve it possess strength far superior to those with 18 open Yin veins. Advancing to the blazing sun realm afterward would be truly extraordinary. It was astonishing that such an outstanding woman existed within the. Indeed, the ability to open an additional Yin vein is a rarity. The voice of the woman in white resonated from within the ancient bronze coffin. Those who can achieve this are one in a million. Only with great determination can one succeed. Li Yuanji's gifts are truly worthy of admiration. Li Yuanji, you dare to interfere in my matters with Lu Tianming? Zhao Yu's expression darkened, his meridians within feeling fractured and extremely uncomfortable. He was genuinely fearful of Li Yuanji's combat prowess, recognizing her as a prominent figure among the four palaces. Despite having opened 17 Yin veins, he felt as if he were a mere speck of dust in comparison. After all, he was a disciple of the, and his bravado was merely a fade. Zhao Yu, the four palaces have regulations against disciples from different palaces engaging in duels on the wind and cloud platform. Are you disregarding the rules? Li Yuanji stated firmly. Moreover, junior brother.Lu has just defeated Lu Yimeng. Your ambush is utterly disgraceful. With the attention of the multitude upon her, Li Yuanji appeared ethereal, untainted by the dust of the world, surrounded by swirling mist, like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Her voice was like a heavenly melody, captivating all who heard it. Lu Tianming couldn't help but admire her allure, recognizing that many men were utterly entranced by her. It was likely that her words would incite the male disciples of the to go to great lengths to defend her honor. Indeed, Zhao Yu, who do you think you are? Leave at once. How dare you come here to wreak havoc? Have you even looked in the mirror to see if you're worthy? A loud shout rang out as Zheng Wu leaped onto the arena, standing beside Li Yuanji. Barking like a loyal dog, Lu Tianming couldn't help but smirk at the sight. It was clear that Zhao Yu was thoroughly infatuated with Li Yuanji. Indeed, the wind and cloud platform of the does not permit members of it to act recklessly. Anyone who dares to challenge senior sister Li Yuanji will face dire consequences. Many disciples echoed, proclaiming her as their goddess. Anyone who dared to provoke her would face their wrath. Suddenly, a few disciples, not knowing from where they had procured them, began hurling eggs at Zhao Yu. Caught off guard, he was struck multiple times with egg yolk splattering across his face, leaving him in a most embarrassing state. Damn it! Zhao Yu's eyes blazed with fury. He was a figure of status in the and could not fathom being treated this way in the. However, Li Yuanji was right. Disciples of the were indeed prohibited from taking action within the. His prior rage was quite humiliating. 2 months from now, at the Four Palaces Conference, what will you use to compete against the? My fellow disciples will make sure to greet you properly. Zhao Yu spoke coldly, leaving with the injured Lu Yimeng for treatment. Lu Tianming scoffed, unafraid, even of Dongfang Qingcheng, let alone the inner disciples of the. At the Four Palaces Conference, he would ensure that others would recognize the folly of underestimating him. Haha, brother Lu Tianming, congratulations on unlocking the first lock of the Great Body. Your potential will be unparalleled henceforth, Li Yuanji remarked, gracefully approaching him with a smile that could outshine 100 flowers, captivating all around her. She did not exude an air of aloofness. After all, Lu Tianming had once been a saintly figure, a status she could only admire from afar. In the past, Lu Tianming had indeed accomplished many remarkable feats that earned him fame throughout the sacred grounds, garnering admiration from numerous women. As she gazed at him, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Thank you for your kindness today, Lu Tianming replied with a smile, acknowledging that he and Li Yuanji had little prior interaction, but today she had indeed come to his aid. At that moment, Zhong Qinshi, with her bright eyes, approached with a cheerful demeanor, taking Lu Tianming's hand and leading him away. Lu Tianming felt a sense of helplessness, sensing a hint of jealousy from the young girl. Li Yuanji chuckled softly, shaking her head. Being a saintly figure has its advantages. Just the title alone can attract admirers. Many men looked on with envy. Some disciples laughed, urging everyone to be magnanimous. As Lu Tianming was now a member of the, and given the historically poor relations between the and the, it would be unwise to harbor grievances against him. Those who were previously vocal quickly fell silent. The recent venture to the Alchemy Pavilion had indeed yielded remarkable rewards. That night, Lu Tianming returned to the ancestral mountain, grinning widely. Not only had he gathered the materials for the, but he also acquired 500,000 spirit stones and the 8 Desolate Fist manual, truly worth the effort. What is this? Lu Tianming produced a wooden carving that resembled neither gold nor wood. The ancient bronze coffin reacted significantly to it, hinting at its extraordinary nature. A cauldron. The woman in white smiled lightly. A cauldron? Lu Tianming was taken aback. Indeed, there is a layer of restrictions on it that obscures perception. Once opened, one can obtain the items within. With that, she flicked her finger, and a divine light struck the wooden carving. With a crack, an invisible barrier shattered, revealing a large cauldron, half the height of a person, hidden within. This cauldron is remarkably imposing. Lu Tianming was astonished, never anticipating that such a grand cauldron would be concealed within the small wooden carving. The cauldron appeared ancient and weathered, infused with the essence of time, adorned with mysterious patterns within its mouth, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Tianming felt as if he were in the presence of a divine object, his heart stirred with reverence, wanting to prostrate himself before it. The primordial refining heaven cauldron. The woman in white also expressed her surprise, her voice tinged with awe. Chapter 32. The Ancestor's Cliff. What is this? Lu Tianming scratched his head in confusion. To obtain this cauldron is truly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Throughout history, countless great figures and sovereigns have sought this artifact, yet all have returned empty-handed. The woman in white spoke with a tone laced with envy towards Lu Tianming. This item is the divine weapon of the ancient alchemy ancestor, the only figure in history to attain the emperor status through the art of alchemy. The primordial heavenly refining cauldron ranks 43rd on the list of celestial emperor artifacts, a supreme holy object in the realm of alchemy, capable of commanding the respect of alchemists from both ancient and modern times. The mention of the ancient alchemy ancestor and the artifact's prestigious rank left Lu Tianming in awe as he inhaled sharply, his mind racing. What an outstanding entity this was! The ancient alchemy ancestor, revered as the progenitor of alchemy, was indeed renowned. The art of alchemy had the power to astonish the heavens and weep for the spirits, and the primordial heavenly refining cauldron echoed through the ages. He had unwittingly acquired this cauldron, having purchased a mere wooden sculpture for 2,000 spirit stones. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Should some powerful beings become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of bloodshed. The list of celestial emperor artifacts encompasses the most formidable 49 artifacts from past to present, each possessing unparalleled might, capable of shaking the very realms. Perhaps the heavens are aiding you in your quest for alchemy, the woman in white, Donghua, remarked with a light laugh. With this cauldron, Lu Tianming's prospects in alchemy seemed boundless. It also possessed many coveted celestial flames that countless cultivators dreamt of, presenting him with a significant advantage. Lu Tianming rubbed his hands together in excitement. He was indeed destined for greatness. What was Dongfang Qingsheng compared to him? In the ensuing days, under Donghua's guidance, Lu Tianming devoted himself to the study of alchemy. It must be said that mastering alchemy was no simple feat. Even with his formidable Dao Emperor Body and superior divine soul, he found himself frequently at a loss, facing repeated failures. Fortunately, Lu Tianming's comprehension abilities were extraordinary, coupled with Donghua's clear and insightful instructions, which directed him to the very essence of the craft. His progress was remarkably swift. During this time, Lu Tianming, curious, inquired about Donghua's own rank as an alchemist. He felt that every word she spoke resonated with profound wisdom, bridging the path to the Dao with far-reaching significance. Donghua smiled lightly, stating that her knowledge spanned both ancient and modern times, and her achievements in alchemy were unparalleled. In her prime, even the ancient alchemy ancestor would have engaged in discourse with her. Lu Tianming gulped in astonishment. Donghua was even more impressive than he had anticipated. With her, as his mentor, his advancement in alchemy would surely become easier. To grasp the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly technique, one must venture to the ancestor's cliff. About a month later, after successfully concocting the Tian pill, the Sunlight Sovereign appeared before him, revealing this crucial information. The ancestor's cliff? Lu Tianming was taken aback. The founder created the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly technique there. Perhaps some insights await. The Sunlight Sovereign chuckled, sharing that this knowledge came from his research of ancestral texts. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Tianming expressed his gratitude, elated. He had been searching for the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly technique without a clue, and the Sovereign's words illuminated the path ahead. Why are we still being formal? The Sunlight Sovereign smiled. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed violently. His complexion, paling as blood, trickled from his mouth. Master Uncle, what happened? Lu Tianming's expression shifted, rushing to support the Sovereign. Their bond was akin to that of family, and he was deeply concerned for him. Years ago, the Sovereign had stood against the tide to aid him. Without that intervention, his fate would have been far more tragic. It's merely a minor injury. With some rest, I shall recover, the Sunlight Sovereign stated, wiping away the blood with a casual smile. He then gifted Lu Tianming a substantial sum of spirit stones and medicinal resources before taking his leave from the Ancestor Mountain. Lu Tianming felt a sense of remorse for having caused trouble for his sect, aware that the Sovereign had done all he could to keep him in the sacred land. The elders had strict rules against aiding him, and this act was already a violation of those regulations. Master Uncle, I will rise again, Lu Tianming declared, gripping his storage bag tightly as he felt its warmth, his gaze resolute. He understood the reason for the Sovereign's injury. Years ago, Dongfang Qingsheng had harmed his foundation, leaving him on the brink of death. It was the Sovereign who had selflessly expended his own essence to mend Lu Tianming's broken path, resulting in his own injuries and a fall from the realm of heavenly beings to the Dao King stage. Otherwise, his status within the sacred land would have remained unchallenged. In recent years, the Sovereign's condition had evidently deteriorated. Lu Tianming knew that he needed to reclaim the title of Saint's Son to assist his Master Uncle. Saint Lord, if you continue to provide Lu Tianming with resources in secret, I fear you may face impeachment at the next Elder Assembly. Elder Suyi of the Zhixiao Heavenly Palace remarked with a wry smile. The last time you supplied resources to Lu Tianming, there was significant opposition from the elders, leading to a drastic reduction in resources, exacerbating his injuries. The outcome this time is predictable. Let them impeach. Those old fools are too despicable. I will not allow Tianming to truly fall, the Sunlight Sovereign replied coldly. He had watched Lu Tianming grow up, and their bond was profound. Whether Lu Tianming could perform well at the next Saint Sun Conference would determine the fate of the Saint Sun and Saint Daughter, potentially altering the very fabric of Kunlun sacred land. Elder Suyi sighed softly. The Sunlight Sovereign clenched his fists, unwavering in his belief that Tianming would not disappoint him. Otherwise, they would all face dire consequences. Lu Tianming and Appo's resolve solidified further as he prepared to confront the challenges ahead. The Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly technique was something he was determined to acquire. It was the most formidable combat method within the four palaces, and once attained, it would significantly enhance his strength. This must be the Ancestor's Cliff. Following the Sunlight Sovereign's guidance, Lu Tianming approached a cliff not far from a desolate mountain. Under the moonlight, the cliff exuded an aura of tranquility. A few ancient trees swayed gently in the wind, appearing rather ordinary. This cliff carries the essence of the most powerful beings who have comprehended the Tao, the woman in white remarked seriously. I can't sense anything, Lu Tianming replied, feeling perplexed. To him, it seemed like an ordinary rocky precipice, with a waterfall cascading down its side. If all things in the world could be perceived with the naked eye, there would be far fewer secrets in the heavens and earth, the woman in white retorted impatiently. The aura here is exceedingly subtle and requires a certain opportunity to be mobilized. You might as well practice the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. Perhaps you will uncover something. Lu Tianming's heart stirred. The Dragon Elephant Divine Palm was the key to cultivating the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly technique, and perhaps it truly held promise. The woman in white's guidance proved invaluable. He focused his energy and began to practice. Boom, boom, boom. Under the moonlight, as Lu Tianming executed the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm, the resonating sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoed within him, exuding an air of grandeur. Who is it practicing martial arts at this hour? Many disciples nearby, having been disturbed, expressed their discontent, having been roused from their rest, as this was adjacent to the resting area for disciples of the Desolate Palace. It's Lu Tianming. Why is he acting strangely at this hour, practicing the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm? Many were astonished. They were aware of his reputation. Many believed he had come to the Desolate Palace with the intent of mastering the Dragon Elephant sacred heavenly technique. That technique was notoriously domineering, and once perfected, its power would be unmatched. Not only the disciples of the sacred land, but even many formidable beings from ancient times held it in high regard. They could not fathom that he believed he could obtain the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly technique at a mere cliff. It was laughable. Some disciples scoffed, not out of disdain for Lu Tianming, but because the pursuit of such a technique seemed utterly far-fetched. The ancient sages of the sacred land had all been at a loss. Lu Tianming, merely at the Qi transformation stage, dared to aspire for it. It was an absurdity. However, several disciples were astonished by his martial talent, noting the overwhelming aura of the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm he was wielding. His left hand seemed to transform into a soaring dragon, while his right hand morphed into a divine tiger, exuding the grandeur of a cosmic battle between dragon and tiger. The sounds of dragon roars and tiger roars resonated powerfully, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast unleashing its might, instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Though it was an advanced combat technique, in Lu Tianming's hands, it appeared even more domineering than a typical low-grade human-level technique. Many marvel at the evident prowess of the Great Wilderness Emperor's physique. Lu Tianming's corporeal form is exceptionally formidable. The ordinary combat techniques he employs yield a power far exceeding that of his peers. Senior Sister Li Yuanji. Do you believe that Lu Tianming stands a chance of acquiring the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm? In the dormitory area, atop a hill, Li Yuanji, adorned in a blue garment, stands gracefully against the night breeze, her skin pale as snow, resembling a breathtaking landscape. Beside her is a young man clad in white, with his hands clasped behind his head, casually leaning against a gnarled tree, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he smiles nonchalantly. Should any disciples of the Wilderness Palace be present, they would surely regard him with reverence. He is none other than Qin Feng, the fourth-ranked genius of the Wilderness Palace, who has opened 18 meridians and has partially opened a 19th. Attaining such a feat through personal strength alone attests to his extraordinary capabilities. Yet, he remains an enigma. It is likely that even some true disciples would struggle to see through him. Li Yuanji chuckles softly, her delicate fingers brushing through her flowing hair, her face as flawless as a blossoming lotus, captivating all who behold her. Indeed, while Lu Tianming once shone brilliantly and seemed unattainable, he now exudes an air of mystery and restraint, akin to the vast ocean, unfathomable in its depths. Qin Feng's expression grows serious. The esteemed Holy Son lowering himself beneath them evokes a sense of awe. However, one must remember that even a starved camel is larger than a horse. He does not dare to underestimate him. What does it matter if one possesses an enigmatic aura? In the sacred grounds, status is earned through strength, without combat prowess. Even the most illustrious past is merely a hollow reputation. At that moment, a cold laugh resounds as a man clad in black approaches, his hands clasped behind him. Chapter 33. A stunning phenomenon and a catastrophe, the mystical aura emanating from him grew increasingly dense, and with his arrival, the nearby flora and stones began to show signs of freezing. Qin Feng's gaze shifted, and his expression hardened. The person before him was none other than Lu Hao, the second-ranked genius of the Arid Palace. His strength had already reached the blazing sun realm, although he was merely half a step into it. His combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner in the mystical Yin realm. Lu Hao, with the four palaces' martial meeting imminent, should you not refrain from targeting Lu Tianming, a disciple of our Arid Palace? Li Yuanji cast a cold glance at him, her voice frosty. What of it? There are over 1,000 disciples in the Arid Palace. Does every one of them warrant my attention? Lu Hao retorted with a hint of mockery. His gaze lingered on Li Yuanji, admiring her graceful figure and fair complexion, his eyes briefly betraying a hint of lasciviousness. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Li Yuanji was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Arid Palace, admired by countless disciples. However, the average disciple's capabilities paled in comparison to hers, making them hesitant to entertain any thoughts of overstepping their bounds. Additionally, Li Yuanji had lofty standards, making it difficult for ordinary men to capture her attention. Lu Hao, as the second-ranked talent, was one of the few to entertain any hopes regarding her. Many within the Arid Palace were aware of Lu Hao's infatuation with Li Yuanji. Yet now, it seemed that she regarded the disheveled Lu Tianming with newfound interest, which understandably irked Lu Hao. Do not be too arrogant. Beware that one day, Lu Tianming may rise, and it will be you who suffers humiliation, Li Yuanji warned. She disapproved of Lu Hao and Appo's excessive pride and domineering nature. Rise? It is not so simple, Lu Hao scoffed, dismissing the notion with a sneer. Merely obtaining the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique is akin to chasing a mirage. The mountain cliff was notoriously sinister. He had heard that many powerful figures from sacred lands had attempted to uncover its secrets, only to either go mad or perish, with none meeting a favorable end. The cliff seemed to harbor a mysterious force capable of backlash against individuals. Lu Tianming's cultivation there might very well lead to a dire fate. Li Yuanji and Qin Feng fell silent, both having heard the ominous legends. Lu Tianming could indeed be facing calamity. To seek the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique, Lu Tianming, you are far too presumptuous. At that moment within a cave, the barbarian dragon sovereign was also observing, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was aware of the news that the Sun Sovereign had shared regarding Lu Tianming and the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique. He chose to turn a blind eye, hoping that Lu Tianming would fall into his trap. With his goal achieved, he felt elated. The Sun Sovereign remained silent. Wealth and danger are intertwined. This was Lu Tianming's only opportunity, and he had no choice but to fight for it. Boom! Indeed. Just as Lu Tianming immersed himself in the cultivation of the dragon elephant divine palm, the roaring sound of dragon and elephant resonated from within him, growing ever more magnificent. As if ancient dragons and colossal elephants had emerged to shake the heavens. Amidst that fierce aura, a mysterious force connected with the ancestral cliff, followed by thunder and lightning. As the winds and clouds shifted ominously, visible strands of black killing light appeared, resembling terrifying swords aimed directly at Lu Tianming. In the void, numerous sinister shadows seemed intent on harming him. At a glance, the area was nearly filled with a tempest of black winds and lightning, creating a scene of unfathomable terror. The calamity atop the ancestral cliff had manifested. A tumult surged around them, leaving countless spectators aghast. Witnessing the rumored calamity firsthand was astonishing. Under that dreadful aura, it felt as though an omnipotent being sought to annihilate everything. How could Lu Tianming possibly withstand such force? This is the outcome you deserve, the barbarian dragon sovereign remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. This murderous intent was something even those at the celestial realm would find challenging to endure. Lu Tianming, merely at the Qi induction realm, was akin to an ant destined for death at any moment. Should Lu Tianming perish, the Sun Sovereign's faction would be left with no hope. In time, the position of Saint Sun would be theirs to claim, and the Kunlun sacred land would truly belong to them. As he contemplated this, a broader smile spread across his face. Buzz. Just then, his expression froze. The myriad black thunderbolts and killing lights abruptly halted at a certain distance from Lu Tianming. The dragon and elephant aura emanating from Lu Tianming seemed to act as a shield, causing those deadly forces to gradually dissipate. Then, an ancient voice resonated, as divine brilliance manifested, akin to some transcendent principle emerging, illuminating the cliff in resplendent harmony, brightening the heavens and the earth. Lu Tianming began to close his eyes, sitting cross-legged, his disheveled hair billowing, his crown radiating light, as if he were comprehending something, his demeanor solemn. What is happening? How is it that those killing forces have not affected Lu Tianming at all? Could it be that the dragon-elephant divine palm truly connected with the Tao's rhythm, granting him the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly technique created by our ancestors? Around them, the disciples of the arid palace were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Lu Hao's countenance turned as rigid as bark, his eyes glassy, as he croaked, "How is this possible? The dragon-elephant's sacred heavenly technique, lost for millennia within the arid palace. This mere Qi induction realm disciple has obtained it?" It was as if a child were lifting a towering mountain, a notion too absurd to accept. Lu Tianming is indeed worthy of being the former Saint Sun, Li Yuanji remarked with a light laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In that moment, Lu Tianming's sacred radiance bloomed, his aura ethereal and dazzling, so captivating that it stirred something deep within her heart. Qin Feng sighed softly, shaking his head. Indeed, it was not difficult for Lu Tianming to surpass them. Buzz. Just as the crowd erupted in astonishment, shock, and joy, a sudden beam of killing light descended from the heavens, its cold malevolence cascading like a waterfall, aimed directly at Lu Tianming's head. The terrifying aura seemed to freeze the very void. Someone is taking action to slay Lu Tianming. The onlookers turned pale. Within the sacred land, the factions were intricately intertwined. Many wished to see Lu Tianming's brilliance extinguished, eliminating him before he could fully flourish. If Lu Tianming were to gain strength, it would have far-reaching implications for many. Who dares to harm my sacred land's prodigy? Seeking death. Just as the killing light was about to strike Lu Tianming, an enraged voice emanated from within the Lingxiao Palace. The Sun's sovereign appeared, radiating a brilliance that rivaled the divine being, striking out with a single palm. With a resounding crash, the magnificent and sharp sword of light was obliterated. What cowardice! Come forth! The Sun's sovereign glared at the dark clouds, his gaze icy as he reached out, shattering the massive cloud and pulling forth a shadow from the void. All eyes turned in astonishment as the figure fell. It was not flesh and blood, but a mere puppet. They understood that the assailant clearly wished to remain anonymous. The Sun Sovereign's face darkened as he addressed the void. "Barbarian dragon, I implore you to exercise restraint. As a senior, your actions against a disciple are laughable." Many were taken aback. The barbarian dragon sovereign and the Sun Sovereign were at odds, embroiled in a struggle for doctrinal supremacy. The barbarian dragon sovereign might resort to any means to deal with Lu Tianming, Should Lu Tianming rise again as the former saint's son, the impact on the barbarian dragon sovereign and Appo's faction would be immense. Son sovereign, do not speak recklessly. By what means do you presume to identify me as the assailant? A towering figure emerged from the void, ancient yet as imposing as a mountain, suppressing the cosmos. It was indeed the barbarian dragon sovereign, who cast a sidelong glance at the sun sovereign and chuckled lightly. Damn it, barbarian dragon, do not let me find evidence, otherwise I shall surely crush you. A caw echoed, heralding the arrival of an old crow. With astonishing speed, it darted over the head of the barbarian dragon sovereign, and with a plop, it dropped a lump of excrement onto his forehead. Chapter 34. Dao Injury. The revered Monglong was engulfed in an overwhelming fury, radiating an aura of dread and malice. As a venerable figure of the Holy Land, he found himself profoundly vexed by the antics of a mere dead crow. Do not cast such accusing glances. I bear no responsibility, and you possess no evidence, the old crow retorted defiantly. Keep a close eye on Lu Tianming. That last strike, even if it was blocked by shitty Ryu, still infused a terrifying killing intent into Lu Tianming's body. He is undoubtedly suffering greatly now. Monglong sneered, his expression darkening. The old crow and the venerable Ryu felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The sword energy from that puppet was something even a typical divine pill realm expert would struggle to withstand. Given that Lu Tianming was currently in a phase of comprehension, the consequences were indeed dire. Sure enough, as soon as Monglong's words fell, Lu Tianming, who had been in a meditative state, coughed up blood, his pallor turning ghostly. You old dog, Monglong, I swear I will make you pay 100-fold for this. Lu Tianming's eyes glinted with ferocity. He sensed the turmoil outside. Monglong could not evade responsibility. That sword had left many of his internal meridians frozen, resulting in a faint Dao injury within him. Dao injury. Many gasped in astonishment. Such injuries were notoriously difficult to heal. With Lu Tianming's foundation already shattered, the addition of a Dao injury could spell disaster for his future prospects, potentially severing his lineage and efforts. One outrage. Ryu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Brother Monglong, your malice is truly insidious. The old crow echoed his sentiments, practically howling in indignation, wishing to confront Monglong directly. The disruption of Lu Tianming's fortunes was indeed a tragic loss. Lu Tianming, as your elder, I advise you to show reverence to your masters and respect the Dao. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to hold you accountable for your disrespect towards your elders. Monglong chuckled coldly, his demeanor unperturbed as he reiterated, without evidence, do not slander. Focus on mending your own body. With that, he burst into laughter, disregarding the grim expressions of the old crow and Ryu, and vanished into the ethereal sky. Numerous onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. In the past, Monglong and Ryu had never truly clashed, despite their discord. However, with Lu Tianming's rising prominence, Monglong had resorted to such underhanded tactics, leaving everyone stunned. Clearly, Lu Tianming had posed a significant threat to Monglong. You think it would be so easy to ensnare me? You are woefully naive. Yet, as Lu Tianming fixed his gaze on the direction Monglong had departed, a subtle smirk played at the corners of his lips. In normal circumstances, that sword strike would indeed have severed his inheritance and left him with a Dao affliction. However, at a critical juncture, the woman in white within the ancient bronze coffin intervened, countering the killing intent entirely and employing a remarkably intricate method to preserve the mark of inheritance. The legacy of the dragon elephant's sacred heaven technique had not been interrupted after all. His spitting of blood was merely a deliberate act to mislead Monglong into complacency. At this moment, his objectives had undeniably been achieved. He could not allow this debt to go unpunished. As the news spread, it sent shockwaves through the four palaces. What? Lu Tianming truly received the inheritance of the dragon elephant's sacred heaven technique? Indeed, that night at the ancestral Dao Cliff, divine light had illuminated the sky, accompanied by celestial harmonies, as if the ancient ancestors had manifested to impart their wisdom, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Alas, Lu Tianming's misfortune struck, interrupted by the sword light, resulting not only in the severance of his inheritance, but also leaving him with a Dao injury. Many sighed in lamentation. To connect with the dragon elephant's sacred heaven technique was to create a historic miracle, Yet such events seem to be the whims of fate. Lu Tianming. It appears this is your destined calamity, mused Dongfang Qingsheng, a smile of delight gracing her lips upon hearing the news. Lu Tianming's acquisition of the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heaven technique posed a significant threat to her, but now she could rest easy. Brother Tianming, who has wronged you? How wicked! In the following days, Ryu, the old crow, and even the elusive Sankei Taoist visited to assess Lu Tianming's Dao injury, feeling helpless in the face of such a challenge. Dao injuries were the most arduous to heal, requiring time to nurture gradually. Consequently, Lu Tianming's path to furthering his power would be exceedingly difficult. Zhong Xinshi wept heartily, her heart aching as she beheld the pale Lu Tianming lying in bed. It is but a minor injury. It is nothing of great concern, Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. Though affected, he was not in as dire straits as others believed. With the aid of the woman in white, his recovery would not prove difficult. With a heart full of concern, Zhong Xinshi produced numerous precious medicinal herbs for Lu Tianming's recovery. After 3 days of dedicated care, she reluctantly took her leave. On the 5th day, under the assistance of the woman in white, Lu Tianming's Dao injury was finally eradicated. Furthermore, due to the infusion of abundant vital energy, he found himself advancing towards the peak of the Qi induction realm without the need for deliberate cultivation. His aura significantly strengthened. Donghua, thank you, Lu Tianming said with a gentle smile, feeling the changes within him. We are but grasshoppers on the same rope. There is no need for pleasantries. The woman in white replied, rolling her eyes. Lu Tianming smiled, aware that his relationship with the woman was complex. Despite their bizarre encounter, she had obscured his senses at that time, leaving him without any memory of those 10 days. Their bond was neither that of lovers nor of master and disciple. Yet, gazing at her ethereal beauty, he could not help but swallow hard. Donghua was breathtaking, as if she had stepped out of a painting, exuding an otherworldly grace that captivated the heart. Truly, she resembled a goddess, suppressing the ages with her presence. Compared to the so-called beauties of the wasteland, she was a radiant moon amidst mere fireflies, an incomparable sight. Should there be any genuine connection with Donghua, it would undoubtedly fill many men with unparalleled pride. Come to think of it, Brother Monglong's disruption of your Dao comprehension might be a blessing in disguise. The understanding of the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heaven technique cannot be achieved in a day. Now you may take your time, without the worry of interruptions. The woman in white remarked with a gentle smile. Lu Tianming nodded, fully aware that his position within the Holy Land was precarious. Without sufficient strength, he could lose his life at any moment. Thus, he felt a renewed urgency to elevate his realm. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tianming produced a cerulean pill, its surface swirling with rich medicinal fragrance and intricate inscriptions. He chuckled softly, for this was the expanding pill he had spent over half a month crafting. The primordial alchemy cauldron and a celestial fire had proven to be immensely potent tools in his alchemical endeavors. While using the primordial alchemy cauldron, he felt as if an ethereal aura enveloped him, guiding his alchemical process to astonishing heights. The pill bore the markings of perfection, a truly extraordinary expanding pill. Should other alchemists learn of this, they would be utterly astounded. The expanding pill was an ancient elixir long thought lost to time. Even with a recipe, a master alchemist might struggle to replicate it. That Lu Tianming, a novice in alchemy, had managed to produce a pill of such quality was indeed remarkable. The primordial alchemy cauldron possesses the essence of the pill ancestor, which imbues your alchemy with a miraculous transformative quality, the woman in white concluded. Lu Tianming nodded and promptly consumed the expanding pill, simultaneously swallowing the previously acquired Tianyin pill. Chapter 35. A perfect conclusion. The Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform, thunder rumbled. In an instant, as the Tianyin Dan entered his stomach, Lu Tianming felt an overwhelming surge of Tianyin energy coursing through his body, ultimately converging in his Dantian's Qi Si, causing the energy within to visibly transform into an icy hue. This icy aura was remarkably domineering, far surpassing the typical Tianyin energy possessed by other practitioners of the Xianyin realm. A slight smile graced Lu Tianming's lips as he recognized the Tianyin energy contained within the Tianyin Dan. This represented the pinnacle of energy within the Xian-Yin realm, surpassing ordinary Tianming energy by several levels. Just a single strand was more potent than the combined efforts of those who had opened several Yin meridians. Henceforth, as he advanced to the Liwaying realm, his starting point would be significantly elevated compared to others. This was precisely why, on the day he obtained the Tianming Dan, so many elders from the Holy Land had appeared, filled with excitement and eager to exchange for his Tianming Dan. Bestowing this pill upon a junior would suffice to cultivate an exceptionally gifted disciple. As the Tianming energy surged, the efficacy of the two Yin Dan began to manifest, its pure medicinal power relentlessly impacting Lu Tianming's body, continuously opening his Yin meridians. Before long, he had opened as many as 12 Yin meridians, each radiating with a soft glow, thicker and more robust, resembling interwoven rivers of stars. The previously opened 5 meridians had also become more substantial and resilient under the influence of the Tuo Yin Dan. If ordinary practitioners opened meridians the width of copper wire, Lu Tianming and Appos, as were akin to steel pipes, the force he could output markedly greater. Having consumed a single Ta Yin Dan, he had astonishingly opened 12 Yin meridians. Gazing at the meridians, Lu Tianming was left utterly astounded. Even though he had anticipated the Tua Yin Dan, an ancient elixir, to possess formidable effects, he had not expected such remarkable results. 12 Yin meridians were something that many inner disciples would take years and countless resources to achieve, enduring immense suffering to do so. He had accomplished this with just one pill. Lu Tianming felt as if he were in a dream. The efficacy of the Tua Yin Dan, revered among ancient practitioners of the Xianyin realm, was indeed extraordinary. The white-clad woman spoke, attributing this success to Lu Tianming's solid foundation. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, his breakthroughs would naturally be smoother than others. This was the advantage of attaining the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. At this rate, with the help of the Tua Yin Dan, it was quite possible for Lu Tianming to reach the pinnacle of the Xianyin realm. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he felt as if a broad road lay before him. The path of alchemy deservedly held the title of the most esteemed profession within the cultivation world. Alchemists, with their unique techniques, could create elixirs that were truly miraculous. A single pill could save practitioners countless years of arduous training. The higher his accomplishments in alchemy, the greater the benefits to his cultivation. This created a virtuous cycle. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Lu Tianming had utilized the Tua Yin Dan he had refined to open up his Yin meridians to as many as 18. He was on the verge of opening hidden meridians. Such speed would undoubtedly cause many in the Holy Land to question their own lives. Simultaneously, he had successfully mastered the 8 Desolations Fist and the Dragon Elephant Sacred Technique. Now, Lu Tianming's overall strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. 3 days later, a grand event commenced within the Desolate Palace, the Battle of the Wind and Cloud Platform. This was an annual martial gathering held by the Desolate Palace, aimed at testing the disciples' progress in their cultivation over the past year and preparing for the upcoming 4-palace grand competition. The Desolate Palace had a limited quota of only 10 places due to its relatively lower strength, necessitating the selection of the 10 most formidable individuals to participate. All disciples of the Desolate Palace were eagerly anticipating the event, for once the top 10 were determined, they would receive generous rewards, igniting fervor among them. Lu Ye, are you participating in the Battle of the Wind and Cloud Platform? On this day, Lu Tianming had just awoken from his meditative state when he heard the melodious laughter of Zhong Qianxi outside his door. Now, Zhong Qianxi exuded an extraordinary demeanor, radiating an aura of mysterious light, akin to a celestial spirit, captivating all attention. How have you advanced to the pinnacle of the Xian-Yin realm so swiftly? Lu Tianming exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Zhong Qianxi's transformation. Previously, her realm had not surpassed his, yet now she had also reached the pinnacle of the Xianyin realm. Leave him dumbfounded. My master mentioned that I possess a unique constitution with a mysterious power within me, aiding in the opening of my Yin meridians. Zhong Qianxi replied with a cheerful smile. Having previously protected Lu Tianming, she now felt delighted to be able to safeguard her brother once again. This little girl is quite remarkable, Lu Tianming mused, understanding that she was the daughter of the Zhong family, which had a long-standing and profound heritage in the eastern wilderness, making her exceptional abilities quite normal. Lu Ge, I've heard that those who rank in the top 10 in this Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform will gain access to the Dragon Elephant Pool for cultivation. I can't help but feel a tinge of envy, Zhong Qianxi remarked, playfully linking her arm with his. The Dragon Elephant Pool? A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes. He was aware of the esteemed reputation of the Dragon Elephant Pool. It was a treasure trove of the desolate palace, brimming with dragon elephant energy, highly beneficial for tempering the body and refining true essence. In previous years, many disciples had ascended to the Li Ying realm thanks to the Dragon Elephant Pool. With enhanced physical strength, their overall power surged. This would greatly aid him in cultivating the Dragon Elephant's sacred technique, of which he had merely scratched the surface. With the Dragon Elephant energy support, his training would yield extraordinary results. We can just go and take a look. If you desire other resources, I will do my utmost to assist you, Zhong Qianxi said apologetically. She had forgotten that Lu Tianming had not yet mastered the Dragon Elephant sacred technique and had also suffered a Dao injury, an ailment that was difficult to heal. Achieving a top 10 ranking in the Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform seemed exceedingly improbable. She expressed this concern to avoid disheartening her brother. Lu Tianming smiled gently, ruffling Zhong Qianxi's hair. He was determined to secure a position among the top 10 in this Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform. Together, they traversed several picturesque mountains until they arrived at the Wind and Cloud platform near the main peak. As they reached their destination, Lu Tianming's eyes widened in amazement. The Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform was indeed a grand event held annually by the Desolate Palace. Disciples who typically secluded themselves for training had returned, their auras robust and spirited. The atmosphere surrounding them was fervent and electric. Numerous individuals had attained the pinnacle of the Xianyin realm, standing on par with the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud rankings. Lu Tianming sighed inwardly, realizing that the rankings could not fully represent one's strength. A year was ample time for significant changes. Hey, Lu Tianming, how dare you show your face at the Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform? Many gazes turned toward him, filled with astonishment. Recently, Lu Tianming's acquisition of the Dragon Elephant sacred technique had caused quite a stir. However, just as he was on the verge of enlightenment, he was interrupted by a sword energy, sustaining a Dao injury that left many lamenting his misfortune. His arrival now elicited sympathy from others. Ha, Lu Tianming, what brings you here? Do you not find the situation pitiful? A loud laugh echoed as Zhao Yu from the Yu Palace approached, mocking him. The Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform attracted talents from other palaces as well. Seeing Lu Tianming, who had severely injured his beloved, Zhao Yu's gaze turned venomous, reminiscent of a viper. Lu Yiming's injuries were grave. Her bones and meridians had suffered significant damage. After treatment, she could not fully recover, resulting in a drop in her realm to the early stages of the Xianyin realm, nearly ruining her life. Naturally, he harbored an intense hatred toward Lu Tianming. Beside him, Lu Yiming wore a malevolent expression, yearning for Lu Tianming's blood. Mind your own business and take care of your lover, Lu Tianming replied dismissively, casting a cold glance at Zhao Yu. The latter's hatred intensified, fists clenched until they bled. If given a chance, he would love nothing more than to strike Lu Tianming down right then and there. However, seeing Lu Tianming participate in the Battle of the Wind and Cloud platform only made him inwardly rejoice, eager to witness his humiliation and impending doom. Lu Tianming, are you truly determined to participate in the Battle of the Winds and Clouds? At that moment, Li Yuanji also arrived, her beautiful eyes glancing over in astonishment. Chapter 36. The enraged Lu. How one might have anticipated that Lu Tianming would be disheartened and withdrawn, choosing not to participate. However, his determination to compete came as a surprise to her. Just a casual endeavor, a means to stretch one's limbs, Lu Tianming remarked with a nonchalant shrug, observing the astonished beauty in Li Yuanji's eyes. Do your best, but do not act impulsively, she sighed, sensing his reluctance driven by a sense of unfulfillment. Yet, despite reaching the pinnacle of the Qi realm, he would still struggle against the foremost competitors of the Fengyan platform. Over the past year, many disciples of the abandoned palace had significantly enhanced their strength. Thus, Lu Tianming's aspirations for a commendable performance seemed rather unrealistic. You should not be here. A waste must accept the reality of their inadequacy. A cold voice interjected as a man clad in black approached, his demeanor indifferent. Who are you? Lu Tianming inquired, scratching his ear, perplexed as to why he would be at odds with this black-clad individual. You are nothing but a fool. You are unaware that our Lu Hao, ranked second in the abandoned palace, dares to participate in the Fengyun platform battle? You should return to your rubbish heap, one of Lu Hao's followers boasted arrogantly. Reality in cultivation is harsh. Only those with power command respect. Without it, one is less than nothing. Hence, even though Lu Tianming had once been a saint, they regarded him with indifference, even harboring a desire to pummel him. Ah, so it's Lu Hao, Lu Tianming mused, realizing that Lu Hao harbored a fondness for Li Yuanji. It was evident that his irritation stemmed from her conversing with him. With a playful flick of his hair, Lu Tianming smiled. If you lack charm, perhaps you should consider your own shortcomings instead of projecting your frustrations onto others. A chuckle escaped Zhong Xinshi and Appo's lips as she covered her mouth, amused. Lu Hao, robust and embodying the essence of masculinity, undeniably paled in comparison to Lu Tianming regarding charisma and appearance. To openly declare Lu Hao unattractive was a profound affront. What did you say? Lu Hao erupted in fury, his eyes radiating a terrifying murderous intent, his hair standing on end. He bellowed in rage, boom. An overwhelming aura surged forth, sending several nearby disciples tumbling away in shock. The audacity of Lu Tianming was remarkable. He dared to provoke Lu Hao, who was on the verge of entering the solar realm. With the seeds of yang veins already emerging within him, should he unleash his true essence? Even several Xian Yin realm practitioners would be no match for him. Was Lu Tianming truly so bold as to challenge such a formidable opponent? Excellent. Lu Hao was known for his ruthlessness. In the past, several unfortunate disciples have been severely punished for merely speaking to Li Yuanji, suffering broken limbs and being cast out of the abandoned palace, or worse, secretly eliminated and fed to wild dogs in the mountains. Lu Tianming had touched upon his sensitive spot and dared to insult him. On the Fengyun platform, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Not far away, Zhao Yu observed the scene with a glimmer of delight, contemplating how to inflict the most misery upon Lu Tianming. He truly brought this upon himself by provoking a fierce tiger like Lu Hao, he mused. Beside him, Lu Yiming chuckled coldly. Having long regarded Lu Hao as her elder brother, she relished the prospect of his wrath upon Lu Tianming for having crippled her. Now he dares to oppose Lu Hao? He clearly does not know the meaning of danger. Words have been spoken. Are you deaf? If you are unattractive, perhaps you should reflect on your own faults instead of lamenting your fate, Lu Tianming remarked dismissively, flicking away the earwax he had just extracted. I will have your life. Lu Hao roared, brimming with murderous intent. Within the abandoned palace, few would dare speak to him in such a manner. His fury was uncontrollable. With a resounding boom, his aura exploded forth, the Xian Yin energy reaching terrifying levels as it coalesced around him. He struck out, aiming to solidify the very air itself. Those nearest felt their skin crawl, chilled to the bone, their faces ashen. Lu Hao, having perfected the Xian Yin realm over 5 years, though he had not opened his hidden veins, was significantly more formidable than the average practitioner. One strike from him could shatter boulders weighing thousands of pounds. Many gazed at Lu Tianming in trepidation, puzzled as to what gave him the courage to defy Lu Hao. Did he not realize that even without his injuries, he would still be no match for Lu Hao? With his injuries, Lu Hao could easily treat him as if he were a mere child. Yet, as the ferocious gale swept over him, Lu Tianming remained composed, unyielding in the face of Lu Hao's overwhelming arrogance. If the latter sought humiliation, Lu Tianming was more than willing to oblige. At that moment, a languid yet commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Lu Hao, settle your grievances on the Fengyun platform. Do not create trouble here. With these words, a formidable aura erupted, enveloping Lu Hao and Lu Tianming, forcibly separating their energies. Lu Tianming felt a tremor within. Turning to behold the three lacking Taoist casually descending upon a cloud. His disheveled hair and the act of picking at his toes utterly shattered the image of a venerable elder. Many disciples of the abandoned palace regarded the three lacking Taoist with a mix of awe and resentment. Though he was often derided as a trickster who had wronged many, his strength was undeniable. Among the elders, he was the most enigmatic figure, having never suffered defeat in his confrontations with others. Do not provoke the old crow, otherwise he shall turn the tables on you. A domineering voice echoed as the old crow descended gracefully from the skies, alighting atop the highest stone column of the Fengyun platform with an air of nonchalance, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exuding an aura of superiority. His demeanor resembled that of a rogue, as if he might strike at any moment, completely at odds with the image of a transcendent being. The Dao body, whereas the old crow's true form gone. Lu Tianming and oppose, as pupils constricted in astonishment. With his enhanced perceptual abilities, he discerned that the old crow was not in his true form. His lifespan is dwindling. Perhaps he's gone to resolve that issue. The white-clad woman, Donghua, remarked indifferently. To her, the seemingly mysterious old crow appeared as nothing more than a small creature devoid of secrets. Chapter 37. Mockery. So it is. Lu Tianming nodded in understanding. He could sense that the old crow was indeed very aged, emanating a murky aura, as if it had sustained injuries. On the Fengyun platform, Lu Tianming suggested they continue their amusement. Lu Hao's expression twitched. He dared not confront the Sankei Taoist, holding the old crow in such high regard that it seemed akin to a deity, inviolable. He turned to Lu Tianming and sneered coldly, questioning what difference it made if someone were to protect him. In the battle atop the Fengyun platform, relying solely on their respective strengths, Lu Tianming was at a disadvantage and could still be toyed with. At that moment, blood trickled from the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth, evoking a deeper sympathy from the onlookers. Despite such severe injuries, he still chose to participate in the Huanggang Martial Arts Conference. What a determination! Yet, the harshness of reality would offer him no mercy. Lu Tianming silently scoffed. His actions were intended for the elders of the Manlong Zun's faction to witness. The weaker he appeared, the fewer troubles he would encounter in the future, ultimately benefiting his growth. Damn, why does it feel like he has up to no good? He must be hiding something, the old crow muttered, its eyes darting around. Having lived with Lu Tianming for so many years, it understood him all too well. He was exceedingly cunning. Trapped in a cage, the old crow often found itself at the mercy of Lu Tianming's schemes. It shivered, sensing that things were not as simple as everyone presumed. As time passed, more disciples from the Huanggang arrived, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. Numerous elders from other palaces also came to witness the event, most with their sights set on Lu Tianming. The sensation surrounding Lu Tianming's mastery of the Longxiang Shengdiangong was monumental. If left unchallenged, it was destined to shine brightly in the sacred grounds. Observing Lu Tianming's weakened state, Zhong Qinshi often tended to him, administering spirit medicine, while Shun Muji chuckled coldly, feeling reassured. He was indeed incapacitated. The prospect of competing against them was now utterly impossible. To the despicable lot from the Yugu Palace, may you bear sons without manhood. Sankei Taoist cursed inwardly. Lu Tianming's acquisition of the Longxiang Shengdiangong was beneficial for the sacred land, yet out of sheer selfishness, they sought to ruin him. Such narrow-mindedness was appalling. Sankei Taoist, this generation of yours from the Huanggang seems to have a few promising talents. I wonder how many rounds they can endure in the Four Palaces Conference against our Yugu disciples. Shun Muji remarked with a faint smile. Mind your own business. Sankei Taoist retorted, delivering a light blow to the back of his head. Shun Muji's high standing in the Yugu was owed to his servitude to Dongfang Qingcheng, which he held in contempt. Shun Muji's gaze turned sinister. He resolved that should the Huanggang disciples perform poorly, he would not hesitate to mock them mercilessly. If the Huanggang continued to rank at the bottom in the Four Palaces Conference, he would petition the Elder Council for its dissolution, relegating the Huanggang disciples to serve in the other three palaces. The overall quality of the Huanggang was still significantly inferior to that of the three palaces. Indeed, perhaps you should disband. Occupying a palace slot is merely a waste of resources. You are the disgrace of the inner sect. Echoed the laughter of disciples from the Honggang and Zhugong. The Huanggang was deemed the weakest among the four, and they were not shy in their derision. Disrupting their morale would likely hinder their performance in the Four Palaces Conference. The Huanggang disciples seethed with rage. The audacity of these individuals to come forth and humiliate them was intolerable. The Huanggang only suffers from a lack of inheritance. Otherwise, what business do you three palaces have? Indeed, had it not been for Lu Tianming's missteps in comprehending the Longxiang Shengtiangong, you would be nothing. Some Huanggang disciples were filled with righteous indignation. The disciples from the Huanggang, Yugu, and Zhugong merely scoffed at their defiance, viewing their bravado as mere bluster. Today, with no outstanding talents, they would only be further ridiculed. Ignore those mad dogs. The battle atop the Fengyun platform is about to commence, Sankei Daoist said with a cold snort. He was accustomed to such occurrences and felt embarrassed for the Huanggang. He merely wished for the battle to conclude swiftly, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Had Lu Tianming successfully comprehended the Longxiang Shengdiangong, they would not dare utter a word. Just a pack of lowly curs. Some enraged Huanggang elders cursed. Casting a glance at Lu Tianming's fatigue form, they could only manage a bitter smile. After so many years, they finally witnessed a person of destiny, only to see him ruined. It was truly lamentable, reaping the consequences of desecrating the saintess, being stripped of his cultivation, and having his opportunity to master the Longxiang Shengtiangong thwarted. Lu Tianming's plight was indeed tragic. Perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate his poor character. Many disciples from the three palaces laughed, relishing the irony. Lu Tianming remained composed, disregarding the barking of these curs. Throughout his days of recovery from his injuries, Sankei Daoist and numerous elder disciples of the Huanggang had visited him, providing resources. The bond between him and the Huanggang, fostered during the time of the beautiful master, was not insignificant. These individuals who wished to witness the Huanggang's downfall might find their desires thwarted. A cold smile crept across his lips. On the surface, he coughed a few times, producing a handkerchief stained with crimson blood. Zhong Qinxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With that, the battle atop the Fengyun platform officially commenced, with regulations stating only those within the top 100 in strength may participate. Having previously defeated Lu Yimeng, Lu Tianming was qualified to compete. After 3 hours, Lu Tianming finally faced his first opponent. Upon seeing his adversary, he momentarily froze. Clad in silver armor and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, it was Zheng Wu. Haha, Lu Tianming, you're no match for me now. It's best you step down, Zheng Wu laughed. He held a deep admiration for Lu Tianming's prowess. Having witnessed his resurgence from adversity, previously unlocking the first divine repository of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, unleashing the terrifying power of the Golden Cloud Divine Finger, he too was taken aback. In a duel, he would not stand a chance against Lu Tianming. In this moment, recognizing Lu Tianming's injuries, he did not wish to take advantage of him. Straightening his collar, he appeared nonchalant. Step down. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself. A sickly figure on stage. Do you even know the meaning of shame? Haha. I bet with one casual punch, I can make you lose all composure. Many disciples from the Yugu mocked, their words dripping with sarcasm. These individuals truly reveled in their mockery. Zheng Wu, watch your tongue. Zheng Wu scolded angrily. Lu Tianming had once been a holy son and the leader of disciples. Such small-mindedness was beneath him. Make your move. Lu Tianming merely smiled at Zheng Wu. Be careful. Senior brother Lu. Zheng Wu nodded, sensing the weight of Lu Tianming's circumstances. He would not allow Lu Tianming to suffer too much disgrace. The trials the Holy Son had endured over the years were deeply moving. Boom! In an instant, he transformed into a streak of silver lightning, launching a fierce palm strike. With the Four Palaces Conference approaching, many Huanggang disciples were desperately enhancing their strengths, while Zheng Wu's realm had also significantly increased, revealing 17 meridians in his body, with a profound energy surging within his palms. The disciples of the Huanggang were indeed somewhat reckless. Many from the three palaces were taken aback by the intensity of their strength increase, clearly driven to elevate the Huanggang status in the upcoming conference. One misstep could jeopardize their futures. Once again, many directed cold laughter at Lu Tianming. If he managed to master the Longxiang Shengtiangong, he might very well soar in strength during this period. Yet now, in his feeble, sickly state, he was truly pitiful. Boom! Lu Tianming, unfazed, summoned the surging power within him and struck forth with a punch. The anticipated scene of Lu Tianming being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, he flawlessly blocked Zheng Wu's ferocious palm strike. Furthermore, within Lu Tianming's fist surged a formidable force, causing Zheng Wu to stagger backward several steps. With each step he took, the sturdy Fengyun platform trembled slightly. What? Countless spectators were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could Lu Tianming, who was supposed to be injured, possess such immense strength? Some elders in higher positions were equally astonished. It appears that the Great Wilderness Emperor's physique possesses the ability to suppress the injuries inflicted by the Dao, murmured Shinmuji, his gaze profound. Many individuals felt a sense of relief. The Great Wilderness Emperor's physique, regarded as the most extraordinary constitution since antiquity, indeed possesses miraculous effects. However, such actions will only exacerbate the Dao injuries, leading to an even more dire fate for Lu Tianming, remarked an elder with a cold laugh. Indeed, on the arena, a fresh trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth once more. His form swayed slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Many spectators erupted into derisive laughter once again. Chapter 38. The ferocity of the contest, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Brother.Lu, why must you endure this? Zheng Wu said with a wry smile. Suppressing the injuries from the Dao comes at a greater cost. Is Lu Tianming truly intent on ruining his future? The backlash from Dao injuries could lead to death. I possess formidable vitality and can still persist, Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His actions were meant to conceal the presence of the woman in white. The ability to heal from Dao injuries was astonishing and could incite greater hostility from some elderly figures. This way, he could remain under the radar. As long as you can withstand it, after one more strike, I will graciously concede victory. Zheng Wu nodded, feeling a deep respect for Lu Tianming's resilience, which was unparalleled by ordinary standards. If Zheng Wu knew that Lu Tianming was merely bluffing, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Xianin spear attack. Zheng Wu bellowed, his 17 yin meridians glowing as waves of yin energy surged forth, transforming him into a frosty blue war god. With a flash of brilliance, a blue spear materialized in his hand, exuding a chilling aura. He stomped onto the arena, charging like a beast of ice. The spear tip sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Tianming's chest. As it passed, the icy breath spread, visibly freezing the surrounding space. At that moment, Zheng Wu appeared as a deity commanding the cold, capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. The Xianin spear was an exceptional spiritual treasure, a mere step away from being a low-grade spiritual weapon. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The hierarchy of weapons was rigid, with each level carrying overwhelming advantages. This top-tier spiritual treasure was far superior to ordinary ones, and this strike possessed the essence of shattering all things. Excellent. Lu Tianming laughed heartily, unleashing the dragon elephant divine palm. His body resonated with the roar of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants. After studying the dragon elephant's sacred technique and merging it with the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, Lu Tianming's dragon elephant divine palm underwent a profound transformation. When he attacked, illusory dragon and elephant spirits emerged from his palm, albeit miniature in size, yet their fierce aura surged like a flood, as if to encompass the 8 directions. A thunderous explosion echoed as Lu Tianming's palm met the spear's tip, akin to a miniature sun bursting forth, dazzling to behold. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body was extraordinarily powerful as torrents of golden blood energy overflowed, enhancing his dragon elephant divine palm, rendering it seemingly indestructible. Crack! Soon, the vast yin energy coalescing at Zheng Wu's spear tip began to disintegrate. The force of the dragon elephant surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Zheng Wu. His expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Lu Tianming's dragon elephant divine palm to be so domineering, far surpassing ordinary advanced combat techniques. With a spurt of blood, Zheng Wu staggered backward, half kneeling at the edge of the arena. Lu Tianming seized the Xianin spear, planting it before Zheng Wu with a smile, saying, "Brother Zheng, I concede." Silence fell. The world became eerily quiet. The disciples of the 3 palaces who had earlier mocked Lu Tianming now felt their scalps tingle with fear. How could Lu Tianming still exude such ferocity? Akin to a primordial beast? If such an attack were to land upon them, it would reduce them to mere pulp, their faces drained of color. It seemed that even with Dao injuries, Lu Tianming could reduce them to the state of beaten dogs without issue. Shenmuji was equally astonished, never having imagined Lu Tianming to be this powerful. This rascal seemed more terrifying than a month ago. Lu Yimeng was also dumbfounded. Previously, Lu Tianming had exhausted considerable effort to defeat her, yet now, defeating Zheng Wu appeared effortless. This was the nature of Dao injuries. Nonsense. Who, while suffering such injuries, could still exhibit such ferocity? Surely, many had witnessed him consuming spirit medicine during this period, accumulating immense strength. It was the last gasp of a dying horse. The more he exerted himself, the greater the risk of collapse. Zhao Yu's expression turned sinister as he sneered. This is plausible. Lu Yimeng nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. Within a hidden realm, the barbarian dragon, Sovereign, furrowed his brow. Engaging excessively while injured from the Dao was ill-advised. Yet Lu Tianming's ferocity seemed curious. No worries. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body is inherently different from the norm. An elderly figure beside him chuckled. Lu Tianming's Dao injury remains unchanged. There is no need for concern, the barbarian dragon Sovereign replied with a light smile, agreeing with the sentiment. This battle goes to Lu Tianming, the judge announced, astonished. To defeat Zheng Wu while bearing Dao injuries, the Great Wilderness Emperor Body indeed holds its secrets. Thank you. Lu Tianming smiled as he descended from the arena. Upon returning to his seat, he quickly received a large quantity of healing elixirs from Zhong Qinshi. Swallowing them in haste, his complexion pale and coughing intermittently. I knew it. This guy is merely putting on a brave face. Indeed, after striking once, his internal injuries worsened. Many disciples laughed heartily. The more incompetent Lu Tianming appeared, the more they reveled in it. Brother.Lu, can you still hold on? If not, you should return. I can have my brother and master treat you. Zhong Qinshi said, unable to bear it. I'm fine. I can still persist. Lu Tianming forced a smile, though inwardly he felt amused. Go ahead and laugh. If you face me, just watch how I make your mouths twist. He was quite satisfied with his performance. The elder from Dongfang Qingqing's faction felt reassured. Indeed, Shenmuji and the others merely sneered, unconcerned. Lu Tianming, allow your prowess to shine. The final embers are inconsequential. You shall not stir any significant waves. Afterward, the competition resumed, growing increasingly intense. For the coveted top 10 spots, every disciple exerted themselves, showcasing an array of spiritual treasures and combat techniques. Many were enraptured, their spirits ignited. Approximately an hour later, Lu Tianming finally approached his second round. Ha, Lu Tianming, your misfortune has arrived. A raucous laugh echoed across the arena as a slender young man clad in blue leapt onto the stage. His 18 meridians glowed, and boundless divine light radiated from him, resembling a youthful deity, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was Feng Shuo, ranked 6th on the wind and cloud list. Possessing the Gale spirit body, many changed color. This was no comparison to Zheng Wu. Lu Yimeng was outmatched. The Gale spirit body was razor-sharp in attack, with countless gusts akin to 1,000 swords, capable of shredding opponents to pieces. He and Lu Hao were cut from the same cloth. Encountering Feng Shuo would be dire for Lu Tianming. Cripple him, make him kneel on the arena like a dead dog, Lu Hao sneered. Rest assured, Feng Shuo laughed heartily, cracking his neck, his teeth glinting. He and Lu Hao were sworn brothers and would reclaim their dignity here. He was also enamored with one of Dongfang Qingqing's disciples, which excited him greatly. The Gale spirit body, with 18 meridians, may not be so arrogant, Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile, slowly approaching the wind and cloud stage. Before stepping onto the stage, he drank some spirit liquid from Zhong Qinshi, seemingly to suppress his Dao injuries. Lu Tianming, your pathetic appearance renders you unworthy as my opponent. Kneel and apologize to Lu Hao, then become my dog, and I might spare you. Feng Shuo mocked disdainfully. Is that so? Lu Tianming smiled, and with a thunderous sound, his body trembled, revealing his 18 meridians, each more robust and resilient, resembling rivers of stars illuminating all directions. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and spiritual energy surged. Countless natural energies flowed into Lu Tianming's body, causing him to radiate resplendent light, standing tall like a divine being against the vast cosmos. 18 E-meridians. Boom! An uproar erupted on the wind and cloud stage as the throngs of spectators were thrown into chaos, many rising to their feet in disbelief. Impossible! This must be a trick, Zhao Yu exclaimed, collapsing his chair, his eyes wide with incredulity. How can this be? Shen Muji spluttered, tea spilling from his mouth, his eyes bulging in shock, resembling those of a dead fish. Everyone was astounded, the clamor rising like a tsunami, one wave after another, unceasing. Bearing the burden of injuries, advancing in strength was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet, within a mere month, Lu Tianming awakened 18 E-meridians. This was nothing short of astonishing. Li Yuanji's delicate face reflected her shock. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented even in the sacred land. Lu Tianming, how did you achieve this? Shenmuji rose like a mad dog, bellowing. Lu Tianming's E-meridians were thicker and more resilient than those of ordinary beings, undoubtedly top tier. This was utterly illogical. I bear the wounds of the Tao. Is it not permissible for me to burn my essence and sacrifice all my potential in a final blaze? Lu Tianming replied calmly. Burning potential? The crowd gasped. Ancient legends spoke of those with formidable constitutions who, in offering their essence, could indeed experience a significant surge in power within a short span. This was a perilous gamble. Lu Tianming, ranked among the top 10 of the Wasteland Palace, had truly lost his mind. Having been suppressed by Dongfang Qingsheng for years, was he willing to risk everything to prove himself, even at the cost of his life? Many mocked him, perceiving Lu Tianming as increasingly pitiable. Shenmuji felt a chill, realizing Lu Tianming's resolve was far more ruthless than he had anticipated. Once his essence was depleted, there would be no turning back. How tragic that you have fallen to such depths. Within the Saintess Peak, Dongfang Qingsheng gazed at the illusory water curtain, her smile frigid. A trace of melancholy suddenly enveloped her. Lu Tianming was in essence finished. In this way, she would feel less guilt. Once, she and Lu Tianming were indeed lovers. Their divergent allegiances had led to this downfall. At this moment, her emotions were complex. Lu Tianming, even if you burn your potential, you shall not be my match with the Gale Spirit Body at the same rank. Feng Shuo roared, his eyes a fiery crimson. He was equally astonished by Lu Tianming's prowess. Confident in his own abilities, he refused to be defeated by Lu Tianming, who was running out of time. Kill! He bellowed, as the 18 E-meridians glowed, and he launched a fierce kick towards Lu Tianming. The crowd was taken aback. The speed was astonishing, like a whirlwind, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He could easily defeat any genius of the same rank. Today, I shall prove that the Wasteland Emperor Body is but a waste. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Feng Shuo's mouth. His Gale Spirit Body had reached the pinnacle of mid-tier, rivaling even the upper tier. Lu Tianming's Wasteland Emperor Body had only activated one divine reservoir, and he was not necessarily Feng Shuo's equal. Defeating the Wasteland Emperor Body would bring him fame in battle. He felt a surge of excitement. A mid-tier spirit body dares to be so arrogant? Lu Tianming scoffed, knowing that the strength of the Wasteland Emperor Body was far beyond Feng Shuo's imagination. Chapter 39. Crushing the Spirit Boom. At this moment, Lu Tianming unleashed a surge of golden blood energy, channeling it through 18 hidden channels into his eyes. Instantly, his gaze transformed into two radiant lamps, brilliant and piercing, capable of penetrating all things. This was the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, a latent talent known as the Great Wilderness Emperor I. In this world, nothing could escape its scrutiny, neither the order of heaven and earth nor any entity within. Feng Shuo's once proud speed appeared drastically slowed in Lu Tianming's sight. Then, with the grace of a reawakening dragon, Lu Tianming struck, enveloped in a myriad of golden light, seizing Feng Shuo's foot and slamming it brutally onto the arena. Boom! The sound resonated like a colossal stone crashing down, shaking the very platform. The onlookers were astounded. The once mighty Feng Shuo now lay like a defeated beast, coughing up blood. Lu Tianming's strength was overwhelming, reaching an astonishing 10,000 jin at its peak. Feng Shuo's internal organs were ruptured, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, as a cacophony of cracking bones echoed within him. Lu Tianming had awakened a fragment of the Great Wilderness Emperor Eye. The surrounding elders gasped in disbelief. This Great Wilderness Emperor Body was indeed legendary. Throughout history, few had awakened the Emperor Eye. For Lu Tianming, at the mystic Yin realm, to achieve such a feat was simply astonishing. How had this young man become increasingly monstrous? The barbarian dragon, Sovereign, gritted his teeth, feeling a chill in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming was nearly surpassing Dongfang Qingsheng, who possessed a saint-level physique, ancient memories, and boundless treasures. Yet, Lu Tianming surpassed her in sheer anomaly. Such a disparity was incomprehensible. Ultimately, he was at the end of his tether, having burned through his potential merely to awaken a sliver of the Great Wilderness Emperor Eye. It paled in comparison to the true Emperor Dao Celestial Eye, as noted by the gaunt elder beside him. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body, beyond its unparalleled physical form, also boasted the formidable Great Wilderness Emperor Eye. In ancient times, there existed an almost perfected Great Wilderness Emperor Body that, by burning its life wheel, unleashed the Emperor Eye, nearly obliterating a formidable warrior on the verge of attaining the Emperor realm. What an extraordinary feat! That individual was on the cusp of emperorhood, rendered nearly invincible across the myriad realms for millennia. To be nearly slain by a nascent Great Wilderness Emperor Body was a testament to its terror. It was hailed as the most defiant physique in history, suppressing countless others. It was indeed not an exaggeration. Should the Great Wilderness Emperor Body reach full maturity, it was said to possess combat prowess rivaling that of an emperor. Even without becoming an emperor, there were accounts of it tearing apart complete emperors. Such a physique was truly a nightmare for any adversary. The barbarian dragon, Sovereign's gaze was cold and menacing. Fortunately, Lu Tianming bore injuries from the Dao and could not maintain his arrogance for long. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body, with its 8 divine repositories, was also sealed by the heavenly Dao. Lu Tianming and Appo's aspirations were mere fantasies. No, unleash the gale of the myriad domains and obliterate him. Feng Shuo, enraged, felt bile rise in his throat. His gale wind spirit body was his greatest pride, and he could not endure defeat at the hands of an inferior physique. In his fury, he roared, igniting his blood essence, causing gale winds to emanate from every pore, forming a domain of swirling winds around him, a miniature world of destruction. Each gust was akin to an unmatched blade, aimed at annihilating Lu Tianming. Countless gales surged forth, resembling a relentless meat grinder. Even a typical warrior at the Blazing Sun realm would tremble in fear. Useless. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body transcends time. Its golden blood energy shatters all domains. Your paltry spirit body is mere decoration in my presence. However, Lu Tianming's smile was icy, his divine radiance flowing as if each inch of his skin radiated golden light, reminiscent of a war god from antiquity, gazing down upon the world. With a mere glance, he disregarded the multitude of gale winds converging upon him, his expression one of disdain. Boom! Then, with a tremor of his body, the terrifying golden blood energy erupted from within him like a vast ocean, instantly shattering the gales as if they were mere tiles. Hiss! The spectators gasped once more. Lu Tianming's golden blood energy was extraordinarily formidable. Each strand weighed heavily like a mountain. Such an eruption could obliterate all existence. If he were to awaken more divine repositories, the golden blood energy would inundate the world, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. In that moment, they felt as though an unparalleled emperor body was rising, destined to illuminate the heavens and weave legends. At this juncture, Lu Tianming's aura soared to unprecedented heights, every pore radiating golden brilliance, his internal organs glowing, producing harmonious sounds of the Tao. It was as though his body harbored infinite secrets, provoking boundless speculation. Those with exceptional physiques among the talented felt the weight of the situation. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body could indeed suppress all other physiques, living up to its legendary status. Feng Shuo's face turned ashen, despair etched in his expression. He had activated 18 hidden channels and, despite not matching Lu Tianming in size, had believed his gale wind spirit body would secure victory. Now, he realized how naive he had been under the might of Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body. His gale wind spirit body was laughably insignificant, He sank into an abyss of despair. It seemed that defeating Lu Tianming would require at least a superior spirit body. Get off the stage. Lu Tianming sneered, showing no mercy to Feng Shuo, who had sought to incapacitate him. He delivered a kick to Feng Shuo's chest, shattering numerous meridians in the process, enough to require years of recovery. Had it not been for Feng Shuo's potential usefulness to the Wild Palace, Lu Tianming would have completely annihilated him. He then retrieved Feng Shuo's storage bag, discovering a wealth of herbs, spirit stones, and body-tempering pills, which made him smile. Lu Tianming, you seek death. At that moment, Lu Hao, seated in the audience, roared. Feng Shuo was his sworn brother, and witnessing such devastation wrought upon him by Lu Tianming ignited a boundless thirst for vengeance. Since it has come to this, Lu Hao, step down and face me directly. Lu Tianming replied indifferently. He had now advanced to within the top 20 of the stormy cloud platform, presenting an opportunity to challenge others. He intended to challenge Lu Hao. Many were taken aback. Lu Hao firmly held the second position on the stormy cloud rankings, equipped with a 9-yang spirit body, approaching the realm of kings, and presently standing at the threshold of the half-step blazing sun realm. This was not a contest Lu Hao could simply dismiss. Lu Hao, I will make him pay 100-fold. Feng Shuo howled like a rabid dog. Having been so thoroughly humiliated by Lu Tianming, he was consumed by wrath. Were it not for the rules forbidding lethal force on the stormy cloud platform, he would have even wished for Lu Hao to slay this scoundrel. Rest assured, I shall shatter his imperial bones and drain him of his royal blood, Lu Hao replied, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Lu Tianming's actions had incited his own fury. Defeating Feng Shuo would be akin to a slap in his face. Boom! In that instant, he moved, his aura resembling a mountain as he soared towards the stormy cloud platform. When his feet landed, the entire platform trembled violently, as though a colossal beast had unleashed its might. The crowd was astonished. Lu Hao's prowess at the half-step blazing sun realm was no trivial matter. The yang energy within him had surged, far surpassing the strength of the mystic yin energy. Now Lu Hao stood tall, radiating an aura that stirred the blood of those who beheld him. Lu Tianming, prepare to be completely incapacitated. Lu Hao grinned savagely. Lu Tianming's great wilderness emperor blood was a supreme treasure. Should he absorb it, his 9-yang spirit body would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a king, if not an emperor. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. Many were astonished. If Lu Hao succeeded, he would ascend to the forefront among true disciples. The essence of the great wilderness emperor body was an opportunity few had ever encountered. You are delusional. Prepare for your own downfall, Lu Tianming scoffed. At that moment, his hair shimmered with brilliance, his entire being resonating with blood energy, akin to an untouchable divine king. Puffed. Just then, blood trickled from the corner of Lu Tianming and Appo's mouth once more, even his golden blood energy becoming somewhat disordered. This guy's in worse shape than before, many chuckled. Lu Tianming had been so terrifying. If he maintained that state, he would be truly invincible. Chapter 40. The invincible fist, intent, ill and frail, perish before me. Lu Hao exclaimed with a furious laugh, his body radiating a brilliant light akin to the blazing sun as he charged forward. With a single punch, the overwhelming energy of the sun surged forth like a roaring avalanche. Undeterred, Lu Tianming attempted to counter with the dragon elephant divine palm. With a resounding thud, he managed to deflect the solar energy, but was forced to stagger back a few steps, his vitality visibly waning. It seems you've suffered a backlash. Lu Hao laughed heartily, his spirits soaring even higher. With a swift motion, he struck with a palm knife, and behind him, the figure of a golden crow emerged, as if it could incinerate the very heavens. The blazing solar energy howled, capable of cleaving the cosmos apart. This was the low-tier, human-grade golden crow palm. Yet it unleashed a trace of Golden Crow's power, amplified by his 9 sons' spiritual body, exuding an overwhelming aura. Though my vitality may be diminished, I am far from easy prey, Lu Tianming bellowed defiantly. 8 Desolation's fist. In an instant, a torrent of primal energy surged within Lu Tianming. He unleashed a punch that shattered Lu Hao's Golden Crow palm, striking him squarely in the chest and creating a gaping wound. This fist was monumental, almost piercing through Lu Hao's torso, blood spraying into the air. The 8 Desolation's fist? Isn't that a combat technique forbidden within the desolate palace? Many gasped in disbelief. Lu Yimeng was equally stunned. She had previously wagered on the 8 Desolations fist, inadvertently setting Lu Tianming up for defeat. Now that he had mastered it, she felt as though she were witnessing a ghost. How did he accomplish this? It seems he has turned the impossible into reality. You've truly learned the 8 Desolations fist? Lu Hao was taken aback, his complexion turning pale. Even for those at the Radiant Sun realm, mastering this technique was no small feat, as its desolate energy could inflict severe harm upon practitioners. Yet Lu Tianming seemed unscathed, a notion that was utterly inconceivable. The shortcomings of the 8 Desolations fist are insignificant beneath my Great Desolate Emperor Body. Lu Tianming laughed, channeling his invincible fist intent. At that moment, a primal aura erupted from within him, as if he had transformed into a divine warrior of the 8 Desolations, his invincible presence magnified. This fist technique comprised 4 forms. The battle dragon emerges from the wasteland, invincible across the 8 Desolations, aura covering the 9 heavens and sweeping the primal wilderness. Lu Tianming had currently only mastered the 2nd form, yet even unexhibited, it was exceedingly formidable. I refuse to believe it. Lu Hao roared, humiliated to be severely injured by a frail opponent. 9 Suns Divine Bell, suppress him. With that, Lu Hao bellowed, forming a seal with his hands. A divine light burst forth from the top of his head, summoning a massive bell, towering 2 zhang high, inscribed with intricate runes, descending upon Lu Tianming. This bell was heavy and its toll reverberated, as if it could suppress the very cosmos. The 9 Suns Bell, a low-grade spiritual artifact, was Lu Hao's life-bound weapon. Many spectators and oppos, eyes lit up. This was Lu Hao and oppos, as trump card. To gather the materials required for the 9 Suns Bell, he had spent 5 years and expended vast resources, enlisting an elder from the inner sect to forge it. He had triumphed over numerous opponents on the Stormcloud platform, firmly securing his position. How dare you flaunt your broken scrap? Lu Tianming mocked. The Great Desolate Emperor Body can shake the divine armaments of the world, especially with the 8 Desolations fist in hand. Battle Dragon emerges from the wasteland. Lu Tianming stepped onto the arena, launching himself into the air, and a torrent of golden blood energy surged outward. To the onlookers, it was as if a golden sun hung in the sky, radiating brilliant light. With a thunderous roar, a profound dragon's cry erupted. Lu Tianming's essence transformed into a vast dragon, stirring the winds and clouds. He unleashed a punch, gathering the overwhelming golden blood energy and primal aura, his golden fist becoming a weapon of unparalleled terror. Clang! Lu Hao's precious 9 Suns Bell was immediately repelled, numerous spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its heavy surface, spreading outward. Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd. That was the 9 Suns Bell, a formidable low-grade spiritual artifact. Lu Tianming's invincible fist had nearly shattered it, a display of sheer brute force. This is the first time I have seen someone with such an extraordinary physique. Lu Hao, now spitting blood, was consumed by rage. 9 Suns burn the heavens, kill him. He spat blood onto the 9 Suns Bell, which immediately glowed with renewed intensity. Its aura swelling as layers of crimson flames engulfed it, pressing forward once more. In an instant, the entire Stormcloud platform seemed engulfed in flames, twisting the very fabric of the void. Lu Hao, no matter your myriad techniques, before the Great Desolate Emperor Body, you are but a mere chicken. Lu Tianming's spirit surged like a dragon. Having mastered the 8 Desolations fist, he could more effectively harness the energy of the Great Desolate Emperor Bones. He now possessed an indomitable ambition. Great Desolate Emperor Bones, reveal yourself. Lu Tianming bellowed, as if ancient deities within him awakened, each bone radiating a brilliant glow. A vast and powerful divine energy flooding into his arms. His arms bulged with newfound strength, veins sprawling like coiling dragons, containing explosive power. With 40 pieces of the Great Desolate Emperor Bones, Lu Tianming wielded 200,000 pounds of divine strength. The air around him seemed to stir, the Stormcloud platform trembling under the weight of his presence, leaving everyone pale with shock. The refinement of the Great Desolate Emperor Bones only became more arduous with each piece. Legend had it that in ancient times, those fortunate enough to awaken these bones faced terrifying resource costs for each piece refined. It was extraordinary that Lu Tianming, bearing injuries, had opened 18 veins in just a month and refined 10 pieces of emperor bones. An absurdity. With a calm smile, Lu Tianming acknowledged his achievements, attributing them to the numerous advanced body-refining pills he had concocted recently, utilizing the primordial refining cauldron and celestial fire. Alchemy had become second nature to him, making such progress not particularly difficult. Then, Lu Tianming raised his gaze to the equally terrified Lu Hao, a serene smile resonating through the heavens. Second form. Invincible across the 8 desolations. With 200,000 pounds of divine strength and a surge of golden blood energy, he unleashed an unstoppable torrent. Crack! The 9 suns' bell shattered, splintering into fragments. Lu Tianming, like a primal dragon, closed the distance to Lu Hao in an instant and struck. Lu Hao screamed, his body hurtling backward, teeth scattering, a sight too gruesome to behold. The crowd was rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Undoubtedly, Lu Hao had been defeated. Lu Tianming continually shattered their expectations. At that moment, Lu Tianming coughed up blood again, his aura waning, nearly collapsing on the arena. Struggling to maintain his stance, he called out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. How can he grow fiercer with each drop of blood? They dared not underestimate him. Each strike was like a ferocious dragon unleashed, capable of instilling fear. The disciples of the Yu Palace trembled, too frightened to speak. Lu Tianming's strength had instilled true terror within them. You're quite formidable. How about a match with me, dear cousin?" A playful giggle echoed from not far away. A 7 or 8-year-old girl with pigtails, munching on candied hawthorn, smiled sweetly. Many were taken aback. Who was this bold child daring to challenge Lu Tianming? Did they not see that Lu Tianming was like a raging bull, growing more fierce with each passing moment? The girl's slender arms and legs seemed fragile. A single punch from Lu Tianming would likely shatter her. Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned. Sensing the aura of the Great Desolate Emperor Body, he recognized that this little girl was extraordinary. She was the number 1 on the Desolate Palace's storm cloud rankings, bearing a remarkable bloodline despite her youth, her combat prowess formidable. At that moment, someone recognized the girl and exclaimed in shock, "The number 1 on the storm cloud rankings is a child?" The crowd questioned their own ears. Lu Tianming, too, was astonished, realizing just how powerful this little girl truly was. Chapter 41. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan Xianxian. Stop it. You can hardly be considered a disciple of the wind and cloud rankings. Do not engage. The Taoist of 3 lakhs said with a smile as he flew towards the little girl. This girl was a great elder from a sacred land, brought back from the vast wilderness, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. For decades, she had remained as small as she was now. Yet her combat prowess was formidable, capable of demolishing a palace with a single blow. It's fine. Your presence ignites a battle spirit within me. I just want to play with you, Xianxian giggled, revealing her small tiger teeth. She tilted her chin towards Lu Tianming, saying, "If you can defeat me, I shall gift you this candied hawthorn. What do you say?" Many scoffed, finding her naively innocent. They were cultivators, accustomed to consuming elixirs and spiritual medicines. What use could candied hawthorn possibly have? No, that's the ice lotus divine fruit. Upon closer inspection, Lu Tianming's eyes widened in shock. The ice lotus divine fruit was the finest elixir to unlock hidden veins, exceedingly rare even in ancient times, let alone in the present eastern wilderness. Recently, he had utilized the expansion pill to open 18 hidden veins, yet he lacked confidence in opening the 19th. After all, unlocking hidden veins was perilous and challenging, a feat that had thwarted many cultivators. With the ice lotus divine fruit, however, his chances of success would dramatically increase, perhaps even giving him a substantial probability of opening 20 hidden veins. Yet, to think this little girl would treat it as mere candied hawthorn? What an extraordinary lineage she must possess. Many elders were astonished, recognizing the fruit as a supreme elixir for unlocking hidden veins. Xuanchuan's identity was indeed remarkable. Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. Lu Tianming smiled, for the presence of such a treasure changed everything. He was also curious about this girl's notable bloodline. The great wilderness emperor body within her stirred restlessly. Just don't blame me if I turn you into a pig's head later. Xianxian teased, her petite figure leaping onto the arena. The wind and cloud platform immediately sagged slightly. Visible cracks, like a spider's web, spread across its surface, indicating an impending collapse. Countless spectators trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Goodness, what a terrifying physique." Even if Lu Tianming unleashed the full might of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, weighing 200,000 pounds of divine power, achieving this feat would not be so effortless. The little girl moved with such ease that it nearly shattered the platform. A thrilling spectacle. Lu Tianming has truly encountered a formidable opponent, Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. Beside him, Li Yuanji nodded in agreement. In the Wilderness Palace, Xianxian was a taboo. Years ago, the top 51 of the wind and cloud rankings had all failed to overcome her. Strictly speaking, she belonged to the previous generation of disciples, far beyond the capabilities of her contemporaries. She had even opened 2 hidden veins among her 20 meridians. Lu Tianming was taken aback. With 20 meridians, the little girl surpassed most geniuses by a considerable margin. I have long surpassed the profound Yin realm, but I suppress my cultivation, she sweetly smiled. Come at me. Lu Tianming nodded, eager to witness the might of someone who had opened 20 meridians. The little girl playfully puffed her cheeks, mimicking a child preparing for a fight, and threw a punch towards Lu Tianming. His pupils constricted. The girl's speed was astonishing, as if she were teleporting, appearing right beside him in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, he was sent soaring into the sky by her punch. Many were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Lu Tianming had defeated all disciples of the wind and cloud rankings despite his injuries. Now, with a single punch, he was sent flying. The stark contrast left everyone stunned. That speed is beyond what any profound Yin realm cultivator could withstand, some elders murmured. Lu Tianming, you have provoked her. Your misfortune is inevitable. The Taoist of 3 lakhs covered his face. At this level, it seemed that no one in the sacred land could match Xianxian. A little sparring is good. It keeps one from becoming too arrogant, the old crow commented. Recognizing Xuan's extraordinary nature, Lu Tianming was indeed in for a tough time. Your physique is quite solid, Lu Tianming. I shall treat you like a ball to kick. Xianxian laughed, her voice cheerful. Lu Tianming soared thousands of meters high, nearly colliding with a leisurely flying crane. As he descended, Xianxian, like a child waiting for a ball, lifted her foot, ready to send him soaring again. Goodness! Lu Tianming's face darkened. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon the disciples of the Wilderness Palace, and now he was being sent to the heavens by a little girl. It was utterly embarrassing. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, not feigned this time. The girl's strength was indeed overwhelming. With the crow's movement technique, Lu Tianming spread his arms, taking flight like a duck out of water, skillfully avoiding Xuan's domineering kick. Crow, it seems you have passed your phoenix steps onto Lu Tianming. The Taoist of 3 lakhs remarked, his gaze sharpening. The old crow hailed from the wilderness, possessing astonishing speed that even the elders of the sacred land could hardly match. Lu Tianming's movements displayed a hint of this gracefulness. Impressive. This boy has potential, the old crow nodded, smiling. Having lived with Lu Tianming for many years, despite frequently plucking its feathers in anger, the little fellow often came to chat and alleviate its boredom. They had formed a bond of familiarity. The little demoness had departed, and nearing the end of its lifespan, it had imparted its teachings to Lu Tianming. One could not deny that this lad possessed exceptional talent. With just a bit of guidance, he grasped the essence. Hey, what kind of footwork is that? Teach me. On the platform, Xianxian was equally surprised and curious. Very well. Trade me all the treasures in your storage bag. Lu Tianming laughed. Xuan's dark storage bag seemed filled with remarkable treasures. Previously, he had seen her casually produce a rare 100-year-old divine lotus seed, igniting a spark of desire within him. These are all my precious snacks. I want to give you any, Xianxian huffed, sensing Lu Tianming's ulterior motives. Without hesitation, she charged at him again, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Prepared, Lu Tianming employed the phoenix steps to leap aside and evade her strike. Let me see just how strong you truly are. With a low shout, he unleashed the unparalleled might of the great wilderness, a terrifying force akin to a mountain crashing into the sea, merging into his fist. With 200,000 pounds of divine power erupting, this punch was earth-shattering. As if I fear you. The divine fist of the rock. Xianxian retorted lightly. She clenched her delicate fist, and a mysterious celestial sound resonated from within her, bursting forth with golden light, making her petite figure radiate like an intense sun. Above her, a colossal figure of an ancient, ferocious bird, towering over 100 feet, blotted out the stars and moon, the golden-winged rock. She was indeed a member of the ancient golden-winged rock clan. Many elders of the four palaces were visibly shaken, exclaiming in disbelief. The golden-winged rock was renowned among the ancient races, said to feast on dragons, with ancestors who had produced invincible beings capable of challenging emperors. With such a bloodline coursing through her veins, Xianxian was undeniably formidable. Even elite disciples from the cosmic and temporal palaces sensed the immense pressure under the shadow of the golden-winged rock. It felt as if a true golden-winged rock had descended, capable of overlooking the cosmos and traversing realms. Their bodies trembled slightly in response. At that moment, everyone held their breath, eyes wide. One was the unparalleled Great Wilderness Emperor Body, while the other belonged to the revered golden-winged rock clan. All were eager to witness who would emerge victorious. Shenmuji, the Taoist of 3 lakhs, and the old crow gazed intently. Such a confrontation was indeed rare in the eastern wilderness. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, akin to the disintegration of 100-foot divine sun, immeasurable radiance engulfing the surroundings, causing many to squint in pain. Only the strong are faintly visible, where 2 forms of invincible fist intense surge. One brims with ferocity and brutality, while the other is grand and majestic. Suddenly, Lu Tianming seems to transform into a sovereign of humanity, poised to wage war against myriad races and establish dominion over the cosmos. Regrettably, Lu Tianming has only opened 18 meridians, whereas Xianxian has unlocked 20. Those 2 hidden meridians, akin to the veins of heaven and earth, absorb a vast amount of essence, rendering Lu Tianming's fist strength gradually inadequate. Is he truly outmatched? A pang of anxiety gripped the hearts of the onlookers. This was not a failure of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, but rather a testament to Xuanxuan's superior bloodline and the 2 additional hidden meridians, which rendered her combat prowess formidable. Lu Tianming has only activated 1 divine reservoir. Achieving this feat is already remarkable. If the Great Wilderness Emperor Body were whole, it would undoubtedly exist on an entirely different plane. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body is indeed formidable, but alas, I possess 2 hidden meridians placing me slightly ahead, Xianxian remarked, prideful of her lineage. Yet, despite Lu Tianming having not opened hidden meridians, he appeared even more formidable than she. A flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. Not necessarily. Lu Tianming smiled. To reveal he bore an injury, he had not fully unleashed the golden blood energy within him. Now, he must resort to other means to overpower Xianxian. Dragon Elephant emerges from the abyss. He inwardly called out. Instantly, a peculiar force surged within him, as if awakening an epic behemoth. A resounding roar reverberated forth, and Lu Tianming's aura inexplicably intensified. It felt as though 2 supreme divine beasts were augmenting his fist strength. Puff! Xianxian suddenly sensed an overwhelming force approach, and she was directly sent flying, blood spilling from her delicate lips as her body landed outside the wind and cloud platform. Her complexion pale. Countless spectators stood in a state of shock. The previously disadvantaged Lu Tianming had unexpectedly triumphed over Xianxian. What power was Lu Tianming wielding? This bore resemblance to. Some elders fixed their gaze on Lu Tianming's form, exchanging astonished glances and exclaiming, Dragon Elephant's Sacred Heaven Technique. Chapter 42, the conclusion of the grand competition, a thunderous uproar erupted. Upon uttering these words, the Fengyun platform trembled as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck, causing numerous disciples to rise abruptly, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Li Yuanji stood frozen, her expression one of astonishment. Lu Tianming had actually unleashed the Dragon Elephant's sacred technique. Qin Feng's complexion turned as pale as death, his chest heaving violently. Ha, what a remarkable lad. You've truly astonished me. The Sankei Taoist laughed maniacally. The old crow was equally dumbfounded, realizing the cleverness of this youth in deceiving everyone. On that fateful day at the Zadoya, He had indeed comprehended the dragon elephant's sacred technique. With its emergence, the wild palace would flourish. All disciples of the wild palace were overwhelmed with joy, yet it was not the dragon elephant's sacred technique, but merely the foundational method. Lu Tianming's aura flickered weakly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he shook his head. The crowd paused in disbelief, questioning the authenticity of Lu Tianming's apparent frailty. Could he truly be as weak as he seemed? Even if he had merely grasped some foundational techniques, his luck was still extraordinary. At that moment, Shen Muji rose, his face cold and resolute. Lu Tianming's acquisition of the dragon elephant's sacred technique poses a tremendous threat to the Yu Palace. A chill coursed through his heart. It is mere luck, Lu Tianming scoffed, his gaze icy. The assailants on that day were undoubtedly from the Yu Palace, and a deep-seated dread filled him regarding them. Everyone was astonished, their suspicions growing. Lu Tianming was shrouded in mystery, consistently revealing terrifying trump cards that dazzled the onlookers. Many speculated that this young man possessed a profound cunning that warranted caution. He may even be feigning his injuries, some whispered to themselves. Haha, now our wild palace boasts a remarkable talent. What can the Yu Palace say? The Sankei Taoist exulted, relishing the moment. Previously, they had been the targets of ridicule from the Yu Palace, but now the tides had turned. The disciples and elders of the Yu Palace flushed with embarrassment. The jibes they had hurled at the Zhou Palace and Hong Palace disciples now seemed insignificant under the shadow of the dragon elephant's sacred technique. This skill was something they could only aspire to. Even if the wild palace truly produces a once-in-a-lifetime genius, they must still grow steadily. At the four-palace gathering, you should be concerned for his safety. Shun Muji gritted his teeth, his smile twisted. The Yu Palace had dominated the inner sect for years, and they would never permit any challenge to their supremacy. The Da Huang Imperial Body and the Dragon Elephant's sacred technique were too formidable, and he sought to eliminate Lu Tianming. Some disciples from the Yu Palace glared coldly, vowing not to let Lu Tianming escape unscathed. Let us see who incurs the greater losses at the four-palace gathering. Lu Tianming retorted with a cold smile, a glimmer of lethal intent in his eyes. The Yu Palace was the henchman of Dongfang Qingsheng, and he would ensure that she understood the meaning of severe loss. Thus, the grand battle atop the Fengyun platform came to a close, intensifying the rivalry between the Wild Palace and the Yu Palace. Everyone anticipated a genuine eruption at the four-palace gathering. News of this event spread like wildfire, stirring excitement among the tens of thousands of disciples within the sacred grounds. Lu Tianming had ascended to the top of the Fengyun rankings in less than 2 months since entering the Wild Palace. Many were left speechless in astonishment. What an extraordinary prodigy. The four-palace gathering must see this young man eliminated, the man-long venerable stated coldly within the cave. He felt as though Lu Tianming had toyed with him, concealing his true strength, which might exceed anyone's expectations. He resolved to study the dragon elephant's sacred technique without delay. Beside him, a lean old man spoke in a detached manner. This rascal is far too adept at deception. Go summon the 3 heroes of the Yu Palace. The man-long venerable commanded, his tone heavy. The attendant promptly complied. Before long, 3 formidable disciples arrived, each radiating brilliant divine light. All 3 possessed physiques that had reached the level of a royal body, their realms surpassing the fierce sun realm. Such strength and talent were indeed unparalleled within the inner sect. Venerable, you summoned us for what purpose? A melodious voice rang out. Belonging to a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a red dress, her skin as white as snow. She exuded a powerful aura, akin to a vast ocean sweeping in all directions. This was Lu Hai, the first prodigy of the Yu Palace, endowed with the Azure Sea royal body. Her combat prowess unmatched. At the four-palace gathering, I intend to ensure Lu Tianming meets his demise, the man-long venerable declared, his face twisted with malice. Lu Tianming dared to deceive him. Failing to eliminate him would only lead to losing control. Before the 3 heroes of the Yu Palace, the mere presence of a mere Xianyin realm was nothing to be feared. Lu Hai laughed lightly, exuding confidence. The waves of her aura surged, transforming into an infinite killing intent that froze those around her. I have also set my sights on the Da Huang Imperial Body's essence. A man clad in black armor remarked with a faint smile, wielding a black spear that radiated an overwhelming might, as if the spear itself were a divine entity. He was Xiao Chong, the second prodigy of the Yu Palace, possessing the overbearing spear royal body, renowned for his combat strength. The essence of the Da Huang imperial body in our hands would be a delightful conversation. A third figure, cloaked in darkness and shrouded in mystery, chuckled mockingly. This was Wei Yu, the third prodigy of the Yu Palace, equipped with the Shadow Royal Body, known for his lethal stealth. I have complete confidence in your abilities. The man-long venerable chuckled softly. The affairs of the Yu Palace were intrinsically linked to their authority. Allowing the Wild Palace to ascend to the top would severely impact their standing. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. As a precaution, I shall bestow upon you 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingsheng arrived, her demeanor calm as she produced 3 weapons with a wave of her hand. One was a radiant divine sword, another an ancient mirror radiating brilliant light, and the last a stone tower exuding an overwhelming aura, capable of subduing all. Thank you. Holy Maiden, Lu Hai, Xiao Chong, and Wei Yu exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy as they bowed respectfully. With these 3 divine weapons, they would be emboldened, unafraid of any challenge. In the sacred grounds, only the Holy Maiden Qingsheng could wield such influence. You are all considered my disciples. This is nothing, Dongfang Qingsheng smiled lightly, though a glimmer of coldness lurked in her gaze. Why have you not perished, Lu Tianming? Even the weapons I bestow could crush you. You have forced my hand. The man-long venerable and the lean old man shared a sinister smile. With 3 royal bodies and 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts, Lu Tianming's demise seemed inevitable. The 4-palace gathering was assured. Amidst the uproar from the outside world, Lu Tianming remained unfazed. He understood that the emergence of the dragon-elephant sacred technique would likely provoke an even greater murderous intent from the man-long venerable and the Yu Palace. At that time, with Xian at a higher realm, he had no choice but to act this way. Now, he could only devote himself to rigorous training. Otherwise, his situation would only worsen at the 4-palace gathering. Currently, opening hidden veins was of utmost importance. In his chamber, Lu Tianming exhaled deeply, speaking to himself. Chapter 43. The Desolate Emperor, having witnessed Xuan's formidable prowess in the Xianin realm, where she opened 2 hidden veins, he was filled with envy. To be candid, in the Xianin realm, the opening of an additional hidden vein is tantamount to possessing an extra major realm. Li Yuanji, with her unassuming nature, would not compete. Otherwise, with her strength, even 1 hidden vein would likely render Lu Hao no match for her. Yet Xian had managed to open 2. The disparity between them was insurmountable for an ordinary person. This hidden vein was of the fire element. Lu Tianming mused as he introspected. The 4 hidden veins in the Xianin realm are fire, wind, thunder, and electricity. Each hidden vein, once activated, bestows immense strength upon the practitioner. Currently, with the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit in his possession, along with a substantial supply of expansion pills he had prepared earlier, he should have no difficulty in opening the fire vein. The Ice Lotus Divine Fruit is exceedingly rare. To maximize its potency, he must employ the Savage Body Refinement technique to integrate it into his hidden vein. At that moment, the woman in white gently reminded him. There are myriad nuances in cultivation. A moment's carelessness could lead one astray. If Lu Tianming mishandled the potency of the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit, he would squander its benefits. Lu Tianming nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Savage Body Refinement technique is a powerful method. It can absorb the essence of any medicinal power and channel it to its zenith. Perhaps this is why those in ancient times who practiced this technique possessed formidable physiques. With this technique, he could harness over 90% of the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit's power. Conversely, an ordinary person would struggle to unleash even 30% of its efficacy. A stark contrast. Boom! In that instant, Lu Tianming consumed the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit in one swift motion. As the Savage Body Refinement technique activated, it acted like a colossal grinder, pulverizing the fruit. Ultimately, it flowed into the fire vein. Clang! Under the astounding medicinal power, the fire vein began to open gradually. However, an intense wave of pain surged through him, causing Lu Tianming's expression to twist slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. This was the sensation of true meridians being torn apart, a pain beyond description. Lu Tianming felt dizzy from the overwhelming discomfort. Restraint is crucial. The process of opening hidden veins is inherently excruciating. If one cannot endure, all efforts will be in vain. The woman in white spoke. The pinnacle of power in this world is occupied by those of immense willpower. Cultivation inherently challenges the limits of one and Appo's body. If one cannot withstand such suffering, the aspiration to grow stronger is but a castle in the air. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. Over the past 2 years, he had endured treachery and humiliation, experiences that left deep scars. He was determined never to relive them. He had long understood that power is the ultimate truth in this world. Without strength, one is destined to be trampled upon. Coupled with the need to confront Dongfang Qingcheng, he would not relent. Fortunately, under the tutelage of his enchanting master, Lu Tianming had developed remarkable perseverance. With his astounding willpower, the fire vein opened more easily than anticipated. The torment lasted only a few hours before he felt an intangible barrier within him shatter. Soon after, he sensed a formidable force blossoming within, lifting his spirits. This was the astonishing essence of the heavenly fire. Surrounding him, the celestial flames blazed fiercely, exuding an aura of dominance. Thus, the first hidden vein was unveiled. Lu Tianming stared in awe at the newly formed, resplendent meridian within him, its profound energy surpassing that of his 18 primary meridians, joyously exclaiming, "Indeed, while the opening of hidden veins is a daunting challenge for others, it is comparatively simple for you. Firstly, you possess the Great Desolate Emperor Body, a vessel of immense vitality, making it easier for you to transcend limits. Secondly, the Savage Body Refinement Technique, which channels medicinal energy, is unparalleled. Lastly, your achievement of the 10,000 gene pinnacle in the Qi induction realm has laid a robust foundation, enabling this success." The woman in white smiled, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue. Having witnessed countless prodigies over the ages, including several embodiments of the Great Desolate Emperor Body, she sensed that this physique resonated perfectly with Lu Tianming, as if it were divinely crafted for him, devoid of any flaw. Lu Tianming's acquisition of the Great Desolate Emperor Body felt like destiny, stirring ripples in her heart. He grinned, pleasantly surprised. He still had ample medicinal power from the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit, along with a plethora of expansion pills and spirit stones. He could continue to strive for more hidden veins. "Press on. I wish to see how many hidden veins you can break through at once," the woman in white encouraged. Typically, breaking through a single hidden vein at once is a rare feat. 2 would be considered extraordinary, 3 would shock the ages, and 4 she had never heard of. The woman sensed that Lu Tianming's potential was vast. 1 hidden vein was far from his limit. Lu Tianming nodded, his gaze sharp. He too was eager to discover how far he could go. "Open," he commanded, channeling the immense medicinal power to assault the remaining 3 hidden veins of wind, thunder, and electricity. Within his storage bag lay hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, rewards from his victory on the stormy rankings and for defeating Lu Hao and Feng Sha, which he had claimed from her storage bags. In this moment, Lu Tianming held nothing back. Nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones transformed into torrents of spiritual energy, flooding into his dantian to surge through the meridians. Were any cultivator to witness this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. While others struggled to open a single hidden vein, Lu Tianming was attempting to simultaneously activate the remaining 3. This was nothing short of madness. It is known that the agony endured in breaking through each hidden vein is excruciating, potentially leading to injuries that could jeopardize one's foundation. And 3, this was sheer lunacy. The woman in white gazed at Lu Tianming with astonishment, quickly followed by a gentle smile. Desolate Emperor. As the most remarkable embodiment of the Great Desolate Emperor Body in history, once single-handedly battled 5 emperors, staving off foreign armies for 5 centuries, shaking the multiverse. In your era, even you could only open 2 hidden veins at a time. This young man may very well break your record if he succeeds in opening 3 simultaneously. A dreamy look crossed her eyes as she reminisced about a majestic figure, towering and awe-inspiring, who had once held a great halberd, spilling imperial blood for her. As the years flowed by, she found in Lu Tianming's visage an echo of that past hero. Was this a form of recompense from heavens? The woman in white whispered softly. Chapter 44. Reaching the pinnacle, a remarkable feat. Boom. 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 Lu Tianming activated 3 hidden veins simultaneously, enduring pain beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. It felt as though every inch of his meridians, bones, and organs were being torn apart, a torment that surged through his nerves like an overwhelming tide. Gradually, his face contorted with anguish. The veins beneath his skin writhed in a terrifying display. This was unbearable. The agony of simultaneously opening 3 hidden veins was too immense for Lu Tianming to withstand. The woman in white frowned, acknowledging that Lu Tianming and Appo's ability to endure such suffering for nearly half an hour was quite extraordinary. Most individuals would struggle to last even a minute. He was nearing his limit. With a gentle sigh, she prepared to intervene at any moment, for without treatment, this pain could potentially affect Lu Tianming's foundation. She recognized his remarkable potential and could not allow this raw gem to be ruined. Just as the woman in white was about to act, a faint sound of a barrier shattering emanated from within Lu Tianming. To her astonishment, she witnessed the miraculous emergence of a second wind vein within him. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind enveloped Lu Tianming's body, significantly enhancing his aura. The second wind vein had been successfully opened. The woman in white's exquisite features displayed an unexpected expression. She had not anticipated that Lu Tianming could indeed suppress the intense pain and accomplish the opening of the second wind vein. This was no less than an extraordinary achievement. It seemed that his resilience exceeded her expectations. She chuckled softly. Lu Tianming's success was entirely attributed to his remarkable tenacity. He transformed his vitality into a formidable force, blending it with the medicinal energy to facilitate the opening of the wind vein. Enduring such excruciating pain while maintaining this mindset demonstrated his exceptional mental fortitude. As she gazed at Lu Tianming's striking features, the woman in white felt an uncanny resemblance between him and the legendary Emperor Huang, who had once instilled fear across the realms and forged a myth tens of thousands of years ago. Emperor Huang had also risen from obscurity, emerging from a humble lineage, unable to draw energy as a child, and suffered relentless humiliation. Even his beloved fiancée, he had abandoned him. In the depths of despair, he became a laughingstock in a small town, and his family could not lift their heads in pride. Yet he did not succumb to despair. He persevered, diligently honing his skills until destiny smiled upon him, revealing his divine potential and awakening the formidable Emperor Body. Thus, his legendary tale began. He battled countless foes, stepping upon blood and bones to ascend to greatness. When his Emperor Body reached its zenith, the realms trembled, and all cultivators felt the overwhelming pressure, their hearts quaking in fear. He single-handedly annihilated 3 dark zones and defended against millions of foreign troops. His resplendent achievements shone throughout history. In his presence, everyone felt insignificant, like fireflies before the sun, dimmed in comparison. She felt a stirring within her. However, the woman in white shook her head with a gentle smile, knowing that Lu Tianming was not Emperor Huang, despite their shared experiences. Lu Tianming possessed a unique character. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as she looked at Lu Tianming, her smile softening further. Yet, Lu Tianming remained in torment. Even as he forcibly opened the second wind vein through sheer willpower, the subsequent lightning and electric veins presented even greater challenges, with pain intensifying alongside them. He realized he was in a precarious situation. Halting now would undoubtedly result in a fierce backlash, the consequences of which would be unbearable. I underestimated the difficulty of opening hidden veins. Lu Tianming grimaced, his lips pale. He had reached his limit, unable to continue. Buzz. Just as Lu Tianming began to lose consciousness, the Emperor Body stirred, and the second golden door among the 8 golden gates trembled slightly. A powerful aura and a grand celestial sound resonated within Lu Tianming. He sensed the terrifying golden blood energy surging forth from the golden gate, invigorating his spirit and alleviating much of his pain. Furthermore, the previously exhausted energy within him surged once more, significantly enhancing the progress of his meridians. Lu Tianming's expression brightened with surprise. He had not expected the second golden door to offer him assistance at such a critical moment. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, Like an invincible war god. It appeared that tapping into his potential had loosened the second lock of the Emperor Body, arriving just in time. The woman in white smiled. Had Lu Tianming failed, the injuries would have been grave, and even if she wished to aid him, it would not have been easy, given her current diminished state compared to her peak. Ecstatic, Lu Tianming realized that the 8 golden gates of the Emperor Body were increasingly difficult to unlock. If he succeeded, the benefits would be monumental. Now, this torrent of terrifying golden blood energy was indeed a timely boon. Open for me, Lu Tianming bellowed. As the medicinal power intertwined with the vast blood energy erupted like an ocean, carrying the essence of breaking through all shackles. Crack, crack. The lightning and electric veins were continuously opened. Yet, in the final stage, an invisible force obstructed the ends of the lightning and electric veins, akin to a heavenly barrier hindering their activation. Boom! As Lu Tianming furrowed his brow, the golden blood energy surged from the second golden door like a tidal wave, accompanied by an intent that transcended the heavenly path. It seemed determined to defy the heavens, embodying the primal will of the Emperor Body. The woman in white was taken aback. The Emperor Body, known as the most defiant physique in history, was too extraordinary. Even the mighty Emperor Huang, upon achieving the Emperor Body, had never fully comprehended its depths. Ancient legends suggested that the Emperor Body harbored even greater secrets, bound by the heavenly shackles. The Emperor Body was naturally unwilling to remain restrained. Now, Lu Tianming had awakened the primal will of the Emperor Body, seeking to shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. She was astonished. Could it be that Lu Tianming was indeed a person of destiny? Back in the day, Emperor Huang had barely managed to awaken the primal will of the Emperor Body upon reaching the Saint Realm. Yet Lu Tianming was only at the profound Yin realm. This was utterly inconceivable. If Emperor Huang were to witness this, he would surely be astonished. The mightiest Emperor Body in history was now outshone by a mere youth. If the powerful beings of the realms were to learn of this, they would be left in disbelief. The woman in white smiled, her admiration for Lu Tianming deepening. It was indeed rare for her to encounter someone who could exceed her expectations. Crack, crack. At last, the primal will of the Emperor Body awakened, and the golden blood energy seemed poised to shatter the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. The heavenly shackles binding Lu Tianming's lightning and electric veins were completely obliterated. In an instant, Lu Tianming's aura soared tremendously, magnifying several-fold. His long hair billowed without wind, radiating an imposing presence akin to a divine sword piercing the heavens. The divine mark at his dantian expanded thrice its size, brilliant divine radiance emanating from his pores, forming a divine halo behind him. Lu Tianming sat within it, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of inviolability. Surrounding him were faint echoes of ancient divine sounds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Congratulations! You have reached the pinnacle of the profound Yin realm and simultaneously opened 4 hidden veins, a feat unparalleled in history, the woman in white remarked with a smile. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her physique exquisite, embodying the perfection of celestial artistry without flaw. Every gesture and expression captivated the cosmos, transcending the cycle of life and death, leaving all beings yearning in vain. It is all thanks to your guidance, Lu Tianming exclaimed joyfully, smiling at the woman in white. He understood that without her intervention amidst the turmoil in the eastern city, he would have had no hope. Her appearance had facilitated his transformation, and he felt immense gratitude. You possess a good heart, the woman in white replied with a gentle smile, retreating once more to the ancient coffin. Lu Tianming reveled in the surging power within him, yearning to laugh towards the heavens. He could distinctly sense that even ordinary solar realm cultivators would not stand a chance against him now. Upon encountering the suppression of realms, Su En, who had opened 2 meridians, could be easily vanquished. The 4 hidden meridians were immensely more formidable than the 2. Most significantly, the slight opening of the second golden portal invigorated his golden blood essence, rendering each strand even more formidable. Once unleashed, it could undoubtedly shatter the heavens and earth, inciting a cacophony of divine wails and crushing numerous divine weapons. His current prowess was on an entirely different tier compared to just days prior. Although his strength had surged, entering the dragon-elephant divine pool remained imperative. It is crucial for cultivating the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly force and would aid in refining the Great Wilderness Emperor Bone, which had reached a bottleneck in its growth. The woman in white advised, having spent years in solitude, guiding the young and gradually growing stronger herself. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. Indeed, Lu Tianming nodded, his expression sharp. That was the sacred ground of the Wilderness Palace, opened but once in many years. He would surely not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 45. The ownership of the divine pool. 3 days later, the dragon-elephant divine pool finally opened. Near the desolate palace, numerous disciples gathered on an ancient mountain, eagerly anticipating the event. Although it was stipulated that only the top 10 disciples from the Fengyun platform battle could enter the divine pool, the overwhelming energy it radiated each time it opened significantly benefited cultivators by refining their bodies and enhancing their realms. Even a modest sip from its essence was deemed advantageous. Upon the arrival of Lu Tianming, countless gazes converged upon him, dispelling any previous disdain and contempt, replaced instead by fervent admiration. Lu Tianming had proven through his strength, talent, and serendipity that he was destined to bring prosperity to the desolate palace. His extraordinary comprehension of the dragon-elephant sacred heavenly strength, even in its nascent form, promised an unimaginable future. Many now regarded him as an idol. "Brother.Lu, you have arrived." Li Yuanji fluttered over, clad in a white gown, her skin as fair as snow, and her smile outshining 100 flowers. "Greetings, Master Brother." The 1,000 disciples of the desolate palace bowed in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. "No need for formalities," Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. To him, being the master brother of the desolate palace was of little significance. His sights were set on the entirety of the sacred grounds, aspiring to be the foremost disciple and the Holy Son, a title that rightfully belonged to him, bestowed by his beautiful master's own hand. Having been wronged by Dongfang Qingsheng and the factions behind her, he intended to reclaim everything. Why does he seem so much stronger than just a few days ago? In the crowd, Xianxian munched on her candied hawthorn, her bright eyes scanning Lu Tianming's tall and robust figure, murmuring to herself. Possessing the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, her perceptive abilities were extraordinary, and she could sense the terrifying power within Lu Tianming, which had intensified remarkably since their last encounter. She found herself questioning his training methods. Among the crowd, Lu Hao also observed Lu Tianming, resentment bubbling in his eyes, yet overshadowed by fear. Lu Tianming's performance during the Fengyun platform battle had been nothing short of terrifying, overwhelming even Xianxian, who bore the bloodline of an ancient fierce bird. Coupled with the dragon-elephant's sacred heavenly strength, Lu Hao felt utterly insignificant. Were it not for the rules, Lu Tianming could have easily ended him. Now, Lu Tianming stood above him, having claimed the title of Master Brother of the Desolate Palace. Lu Hao felt both anger and helplessness. "Lu Tianming, let's have another match." "I refuse to accept my previous defeat." Xianxian finally stepped forward, huffing. In a fair contest, her proud, golden-winged roc bloodline had been bested by Lu Tianming, leaving her quite displeased. Instantly, she unleashed her aura, causing the ground to tremble. The onlookers felt a chill. Xuanchuan's realm was at the divine pill stage, and if she truly unleashed her full power, Lu Tianming would stand no chance. In a battle of equal ranks, "You stand no chance against me," Lu Tianming replied with a serene smile, his demeanor unruffled. "What did you say?" Xianxian fumed. Previously, she had lost due to Lu Tianming's sudden deployment of the dragon-elephant's sacred heavenly strength, catching her off guard. The outcome could have been different had it not been for that. The audacity of Lu Tianming's claim that she could not withstand 3 moves was a profound humiliation for a member of the golden-winged roc clan. Enraged, she prepared to strike. Many watched in horror, knowing that if Xianxian unleashed her fury, it would spell disaster. "Enough, Xianxian. What is the merit in harming our fellow disciples?" At that moment, the Taoist Sankei arrived, suppressing her aggression. In the desolate palace, Xuanchuan's status was akin to that of an elder, and engaging in combat with Lu Tianming was not appropriate. During the Fengyun platform battle, Lu Tianming had displayed formidable potential and combat prowess. Sankei Taoist regarded him as a precious asset, unwilling to allow him to be harmed. "Very well. Once you reach the divine pill stage, I shall engage you in a fair contest, Xianxian declared, raising her delicate fist. Agreed, Lu Tianming smiled, indifferent to her youthful bravado. Haha, Taoist Sankei. I fear you may be disappointed. The qualification for the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool are no longer yours. Just as Taoist Sankei prepared to activate the Divine Pool, a raucous laughter echoed nearby. A group of individuals approached, led by Shunmuji, accompanied by several imposing disciples whose demeanor radiated authority. They regarded the disciples of the desolate palace with an air of superiority, their lips curling into derisive smirks. Shunmuji, what scheme do you intend to concoct this time? Taoist Sankei furrowed his brow. Lu Tianming also frowned, sensing the malevolence of Shunmuji's arrival. This is an edict from the Elder's Court. I have consulted numerous senior members. The Dragon Elephant Divine Pool now belongs to our Yugu Palace. Shunmuji's expression was icy as he produced a command token. What? Upon hearing this, numerous disciples of the Desolate Palace erupted in fury. Over the years, they had endured significant oppression from the Yugu Palace, and resources among the four palaces were already scarce. The Dragon Elephant Divine Pool was their only hope, a beacon of opportunity. The audacity of Shunmuji to attempt to seize it incited unprecedented outrage among the disciples. Lu Tianming's gaze also turned frigid, realizing that Shunmuji was targeting him specifically. The need for the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool to cultivate the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength was no secret. Shunmuji, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool has been under the control of the Desolate Palace since ancient times. By what right do you, an old hound, presume to take it away with mere words? Taoist Sank's fury ignited as he roared in defiance. If even the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool were taken, the Desolate Palace would lose its purpose, and all disciples would be left with no path forward. Shunmuji's cruelty knew no bounds. This is a decision from above. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Shunmuji laughed boisterously, unperturbed. The Desolate Palace is the weakest among us. The Dragon Elephant Divine Pool is a place of ancient inheritance, and the Yugu Palace has long coveted it. Now that it is finally within our grasp, I cannot contain my joy. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Lu Tianming, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Lu Tianming's suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed a personal attack. Many within the sacred grounds sought to impede Lu Tianming's growth, blaming him for aligning with the wrong faction. Do not think that a mere command token can intimidate me. I shall head to the Elder's Court at once and confront those old geezers, Taoist Sankei bellowed. Turning to leave, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool had belonged to the Desolate Palace for many years, and he feared no confrontation, even with the highest elders. There's no need. Taoist Sankei, this is a joint decree from us. There is no further need for dispute. At that moment, an ethereal and authoritative voice resonated from the heavens. Three venerable figures, radiating divine light, emerged from a spatial rift, their terrifying aura sweeping across the area like a vast ocean. The disciples of the Desolate Palace were struck with awe, feeling as though a colossal mountain pressed upon their hearts, their bodies trembling, yearning to kneel in submission. Three celestial beings. Lu Tianming's pupils constricted in shock. For ordinary cultivators, encountering even one celestial being was an unattainable dream. The presence of three was akin to the divine, insurmountable. Uncle Sun, Uncle Ming, Uncle Jian. Taoist Sang's countenance shifted, astonished that Shunmuji had summoned these three formidable individuals. Before them, he felt like a mere junior. Taoist Sankei, this is the inevitable tide of fate. Take your disciples from the Desolate Palace and leave, Shunmuji said with a patronizing gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Without the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, the Desolate Palace would be rendered meaningless within the inner sect. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tianming, his expression dripping with derision. You are still too inexperienced to contend with us. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury resounded through the heavens, causing Shunmuji's expression to turn ashen. How dare you? You scoundrels! What gave you the right to meddle with the inheritance of the Desolate Palace? Do you not know that the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool rightfully belongs to the Desolate Palace, a decree set forth by your ancestral founder, the ancient Emperor Kunlun? Are you truly willing to violate the ancestral teachings? Boom! The thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Lord Crow exuded an overwhelming dark mist, soaring through the air like an ancient divine bird. The winds and spiritual energies surged, as if the very earth would be annihilated, instilling terror in all. The disciples of the desolate palace erupted in laughter, knowing that Lord Crow was also a formidable celestial being. With its presence, even the desolate palace holds no power to resist. Crow Sovereign, your demonic crow lineage lacks the qualification to meddle in the affairs of our Kunlun sacred land. The elder known as Master Sun, with his aged gaze, cast a fleeting glance at the imposing crow, speaking in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Chapter 46. The command of the ancestor realm. The mention of the Raven Demon clan astonished everyone. This clan is a taboo among the celestial realms. Ancient and formidable in power. It is said that even the most ancient races fear its formidable warriors. The elder Raven, with his immense strength, possesses a lineage that is equally daunting. Chu Lingxin is your senior sister. In the past, she conferred upon me the title of honorary elder. Do you intend to defy her wishes? The elder Raven stated with a calm demeanor. The three supreme elders exchanged glances, their expressions taut. Although Chu Lingxin often caused trouble in the sacred grounds, her talent was extraordinarily terrifying, unparalleled in her era. At that time, no one could rival her. Even the heavenly Dao sacred land, the foremost among the four great sacred lands, suffered heavy losses due to her. Chu Lingxin shone as the most radiant figure of the wild domain, with her talent rumored to be second only to that of the ancient Emperor Kunlun, a source of reverence for their sacred land. Senior sister, Chu has long since left the sacred land. How could her playful words be taken seriously? Spoke the supreme elder known as Ming Shu, his tone cold. When senior sister Chu was present, the lineage of the Sun Emperor flourished like never before. No one in our elder council could suppress them, and many elders from the sacred land supported her. They were often on the receiving end of her wrath. Now that she has departed, they naturally feel less intimidated. The supreme elder, known as Jian Shu, added mockingly. It was indeed Chu Lingxin's obstinacy that had allowed Lu Tianming, a mere youth of 14 or 15, to become the saint son of the Kunlun sacred land. The result had been a tarnishing of the sacred land and Appo's reputation and a significant impact on Chu Lingxin and Appo's own honor. You truly are ungrateful wretches. In just a few years, you have forgotten the greatness of your unparalleled senior sister. The elder Raven scoffed, understanding the internal strife within the Kunlun sacred land. Since you refuse to reason, I shall speak with the elders of the ancestor realm. The elder Raven then produced an ancient command token. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, causing the three supreme elders to shudder. The ancestor realm? Elders? Many disciples were bewildered. Lu Tianming was also taken aback. After spending years in the Kunlun sacred land, he had never heard of such a place. It appeared to be a hidden foundation of the sacred land, normal for one with such a long lineage. You possess the ancestor realm command token, which was given to you by the little demon girl, exclaimed the supreme elder of the Sun clan, his expression changing drastically. Ming Zun and Gongsun Jian also reacted with great astonishment. The ancestor realm indeed represented the foundational strength of the sacred land. Sealed within are many legendary powers. Any one of them could traverse the world and look down upon the vast expanse. However, the elders would not normally intervene unless the sacred land faced a life or death situation. The supreme elders were also unable to communicate with the ancestor realm. It was known that the little demon girl had garnered the favor of those ancestor realm elders. It was unexpected that after Chu Lingxin left the sacred land, she would hand over the command token to this elder Raven. If an elder were to intervene, the consequences would be beyond their bearing. The little demon girl foresaw that you would act recklessly and entrusted the command token to me. She truly possesses foresight. The elder Raven sighed lightly. As a powerful being of the Raven Demon clan, he held no reverence for the heavens. The little demon girl was one of the few he admired, for she was indeed extraordinary. Lu Tianming chuckled, finding value in the unexpected backup left by his unreliable yet beautiful master. The disciples of the Wild Palace were invigorated. It seemed that the three old coots could not easily claim the dragon elephant divine pool from them. The expressions of the three supreme elders darkened. They had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. Now, they found themselves at a loss. Even with the command token, it is not easy to suppress everything. If the elders are disturbed during their introspection of the great Dao, you would not be able to bear the consequences, the elder of the barbarian dragon remarked coldly. Unfazed by the threat, he had connections in the ancestor realm and was not overly intimidated. Should it come to that, the outcome remained uncertain. Lu Tianming clenched his fists, an uncontainable murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He understood that the puppet he faced when comprehending the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique was most likely controlled by the elder of the barbarian dragon, a distinguished puppet master and a loyal supporter of Dongfang Qingsheng. 2 years ago, when Dongfang Qingsheng had framed him, her influence was likely at play. Very well. Let us see which of us prevails, the elder raven sneered, unwilling to concede. Let us do this, the elder of the barbarian dragon proposed with a chuckle. For the sake of a mere spot, it is not worth disturbing the elders. Instead, let us settle this matter with martial prowess. If the wild palace wins, we shall depart without any further desire for the dragon elephant divine pool. If we of the Yuguang palace prevail, you shall graciously descend the mountain. What say you? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the wild palace felt a weight in their hearts. The disciples of Yuguang palace were considerably stronger than them, and to challenge them was akin to offering themselves as tribute. The top 40 of the Yuguang palace's rankings could sweep through them with ease. You Yuguang palace truly have high aspirations, the Taoist of Sankei mocked. Thus, the wild palace appears to have no chance of victory. Such is the way of the world. If the wild palace lacks the confidence to win the dragon elephant divine pool, then it indeed does not deserve to possess it. The elder of the barbarian dragon sneered frostily. The Taoist of Sankei seethed with anger, casting a glance at the elder raven. The elder raven frowned, realizing that agreeing to communicate with the ancestor realm would escalate matters beyond their control. Yet, he held some confidence in Lu Tianming, believing there might yet be a chance. Engaging in battle is acceptable, but if your Yuguang palace loses, you shall depart without further claims. That would be fair, Lu Tianming interjected, knowing this was a scheme directed at him, and he had the right to speak. What do you wish to wager? The elder of the barbarian dragon's eyes narrowed. As long as I obtain the dragon elephant divine pool and teach Lu Tianming a lesson, I am willing to pay the price, he stated confidently. The supreme technique of Yuguang Palace, the divine vision method. If we lose, we shall hand over this technique, Lu Tianming casually proposed. What? At this declaration, many inner disciples turned pale. The disciples of the wild palace were equally astonished. The divine vision method was a closely guarded secret of Yuguang Palace, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Even the most talented disciples might not have the opportunity to comprehend it. Its significance was akin to the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique of the wild palace, foundational to their legacy. Lu Tianming's audacity in requesting this technique was nothing short of astonishing. You are insane. The divine vision method is an invaluable treasure of our palace. How dare you lay your hands on it? Shen Mu shouted, trembling with rage. For years, Yuguang Palace had never witnessed such boldness. Comprehending even a sliver of this method would be immensely beneficial to a cultivator's spirit. Lu Tianming's demand for the original was nothing short of sacrilegious. The stakes must be equitable. If your Yuguang Palace lacks the courage, then depart, Lu Tianming taunted. Shen Mu and Appo's fury intensified. Lu Tianming and Appo's blatant disrespect was intolerable. Any misstep regarding the divine vision method could lead to consequences he could not bear. Very well. I shall wager with you today, the elder of the barbarian dragon replied, his gaze flickering with determination. With the caliber of the Yuguang Palace's disciples, it was impossible for them to lose to Lu Tianming. He felt confident in his position. Countless disciples were astonished. This was a gamble of epic proportions, one that would echo through the ages. Then, you may send someone forth, Lu Tianming said with a calm smile, soaring into the sky. The divine vision method was renowned throughout the wild domain. Although his Great Wilderness Emperor Body granted him a stronger spirit than ordinary cultivators, he had yet to find a path to advancement. The divine vision method was extraordinarily suited to him. Chapter 47. The might of the hidden veins. Lu Tianming, I, the Yu Palace, shall dispatch 5 disciples, all ranked between 25 and 50 on the Fengyan list. If you can defeat them all, the divine vision method shall be relinquished, the cold-eyed man-long venerable declared. The disciples of the Yu Palace, ranked from 50 to 25, are indeed formidable, possessing at least the strength of the fierce sun realm. having opened their yang orifices. Their true energy blazing like the sun, far surpassing that of the profound Yin realm. His conditions were indeed formidable. Let them come forth. Lu Tianming laughed heartily, unfazed. The Yu Palace disciples had mocked him greatly and even sought to end his life. Today would be the day for Manlong Venerable to pay the price. Today I, Zhao Feiyun, shall establish the reputation of the Yu Palace. A loud laugh resonated as a man clad in silver armor soared into the arena, wielding a battle spear. His battle aura surging with an overwhelming presence. His name was Zhao Feiyun, the 37th prodigy of the Yu Palace, endowed with the silver lightning battle body. His own strength had also reached the level of the fierce sun realm, having opened a yang orifice, with his true essence as grand as the blazing sun. Such a figure in the wild palace would sweep through all challengers. Silver lightning spear, kill. Zhao Feiyun bellowed, his aura consuming the surroundings. As the silver spear transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards Lu Tianming. In an instant, the heavens and earth gathered numerous bolts of thunder around him, imbuing his spear with devastating power. This was the royal body. Once attained, it could absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Even if Zhao Feiyun possessed only a low-level royal body, it was still 10 times stronger than a spiritual body. Overestimating yourself. Yet, a cold smile crept upon Lu Tianming's lips. This was trivial for someone who had opened for hidden veins. He unleashed the second form of the 8 Desolations fist, the invincible 8 Desolations. With a resounding impact, the terrifying fist energy obliterated Zhao Feiyun's fierce spear energy into nothingness. And Zhao Feiyun let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body shattered into a mist of blood. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck with horror. The esteemed 37th of the Yu Palace, endowed with the silver lightning royal body, was annihilated by Lu Tianming with a single punch. How could this be possible? The disciples of the Yu Palace stared in disbelief. Lu Tianming's fist power was astonishingly domineering. During the battle at the Fengyun platform, his combat prowess had not reached this level. Hidden veins. Lu Tianming has at least opened 1 hidden vein, possibly even 2. Xianxian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She deeply understood the strength of hidden veins. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the combat power after opening. Indeed, there was an aura of hidden veins within Lu Tianming. 2 hidden veins. Li Yuanji was equally astonished. She had invested immeasurable effort to open a single hidden vein. Within just a few days, Lu Tianming had managed to open hidden veins and to achieve 2 at that. What kind of monster was he? Xian was amazed. Her own 2 hidden veins had been awakened by fully harnessing the potential of her golden-winged Dao bloodline, utilizing ancient methods. Yet, Lu Tianming accomplished this in mere days. No wonder he was so confident, believing he could defeat her in mere moves within the same realm. Her golden-winged Dao bloodline paled in comparison to the Great Wild Emperor Body. How did you manage to open 2 hidden veins? The 3 supreme elders were also moved, while Manlong Venerable's fury erupted. To open 2 hidden veins in just a few days is truly monstrous. How could my excellence be fathomed by such mediocrity? Lu Tianming mocked. He was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, the beauty's master would not hold him in such high regard. Coupled with the Great Wild Emperor Body, he truly surpassed their understanding. Manlong Venerable and Appo's face darkened. He too possessed extraordinary talent to reach the celestial realm. However, being mocked as a mediocrity by Lu Tianming was deeply humiliating. Lu Tianming. To engage in a friendly sparring and yet strike with lethal intent is a grave sin. At this moment, Shen Mu's voice trembled with fury. The loss of a prodigy from the Yu Palace was a deep wound to him. The 3 supreme elders also bore expressions of cold severity. Lu Tianming had indeed violated the sex regulations. Enough with the pretense. You all wished to kill me long ago. I am merely granting you the opportunity. Today, life and death in this spar shall be disregarded. Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. The crowd was astonished. Could Lu Tianming truly possess such confidence? The subsequent disciples were stronger than the last, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Lu Tianming, you seek your own demise. You have no one to blame but yourself. Manlong Venerable sneered. He indeed sought to eliminate Lu Tianming, finally finding the opportunity to do so. Chun Tian dispatched this scoundrel. Manlong Venerable commanded ominously. Yes. A man clad in fiery red robes stepped forth, his eyes ablaze with fierce flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chen Tian, ranked 30th on the Yu Palace Fengyan list. At the second Yang Fierce Sun Realm, possessing the flame eye, the onlookers felt a chill. His strength far surpassed that of Zhao Feiyun. With a single move, I shall determine life or death. Fierce Sun Divine Furnace, kill. Chen Tian's imposing aura surged as he unleashed his strongest technique. Within his eyes blazed an endless torrent of flames, resembling molten lava. In the air, an enormous furnace materialized, enveloping Lu Tianming. The flames within the furnace shifted from crimson to dark azure, signifying a terrifying temperature. A mere wisp of flame could incinerate countless fierce Sun Realm experts. The multitude of spectators felt their scalps tingle. Such an assault would be difficult to withstand, even for those who had opened 3 Yang orifices. Given their qualifications, surpassing their ranks would be exceedingly simple. Seeing Lu Tianming trapped within the immense fierce Sun Divine Furnace, a smile crept upon Chen Tian's face. How will you counter this? This is my ultimate move. Even with 2 hidden veins, you have no hope of resistance. This exceeds the capabilities of this realm. Who says I've only opened 2 hidden veins? What if I have 3? Lu Tianming tilted his head, a mocking smile upon his lips. Lightning vein reveal. With a low shout from Lu Tianming, torrents of thunder surged from the heavens, cascading towards him. Simultaneously, Lu Tianming unleashed the 3rd form of the 8 Desolations Fist. Power over 9 heavens. An unparalleled battle aura erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. A divine light shot up from the crown of his head, piercing the heavens as if to connect with the stars. Then, Chen Tian's seemingly indestructible furnace exploded. With a single punch, it felt as if he could crush the heavens. Chen Tian let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was reduced to a rain of blood. The crowd was left in a state of shock, paralyzed by disbelief. Lu Tianming had not merely opened 2 hidden veins. He had opened 3. How he accomplished this was beyond comprehension. The 3 missing Taoists were rendered speechless. This divine spectacle could not even be rivaled by Dongfang Qingsheng. Lu Tianming's prowess was truly eye-opening. The remaining 3 come forth together, Lu Tianming declared, his 3 hidden veins glowing like 3 celestial rivers, weaving through the heavens. He addressed Manlong Venerable with indifference. Manlong Venerable's fury reached a boiling point, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. With 3 hidden veins, Lu Tianming was but a step away from the eternal realm. A tumultuous wave surged within him. Could it be that he bore the semblance of the eternal realm, even in the profounding realm? His murderous intent towards Lu Tianming intensified. We shall join forces to test your strength. 3 young individuals stepped forward behind Manlong Venerable, their powerful auras causing the very heavens to tremble. Each one was exceptionally gifted. They had initially deemed it unnecessary to join forces, but Lu Tianming's prodigious talents warranted their unity for safety. Chapter 48. The Eternal Extreme Realm Kill. A man cried out coldly, brandishing a treasured sword that emitted a blinding light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. An overwhelming sword intent surged forth like a torrential flood, rushing towards Lu Tianming. This was a lethal strike, imbued with an aura of terrifying swordsmanship. The void along its path was ground to dust. Another woman with a frosty expression, a poison master, waved her jade hand, releasing a myriad of toxic mist that swirled like colorful fog, spreading in all directions. The space was corroded into a yellow liquid that dripped down. The vibrant mist coalesced into a dragon-like shape, filling the air with a noxious scent that drove many to retreat in haste. The potency of this poison was such that even a typical sunlight realm individual would undoubtedly perish upon contact. We 3 shall strike together. You will die without regret. A third figure laughed heartily, clad in an eerie robe adorned with countless beastly motifs. Forming a seal with his hands, a thunderous roar erupted from a nearby desolate mountain. A ferocious tiger, several tens of feet in size and wreathed in blue flames, appeared, seemingly controlled by some arcane method. Its crimson eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent as it charged towards Lu Tianming. The very fabric of space seemed to collapse under the weight of this overwhelming force. A beast master. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Though a beastmaster may lack personal combat prowess, their formidable spirit allowed them to command countless beasts. Some powerful individuals could single-handedly obliterate entire nations, showcasing their terrifying abilities. The trio, Sword Cultivator, Poison Master, and Beast Master, were all exceptionally skilled within their ranks. Yet they united their strength against Lu Tianming alone. Cold sweat dripped from the brows of many onlookers. Such an assault would be difficult to withstand, even for those with 5 open yang apertures. The crowd was left wondering how Lu Tianming would defend himself. Damn, the barbarian dragon sovereign. The Taoist of the 3 lacs gritted his teeth in anger. The combined strength of the trio was too formidable. Even the top 20 talents on the Cosmic Palace's wind and cloud rankings would struggle against them. The barbarian dragon sovereign was indeed ruthless to send forth such powerful adversaries. This is the price of arrogance. 3 hidden veins. How remarkable. But even the most extraordinary talent, if not properly nurtured, can easily meet an untimely end. Lu Tianming brought this upon himself. Some Cosmic Palace disciples sneered. Lu Tianming had already slain 2 talents, Zhao Feiyun and Chen Tian. This was a disgrace for the Cosmic Palace, and so his current predicament was well-deserved. The disciples from the abandoned palace wore expressions of concern. If Lu Tianming were to falter, all hope for their sect would vanish. Die, Shenmuji, the barbarian dragon sovereign cackled. Should Lu Tianming perish, their grand scheme would not be in vain. Your attacks are commendable, but to defeat me, you still lack a measure, Lu Tianming replied calmly. A faint smile gracing his lips. A surge of unparalleled pride flickered in his gaze as he proclaimed with a thunderous voice that resonated through the cosmos. Let you witness the power of 4 hidden veins. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning converge. Boom! As his words fell, the heavens erupted with the sound of myriad thunderclaps. Countless eyes turned to Lu Tianming. Shock and disbelief etched upon their faces. For hidden veins! He has actually opened 4 hidden veins. How is that possible? Xian, enjoying her candied hawthorn, dropped her bamboo skewer, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. Although the ice lotus divine fruit she gifted to Lu Tianming possessed the ability to unlock hidden veins, achieving 4 was utterly inconceivable. For an ordinary person, even opening a single hidden vein was a formidable task. Yet Lu Tianming had accomplished this feat. Has this fellow found some sort of cheat? In the eternal extreme realm. How could this be? Shenmuji and the barbarian dragon sovereign's mocking smiles froze in place. For a genius to reach the pinnacle of a realm was a matter of great pride, but to achieve 2 extremes, even in the glorious and resplendent ancient times, it was a rare accomplishment. Since the last great emperor of antiquity, the celestial emperor, fought against the heavens and absorbed the spiritual essence from countless domains. The world had long since entered a rigid era. Even saints were nearly non-existent. Yet, Lu Tianming had achieved the eternal extreme realm in 2 distinct stages, a feat that shattered historical precedents. No one in the current world could possibly accomplish such a breakthrough in 2 realms. The 3 venerable elders felt a tumultuous wave of shock rise within them, their once cold expressions now marked by a frenzied astonishment. This level of talent could illuminate the starry rivers of ancient times. To emerge in such an environment is utterly surreal. Indeed, Lu Tianming must be deceiving us. How could we fall for such a trick? Many Cosmic Palace disciples shouted in disbelief, their eyes gleaming with desperation, akin to gamblers risking everything, their gaze bloodshot. If the Cosmic Palace's divine vision crumbled, they would have no standing left. Shenmuji and the barbarian dragon sovereign clenched their teeth, their eyes fixed on Lu Tianming, hoping it was all a ruse. Do you not believe? Open your eyes wide and see the truth. Yet, Lu Tianming merely cast a scornful glance at them, his lips curling into a derisive smile. For those who looked down upon him, he would use the brutal reality to unveil the truth. Boom! The next moment, the cosmos quaked as the forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning converged around Lu Tianming's form. His body radiated chaos, akin to the very creation of the universe. Break! Lu Tianming bellowed, transforming the myriad forces into a singular beam of energy that surged towards the 3 attackers. In that instant, the heavens reverberated with a divine chant, far grander than when he had broken through to the extreme realm in the Qi drawing stage. Shadows of majestic beings seemed to loom in the starry sky, casting a magnificent spectacle. This was truly the eternal extreme realm. The three cosmic palace geniuses inhaled sharply. The power of the eternal extreme realm was nothing short of astonishing, infused with the essence of the gods. At this moment, Lu Tianming appeared to transcend mortality, embodying divinity itself, a force that was utterly insurmountable. As the terrifying surge of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning bore down upon them, it felt as though the very essence of creation was annihilating everything in its path. The trio and Oppos, as combined attack was rendered entirely insignificant. As the beams swept across, they let out despairing cries, caught in a tempest that reduced them to mere dust. Time seemed to freeze as the wind passed, leaving the expressions of all present suspended in disbelief. They were dead. Three of the most formidable geniuses had been utterly crushed by Lu Tianming's overwhelming power, showcasing the unparalleled might of his breakthrough to the eternal extreme realm. The staggering reality sent their hearts racing in panic, as if they were witnessing history unfold. The disciples of the Cosmic Palace, filled with rage and disbelief, spat blood in shock. The demise of five outstanding geniuses was a bitter pill to swallow. Lu Tianming, I will make you pay. A furious roar echoed as the barbarian dragon sovereign advanced, his eyes ablaze with rage. His heart brimmed with shock. Lu Tianming had indeed reached the eternal extreme realm in the Void stage. This was an unprecedented prodigy. He was undoubtedly a grave threat to their faction and must be eliminated without delay. Who dares to harm my disciple? Just as the crowd was engulfed in panic, a woman's voice rang out, resonating through the heavens. From the humble abode of Lu Tianming, a streak of light descended, transforming into a delicate figure with cascading hair, a petite and exquisite stature, and a stunning visage. With a single palm strike, she sent the barbarian dragon sovereign flying, disfiguring his face and leaving him bloodied and battered. Master, Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned, but then elation filled his heart. This was his beloved master, who had been away from the sacred land for nearly a decade, and he had not expected to see her phantom once more. Chapter 49. The misfortunes of the elders. He, my dear disciple, have you diligently practiced in my absence? Chu Lingxin's ethereal image smiled sweetly, extending her delicate hand to pinch Lu Tianming's face. The force was considerable, causing the flesh on his face to bulge several centimeters. Ouch, ouch, master. Lu Tianming wailed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. His beautiful master was far too ruthless. Chu Lingxin, you have left behind an ethereal image at the outer sect of the Holy Land. The barbarian dragon elder exclaimed in shock. Did I not hear that Chu Lingxin had entered a forbidden domain and perished? It appeared she had a contingency plan. If this sister did not retain some means, my dear disciple would surely be bullied to death. Chu Lingxin's enchanting eyes brimmed with fury. She had learned of Lu Tianming's plight, and the barbarian dragon elder and his companions were excessively cruel. Are you not intent on killing my dear disciple? Come then, I am here. Do as you wish. Chu Lingxin approached with graceful strides, her lovely face adorned with a cold demeanor. And no, Sister Chu, this is a misunderstanding. The barbarian dragon elder's face turned a sickly green, resembling someone who had just swallowed something foul. In her prime, Chu Lingxin had dominated the desolate realms, casting shadows over the heavens, instilling dread even in ancient beings who had long ceased to age. In her presence, the elder felt trivial, akin to a mere toy. Flee! At that moment, the barbarian dragon elder, nearly in tears, transformed into a streak of light and fled the scene. The three supreme elders and Shun Muji also felt their scalps tingle, as if confronted by a prehistoric beast, hastily making their escape. To them, facing the monstrous Chu Lingxin was beyond their capabilities. Even if they multiplied their strength tenfold or 100-fold, they were no match for her. Many disciples of the Desolate Palace were astonished, witnessing the once mighty barbarian dragon elder and his companions cower in fear upon encountering this ethereal image. They turned their gazes toward the petite figure of Chu Lingxin, bewildered. Could this seemingly sweet, neighborly-looking elder truly possess such formidable power? Can they escape? However, Chu Lingxin's beautiful eyes watched the fleeing figures of the barbarian dragon elder and the others, her lips curling into a dangerously delightful smile. She would not let them off the hook for having brought her dear disciple to such a state. With a hum, she waved her jade hand, and the very fabric of space seemed to constrict. The barbarian dragon elder, the three supreme elders, and Shunmuji found themselves ensnared, immobile as if trapped within glass. Unable to muster even a flicker of their internal power. The laws of space, you have reached such a realm. The aged visage of the barbarian dragon elder displayed a ghastly expression, filled with terror. What staggering power was this? In an era of steadfast paths, Chu Lingxin, still so youthful, had attained such a level of prowess. It was truly astonishing. This was merely a fragment of her ethereal image, a far cry from her true strength. No wonder Chu Lingxin was heralded as the most extraordinary figure of the millennium, impossible to fathom. Even the great figures of the ancestral realm held some trepidation toward her. It was indeed true. Barbarian Dragon Junior Brother, how do you propose I punish you? Chu Lingxin approached with a beaming smile, playfully patting the elder's aged face. Slap, slap, slap. Though her strikes lacked great force, each resounded loudly, causing the barbarian dragon elder's old face to flush crimson, scorching with humiliation. Sister Chu, how could you strike me like this? The barbarian dragon elder roared. He was a supreme elder, exalted and surveying all. Never before had he experienced such disgrace. How could I? Today, even if I were to slay you, none would dare utter a word. Chu Lingxin's gaze turned icy as she pointed a finger. And with a resounding bang, the barbarian dragon elder's physical form exploded, leaving only his soul suspended, wailing in agony. The loss of one's physical form was a grievous matter for a cultivator, and Chu Lingxin had effectively crippled a significant portion of his cultivation. Sister Chu, you have gone too far. At this moment, the three supreme elders wore expressions of fury. For beings at their level, such occurrences were of great importance to the Holy Land. The incapacitation of even one was a significant issue. Summon the magical treasures. Do not doubt that a mere fragment of her soul can indeed be invincible. Elder Sun Mingyuan bellowed. They understood that Chu Lingxin feared nothing and would not show mercy. They did not wish to share the same fate as the barbarian dragon elder. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the three bit their tongues, spitting forth their vital blood, igniting their potential, releasing a formidable aura that allowed them to break free from Chu Lingxin's constraints. Then, three powerful magical treasures appeared above their heads, emanating an immense pressure of the celestial realm, charging toward Chu Lingxin. Kill! Obliterate that fragment of soul. The barbarian dragon elder roared in fury. From within his soul, he too summoned a treasure tower, merging it with the magical treasures of Sun Mingyuan, Mingzun, and Gongsun Jian, together pressing forward. The combined might of four celestial realm experts was indeed unparalleled. Their overwhelming presence sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Overestimating yourselves. My dear sister has dominated eras. With your four empty vessels, you dare to stand against me? Chu Lingxin scoffed disdainfully, with a clap of her jade hand. Like the hand of the heavens, unyielding and invincible, the four esteemed magical treasures shattered like worthless scrap metal. A surge of powerful backlash struck the barbarian dragon elder and his companions, causing them to spew blood and turn pale. They gazed up at the unscathed Chu Lingxin, their hearts filled with dread. A casual strike had obliterated their magical treasures, leaving them to wonder just how terrifying her strength truly was. Lu Tianming could only marvel. His beautiful master was indeed overwhelmingly fierce. Bang, bang, bang. With her lovely face cold, Chu Lingxin pointed once more, causing the three supreme elders and Shunmuji to experience excruciating pain as their physical forms exploded, leaving them in torment. With a chilling gaze, Chu Lingxin surveyed them, stating, "Were it not for me allowing my disciple to deal with you later, you would have long since been obliterated." As she spoke, she summoned the original divine visualization from the Cosmic Palace, presenting it to Lu Tianming. The barbarian dragon elder, Shunmuji, and the others were heartbroken. This was the core inheritance of the Cosmic Palace, now lost to them, inducing immense suffering. Yet, they dared not utter a word. Chu Lingxin's strength was overwhelming, a mere fragment of her soul akin to an unattainable goddess, insurmountable. If she wished to kill them, they had no doubt that with a mere wave of her hand, She could reduce them to ashes. She was a woman more terrifying than gods and demons. Thank you, Master. Lu Tianming accepted the divine visualization, a broad smile spreading across his face. Without his master, even if he triumphed, given the nature of the barbarian dragon elder and others, obtaining the divine visualization would not have been so simple. His master had indeed helped him vent his frustrations. This is what you deserve. It was because I insisted you become the Holy Son that you faced such trials. Chu Lingxin replied with a smile, reaching out her jade hand to fondly knead Lu Tianming's face, reshaping his handsome visage into something akin to dough. This was her unique brand of affectionate violence. Master, you flatter me, Lu Tianming chuckled. Practice diligently. When the time is ripe, I will naturally appear. Chu Lingxin laughed lightly, ruffling Lu Tianming's hair until it resembled a bird's nest before her figure faded, dissipating into the ether. Evidently, this ethereal image had a time limit. Watching his master depart, Lu Tianming felt a void within. Throughout his childhood, he had been inseparable from her, relying on one another. He pondered when they would reunite, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Kid, I'm also leaving now. If anyone dares bully you, i.e., will lead the Demon Crow clan's warriors to stand up for you. At that moment, the old crow chuckled, similarly shattering into fragments as it vanished into the cosmos. This aspect of time had also drawn to a close. Lu Tianming clasped his hands in farewell to the old crow, who had treated him well. Lu Tianming, in the future, I will ensure your life is a living hell. Witnessing the sequential disappearance of Chu Lingxin and the old crow, the barbarian dragon elder finally sighed in relief, then turned to Lu Tianming with a venomous sneer. Chu Lingxin may very well be in trouble within the Forbidden Zone. The Demon Crow clan would not dare to meddle in the affairs of Kunlun Holy Land. Dealing with you will still be quite easy, relying solely on myself. I shall reclaim all that is owed. Lu Tianming gazed at the barbarian dragon sovereign, his eyes cold and indifferent. This was a trial bestowed upon him by his master, and he would not let him down. Ignorant of your own mortality, the barbarian dragon sovereign scoffed. Without Chu Lingxin and the crow sovereign, Lu Tianming was nothing but an insignificant insect. With that, he departed alongside the three supreme elders. They were in urgent need of medicine to stabilize their condition, for prolonged neglect could lead to their souls dissipating into the ether. As they left, the three supreme elders and Shun Muji cast a chilling glance at Lu Tianming, their eyes filled with malice. Clearly, they harbored deep resentment towards him. The departure of the four supreme elders carried an ominous intent, causing many inner disciples to shiver in fear. For beings of celestial strength, alongside the true authority of the Yu Palace, held such animosity towards a mere disciple. One could only imagine the arduous path that lay ahead for Lu Tianming. Had it not been for his awakening of the Great Desolate Emperor's Body in the eternal extreme realm, he might have already succumbed to the pressures exerted by the Dongfang Qingsheng lineage. As he grew stronger, the conflicts with those from the Dongfang Qingsheng clan would inevitably intensify. Many sensed the brewing storm. Perhaps one day, this tension would erupt into a true conflagration, resulting in sensational events within the Kunlun sacred land. Chapter 50. Clearing away the afflictions as the four palaces were shaken by this event, deep within the celestial expanse of Kunlun's sacred land, in a peculiar realm, stood an ancient tree, its branches flourishing and reaching into the heavens. In the distance, a pristine lake shimmered, bees buzzed and butterflies danced, creating a picturesque scene. Beneath the tree, two elderly men engaged in a game of chess, one clad in black, the other in white. They emitted no discernible aura, resembling ordinary mortals who had not cultivated. Upon closer inspection, however, one could perceive the profound simplicity that enveloped them. Their eyes, brimming with the weight of time, were exceptionally remarkable. At this moment, the elder in black, adjusting the black piece, chuckled. We have long secluded ourselves, yet the sacred land grows increasingly lively. With its legacy spanning many years, its foundation has long since decayed. If someone could sweep away the afflictions and rejuvenate the sacred land, it would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. The elder in white, exuding an ethereal aura, stroked his long beard and smiled gently. The black-clad elder nodded, his gaze filled with a sense of resignation. Any force, over time, resembles an ant nest beneath a grand dam, majestic in appearance, yet riddled with vulnerabilities that threaten its collapse. The Kunlun sacred land is no exception. Given their limited lifespans, we are confined to our ancestral realm, unable to venture freely. The sacred land is controlled by the Elder Council, where every generation is fraught with conflict. They do not oppose healthy competition, yet if one faction grows dominant, it becomes a shackle for the sacred land. Thus, a new genius must emerge to topple the status quo and instigate a renewal, allowing the sacred land to flourish once more. Lu Tianming holds the potential to be that catalyst. Dongfang Qingqing possesses the ancient sage's wisdom, and she is a direct disciple of the last great emperor, Xinyu the Great. With such formidable backing, can Lu Tianming, alone and isolated, truly contend with her and the multitude of supporters she commands? The elder in black mused, his tone growing somber as he mentioned the name of the great emperor, a figure of unparalleled brilliance from ancient times who led countless warriors to ascend the heavenly path. Although he met with failure and demise, his spirit resonated through the ages. Any fragment of his legacy would overshadow the world. While Lu Tianming is indeed the disciple of the extraordinary Chu Lingxin, she remains trapped in the realms of the heavens, unable to assist him. Without such backing, Lu Tianming's struggle against them appears exceedingly daunting. The white-clad elder chuckled softly, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. The black-clad elder nodded, his expression grave. He too sensed that Lu Tianming bore immense karmic ties, though they could not decipher it fully. Perhaps he could indeed surprise them. Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, the sacred abode of the Kunlun Sacred Land's leaders, has been the residence of sovereigns throughout the ages. It exudes an air of grandeur and solemnity, reminiscent of a celestial temple descending from the heavens. Splendid. Tianming has truly made a name for himself, thoroughly dismantling the Yu Palace and even securing the divine visualization technique. The rascals in the Yu Palace must be infuriated. On the throne, the Daylight Sovereign erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the report from the elder in plain robes. Ever since he and his master, Chu Lingxin, had been seemingly betrayed by the barbaric dragon sovereign, they had forged an enmity that ran deep. In the previous generation selection of the sovereign, over 80% of the elders had supported the barbaric dragon sovereign. Yet, under the overwhelming influence of his sister, Chu Lingxin, he had ascended to his position. Dissenters were swiftly dealt with by her hand, even leading to the execution of 8 semi-imperial elders from the barbaric dragon sovereign's faction, sending shockwaves through the sacred land. After becoming the sovereign, his sister roamed the world in search of her true self. He had long harbored a pent-up fury against the barbaric dragon sovereign's faction. Now, at last, he felt a sense of release, especially after witnessing the remnants of his sister's shadow obliterate the physical forms of the barbaric dragon sovereign's allies, leaving only their souls severely weakened. Suddenly, he felt a tumult within his body, his complexion paling as blood seeped from his lips. Sovereign, your injuries are worsening. If not addressed soon, it may lead to dire consequences. The elder in plain robes, Lu Su, rushed forward, producing a pill for the Daylight Sovereign, who accepted it with a wry smile. The Daylight Sovereign's injuries stemmed from his past efforts to safeguard Lu Tianming's tenuous existence, resulting in the depletion of his own essence. In his prime, the Daylight Sovereign was exceptionally gifted, rivaling even Chu Lingxin, and was regarded as a figure of imperial stature. The barbaric dragon sovereign had indeed been ruthless, extracting Lu Tianming's essence and shattering his dantian, rendering him powerless, yet refraining from outright murder, likely intending to force the Daylight Sovereign to sacrifice his own essence for healing. The Daylight Sovereign found himself ensnared, his cultivation plummeting from the pinnacle of the celestial realm to the realm of the Dao King. His vitality was gradually being consumed, and if this continued, he would not endure much longer. No matter, I can hold on for a few more years until Tianming truly matures. If they dare to overstep their bounds, the consequences will be beyond their capacity to bear, he declared, his spirit unwavering despite his current state. Lu Su understood the implications. This would undoubtedly lead the Daylight Sovereign to expend his lifeblood, forcibly restoring his peak. The Daylight Sovereign then gazed at the Great Hall, as if seeking the resolute figure within the inner sanctum, silently wishing for Lu Tianming to live up to his potential. Sovereign, it has been a difficult journey. I want Lu Tianming dead. The hall echoed with the aged, menacing roars of the barbaric dragon sovereign, Sun Mingyuan, Ming's sovereign, Gong Sun Jian, and Shun Muji. At this moment, their souls were ensconced within 5 jade cauldrons, surrounded by miraculous herbs exuding fragrant energies that nurtured them, while their physical forms lay in tatters, beyond the remedy of ordinary means. Yet, Dongfang Qingsheng could heal them, armed with the ancient sage's memories and a bounty of treasures. Has Lu Tianming truly reached the pinnacle of the Xianin realm? Dongfang Qingsheng, clad in a golden gown, her figure alluring and her beauty captivating, gazed at the barbaric dragon sovereign with a furrowed brow. Indeed, that boy seems to possess divine assistance and has remarkably opened 4 hidden veins, the barbaric dragon sovereign replied. Still in awe. Originally, they had devised an infallible plan to seize the dragon elephant divine pool, ensuring Lu Tianming's dragon elephant sacred heaven technique would face insurmountable obstacles. Ultimately, Lu Tianming's awakening of the 4 hidden veins led to the annihilation of their 5 preordained geniuses, culminating in their loss of the divine visualization technique they had inherited for generations. This time, they had suffered a double blow, igniting their wrath. Lu Tianming is indeed full of surprises. Dongfang Qingsheng's eyes narrowed, contemplating the challenges ahead. Achieving the ultimate Xianin realm is a formidable feat in ancient times. It was considered legendary. For Lu Tianming to accomplish this without support is truly astonishing. He must possess remarkable secrets. If you were to eliminate him, my lady, countless opportunities would unfold, Shun Muji remarked, his demeanor grave. Chapter 51. Taking the field, personally, he felt an intense loathing for the fact that he had lost his corporeal form due to the actions of mere lowly disciples from the Wild Palace. However, as he gazed upon the resplendent figure of Dongfang Qingsheng, a flicker of reverence emerged in his eyes. He understood that although she was merely a junior, her power far surpassed that of the elders and even the supreme elders among them. This era belonged to her. Within the ancestral realm, there were numerous ancestors who supported her. The barbarian dragon elder was merely her nominal mentor. Her status even eclipsed that of the supreme elders. He was not even qualified to enter the elder hall, and thus, he could only look up to her. Years ago, in the god-burying abyss, he had indeed acquired a mysterious object. Dongfang Qingsheng gently nodded, and an unusual glint appeared in her dreamlike eyes. The primary reason she had acted against Lu Tianming back then was still that ancient bronze coffin. It seemed to tell her that the coffin was extraordinarily significant, as if the entire god-burying abyss existed because of it. Regrettably, after she had incapacitated Lu Tianming, she had thoroughly examined him but found nothing. Now, with Lu Tianming in Appo's foundation shattered, he had awakened the Great Wild Emperor Body and had broken through 2 extreme realms, gaining astonishing fortunes and acquiring the dragon elephant sacred heavenly power. She sensed that this was undoubtedly connected to that ancient bronze coffin. Perhaps in the past 2 years, Lu Tianming had inadvertently uncovered the secret of the coffin. Her interest in the ancient bronze coffin had undoubtedly intensified. A decree was issued. In 1 month, during the grand competition of the 4 palaces, she would personally take the field to compete against the disciples of the 4 palaces. Upon this thought, Dongfang Qingsheng lifted her gaze towards the outside of the hall, her rosy lips parting to emit a voice as clear as a phoenix's cry. You intend to personally enter the grand competition of the 4 palaces? The barbarian dragon elder was momentarily taken aback, but then surprise filled his eyes. He could not fathom Dongfang Qingsheng's strength. At times, he felt a pressure emanating from her, suggesting she was on the verge of breaking through beyond the human realm. What did this imply? Most supreme elders of the Kunlun sacred land had lived for nearly a millennium to reach the human realm. Yet, Dongfang Qingsheng was merely a 17-year-old girl, poised to surpass it. This was simply astonishing. Except for the enigmatic Chu Lingxin, no one in the Kunlun sacred land over the past 10,000 years could compare to her. Her participation in the grand competition would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. With the Holy Maiden taking action, capturing Lu Tianming would be an effortless endeavor. Sun Mingyuan, Ming Zun, and Gongsun Jianling also smiled. They found Lu Tianming's numerous hidden cards somewhat troublesome. However, if Dongfang Qingsheng were to join the fray, it would be an easy victory. No matter how strong Lu Tianming was, he could never rival a Holy Maiden. Lu Tianming, this time I shall see how you meet your demise. Shun Muji chuckled. Dongfang Qingcheng smiled faintly. She had not taken action in the sacred land for many years. Even if she suppressed her realm, she would be invincible against the inner disciples. This time, she aimed to thoroughly extinguish Lu Tianming's momentum and reclaim the ancient bronze coffin. Lu Tianming, I hope you do not disappoint me, she murmured to herself. What? Dongfang Qingcheng also intends to participate in this grand competition of the four palaces? The news spread like wildfire, creating a tremendous stir within the four palaces. Many were astonished, believing that Dongfang Qingcheng's involvement was likely directed at Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming's prowess was formidable. It seemed the holy maiden did not wish for him to grow any stronger. Many were shocked. Lu Tianming had already reached the pinnacle of the ancient realm in the profound Yin realm, making waves within the inner sect, leaving numerous individuals in utter disbelief. Some even claimed that with Lu Tianming's meteoric rise, he could potentially surpass Dongfang Qingcheng in the future. After all, she had not reached the pinnacle in either of those realms. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingcheng had been showered with countless favors, whereas Lu Tianming had risen from humble beginnings, shining even brighter than her. It was only natural for her to seek to suppress Lu Tianming. If this continued, it would inevitably affect her reputation. It could also be a strategic move. Dongfang Qingcheng was the most formidable candidate for the next Holy Lord. Everyone spoke of her as terrifying, yet no one truly understood her strength. She might wish to use the grand competition to elevate her momentum to its zenith, thus securing the Holy Lord position from the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign. A neutral elder spoke solemnly. The Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign, having suffered injuries while saving Lu Tianming, is no longer suitable to be the Holy Lord. Should Dongfang Qingcheng ascend to that position, she would become the youngest Holy Lord in the history of the Kunlun sacred land, at merely 17 years old, shaking the annals of time. At that point, Lu Tianming and the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign would not have a favorable outcome. Everyone sensed the overwhelming current of power, as if Dongfang Qingcheng, like a sovereign queen, could sweep across the world and crush all opposition. Lu Tianming's attempts to contend with her were simply too feeble. Unfortunately, having reached the pinnacle in two realms, Lu Tianming could indeed become a figure of great renown. But with the emergence of Dongfang Qingcheng in this era, he was destined to be relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Many sighed, acknowledging that Lu Tianming had no chance in the upcoming grand competition. These developments did not concern Lu Tianming. His foremost goal at present was to absorb the power of the Dragon Elephant Sacred Pool. This was crucial for refining the Great Wild Emperor Bone and the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly power. Perhaps after absorbing that surging energy, he could break into the solar realm in one fell swoop. Enter the sacred pool. Finally, 2 days later, at a barrier atop the mountain, when the energy had diminished to its weakest point, the three lacking Taoists took out a token and opened the barrier. Instantly, an incomparably pure energy poured forth like a torrential flood, rampaging wildly in all directions. The three lacking Taoists observed the sudden fervor in the expressions of all the Wild Palace disciples across the mountain and smiled. The Dragon Elephant's sacred pool opens once every few years, and each time it does, the overwhelming energy elevates the strength of many disciples in the Wild Palace to the next level. It is during this time that the disciples of the Wild Palace are at their strongest. Thus, during the grand competition, they will not be so passive. The Dragon Elephant's sacred pool is indeed vast. Lu Tianming gazed in astonishment. He saw that the area of the Dragon Elephant's sacred pool at the mountain's peak was far more expansive than he had imagined, spanning dozens of miles. To call it a pool was an understatement. It resembled a large lake, with crystalline energy rolling and surging, illuminating the entire surface, making one feel invigorated and utterly at ease. A hint of greed emerged within Lu Tianming's heart. If he could cultivate within it, the benefits would be immeasurable. Naturally, the Dragon Elephant's sacred pool was said to have been formed from the remains of an ancient dragon and a divine elephant, gathered by the ancestral master, the Kunlun ancient emperor, through great magical power, making it extraordinary. The aged eyes of the three lacking Taoists gazed upon the lake's surface, a trace of pride shimmering in his gaze as he remarked, "At that time, the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly power had not been severed. Every few hundred years, a prodigy would comprehend it. Coupled with the overwhelming dragon and elephant energy within the sacred pool, once the disciples of the wild palace master it, they will be able to traverse all directions. Even among the 4 great sacred lands of the eastern wilderness, the Kunlun sacred land has consistently occupied the top position. Chapter 52. Entering the divine pool after many years, someone once again comprehended the dragon-elephant sacred heaven technique, and he held high hopes for Lu Tianming. Gazing at his handsome profile, admiration shone unreservedly in his eyes. Lu Tianming nodded earnestly, his heart ablaze with anticipation for the dragon-elephant divine pool. However, although the energy of the divine pool was immense, it bore inherent dangers. Overabsorption could lead to injury. Taoist Sankei pointed to the center of a lake, where 7 stone pillars stood, marking the 7 levels of formidable energy within the dragon-elephant divine pool. Normally, those on the wind and cloud rankings could only cultivate in the 1st level, at most reaching the 3rd area. 3rd level? Lu Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated such intricacies within the divine pool. Taoist Sankei nodded. This is already quite ideal. In fact, for most of the disciples from the Ruins Palace in recent years, only a select few have managed to reach the 2nd level, while the top 10 could only enter the 1st level. The rest must absorb energy from the periphery. Mismatched strength inevitably leads to great peril. What about the 4th level and above? Has no one from the Ruins Palace ever entered? Lu Tianming inquired, puzzled. There have been, but they were ancient heroes of great renown. With your Great Wilderness Emperor Body, you might have the chance to attempt it. Taoist Sankei smiled. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body possessed boundless divine power, and its might was indeed astonishing. Lu Tianming might exhibit extraordinary capabilities. In my day, I barely set foot into the 4th level, making me the deepest explorer in recent years. I wonder if you can break my record. Xian chuckled, her eyes gleaming with competitive spirit, eager to engage Lu Tianming in a unique contest. I shall do my utmost, Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile. He could sense that as he ventured deeper, the energy became increasingly overwhelming. Without truly entering, he could not ascertain how deep he could stand. Let us proceed into the dragon pool, Taoist Sankei said solemnly. The top 10 talents on the wind and cloud rankings were immediately exhilarated, stepping into the 1st level. In the next moment, their faces flushed crimson as the dense dragon-elephant aura surged uncontrollably into their bodies. Their refining speed nearly faltered, and injuries began to manifest. Truly worthy of the dragon-elephant divine pool, Lu Tianming marveled, realizing that the spiritual energy here was at least 20 times stronger than that of the outside world. The unique dragon-elephant aura, too potent for those with insufficient foundational strength, was indeed beyond their reach. Yet for him, it posed no significant threat. The dragon-elephant sacred heaven technique urgently required this power. As the spiritual energy flooded into his body, it was instantly absorbed. The dragon-elephant sacred heaven technique emanated a greedy will, yearning for Lu Tianming to delve deeper. Thus, Lu Tianming leaped into the 2nd level. Here, the spiritual energy intensified tenfold again, subtly transforming into dragon and elephant phantoms, cloaked in mystery. At this moment, only a few, including Lu Hao and Li Yuanji, could endure. They too appeared flushed, clearly reaching their limits. Without hesitation, Lu Tianming advanced to the 3rd stone pillar. Here, he sensed a nascent will within the spiritual energy. It bore the weight of ancient dragons and divine elephants, exerting a slight pressure upon him. I have reached my limit, senior brother Lu. You must continue, Li Yuanji said with a wry smile beside him. With her mystic spirit body and the unlocking of a hidden vein, she had only made it this far. Observing Lu Tianming's calm demeanor filled her with admiration. Lu Tianming nodded. Indeed, this was insufficient for him. He then leaped to the 4th stone pillar. On the shore, many disciples of the Ruins Palace gasped. In recent years, the best performance had been by Xian, who barely reached the edge of the 4th pillar. Lu Tianming, however, reached it with ease, the disparity evident. Xian felt a pang of defeat within her. It seemed her golden-winged rock bloodline could not compare to the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. Boom! Just as the crowd was pondering this, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Upon reaching the 4th level, Lu Tianming shook his head slightly, as if unsatisfied, and like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountain, he appeared at the 5th stone pillar. Rumble. The spiritual energy here nearly formed a storm, each strand immensely heavy, making it difficult for cultivators of the Sunfire realm to absorb. The 5th level. Xian exclaimed in astonishment. She had exhausted her limits just to barely reach the 5th level, while Lu Tianming achieved it without having reached the Sunfire realm. His foundational strength was astonishing. To break through 2 realms consecutively was indeed impressive. Taoist Sankei beamed with delight. To reach the 5th level is rare, even in ancient times. Lu Tianming truly lives up to being the son of destiny. Boom! Before his thoughts could settle, Lu Tianming continued to exert himself in the 5th level, advancing to the 6th level. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. The 5th level was already a lofty goal, and the 6th level was beyond reach. The shock was palpable. Reality surpasses imagination. Lu Hao spat blood. Lu Tianming's achievements thoroughly impressed him. Not enough. Nevertheless, Lu Tianming remained resolute. Whispering to himself, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool was a rare opportunity, and he aimed to absorb as much power as possible. This would significantly enhance his strength. Was Lu Tianming truly going to venture to the 7th level? At that moment, several stewards from the ruins palace gasped in disbelief. Lu Tianming's steps were unwavering as he indeed moved toward the 7th level. The 7th level was a forbidden zone, since the ancient Kunlun Emperor had created this formation. No one had ever entered. The fact that Lu Tianming dared to challenge the 7th level was astonishing. Lu Tianming, do not act recklessly. Taoist Sang's expression changed as he cautioned. The 7th level was not something an ordinary person could approach. It was said that the overwhelming might of the dragon elephant could crush even those of the celestial realm, alongside a trace of the Kunlun Emperor's imperial might that suppressed the heavens. One must understand that the Kunlun Emperor was an emperor. Even a trace of his power could devastate the world and shatter the skies. An imperial force guarded the 7th level, and no one had ever breached it. Countless proud disciples of the ruins palace had attempted in the past, all of whom perished. Lu Tianming's actions were fraught with peril. Imperial might? Lu Tianming was taken aback. He had not expected that the final stone pillar would be protected by the ancestral imperial might. The might of an emperor gazes down upon eternity, unmatched in the world. A trace of imperial might indeed oppressed all under heaven. Even ancient saints could be obliterated by it. He began to feel apprehensive. Merely a trace of imperial might, not the true will of the ancient emperor. You possess the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. You need not fear, the white-clad woman within the bronze ancient coffin remarked coldly. Her tone was haughty, as if viewing the emperor revered by all as trivial. Sister, that is the pressure of an emperor. If I ascend, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Lu Tianming's face darkened. His emperor body was far from complete. To confront imperial might head-on would be akin to a moth to a flame. Fear not. The imperial might does not prohibit entry to the 7th level. Rather, it is a trial. Overcoming it yields boundless benefits, and one might gain the true divine power of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, perhaps even mastering the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heaven technique to its pinnacle, the white-clad woman explained. In ancient times, those who cultivated the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heaven technique were indeed formidable, yet none had reached its absolute zenith. Perhaps the deepest power of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool was connected to this. If Lu Tianming could acquire it, his combat prowess would become extraordinary. To the zenith. Lu Tianming felt a surge of warmth in his heart. If such an opportunity truly existed, his strength and potential would be unparalleled. Damn it, I shall give it a try. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to squander any chance to grow stronger. He had learned that Dongfang Qingsheng would personally participate in the grand competition of the 4 palaces. Understanding it was aimed at countering him and scheming to seize the position of the Holy Master from Master Ri. He could not allow that to succeed. This could greatly enhance his capabilities. At that moment, his gaze grew resolute. Lu Tianming was indeed prepared to challenge the 7th level trial left by the ancestral master. Many surrounding him discerned his intentions, all struck with awe. In the past, challengers had always been the most radiant prodigies of ancient times. For many years, no one had dared to do so. Lu Tianming was undoubtedly embarking on a monumental feat. This fellow truly never fails to surprise. Taoist Sankei chuckled wryly. He had initially thought Lu Tianming's best achievement would be reaching the 5th level. Yet he not only arrived at the 6th stone pillar, but was also challenging the 7th level, a feat no one had ever accomplished. His audacity was remarkable. He gazed eagerly, curious to witness Lu Tianming's performance. What madman! Xianxian marveled, for she certainly lacked such courage. At this moment, she felt a deep admiration in her heart. Lu Tianming's strength, combined with his physique and bravery, left her in awe. Chapter 53. The Holy Land in Turmoil. Ah, so one dares to challenge the 7th level? How intriguing. Beneath the ancient tree of the ancestral realm, a water curtain looms before the black and white elders, seemingly encompassing the entire Holy Land. At this moment, the elder in black chuckles lightly. This courage is indeed not something an ordinary person can possess. The elder in white nods in agreement, acknowledging that even they lack such audacity. Truly, a rising star. However, mere courage is insufficient. One must also possess formidable strength. To challenge the restrictions left by the progenitor while merely at the Xianin realm is an act of reckless folly. Just then, a hearty laugh resounds as an ancient beast descends, bearing a figure clad in a gray robe. A powerful aura emanates from him, overwhelming and vast, akin to an ocean, sweeping across the surroundings. Xingtsong, is that you? The black and white elders furrow their brows and inquire. The ancestral realm is boundless, home to numerous sealed elders and factional disputes. This elder is none other than the master of the barbarian dragon sovereign, having reached the Great Ascension realm. It is known that beyond the celestial realm lies the imperial realm, and then the Great Ascension, saintly, and other realms. In the era of Dao Jian, a formidable figure at the Great Ascension level could easily sweep through hundreds of thousands of miles. The opponent has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and yet he has not perished. It seems his strength has indeed ascended to a new level. Ha, Black Elder, White Elder, you were once my rivals, but you are no longer worthy of my regard. The elder in gray rides atop a colossal ancient beast, resembling a divine being as he looks down upon the heavens. A cold smile playing upon his lips as he gazes at the black and white elders. Once, their realms were at the initial stage of Great Ascension. Now, having secluded himself, he has progressed to the mid-stage of Great Ascension, indeed surpassing the two. Xingtsong, what are your intentions? The elder in black asks, his brow slightly furrowed. This individual is a practical fighter and one of the supporters behind the barbarian dragon sovereign. In the present, due to Lu Tianming, figures like the barbarian dragon sovereign and Sun Mingyuan have suffered devastating losses. Although they can recover under the remarkable foundation of Dongfang Qingsheng, it is immensely embarrassing for their faction. This individual has a violent temperament and is unlikely to let Lu Tianming off the hook. Ah, this is the apprentice of that girl Chu Lingxin. I find her talents rather mediocre. Xingtsong's gaze fixates on the light curtain, a hint of cold laughter escaping his lips. To him, a mere figure at the Xianin realm is no more significant than an ant. I wish to see how he will break through the progenitor's oppressive weight, ultimately leading to his demise. Xingtsong continues with biting sarcasm. Those who have attempted this before were all superior to Lu Tianming, many capable of dominating an era. Yet they all perished. Lu Tianming daring to try is akin to a moth to a flame. The black and white elders remain silent, sensing that Tianming may indeed be acting impulsively. Yet, they can only watch. Should Lu Tianming encounter misfortune, Xingtsong's faction will undoubtedly solidify its dominance. At this moment, over half of the Holy Land's populace is watching. Lu Tianming's challenge to the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool is truly a breathtaking spectacle. This fellow is indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, atop a spiritual island, Master Dan Xian also observes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He is the foremost alchemist in the Holy Land, commanding respect even from the ancient figures within the ancestral realm. He holds a profound impression of Lu Tianming, who discovered numerous treasures at ancestral Dao Mountain. There's a unique essence within him that even stirs his true fire. A young man with such peculiar qualities has not been encountered in the Holy Land for many years. He is merely showing off. Soon he shall reap the consequences. Not far away, Zhong Lingxiao too watches, his expression devoid of emotion. His sister, Zhong Qinshi, shares a close bond with Lu Tianming, which he deeply resents. He harbors some animosity towards Lu Tianming as well. Heh, Ling Xiao, though you are deemed the most outstanding alchemical talent in the Holy Land, do not underestimate others. It is no small feat for him to rise to this level without any foundational roots. Dan Qian smiles, his eyes narrowing slightly. What matters most is that he is at the Xianin realm, on the verge of breaking through the ancient limits. I sense a hint of the expansion Yin pill within him. The mention of the expansion Yin pill causes Zhong Lingxiao's expression to shift dramatically. How could this be possible? As an alchemist, he understands the rarity of the expansion Yin pill all too well. It is a formula coveted by many ancient alchemical masters. If successfully refined, it could significantly aid one in breaking through the limits of the Xianin realm, laying a solid foundation for cultivation. Yet, this expansion Yin pill has long been lost to time. Not only he, but even his master, Master Dan Qian, and the older alchemists in the ancestral realm have gained little throughout their lives. The mere thought that a once lowly outer disciple like Lu Tianming could possess the expansion Yin pill is utterly inconceivable to him. Aside from the expansion Yin pill, I cannot fathom any other means that could allow someone to open 4 hidden meridians in such a short span of time. Dan Qian smiles faintly, asserting that he is indeed enigmatic and should not be underestimated. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to foster good relations. Zhong Lingxiao scoffs, harboring disdain within. Ever since his master praised Lu Tianming, his feelings towards the latter have only soured further. How could a lowly ant warrant such treatment? Now that Lu Tianming dares to challenge the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, he sneers. If he were to perish, it would be for the best, saving him from the annoyance of witnessing it. At this moment, it is not merely the numerous disciples. Even the elders of the Celestial Palace, Kong Qianchuan, Su Yi of the Flood Palace, Tian Feng of the Law Enforcement Hall, Wei Qi of the Starry Hall, Gong Sun of the Weapons Hall, and Jiang Yin of the Mission Hall, are all astounded, their shock palpable. To challenge the progenitor's oppressive weight is something no one has dared to do for many years. Lu Tianming is indeed exceeding expectations. Within the Celestial Palace, Yanjiro ascends a mountain peak, from where she can gaze upon the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. Witnessing the fervor ignited by Lu Tianming's actions, a bitter smile emerges on her lips. In her youth, she idolized Lu Tianming, only to later ridicule and scorn him. Now, she feels increasingly regretful for her short-sightedness. Had she steadfastly supported and believed in Lu Tianming, perhaps they could have forged a meaningful connection during his low points. Regret fills her heart. Sister, some opportunities, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Beside her stands a boy, Yin Yuhuan, who sighs. Yanjiro self-deprecatingly smiles. Not only her, but this sentiment reflects a broader reality, as many within the inner sect, even among the true disciples, who once scorned Lu Tianming during his fall from grace, now find their feelings complex. After all, Lu Tianming's current brilliance is not at all inferior to what it once was. Their previous perceptions were far too narrow. On Saintus Peak, Lu Mulan clenches her fists tightly, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, her heart filled with bitterness and resentment. Ha! I shall see if today brother.Lu can create yet another miracle. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of the Holy Land, the skies shift dramatically. As radiant young figures descend from majestic spiritual mountains, each exuding an aura that commands respect, illuminating the cosmos with their presence. Heaven's true disciples. These are the true disciples of the Holy Land. Chapter 54. The emergence of the ancestor upon witnessing the young individuals who resembled divine beings. Many young disciples within the sacred land were astounded. The true disciples resided on the ethereal island in the 9th heaven, where a gathering array concentrated the essence of heaven and earth, creating an environment far superior to that of the inner sect. For ages, they had existed as exalted immortals, overlooking all within the inner sect, seldom interacting with its disciples. Many lower-ranked inner disciples, having spent years in the sacred land, had never encountered a true disciple. Yet now, at least 20 or 30 true disciples appeared in the sky, radiating resplendent light, igniting awe and excitement among countless inner disciples. Among them were the likes of Ziyang Zhenren, Yushu Xianzi, Zhanlong Zhenren, and Tunshin Xianjia. Within the Yugu Palace, Zhao Yu gazed upward at the true disciples, unable to suppress his trembling body and terror-filled heart. Had Lu Tianming truly reached such astonishing heights? These were legendary figures, now appearing together. He could not help but feel a sense of dread towards Lu Tianming. The level he had attained was one that he could only admire from afar. He felt bitter. Indeed, the son of the sacred land surpassed them by a considerable margin. Haha, Yushu Xianzi, do you believe that senior brother Lu can pass the ancestors' trial and reach the 7th level? In the skies, those extraordinary talents, exuding an aura of grace, stood with their hands behind their backs, basking in the admiration of countless disciples. They appeared entirely at ease, as if accustomed to such reverence. One young man clad in purple turned his gaze towards the radiant woman at the center, smiling lightly. The woman, with her exquisite figure, swaying skirt, and skin as smooth as jade, possessed elegantly drawn brows that could rival the beauty of nature itself. Among the true disciples, she shone like a pearl, captivating all around her. The other true disciples occasionally glanced her way, revealing hints of admiration. She was indeed a celebrated beauty among the true disciples, endowed with the jade spirit immortal body, making her one of the few who could rival Dongfang Qingsheng within the sacred land. As for Dongfang Qingsheng, he was the destined one, bound to make his name resonate through the ages, and thus commanded utmost respect without any other sentiments from them. However, Yushu Xianzi undeniably felt closer to them, leading many to harbor thoughts of her. In the past, Yushu Xianzi had been a devoted follower of Lu Tianming, holding deep affection for him. Had it not been for his engagement to Dongfang Qingsheng, she might have had a considerable chance to walk alongside him. However, when Lu Tianming's status fell dramatically, Yushu Xianzi distanced herself from him, severing all ties. As she spoke, a playful smile graced her lips. The other true disciples laughed. Given Yushu Xianzi's proud nature, it was unlikely she would regard Lu Tianming with any significance. After all, when one abandons someone, there is seldom a return. You are mistaken. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Jinren and Appo's teasing query, Yushu Xianzi and Appo's stunningly beautiful face turned serious. Her enchanting eyes gazed at Lu Tianming, who stood astonished under the weight of countless gazes, and she replied coldly, "Senior brother Lu will forever hold an unchanging status in my heart." Zhang Jinren, Zhanlong Jinren, Tunxin Xianjia, and the other true disciples were momentarily stunned. Over the years, I have not contacted senior brother. I simply believe he will rise from despair and return as a king. If I become too close to him, it may not benefit him. It has been 2 years, and he has not disappointed me. Yushu Xianzi smiled gently, eclipsing the beauty of 100 flowers. The expressions of Zhang Jinren and the others turned grim. They had not anticipated Lu Tianming to possess such allure. Even having fallen to the status of an outer sex servant, Yushu Xianzi still held such great hope for him. Originally, they sought to witness Lu Tianming's downfall, yet now felt a bit awkward. Confidence is commendable, but he still has a long way to go to reach the son of the sacred land. To challenge the might of the ancestor is rather foolish. Zhanlong Jinren remarked with a laugh. Within the sacred land, the most influential figure remained Dongfang Qingsheng, with many true disciples supporting her. In contrast, Lu Tianming lacked significant elder backing, standing alone against her, which was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a cart. They all understood that the next leader of the sacred land would likely emerge from the rivalry between Dongfang Qingsheng and Lu Tianming, and naturally, they sided with Dongfang Qingsheng. Meanwhile, Tunxin Xianjia remained silent, offering a faint smile in agreement. Yushu Xianzi smiled. Her wisdom lay in maintaining a good relationship with Lu Tianming during his fall from grace, understanding that it was far better than those foolish outer and inner sect women who took pleasure in his misfortune. Zhang Jinren seemed to grasp her intentions, feeling a chill as he contemplated Yushu Xianzi's profound scheming. It appeared her attitude towards Lu Tianming would hinge upon whether he could indeed pass the ancestor's trial. Otherwise, should he perish, Yushu Xianzi might not even spare him a glance. To challenge the might of the ancestor, Lu Tianming, you possess audacity. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsheng on the Saint's Peak also noticed Lu Tianming's actions and could not help but scoff. What formidable power awaited him? Without unparalleled talent, success was impossible. She With the memories of an ancient great sage, would not dare to attempt such a feat. His demise would be fortuitous. We would be rid of a significant threat. The likes of Manlong Zuns and Shun Muji sneered. Simultaneously, in the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, El Su and Riyao Tianzun observed, and at that moment, El Su opened her mouth, intending to speak. No worries, believe in him. Riyao Tianzun interrupted, his deep-set eyes reflecting confidence in Tianming. The entire sacred land was abuzz. Yet Lu Tianming remained unfazed, striding purposefully towards the 7th level. Upon entering the 6th level, the pressure of spiritual energy became overwhelmingly terrifying. Each step felt as though he bore the weight of a great mountain. Were it not for his possession of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, an ordinary physique would have been crushed into a pulp here. Open for me, Lu Tianming bellowed, a surge of golden blood energy roiling within him. With the enhancement of his strength, the Great Wilderness Emperor Body grew increasingly formidable, particularly after the opening of 4 hidden meridians, elevating his might to unprecedented levels. The torrent of golden blood energy seemed capable of shattering all, surging forth in all directions. Crack! Crack! The spiritual energy pressure of the entire 6th level was shattered by Lu Tianming, creating a vacuum around him. Like a dragon unshackled, he forcefully stamped down on the stone platform of the 6th level, propelling himself towards the 7th stone pillar. As he approached, he could distinctly feel the vigorous dragon-elephant energy of the 7th level stirring his heart. As Lu Tianming rushed towards the 7th stone pillar, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The physical prowess of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body was, indeed, boundlessly domineering, as if nothing in the world could obstruct his path. Buzz! Just then, the 7th stone pillar illuminated with resplendent runes, and an invisible barrier materialized, accompanied by a terrifying aura that coalesced into a figure. Towering high above, as if piercing the cosmic river, a myriad of stars encircled it, emanating a presence that resonated through the ages. In an instant, the universe trembled, the Tao wailed, and countless powerful beings across the vast lands of the eastern wilderness cast their astonished gazes. The ancestor, the ancient emperor of Kunlun, the remnant visage of the ancestor had appeared. The sacred land was set ablaze with tumult, akin to a meteor plunging into the vast ocean. Chapter 55. The Hidden Master. Numerous disciples, elders, and esteemed figures were in a state of excitement. After countless millennia, the remnants of the ancestor re-emerged, truly a sight that shook the heart. Many venerable ancestors within the ancestral realm trembled, yearning to submit. This figure was revered as a deity in the hearts of the Holy Land, deserving only of admiration. This was the Kunlun ancient emperor. Lu Tianming, however, was taken aback. Although the Kunlun ancient emperor exuded an imposing presence, as if capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with a mere thought, he felt an indistinct sensation that this was not a male form. Rather, it resembled that of a woman. A woman? How could that be? Lu Tianming found it absurd. Yet, the ancestral records indicated that the ancestor had always been shrouded in mystery, never revealing their appearance to the world. Perhaps it truly was a woman. With the body of the Great Wilderness Emperor, he vaguely sensed an unparalleled elegance, reminiscent of a woman capable of overturning the cycle of the universe. Unfortunately, her celestial visage was obscured by a layer of multicolored radiance, rendering it indistinct. A sense of familiarity surged within Lu Tianming, yet he could not articulate it. At that moment, within the ancient bronze coffin, the woman in white expressed slight astonishment. "What is it?" Lu Tianming inquired, intrigued. "You should not know these things yet," the woman in white replied. Lu Tianming's lips twitched, realizing she was teasing him. To delve into the depths of the dragon-elephant divine pool, one must endure the pressure of this emperor for a quarter of an hour. At that instant, the towering figure of the Kunlun ancient emperor resonated with a grand and majestic voice, akin to a billion thunders crashing, deafeningly loud. Lu Tianming felt dizzy merely from the sound, nearly spitting blood, his form unsteady. He was astounded. Indeed, this was an emperor of unparalleled might, exuding an overwhelming aura. Very well. Lu Tianming's eyes gleamed with ambition. An emperor is the aspiration of every cultivator. Now, with an emperor testing him, he too wished to validate his resolve. The Kunlun ancient emperor nodded, resembling a god king standing in another realm, devoid of any emotion. Yet, Lu Tianming felt an odd sensation, as if beneath that imposing exterior lay a beautiful maiden, smiling radiantly. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying imperial pressure cascaded down like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. The scene was overwhelming, akin to countless waterfalls crashing down, with even a single strand capable of shattering towering mountains. Billions of divine rays descended, as if to obliterate the very heavens and earth. The crowd was astounded. This was a trial, a near-certain demise. Although the imperial pressure would adjust according to the challenger's realm, it was still overwhelmingly powerful, shattering space into darkness. Over 100 cultivators at the profound Yin realm could not withstand it. Ancient Extreme Realm, activate. Lu Tianming gazed at the overwhelming pressure descending upon him, his expression grave. It felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down, suffocating him, his entire being creaking as if on the verge of being crushed. He marveled at the formidable imperial pressure. However, having reached the ancient extreme realm of the profound Yin, he wished to see who would triumph, him or the ancient emperor. Boom! As Lu Tianming's words fell, all 22 of his Yin meridians glowed brilliantly, hovering above his head like flowing rivers of mysterious energy. With a thought, countless spiritual energies surged into him within the dragon-elephant divine pool, instantly amplifying Lu Tianming's aura. All 22 meridians were activated, absorbing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies at an astonishing rate. Upon witnessing this, gasps echoed around him. Opening 22 Yin meridians was legendary. For instance, the ancient alchemy ancestor attained the profound Yin realm through alchemical means, creating the Yin expansion pill. However, such a pill had long been lost, with very few achieving the extreme realm in history. Now, as Lu Tianming displayed his 22 meridians, the spectacle was truly magnificent. Even some late-stage cultivators of the Sun realm were fearful. His rate of energy absorption surpassed theirs. Indeed, the aura of the Yin expansion pill was present. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Island, the elder Dan Xian seemed to sense something, his aged body shuddering, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Even without having seen the complete formula of the Yin expansion pill, he could discern clues from some fragmented records. There was indeed a trace of the Yin expansion pill's essence on Lu Tianming. This revelation shocked him greatly. Had the formula long been lost? Where could this individual have obtained it? How could this be? Beside him, the proud and lofty Zhong Lingxiao's expression changed dramatically. Even he lacked the fortune to acquire the formula for the Yin expansion pill. Even if by chance he obtained it, refining it would be exceedingly difficult. The fact that Lu Tianming possessed the Yin expansion pill, and seemingly more than one, sent chills through him. Who had crafted it for him? Did Lu Tianming have a hidden master behind him? Finally, he realized that Lu Tianming's sudden rise was not as simple as it seemed. Of course, if you were to learn that Lu Tianming had concocted it himself, he could only imagine the shock on his face. Dan Xian marveled. If Lu Tianming truly had a master behind him, their alchemical skills would undoubtedly far surpass his own. He felt no confidence in crafting the Yin expansion pill, let alone in significant quantities. The prowess of that individual in alchemy was indeed terrifying to contemplate. Zhong Lingxiao felt discontent. He had always looked down upon Lu Tianming. Now, knowing that Lu Tianming's alchemical master might surpass even his own teacher was hard for him to accept. I mentioned before that the wilderness domain is vast, concealing countless talents. You should not grow complacent, Dan Xian remarked lightly, glancing at Zhong Lingxiao. The influence of alchemical experts in the cultivation world was immensely formidable. If Lu Tianming's hidden master were willing to disclose the formula for the Yin expansion pill, not only would he be followed by Zhong Lingxiao, but countless powerful figures across the wilderness domain would also bow to him, yielding to his command. This would be of tremendous benefit to the forces they represented. Zhong Lingxiao nodded slightly, his expression grim, compelled to regard Lu Tianming with new respect. Gazing at the luminous screen, his eyes were profound. Just how many secrets did Lu Tianming still conceal? It seemed that getting closer to him might not be a bad thing after all. The ancient extreme realm, how intriguing. The Kunlun ancient emperor smiled faintly. Achieving the ancient extreme realm within the profound Yin realm was no small feat, even for many emperors of old. Lu Tianming's brilliance surprised even him. Block it, Lu Tianming commanded sternly, as the 22 meridians absorbed vast amounts of dragon elephant energy, rendering the power within him fearsome. At that moment, beams of immense light erupted from his eyes, unleashing the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique to withstand the overwhelming pressure. If previously Lu Tianming's understanding of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique was superficial, he was now undoubtedly at the threshold of mastery. A colossal dragon and elephant silhouette materialized. Guarding him, the sight extraordinary. Indeed, he had mastered it all. Many cursed it inwardly. During the earlier battle at the stormy cloud platform, Lu Tianming claimed to have only learned part of it, clearly deceiving everyone, his heart far too dark. The dragon form seemed capable of suppressing the underworld. It was said that the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly technique, originally named the dragon elephant suppressing hell technique, was indeed capable of subduing the underworld. An elder mused. Upon closer inspection, beneath the dragon and elephant forms, there were indeed manifestations of 18 layers of hell. The dragon and elephant loomed above, as if suppressing the divine beasts of the underworld, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Yet, the Kunlun ancient emperor's voice was ethereal. Upon reaching the imperial level, any realm would automatically attain completeness, akin to the extreme realm. Coupled with the imperial pressure as support, he was the true apex of this realm, unbreakable by anyone. What Lu Tianming exhibited was merely an external manifestation, yet he could not shatter this constraint. Creak, creak. Indeed, in the next moment, the continuous imperial pressure from the heavens once more surged down. Lu Tianming's dragon and elephant forms, unable to bear the burden, began to shatter. This trial tested personal aptitude rather than divine skills. Lu Tianming was indeed at a disadvantage. Is this not enough? The crowd was horrified. Chapter 56. Through the trial, Lu Tianming's strength had reached an unparalleled level within the Xianin realm, yet he still felt a slight deficiency. The trial set by the ancestor was indeed formidable. However, as the ancestor was an emperor, it was only natural for their standards to be high. If external means were insufficient, I shall break through with my own power. Lu Tianming's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Golden sky divine finger, open for me. At that moment, he summoned the furious golden blood energy, within which images of the sun and moon in motion appeared. With a single point of his finger, an overwhelming force erupted. The torrential golden blood energy surged towards the heavens, transforming into brilliant sword lights that clashed fiercely with the emperor's might. Bang, bang, bang at last. The crushing emperor's might dissipated. Great Wilderness Emperor Body. The Kunlun ancient emperor was visibly moved for the first time. This physique had been sealed by the heavenly path since ancient times. Now, with the Great Wilderness Emperor Body breaking the seal, it took him by surprise. What a pity. If only we were in the same era, I would surely engage in a splendid contest with you to see if the Emperor Body is indeed invincible at the same level. The Kunlun ancient emperor smiled faintly, his words laced with battle intent. Many felt a chill run down their spines. This was the Kunlun ancient emperor who acknowledged Lu Tianming in such a manner. It was indeed an extraordinary honor. Who in the eastern wilderness could receive such treatment? Just this alone would make Lu Tianming renowned throughout the world. Dongfang Qingqing's face turned icy. She had not received such glory. Lu Tianming's fortunes stirred her feelings of discontent. The secrets of the divine pool are not to be shared with the mundane. Having broken my pressure, you have passed the trial. Absorb it well. I hope you can grow to protect the sacred land and shine brightly in the future. The Kunlun ancient emperor laughed heartily as his figure faded away. Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned, sensing a pair of spirited eyes gazing at him from behind the five-colored radiance. Thank you, Ancestor. Lu Tianming smiled and bowed deeply. Every emperor had their own monumental achievements. The Kunlun ancient emperor had once secured the realm for humanity, repelling countless races, contributing immensely. Thus, Lu Tianming naturally held great respect for him. As the figure of the Kunlun ancient emperor vanished, the barrier around the seventh light pillar receded. Lu Tianming suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with the entire divine pool, as if he could freely absorb all the energy contained within. His heart surged with excitement. Finally, he could indulge himself. Outside, silence reigned. Everyone stared in disbelief, petrified by the fact that Lu Tianming had indeed passed the ancestor's trial. Ha ha ha, Xing Tsang. Didn't you claim Lu Tianming was useless? He even passed the ancestors' trial. What do you have to say now? In the ancestral realm, Black Elder and White Elder looked at the light screen in astonishment, momentarily dazed. After a while, Black Elder couldn't help but burst into laughter, addressing the equally stunned Xingtsong with a hearty chuckle. The tone was thoroughly jubilant. For years, Xingtsong's faction had dominated, leading to the darkness and decay of many areas within the Sacred Land. Lu Tianming was a crucial force in their reform, especially with the support of Chu Lingxin. The more outstanding Lu Tianming became, the greater the chance of shaking the hegemony behind Dongfang Qingcheng. The white-robed elder nodded in approval, his expression appreciative. Passing the ancestors' trial was an achievement capable of stirring ripples throughout the ancestral realm. This scoundrel Xingtsong's face twitched, flushing with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had ridiculed Lu Tianming, and this outcome felt like a slap to his face, rendering his expression exceedingly grim. He had to admit that Lu Tianming was indeed formidable, unmatched by any prodigy of the Sacred Land. He then coldly smirked. With Dongfang Qingcheng's status, Lu Tianming is still far from catching up to her. Any unexpected incident could arise during this time. The Black and White Elders reigned in their smiles. Dongfang Qingcheng was progressing at an astonishing pace, likely to surpass even these ancient ancestors in no time. Xingtsong's words held some truth. Lu Tianming still faced many unknown dangers. Let's wait and see. The black-robed elder sneered, maintaining confidence in Lu Tianming. The Kunlun sacred land required reform. Otherwise, many resources would remain monopolized by Xingtsong's faction, hastening the sacred land's decline. Overestimating oneself, Xingtsong scoffed. For years, the sacred land had firmly held vast territories, akin to local tyrants. Numerous families, sects, and nations thrived within, raking in substantial wealth annually. This entangled the interests of many within the sacred land. Black Elder and White Elder's attempts to overthrow them were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. With a wistful sigh, White Elder remarked in the past, the Kunlun sacred land was supreme in the eastern wilderness. It was only due to Xingtsong's faction being so corrupt that the sacred land fell into decline. These individuals remain oblivious to their own circumstances, truly seeking their own demise. Outside, many were left in a daze, unable to react. Lu Tianming, however, exhaled a sigh of relief, unfazed. Given his qualifications, this outcome was unsurprising. He began to operate the Great Wilderness Heart Sutra, sitting cross-legged on the seventh stone pillar, fervently absorbing the power within the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. The energy from the divine pool visibly diminished before his eyes. Lu Tianming's aura grew increasingly robust. In less than a day, he had successfully broken through to the solar yang realm. Not only that, but the Great Wilderness Emperor bone within him was gradually being refined, becoming more abundant. Moreover, the primal energy of the Dragon Elephant Sacred Technique was also growing at a noticeable rate. What thrilled him most was that the second divine abode of his Great Wilderness Emperor Body was on the verge of opening once more under such formidable power. The quality of his blood energy was visibly enhancing. Based on his estimations, he could easily contend with high-grade spiritual artifacts. Within the Saintess Peak, Dongfang Qingcheng exhaled deeply, her murderous intent almost uncontrollable. It seemed this time the Four Palaces Grand Meeting would be quite lively with Lu Tianming's presence. At that moment, in the Palace of the Universe, a young man clad in blue smiled. He was Xiang Yunfei, the foremost genius of the Palace of the Universe, having reached the Nine Suns solar yang realm. With 9 solar apertures opened within him, his true energy was extraordinarily intense. Dongfang Qingcheng suppressed a realm. Uncertain whether she or her senior sister, the Saintess, was stronger. Beside her stood a woman in a purple dress who chuckled lightly. She was Su Chaoga, the foremost genius of the Flood Palace. Though extraordinarily beautiful, the Flood Palace's inheritance focused on physical prowess. This woman possessed a physique unmatched within the inner sect. As she gazed at Lu Tianming, a surge of battle intent ignited in her eyes. Xiang Yunfei remained silent, filled with anticipation, sensing that this Four Palaces grand competition would certainly yield intriguing developments. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed, with merely 5 days remaining until the Four Palaces Grand Meeting. On this day, Lu Tianming finally awoke from the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. Upon opening his eyes, Two immense beams of light erupted from his gaze. The dragon's roar and elephant's trumpet resonated within him. Lu Tianming smiled. The dragon-elephant sacred technique was an extraordinarily powerful combat skill divided into 6 levels. Previously, he had not even mastered the first level. These levels included Dragon-Elephant Prajna, Dragon-Elephant Divine Bell, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, Elephant Suppressing the Underworld, Dragon and Elephant Unification, and Heaven and Earth Suppression. If perfected, it could suppress the galaxy and shatter realms. With the primal divine power of the Dragon-Elephant Divine Pool, he had already learned Dragon-Elephant Prajna. This was a peerless palm technique. Combined with his great wilderness emperor bone, leveling a small mountain would pose no challenge. Had he reached the solar yang realm? Lu Tianming examined himself again, smiling. The solar yang realm pertains to the opening of one's 9 solar apertures, revealing the mysteries of the human body. Each open, true essence quality elevates one to a higher level. Due to his training in the savage body refinement, Lu Tianming's solar apertures were larger than those of ordinary individuals. It was likely that the combined size of 3 ordinary apertures would not match the size of just one of his. Now, without a doubt, Lu Tianming's body was brimming with explosive power. Chapter 57. The Pill King. Most importantly, the bones of the Great Desolate Emperor have been refined into 60 pieces, and my physical strength has now reached an astounding 300,000 pounds. Lu Tianming couldn't help but marvel at this terrifying power. A casual punch could collapse space itself. It is truly unimaginable what would occur if such a strike landed upon another's head. Indeed, it would be a scene of utter devastation. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu. With your mastery of the Dragon-Elephant Sacred Technique, your return as a holy son is just around the corner, a melodious voice chimed in. A woman adorned in colorful garments gracefully descended, her skin as white as snow and her features exquisitely beautiful, resembling a celestial being. It was the true disciple, Yu Shuxian. Surrounding the divine pool were several disciples of the Desolate Palace. After over 20 days of absorption, each one of them appeared invigorated, having at least advanced 3 minor realms. Upon seeing Yu Shuxian, their faces filled with admiration. As a true disciple, her strength was at least above the divine pill realm, and she was regarded as a flower among the true disciples. Many secretly cherished her portrait, and now, witnessing her in person, they couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Yu Shuxian? Lu Tianming raised an eyebrow. This woman had been very close to him in the past, yet they had not communicated at all over the past 2 years. Having experienced the indifference of life, he had come to understand the essence of their relationship, leaving him feeling somewhat estranged. Senior brother, please don't be angry with me. I just feared causing you trouble, which is why I kept my distance, Yu Shuxian said, pouting as she gently grasped Lu Tianming's arm in a playful manner. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if on the verge of tears, and her voice was sweet and tender, enough to soften the heart of any man, regardless of how hardened. Many disciples of the Desolate Palace nearly drooled at the sight. It was no wonder that the eldest senior brother enjoyed such treatment. This was a privilege few could compare to. Step back. Lu Tianming and Amp. Appo's expression darkened. He was well aware of Yu Shuxian and Amp. Appo's true nature. She was cunning and manipulative. In the past, she had clung to him, but now that his strength had returned, she sought to rekindle their connection. He had no intention of indulging her. With a determined flick of his arm, he departed from the scene. Senior brother Tianming. Yu Shuxian's expression turned awkward. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Senior brother Lu is no longer the same as before, she sighed. Her companion, Zhang remarked. After such setbacks, anyone would grow, he continued, especially since he was once kind to the holy maiden. This is the consequence he faces. Be quiet, Yu Shuxian retorted, her delicate face displaying displeasure. Zhang merely chuckled and shrugged. After leaving the Dragon-Elephant Divine Pool, Lu Tianming did not return to his quarters, but instead headed toward the Alchemy Pavilion. Ah, Holy Son Lu, your presence is truly an honor. What brings you here? Elder Haimu greeted him with a broad smile. Lu Tianming was now a rising star in the sacred land, poised to reclaim his former glory, and no one dared to look down upon him. Gather the necessary herbs. Lu Tianming instructed, producing a piece of paper. This was a different alchemical formula he had inquired about from the woman in white, known as the Dao sculpting pill, specifically designed to heal Dao injuries. He knew that his uncle Yaori had sustained a Dao injury for his sake and wished to restore him. Elder Haimu was taken aback. These are incredibly rare herbs. What do you intend to do with them? Are you planning to concoct a pill? The elder quickly nodded, eager to assist. Moments later, he had gathered all the required materials. Lu Tianming smiled and paid for the herbs before taking his leave. Though these herbs were valuable, he had defeated numerous foes and seized their storage bags, accumulating a substantial amount of spirit stones, which afforded him the means to procure them. Shortly after Lu Tianming departed, Dan Xian and Zhong Lingxiao appeared at the back of the alchemy pavilion. Elder Haimu presented Lu Tianming's paper to Dan Xian. Master, what pill is he attempting to concoct? Zhong Lingxiao inquired, furrowing his brow as he examined the list of herbs, many of which were exceedingly advanced and difficult to refine. Lu Tianming's choice of herbs surprised me. Elder Haimu admitted, equally intrigued. Dan Xian scrutinized the paper closely, his expression shifting as he realized, this resembles the formula for the Dao sculpting pill. What? Both Elder Haimu and Zhong Lingxiao were taken aback. The Dao sculpting pill was a legendary elixir capable of healing Dao injuries, much like the extending pill, both of which had long been lost to time. The fact that Lu Tianming intended to concoct such a pill implied that someone behind him possessed the ability to create it. The level of this pill is exceedingly high. Only a pill master can concoct it, Dan Xian remarked gravely. The alchemical profession has its own hierarchy, ranging from alchemists to masters, grandmasters, and finally, the pill king. He had spent his life striving to reach the master level, while Lu Tianming's mentor must be at least a grandmaster. Zhong Lingxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Such a high-tier alchemist could only be found among the elders of the Kunlun sacred land. The existence of such a powerful figure backing Lu Tianming was staggering. I mentioned at least. If he truly manages to concoct such a pill, it will be safer to assume he has a pill king behind him. Dan Xian thought to himself, suppressing a bitter smile. The pill king was a rare entity, a titan in the alchemical world, and Lu Tianming's rise was beginning to make sense. What should we do, Dan Xian? Elder Haimu asked nervously. Upon realizing that Lu Tianming had a pill master backing him, he felt a sense of awe towards Lu Tianming. If that influential figure were to reveal their identity, all the elders of the sacred land would surely pay their respects. We must treat the Holy Son with utmost respect. If that formidable figure is willing to assist our Kunlun sacred land, our strength will undoubtedly increase, Dan Xian asserted firmly. He also reflected on why he had sought to teach Lu Tianming alchemy. It was clear now that with such a powerful mentor, it was no wonder Lu Tianming had deemed him unworthy of his attention. Elder Haimu nodded respectfully, while Zhong Lingxiao struggled to accept the reality that Lu Tianming's background surpassed his own. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Tianming retrieved the various herbs. Although the paper contained a list of materials, he was not concerned about any potential leaks, for the true method of concoction was embedded within the alchemical formula itself. Merely possessing the ingredients would not allow one to decipher the process. Predecessor Donghua, how is the Dao sculpting pill refined? Lu Tianming inquired, taking out the Hongwang, Liantian Ding, and the immortal fire, carefully studying the alchemical formula. At present, his alchemical proficiency was at most that of an alchemist. Only with the aid of the Hongwang, Liantian Ding, and the immortal fire could he barely manage to concoct pills at the master or grandmaster level. The Dao sculpting pill, however, required the skills of a grandmaster, leaving him at a loss. I shall assist you in concocting it. You may observe closely, the woman in white offered. She emerged from the bronze ancient coffin, placing each herb into the Liantian Ding and refining them with the immortal fire. The intricate techniques she employed left Lu Tianming in awe, as it seemed she was not merely concocting pills, but rather manipulating the very fabric of heaven and earth. The key to alchemy lies in technique. Even with the Honghuang, Liantian Ding, and the immortal fire, without exquisite techniques, it is akin to building castles in the air. The woman in white instructed. Lu Tianming nodded, feeling as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, illuminating concepts he had previously struggled to grasp. Gradually, he sensed the awakening of the Great Desolate Emperor and Appos, SI within him. Each technique, detail, and the control of the spirit was dissected and absorbed into his consciousness, as if a precise instrument were teaching him. Before long, his crown chakra began to emanate a brilliant light. An epiphany in alchemy? The woman in white exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 58. The enchantress of the sacred Dan Hall, upon gazing into the eyes of the great emperor of the wilderness. Lu Tianming felt a sense of relief. The great emperor's eyes possessed the power to perceive the very essence of the universe. It was only natural that Lu Tianming could discern her alchemical techniques. A faint smile graced her lips. Historically, few had awakened the emperor's eye. Possessing such an eye indeed bestows Lu Tianming with an unparalleled advantage. Boom! Shortly thereafter, Lu Tianming sensed an unprecedented surge within him. As if something was advancing in the void, his spirit suddenly swelled, engendering a feeling of transcending the corporeal realm and surveying the world below. Observing alchemy through the emperor's eye proved beneficial for the elevation of one's spirit. Now, his spirit had ascended to the earth level, the white-clad woman remarked. Earth level? Lu Tianming's heart swelled with joy. The spirit is classified into realms: human, spirit, earth, and heaven. Ordinary cultivators possess exceedingly weak spirits, while only those of the divine pill realm can barely reach the human level. With the great emperor's body, his spirit was inherently stronger than that of an average person, originally at the spirit level. Now, it had reached the earth level, comparable to a Dao King cultivator. Naturally, he felt exhilarated, as this was a formidable means of power. With his spirit at the earth level, your alchemical proficiency has at least elevated to the level of a pill master. The white-clad woman chuckled lightly. This was an experience beyond Lu Tianming's previous knowledge. Otherwise, his skill would have been even higher. Through their union, Lu Tianming awakened the great emperor's body, and she considered him extraordinarily fortunate. Such matters were beyond her control. Pill master? Lu Tianming's heart soared, coupled with the alchemy cauldron, the celestial fire, and the extraordinary techniques taught by the white-clad woman. Crafting master-level elixirs would pose no challenge. In the realm of alchemy, he would become a figure of renown. Should Dan Xin learn of this, it would undoubtedly leave him astounded. He had dedicated his life to reaching the master level, while Lu Tianming, in mere months of exposure to alchemy, could rival him, potentially striking him to the core. 3 hours later, the white-clad woman finally concocted the Dao sculpting pill. The rich fragrance of the pill was intoxicating, bringing Lu Tianming immense comfort as he cradled it and made his way to the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. The Lingxiao Heavenly Palace resides in the most sacred core of the sanctuary. Ordinary inner disciples cannot approach without summons. Atop Lingxiao Peak, a heavenly ladder leads directly to the palace. Standing before the ladder, Lu Tianming felt a wave of nostalgia. He had often visited Lingxiao Palace in the past. Since becoming an outer disciple, he had not set foot in this place again. Brother Tianming? There were several true disciples traversing the heavenly ladder. Upon seeing Lu Tianming, they displayed expressions of surprise. During this period, Lu Tianming's reputation within the sanctuary had soared. The true disciples had heard tales of his exploits. Emotionless, Lu Tianming walked past them. Most of these individuals, who had once held him in high esteem, now felt like strangers. Brother Tianming, a girl stepped forward, her expression a mix of emotions. She ranked lower among the true disciples and had once idolized Lu Tianming. He recognized her as someone he had taught a particular sword technique, helping her grasp its essence. Yet, he averted his gaze, treating her as a mere passerby. The girl's expression stiffened, tinged with bitterness. She understood there was no longer any connection between them. Ascending the heavenly ladder, it wasn't long before Lu Tianming arrived at Lingxiao Palace. Upon entering, he immediately heard the sound of an argument. It was the voice of the Sunday Master. "Your demands are excessive. Please leave." Lu Tianming was taken aback as he noticed a group adorned with the emblem of a medicinal cauldron within the palace. This was the insignia of the sacred Dan Hall, one of the 4 great sanctuaries of the eastern wilderness. Among these 4 sanctuaries, only the sacred Dan Hall is not to be trifled with, as it comprises exceptionally gifted alchemists with extensive networks throughout the wasteland. Even the Dao sanctuary harbors a degree of trepidation towards them. They had always maintained neutrality, refraining from involvement in any factional disputes. It was surprising to see them arrive at Kunlun Sanctuary and quarrel with the Sunday Master. "The sacred Dan Hall, you are far too overbearing. This elder merely requests your assistance in healing our sacred Lord's Dao injury, yet you demand that he abdicate in favor of Dongfang Qingchen. When did the sacred Dan Hall begin to side with Dongfang Qingcheng? Elder Lu Su's voice was frosty. The group before him consisted of both the young and the old, exuding an air of arrogance even within Kunlun's sanctuary. Alchemists inherently possess a superiority complex over cultivators, a trait that is rather commonplace. Haha, Elder Lu Su, your words are misguided. Your sacred lord's Dao injury is nearly impossible to heal completely. Our sacred Dan Hall's Yinran Dan girl can at most alleviate it, but the Sunday Master will remain incapacitated. A lack of cultivation renders him unfit to retain the position of sacred lord. It is only natural that he abdicates in favor of another. A white-clad elder smiled, introducing himself as Song Danshan, a renowned elder of the sacred Dan Hall and a master alchemist of considerable repute. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, surrounded by the aroma of elixirs, petals swirling around her like a celestial being, exuding an ethereal purity. She was one of the Dan girls of the sacred Dan Hall, endowed with the heavenly Dan sacred body, naturally attuned to elixirs, holding a status higher than that of ordinary elders, and regarded as a goddess by many talented individuals. Li Yanran, her exquisite visage veiled lightly, spoke in dulcet tones. Elder Song is correct. Sunday Master, without the aid of a spiritual remedy, you will perish within 2 years, enduring relentless torment. Perish? You speak so lightly. Elder Lu Su's eyes flared with anger. It was evident that these individuals were aligned with Dongfang Qingcheng, who possessed ancient memories and had helped the sacred Dan Hall locate an ancient treasure trove abundant with spiritual remedies. The sacred Dan Hall owed a considerable debt of gratitude to Dongfang Qingcheng, making their demands seem outrageous. Lu Su, I have stated it clearly. Let them leave. The Sunday Master bellowed in fury. He would rather stand and die than kneel and live, and he would never agree to pass the sacred lord title to Dongfang Qingcheng. Reluctantly, Lu Su nodded, acknowledging the futility of the sacred Dan Hall's claims, which could not even heal a Dao injury. At this moment, Lu Tianming entered, coldly stating the so-called sacred Dan Hall, unable to heal a Dao injury, yet still boasting. How laughable. Tianming, what brings you here? The Sunday Master exclaimed with delight. Master, I have come to treat your Dao injury. Lu Tianming replied with a light smile. To treat my Dao injury? The Sunday Master was momentarily stunned, then chuckled bitterly. Even if the sacred Dan Hall were willing to help, it would be a formidable task. You are Lu Tianming? Li Yinran's captivating gaze turned toward him, her tone indifferent. Indeed, you are one of the Dan girls of the sacred Dan Hall. I see you're merely seeking fame. Lu Tianming retorted with a cold smile. Knowing her association with Dongfang Qingcheng, he offered no courtesy. Impudent! How dare you disrespect my Dan girl? Song Danshan thundered in fury. Li Yanran raised her hand to silence him, fixing her gaze on Lu Tianming, and inquired, You claim you can heal the Sunday Master. How do you intend to do so? Her beautiful eyes bore a condescending gaze. The Sunday Master's Dao injury had penetrated deep into his bones, in the eastern wilderness. No more than 5 could heal it. Even with her utmost effort, it would be a challenging feat. Lu Tianming's disparagement of the sacred Dan Hall and his audacious words irked her. Chapter 59. The footbath made Lu Tianming. I see you are being suppressed by Dongfang Qingcheng, and your mind seems to be in disarray. Healing your injuries? Are you dreaming? Song Danshan scoffed. Even at his peak, they would not regard him highly. In the presence of a high-ranking alchemist, mere talent is of little consequence. Lu Tianming's cold gaze disapproved of the haughty demeanor of the people from the sacred Dan Palace. In the past, when disciples of the sacred land interacted with them, they were always looked down upon. He intended to teach these alchemists a lesson. With a sneer, Lu Tianming said, Li Yanran, if this holy son can heal Master Yari, what then? Li Yanran frowned, taken aback by Lu Tianming's arrogance. Yet she did not believe he could succeed. If you can truly cure him, I shall grant you any request. If you fail, how about you have Master Yari step down? Li Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with disdain, as if she were observing a mere jester. She felt that Lu Tianming was merely boasting, putting on a brave front. She wanted to humiliate Kunlun's sacred land thoroughly. Hearing this, several elders from the Sacred Lord faction frowned. This condition seemed excessive. You said it. If you lose, you shall serve this holy son as a footbath maid. Lu Tianming retorted with a smirk. Li Yanran's proud expression only irk him further. Very well, she replied, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger at Lu Tianming's audacity. She intended to make him a laughingstock. Ha! Open your eyes and see what this is, Lu Tianming mocked, determined to trample Li Yanran beneath his feet. Master Yaori and Lu Su exchanged glances, curious about Lu Tianming's overwhelming confidence. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tianming produced a jade vial. Upon opening it, a visible fragrance wafted through the air like ripples on water. Upon catching a whiff of this aroma, Master Yaori's body trembled, surprise flickering in his eyes. Beneath this scent, he sensed a semblance of healing for his injuries. How is this possible? Master Yaori was astonished. He had sought help from numerous experts in the eastern wilderness, yet none could remedy his plight. Lu Tianming had merely produced a single pill, and its fragrance had such an effect. Lu Su's eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that the pill Lu Tianming had brought forth was extraordinary. What kind of pill is this? Song Danshan frowned. As a skilled alchemist, he recognized that a pill emitting such a visible fragrance was of considerable quality. The pill in Lu Tianming's vial indeed seemed remarkable. You country bumpkin, you've never seen a true miraculous pill, have you? This is a Dao-shaping pill, do you understand? Lu Tianming derided the crowd of the Sacred Dan Palace. The Dao-shaping pill. The declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving every person from the Sacred Dan Palace in shock. Li Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. They knew of this pill, a supreme elixir for healing injuries, crafted by the pill ancestor, but had long been lost to history. The fact that Lu Tianming had produced a Dao-shaping pill was hard for her to believe. Impossible. The Dao-shaping pill has become extinct. How could you possess such a pill? Song Danshan's expression changed drastically, his voice betraying his disbelief. Even the Sacred Dan Palace's foundation lacked the recipe for it. Country bumpkin indeed. Thinking the Dao-shaping pill is a rarity, Lu Tianming mocked, placing in front of Li Yanran. As the pill maiden of the Sacred Dan Palace. Surely you should have some insight. Li Yanran took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling significantly. The appearance of the pill indeed matched the descriptions in ancient texts. But how could she be certain it was genuine? Her expression remained skeptical. The Dao-shaping pill had not been seen even by the ancestors of the Sacred Dan Palace. Indeed, Lu Tianming, you wouldn't dare to present a fake pill to deceive us, would you? Song Danshan sneered. In that case, let Master Yaori consume it and witness the effects for yourselves. Lu Tianming smiled. He then placed the pill before Master Yaori. Master Yaori laughed heartily, without the slightest hesitation. He had unconditional trust in Lu Tianming. With a boom, he took the pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his body, radiant light erupted from within, and the darkness in Master Yaori's aura visibly receded. Simultaneously, his previously diminished realm began to surge upward like a tide. Heavenly Realm. First level of the Heavenly Realm. Second level of the Heavenly Realm. Third level of the Heavenly Realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, he reached the third level of the Heavenly Realm, and it continued to rise. The hall was filled with shock. Anyone with sense could see that Master Yaori's injuries were healing. It would not be long before he returned to his peak, or even surpassed it. Haha, excellent, Tianming. You've truly brought forth the Dao-shaping pill. Master Yaori laughed, his face aglow with excitement. Having suffered injuries over the years, he had often been suppressed. Finally, he could see the light of day again and return to his peak. His tiger-like eyes shimmered with tears. Congratulations, Sacred Lord. Lu Su and the other elders were elated. With the Sacred Lord returning to his peak, their faction status would also be significantly solidified. This is what I ought to do, Lu Tianming chuckled. His uncle had endured so much for him, and seeing his recovery brought him joy. Truly the Dao-shaping pill. How could this be? Song Danshan was filled with dread, exclaiming sharply. This is a lost miraculous pill. The very notion that Lu Tianming possessed it felt surreal to him. Li Yanran also struggled to contain her emotions, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Li Yanran, what do you have to say? Are you not going to serve as my footbath maid? Lu Tianming sneered, commanding, bring me the footbath water. All right. Lu Su laughed heartily, quickly bringing out a large basin filled with water. Lu Tianming, filled with self-satisfaction, sat in a chair, gesturing for Li Yanran to wash his feet. You! Li Yanran's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. She was a proud daughter of heaven, revered by many kings of the secular world in the eastern wilderness. Yet, this waste of a person, Lu Tianming, dared to demand she wash his feet. As a genius of the sacred Dan Palace, a paragon of the sacred land, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Lu Tianming smiled faintly. You brat, you are courting death. Song Danshan erupted in rage. Lu Tianming was humiliating the sacred Dan Palace. With that, he unleashed a formidable aura and struck toward Lu Tianming. I see you are seeking death. Do you think the sacred lord is merely a decoration here in Kunlun sacred land? Master Yaori also roared, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Puff! Song Danshan was instantly sent flying, crashing into a wall and coughing up blood. Gazing at Master Yaori, his expression was one of horror. Master Yaori's strength was gradually recovering. His combat power was overwhelming. Even though Song Danshan had reached the heavenly realm, he could barely withstand a fraction of Master Yaori's aura. Accept your bet. If you do not comply, you shall not leave Kunlun's sacred land. Master Yaori's expression was cold. The arrogance of the sacred Dan Palace had gone too far. They had just attempted to take advantage of others' misfortunes, and he harbored immense anger, wanting them to pay the price. Li Yanran's face flushed red. This was an utter humiliation for her. However, Lu Tianming had thick skin. If she truly refused, she might find it impossible to leave. Ultimately, she had no choice but to kneel down and comply. Now that's more like it. Lu Tianming smiled. It is worth noting that Lu Tianming and Appo's feet were not ordinarily foul. As soon as they entered the water, it nearly turned black. The stench was overwhelming, nearly suffocating Li Yanran. Scrub harder, massage the tops of my feet, and give them a few slaps, Lu Tianming said lewdly. Li Yanran nearly wanted to stab this scoundrel with her sword. After washing for 3 whole hours and changing the water 4 or 5 times, Lu Tianming's feet were finally deemed clean. Chapter 60. The future self Lu Tianming, do not fall into my hands, or I, Li Yanran, shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. After Li Yanran departed, her voice echoed with indignation. What? The esteemed Dan girl of the sacred Dan Hall, Li Yanran, actually washed the feet of our Lu Saint? Within half a day, this astonishing news spread throughout the sacred grounds, leaving many in disbelief, their jaws nearly touching their toes. Who is Li Yanran? She is one of the top 10 prodigies of the sacred Dan Hall, with a high probability of entering the top 3 in the future. Renowned for her beauty across the eastern wilderness, and coupled with her talent in alchemy, even the elder generations dare not provoke her. Yet, she washed the feet of Lu Tianming. This is utterly absurd. Why did the Dan girl not allow us to retaliate? After all, even if we were to confront the Kunlun sacred land, they would likely not dare to act recklessly. On their way back, Elder Song Danshan and the others could not swallow their anger, gritting their teeth. If it came to that, the Kunlun sacred land would surely yield. No one in the eastern wilderness would genuinely dare to provoke the sacred Dan Hall. The Dan girl washing the feet of that scoundrel saint, and with such disdain, is simply intolerable. What do you know? Li Yanran was also gritting her teeth, continuously washing her delicate hands on the way back. After dozens of washes, the lingering odor of feet still made her feel nauseous. Her charming face turned frosty as she declared, "My concern is not for the daylight heavenly sovereign, but for the identity of the one who concocted that Tao-shaping Dan." Upon hearing this, Song Danshan and the others in Appo's expressions shifted dramatically. To refine the Tao-shaping Dan requires formidable alchemical prowess. The ancestors in the sacred grounds would likely lack such capability. Could it be that Lu Tianming has the backing of a Dan King? Song Danshan stammered. Such a figure could command the winds and rains in the wilderness. It is possible that his recent rise is indeed suspicious. Li Yanran's delicate features were grave. Song Danshan was horrified. A Dan King is an extraordinarily terrifying individual. With personal connections, they could easily topple a major power. Provoking such a character would be extremely disadvantageous for the sacred Dan Hall. I never expected Lu Tianming to be so fortunate, having such a formidable figure behind him. Let us return, consult the ancestors, and deliberate further. Li Yanran spoke solemnly. The presence of a Dan King behind Lu Tianming is certainly not to be underestimated, especially one knowledgeable in ancient alchemical formulas. What did you say, Sister Yanran? You didn't treat the daylight heavenly sovereign, and instead were treated as a foot servant by Lu Tianming, washing his feet on the spot. at the Saintess Peak. Dongfang Qingsheng was equally astonished upon hearing the news. Indeed, Lu Tianming somehow acquired a Dao-shaping Dan to heal the daylight heavenly sovereign. The barbarian dragon sovereign chuckled wryly. His physical body has recovered, yet his aura remains exceedingly weak. Clearly, he will require considerable time to return to peak condition. Dao-shaping Dan? Dongfang Qingsheng's beautiful eyes narrowed. Such a pill is completely unfamiliar to her. How did Lu Tianming come by it? Saintess, I suspect that Lu Tianming must have a formidable alchemical master behind him. The barbarian dragon, sovereign pondered. To concoct the long-lost Dao-shaping Dan, that person and Appo's alchemical mastery is truly unfathomable. Dongfang Qingsheng nodded slightly, sharing the sentiment. Lu Tianming's growth is indeed peculiar. No matter, the Four Palaces Conference is a contest for the younger generation. Even if he does have a high-level figure behind him, it will not alter the outcome. A cold smile crept upon Dongfang Qingsheng's lips. Absolute strength is of utmost importance. Truly, he is the saint's son. Our former saint's son was excessively domineering. Ha ha ha. Indeed, those from the sacred Dan Hall looked down on our Kunlun sacred land daily, and now they have finally met their comeuppance. Many disciples of the sacred grounds laughed heartily, their admiration for Lu Tianming growing. Lu Tianming, unfazed, noted that only a few days remained until the Four Palaces Grand Competition. During this time, he aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible. The Divine Vision Technique. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Tianming took out this technique. It was a scroll, half a meter wide and quite substantial, exuding a powerful aura along with numerous ancient characters. Lu Tianming fixed his gaze upon the technique, his eyes warming. If he were to master this technique, his spiritual essence would become significantly more formidable. Once unleashed, its power would be unimaginable, becoming one of his greatest trump cards. Calming his mind, he began to visualize the divine in his consciousness. Lu Tianming studied the content of the technique, his brow slightly furrowing. The gods seem so distant. It is unclear how to begin visualizing them. The so-called gods are merely that. Rather than visualizing them, it would be better to visualize oneself. At that moment, the woman in white spoke. Visualizing oneself? Lu Tianming was taken aback. There seems to be no precedent for this in the cultivation of divine techniques. Why not visualize oneself? Believing in one's invincibility is paramount. If the opportunity arises, one may even connect with their future self, thus manifesting it. The woman in white smiled gently. Lu Tianming was astonished. Her words were profoundly unsettling. Connecting with a future self. Every individual possesses a future, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, is far more powerful than the present. If one could truly connect, the benefits would be boundless. I shall give a try. Lu Tianming rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. He too wished to know what his future held. He then focused his mind and began to meditate. Gradually, he envisioned his own figure in his mind. This process was immensely taxing on the spirit. Even Lu Tianming's earthly-grade spiritual essence felt a twinge of pain. Fortunately, his willpower was commendable, and he ultimately succeeded in constructing the image. Within his mind, a shadow of himself appeared, seated in the void like a deity, exuding an unmatched aura. There seemed to be a faint timeline connecting him to the future. Then, Lu Tianming perceived a river of time, at the end of which stood a man adorned with a crown of emperors. His formidable presence threatened to shatter the world, disrupting the flow of the river of time. An overwhelming aura surrounded him, rendering one breathless. Could this be my future self? Lu Tianming was struck with awe. The man's energy was truly terrifying, beyond description. Wielding a celestial halberd and standing upon myriad paths, he seemed to obliterate the heavens, exceeding Lu Tianming's comprehension. It appeared as though countless universes were collapsing around him, a scene both astonishing and terrifying. I forgot to mention, when connecting with the future self, if the karma is too great, it is also possible to attract related individuals, such as enemies, the woman in white suddenly remarked. Lu Tianming's expression darkened at once. If the opponent were to traverse the river of time to confront him, he would indeed be in grave trouble. At that moment, he heard a thunderous voice declare, "At last, I have found you." Indeed, as soon as Lu Tianming's words fell, the imposing and awe-inspiring man man's eyes shot forth two beams of terrifying light. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming killing intent emanated from him. The celestial halberd radiated a destructive light as it hurtled toward Lu Tianming. The very essence of his spiritual realm felt as though it would shatter. Damn it! This time I have truly provoked a great karma. Lu Tianming's complexion turned pale in an instant. One strike from that halberd would be enough to claim countless lives. He had crossed the hidden laws of fate. Someone would surely intervene. The woman in white spoke calmly. Indeed, a venerable voice echoed through the river of time with immense authority. To dare disrupt the river of time is to seek death. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, impossible to describe in size, as if it could encompass infinite worlds, imbued with the power of temporal laws. A mere little diviner dares to obstruct me. However, the imposing figure merely sneered, his eyes emitting two beams of sacred light. Within them lay an incomprehensible power that erupted forth. Boom! The colossal hand was obliterated in an instant. Chapter 61. The Phantom of the Soul. It is you. A voice, aged and filled with trepidation, echoed in the air. The man barked, unleashing a divine thunder with his tongue, and in an instant, the elder met his demise. An endless rain of blood cascaded from the heavens. Lu Tianming, drenched in sweat, pondered how to withstand such a presence. This magnificent figure was the embodiment of terror. Suddenly, the ancient bronze coffin emitted a mysterious radiance, repelling the fearsome strike of the imposing man. Not only that, but an overwhelming aura erupted from within the coffin, forcing the majestic figure to stagger back. This object is here. The man's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The bronze coffin floated, timeless and indestructible. Lu Tianming felt a surge of joy, realizing the coffin held great significance. Humph! The river of time has already marked its imprint. Soon, all the powerful beings will sense it. And your existence will not last long, the majestic man said coldly, his gaze fixed on Lu Tianming. Within his eyes, scenes of destruction and the creation of worlds unfolded, as if a single strike from him could obliterate countless realms. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Tianming hazily saw terrifying phantoms emerging from the river of time. There were immortals, demons, Taoists, and Buddhas, each exuding an aura that reverberated through the stars. Their murderous intent was so overwhelming that it seemed as if the very river of time could collapse. What catastrophic deeds have I committed in the future to provoke so many powerful beings to hunt me down? A chill ran down Lu Tianming's spine. The power emanating from these entities was too formidable. He felt that even one of them could annihilate the wasteland. The woman in white was momentarily speechless, astonished by the magnitude of Lu Tianming's future karma. Just then, an endless power of belief surged through the river of time, flowing upstream until it enveloped Lu Tianming's soul phantom. In an instant, his soul phantom radiated brilliant divine light, illuminating eternity. Annihilate. The phantom resonated with the power of the future, producing a voice that surpassed the collective roar of myriad gods and demons. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as if the very essence of the universe was on the verge of shattering. The imposing man, along with countless immortals, Buddhas, and Taoists, erupted in anguished roars, their bodies igniting like burning paper, turning to ashes. Within the realm of the soul, silence reigned. To what extent has my future self attained power? Lu Tianming swallowed hard. This is not something you can comprehend at present, the woman in white replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering with divine light, as if attempting to peer into the future. Indeed, having harnessed a fragment of future power, my soul phantom is unparalleled, Lu Tianming remarked with a grin, observing his future self within his mind. This version of Lu Tianming appeared as if suspended above countless universes, radiating an overwhelming aura akin to a slumbering giant deity. When unleashed, its power could indeed shake the very foundations of existence. The woman in white warned, the forces of the future are intertwined with immense karma. Do not employ them lightly unless absolutely necessary, or you may invite great calamity. Lu Tianming nodded, recognizing the richness of the power of belief, as if his future self was nurturing his soul. This alone would bestow tremendous benefits upon him. He felt that through the divine visualization technique, he glimpsed a future self far more formidable than any practitioner in history. Time flowed on, and at last, the Four-Palace Conference commenced at an ancient mountain not far from the Kunlun sacred ground. This mountain was rich in heavenly materials and treasures, inhabited by fierce beasts, presenting both opportunity and peril. Upon arriving at the venue, Lu Tianming could not help but marvel at the sheer number of attendees. Not only were there disciples from the four palaces, but also true disciples and representatives from numerous families and sects from the eastern wasteland, all gathered to witness the event. The spectacle was truly grand. However, their focus was on Dongfang Qingsheng, who had recently awakened the memories of an ancient sage and made remarkable strides in her cultivation, rivaling the older generation. No one could ascertain the extent of her combat prowess. News that she would personally take the stage drew many eager spectators. "Is that Lu Tianming?" murmured many from the eastern wasteland's various families and sections. Even after having his Dao bone severed, he still manages to cultivate. How peculiar. Many remembered how Chu Lingxin once dominated the wasteland, making Lu Tianming, her disciple, a subject of considerable interest. It was said that he had fallen into madness over the past 2 years, not only intending to defile Dongfang Qingsheng, but also having slain many prodigies of the wasteland, leading many to wish for his demise. A chill swept through the crowd as they recalled the severity of Lu Tianming's past actions, which had sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wasteland. Were it not for Chu Lingxin's deterrence, many sects would have demanded his life in retribution. It was fortunate for Lu Tianming that he was merely stripped of his cultivation and demoted to a menial disciple. The complexities of the past would eventually be revealed to the world. Lu Tianming understood the thoughts of the crowd, remaining silent within. If his predictions were accurate, Dongfang Qingsheng was cultivating a demonic technique. The prodigies who had perished alongside him had merely served to empower her, leaving Lu Tianming as the scapegoat. The schemes of Dongfang Qingsheng are truly profound, he mused. This time, with the disciples of the U Palace and the Saintess by my side, how will you withstand this? A mocking voice broke through the air. It was Zhao Yu. Enough. Lu Tianming glanced coldly at him and pointed. With a pop, Zhao Yu's head exploded, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The crowd gasped in horror, stunned by Lu Tianming's brazen act of murder. You dare to kill a disciple of the U Palace? Roared Shen Muji in a fury. What if I do? I shall slay you as easily as I did him. Lu Tianming replied with a frosty demeanor. The disciples of the U Palace had long targeted him, and he had no intention of showing mercy. Many in the crowd shivered, realizing Shen Muji was a member of the previous generation of cultivators, though his physical form had been shattered, reducing him to the realm of the fierce sun. He was no ordinary intersect disciple. Lu Tianming's audacity to threaten Shen Muji was truly terrifying. Shen Muji, enraged to the point of laughter, declared, "You are too arrogant. Lu Tianming, if you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Despite his diminished status, he saw Lu Tianming's arrogance as an opportunity to prove himself. Heavenly Seal, Shen Muji bellowed, unleashing a renowned technique of the U Palace. A colossal seal, akin to a towering mountain, descended upon Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming, undeterred, sneered, "Old dog. I've endured your insolence long enough. Prepare to meet your end." With a swift application of the heavenly phoenix steps, he vanished from sight. Shen Muji's expression shifted dramatically. By the time he reacted, Lu Tianming had already appeared behind him. A massive fist descended like a ferocious dragon, striking his head with tremendous force. Blood erupted as Shen Muji's face contorted in terror, and his body fell lifeless to the ground, his skull shattered as if it were a watermelon. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their minds reeling. Lu Tianming had just slain Shen Muji, the lord of the First Palace. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Holy Land. Lu Tianming, you are incredibly audacious. The barbarian dragon, sovereign, bellowed, his killing intent palpable. Lu Tianming seemed intent on confronting the U Palace to the bitter end. And so what? If I refuse to suppress my realm, I can easily slay you like a dog. Lu Tianming retorted with indifference, a cold smile gracing his lips. These individuals had significantly weakened, and their threat to him had diminished considerably. The crowd gasped in horror. After all, it was the barbarian dragon sovereign. The intensity of Lu Tianming's murderous intent was extraordinary. The barbarian dragon sovereign was infuriated, nearly boiling over with rage, having never endured such a profound humiliation. Enough, I shall deal with him during the Four Palace Assembly. Dongfang Qingsheng remarked calmly. The barbarian dragon sovereign could only suppress his fury. This mountainous region was vast and boundless, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles and encompassing numerous areas of the eastern wilderness. Within it grew a unique spiritual herb known as the sunfire fruit, which could unlock the yang aperture for those in the sunfire realm. Lu Tianming's primary purpose for participating in the four-palace assembly was to obtain it. Armed with the formula for the sunfire pill provided by the woman in white, he aimed to maximize the potency of the sunfire fruit, allowing him to unlock the yang aperture with greater efficiency. The rules of the four-palace assembly dictated that each participant would possess an identity token, and after 3 days, the individual with the most tokens or the highest points from hunting demonic beasts would be declared the victor. For the next 5 years, the Yuzhou and Hong palaces would serve under the auspices of the palace to which they belonged, an elder solemnly stated. The assembly typically prohibited killing. However, the Dongfang Qingcheng faction wielded immense power and sought to eliminate Lu Tianming. Altering the rules went unchallenged. A palpable sense of impending carnage wafted through the air at this four-palace assembly. Brother.Lu, go for it. Strengthened the Wild Palace. Many disciples from the Wild Palace shouted enthusiastically. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. Since he was part of the Wild Palace, he bore its honor, and he would indeed strive to elevate it to first place at this assembly. It is worth noting that the disciples from Yu, Zhou, and Hong palaces numbered in the hundreds, whereas the Wild Palace had merely 10 participants. When compared, their strength was undeniably weak, especially since the Wild Palace had historically been at the bottom. Accordingly, it was not surprising that their numbers were fewer. With a commanding shout from the Sunlight Sovereign, the four-palace assembly commenced. Countless disciples surged into the wild mountains like a torrent. Meanwhile, the sky above shifted dramatically as a powerful presence descended upon the Kunlun Holy Land. It was a colossal ship, towering at a height of 100,000 feet, casting a shadow over the land and exuding an awe-inspiring aura. A flag emblazoned with the character for heaven fluttered atop the ship. The Heavenly Way Holy Land? The countless families and sects of the eastern wilderness turned pale, murmuring in disbelief. The Heavenly Way Holy Land was the true sovereign of the eastern wilderness, and no one had anticipated their arrival. Ha ha, Sunlight Sovereign, it has been many years. I trust you have been well. A booming laugh resonated as a group emerged from the warship. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, his gaze profound. Simply standing there, he emanated an aura that seemed to overlook the world, reminiscent of an unparalleled monarch reigning over the heavens and earth. This was Zhuo Hangtian, one of the 3 sovereigns of the Heavenly Way Holy Land, a true powerhouse of the imperial realm. Countless voices trembled at the mention of Zhuo Hangtian, whose reputation in the wild domain was resounding. He had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm 500 years ago and had now ascended to the imperial realm, becoming a transcendent being. Zhuo Hangtian, what brings you here? The Sunlight Sovereign frowned, his tone icy. Simultaneously, an elder from the ancestral realm awakened, emanating a formidable aura. The relationship between the Kunlun Holy Land and the Heavenly Way Holy Land was far from amicable. Ah, do not misunderstand. I merely came to witness the battle between your saintess and Lu Tianming. Hangtian smiled. I trust Brother Sunlight will not mind. The Sunlight Sovereign narrowed his eyes. The Heavenly Way Holy Land had long coveted the Kunlun Holy Land. However, since they bore no hostility, it would be improper to turn them away. Please take your seats, he finally said. Following his words, attendants from the Holy Land brought chairs and tables for the Heavenly Way members to settle. Indeed, it seems Dongfang Qingsheng has garnered considerable attention. I, too, shall not miss this spectacle. A rough laughter echoed as a spiritual island tore through the space. Arriving in a similar manner, on the island stood a towering man with a thick beard, wielding a celestial axe, who laughed heartily. The blood energy emanating from him was terrifying, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The sound of flowing blood resembled the roar of mountains collapsing and tsunamis crashing. The crowd gasped once more. This was Chu Kuang, the sovereign of the unyielding Holy Land. The unyielding Holy Land specialized in body cultivation, focusing on the unyielding golden body, making their physical prowess formidable enough to shatter the heavens. I have come to watch as well. I hope the Sunlight Sovereign won't take offense, he remarked. while from another direction, a grand hall arrived, adorned with an alchemical cauldron motif. With the hall's arrival, a rich fragrance of elixirs filled the air, creating an illusion of blooming flowers and the earth rejuvenating. From within the hall emerged a graceful and alluring beauty, her voluptuous figure exuding a mature charm honed by time, captivating all who beheld her. This was Qin Wan'er, the head of the Alchemy Hall, a renowned enchantress of the Eastern Wilderness. Countless gasps filled the air as ardent gazes converged upon her curvaceous form, leaving some parched with desire. She had attained the status of an imperial sovereign. Her alchemy skills were also at the pinnacle of mastery, nearing the legendary status of an alchemy king. This was a woman capable of bewitching souls, leaving people entranced. Naturally, you are welcome. The Sunlight's sovereign chuckled bitterly, realizing that the impending duel between Dongfang Qinsheng and Lu Tianming had drawn all four major holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness together. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Ah, Yanran, are you certain Lu Tianming has the backing of an alchemy king-level alchemist? Qin Wan'er inquired, her eyes glimmering as she turned to Li Yanran, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Her voice was sweet and intoxicating. The Taoist patterns on that elixir indicate its quality has reached perfection. Surely, an alchemy master would struggle to achieve such excellence. Li Yanran nodded gravely. Qin Wan'er was taken aback. Not even a typical master might accomplish that feat. It had been at least a millennium since anyone in the Eastern Wilderness had reached the level of alchemy king. Could it be that a powerful alchemist from the Central Plains had emerged? Qin Wan'er furrowed her brow. The Wild Domain, also known as the Xian Wild Realm, was a realm unto itself, comprising the Eastern Wilderness, Western Shu, Northern Chuan, Southern Ridge, and the Central Plains. In comparison, the Central Plains was the heart of civilization, where the presence of alchemy kings was commonplace. With such a strong ally, Lu Tianming should not be underestimated, she mused, smiling lightly. I recall that years ago, Chu Lingxin brought Lu Tianming to seek a wife. I had intended to match you too. If you're willing now, I could facilitate such a union, she added. Securing an alchemy king would be a tremendous boon. If the Alchemy Hall could align with such a powerful being, their position in the Eastern Wilderness would undoubtedly strengthen. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever marry him? Li Yanran and opposed. S face flushed crimson as she retorted angrily. Even if she were to marry a dog, she would never consent to wed that scoundrel Lu Tianming. The thought of publicly washing his feet was an eternal humiliation she could not bear. Chapter 63. The conference begins. Do not underestimate individuals. Behind Chu Lingxin lies profound karmic ties. Based solely on this, Lu Tianming's future accomplishments are destined to be significant. Now, with the support of a senior alchemist, he may indeed surpass you, Qin Wan'er remarked with a smile. What does it matter if he has an alchemist? Dongfang Qinsheng has the great sage Su Hui. This grand competition among the four palaces might very well mark his downfall. How could I marry a man on the brink of death? Li Yanran retorted coldly. Qin Wan'er smiled but remained silent, feeling that Lu Tianming possessed extraordinary fortune, unlike those destined for an early demise. Ah, the Kunlun sacred land has indeed produced two prodigies this time. How fortunate. However, it is fortunate that these two are at odds with each other. Otherwise, it could have a tremendous impact on our Tiandao sacred land in the future, Zhua Xingtian observed, gazing at the vast wilderness mountains with a light chuckle. The Holy Master believes who will dominate the future of Kunlun sacred land? An elder beside him inquired with a smile. Naturally, it will be Dongfang Qinsheng. His great sage, Su Hui, has a connection to the immortal emperor. What does Lu Tianming have to compete with him? Zhua Xingtian shook his head. The immortal emperor, the last of the great emperors from the myriad heavens, possesses profound skills. With such a background, Dongfang Qinsheng is invincible, he continued. Indeed, Lu Tianming was once guided by Chu Lingxin, which made him exceptional. He has already slain many disciples of our Tiandao sacred land. His death would indeed benefit us. The elder nodded in agreement. If Dongfang Qinsheng ascends to power, he would still be willing to ally with our Tiandao sacred land. But if Lu Tianming holds power, he would likely oppose us, he added, expressing their reluctance to see such a scenario unfold. The Tiandao sacred land has dominated the Eastern Wilderness for many years and does not wish to have its supremacy challenged. Lu Tianming, you should blame your master Chu Lingxin for her past conquests in the Eastern Wilderness. which have garnered countless enemies. Otherwise, with our support, you might not have had to contend with Dongfang Qingsheng for supremacy. So Xing Tian's smile turned frosty at the thought of Chu Lingxin. A terrifying, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Back then, the heroes of the Eastern Wilderness were nearly all slain by her, causing great losses to the Tiandao sacred land, which took centuries to recover. Their hatred for Chu Lingxin undoubtedly transferred to Lu Tianming. If Lu Tianming were to perish at this four-palace conference, they would be more than pleased to witness it. TSK, the Great Desolate Emperor Body has finally appeared in the Eastern Wilderness after so many years. It would be such a pity if it were to die so soon. Chu Kuang, sitting on a small stool atop Ling mountainside. The founder of their undying sacred land was also a practitioner of physical cultivation who roamed the wasteland undefeated. Only during his peak did he suffer a defeat against the Great Desolate Emperor Body that unlocked the 4 divine caches. The founder passed away in regret, leaving a painful legacy for the sacred land. For years, they have sought another Great Desolate Emperor Body to vanquish and cleanse the shame of their sacred land. Unfortunately, such bodies are exceedingly rare, leaving them with no opportunity until now. Seeing one that has not yet fully matured on the verge of demise filled him with lament. No one believed Lu Tianming had a chance beneath Dongfang Qingsheng. The latter had already instilled fear in the older generation. Even if he truly matures, can our undying golden body truly stand against the invincible golden blood of the Great Desolate Emperor Body? A young girl chimed in with a smile, appearing only 13 or 14 years old. Innocent and charming, her dimples revealed a delightful cuteness. With 2 playful ponytails, her carefree demeanor belied the formidable aura emanating from her delicate frame, which subtly warped the surrounding space. This was a phenomenon only achieved by those who had reached a terrifying level in physical cultivation. Despite her youthful appearance, her robust physique was astonishing. Choo-choo, do not inflate the aspirations of others while diminishing our own. The Great Desolate Emperor Body is indeed powerful, instilling fear even in ancient deities. However, our undying golden body has also dominated several eras. In a true battle, we may not be inferior. Chu Kuang grinned, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. This girl was a promising talent from their undying sacred land, studying the undying golden body, the most gifted individual in nearly a millennium. Surpassing him in the future would not be a remarkable feat indeed, according to ancestral records. The founder lost to the Great Desolate Emperor Body due to his old age and decline, while the Great Desolate Emperor Body was in its prime. It is understandable that he could not prevail. An elder from the undying sacred land interjected, puffing his cheeks. The undying golden body was the foundation of their legacy. Regardless of the circumstances, they would never concede superiority to the Great Desolate Emperor Body. Well then, I hope Lu Tianming does not fall victim to Dongfang Qingsheng and instead falls to me later, bringing glory to our undying sacred land. The girl named Chu-Chu said with a bright smile, her spirited eyes directed at Lu Tianming, brimming with martial intent. The undying golden body and the Great Desolate Emperor Body were like eternal rivals. Even now, the undying golden blood within her stirred with excitement. Chu Kuang and the other elders chuckled, then shook their heads again. It would not be easy for Lu Tianming to grow stronger. They were also curious to see how the long-awaited Great Desolate Emperor Body would perform. Regardless of the outcome, witnessing the event would not be in vain. Surrounding the mountains, nearly all sects and grand teachings present shared this sentiment. The fervent atmosphere rendered the heavens and earth ablaze with excitement. Sister Saintess, should we not take action now to slay Lu Tianming? At that moment, disciples of the 4 palaces began entering the vast mountains. Towering ancient trees loomed like dragons, with some century-old spirit herbs flourishing amidst the wild ambience. Some of the old trees harbored nests, each the size of a small house, filled with bloodied beast bones, a testament to the formidable predators dwelling within the mountains. There's no rush. I will first acquire an ancient inheritance within the Split Sky mountain range, and then I can deal with Lu Tianming. Dongfang Qingsheng, clad in a golden robe that shimmered like sunlight, appeared in the ancient mountains like a golden war goddess. Though her aura was only at the fierce sun realm, an intangible presence radiated from her, causing the ferocious beasts around to tremble and retreat. Bearing the sacred body, A hint of her pressure exerted a tremendous influence on all living beings. At this moment, her exquisite gaze swept over the mountains, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips, while others were unaware of the secrets within the split sky mountain range. She knew well that a powerful being had fallen here many years ago, leaving behind a remarkable inheritance. Due to the ferocity of the beasts within the split sky mountain range, the sacred land had assigned guardians to prevent anyone from approaching. With the grand competition among the 4 palaces underway, the mountain range had finally opened, igniting a spark of excitement within her. Ancient inheritance. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai, Xiao Chong, and Wei Yu felt a surge of enthusiasm. Any opportunity that caught the Sainus' attention was certainly extraordinary. They anticipated sharing in the spoils, which would yield immeasurable benefits. Lu Tianming, enjoy your fleeting triumph for now. When we reach the central region, we shall easily extinguish you. Wei Yu coldly smiled, her demeanor chilling. To prevent chaos, the disciples of the 4 palaces entered the Cloud Hunter mountain range from different directions. 3 days later, the decisive battle would take place atop the central peak known as Wanxiu Mountain. During this time, relative calm reigned. Chapter 64. The Sword Saint's Stone Chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming led Li Yuanji, Lu Hao, and others into the forest. They were a mere 10 in number and had spent half a day advancing only 20 miles. At this pace, reaching Wanxiu Mountain in 3 days seemed doubtful. Brother.Lu, we clearly lack manpower, one disciple remarked, panting heavily. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated the forest. Li Yuanji, dressed in a flowing white dress with hair cascading like a waterfall, wielded a gleaming sword, effortlessly slaying a gigantic bear engulfed in flames. Her exquisite face paled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead as she spoke to Lu Tianming. The other disciples were also out of breath. Their group was the smallest, yet they encountered the greatest number of beasts along the way. Countless giant pythons, spiders, wolves, and leopards assailed them. Although they hunted these creatures and obtained inner cores with relative ease, the toll on their bodies was becoming unbearable. Damn it, the U Palace is outrageous. Even though we consistently rank last in competitions, they shouldn't only allocate 10 spots to us while the other 3 palaces boast over 100 disciples, charging ahead like a tidal wave. Our disadvantage is too significant, a disciple exclaimed, striking down a wolf with his blade before collapsing onto the ground in frustration. Li Yuanji, having opened a hidden vein, was also struggling to keep up. Lu Hao and Feng Shuo were equally exhausted. If they ventured any deeper, their situation would only grow more perilous. Do not fret, it's merely that your recovery is lagging. Here, take these recovery pills, Lu Tianming said with a faint smile. Possessing the might of the Great Wilderness Emperor's body, he was unconcerned about his stamina. But the others were depleting their energy too rapidly. He produced a jade vial and dispensed 9 recovery pills among the group. Recovery pills? Li Yuanji's beautiful face lit up with surprise, mirrored by the astonishment of the other disciples. These recovery pills were sold at the Alchemy Pavilion for no less than 100,000 spirit stones each. With their regular training consuming all their resources, they could scarcely afford such luxurious elixirs. The fact that Lu Tianming casually offered them one left them in awe. As Li Yuanji held the recovery pill delicately in her hand, her heart trembled. The quality of this pill was evidently of a perfect grade, far surpassing those available at the Alchemy Pavilion. Recent rumors suggested that an unfathomable alchemist stood behind Lu Tianming. It seemed the whispers held truth. Just a few trinkets for you to use, Lu Tianming said nonchalantly. With his current alchemical skills, crafting a recovery pill was a simple task. He had prepared in advance, and now it proved beneficial. Li Yuanji and the others were overjoyed, having scarcely encountered such precious elixirs. They consumed the pills and began meditating, visibly recovering their expended essence. Lu Hao and Feng Shuo were equally impressed. The title of alchemist was indeed well-deserved. This mountain range holds some intrigue, the woman in white remarked with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Lu Tianming asked, taken aback. The feng shui of this mountain is quite favorable. It may conceal the tomb of a powerful being, she replied. A powerful being's tomb? Lu Tianming felt a stir of curiosity within him. I can faintly sense something. Let's investigate, she suggested. All right, Lu Tianming replied, smiling. This was an opportunity he would not overlook. As Li Yuanji regained her strength, her ability to absorb the medicinal properties was notably quicker than the others. Lu Tianming left a note and some pills for the rest, instructing them to continue onward, and ventured with Li Yuanji toward the source of the energy. Brother.Lu, is there truly a powerful being's tomb in that direction? Li Yuanji asked, astonished by the mystery surrounding Lu Tianming. Perhaps. Let's take a look. Lu Tianming said with a grin. With the recovery pills at their disposal, he believed the disciples of the Great Wilderness Palace were unlikely to face danger. Li Yuanji nodded, feeling reassured as she walked beside Lu Tianming. Thus, the two traversed through the forest and arrived at a secluded waterfall after a few hours. The waterfall was well hidden, flanked by mountains on three sides and shrouded in mist, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. Using the sensitivity of his emperor body, Lu Tianming discerned the rich energy of the earth's veins surrounding them. Brother.Lu, I found something. Li Yuanji exclaimed joyfully as they separated to investigate the area behind the waterfall. Lu Tianming hurried over and indeed discovered a hidden door concealed within the stone wall behind the waterfall. He and Li Yuanji crept through the narrow passage towards the secret door. The path was exceedingly tight, with some sections barely allowing them to pass, causing them to be drenched by the cascading water. The torrent was ferocious, crashing down like a river, and even Lu Tianming did not underestimate its force. Being swept away into the pool below could spell disaster. Due to the slippery rocks, Li Yuanji instinctively grasped Lu Tianming's arm, leaving both of their garments soaked. Each step became arduous. Li Yuanji bit her lip, determined not to burden him. However, as the water splashed against her, her fair skin became partially visible through her damp clothing, accentuating her enchanting curves. Suddenly, perhaps out of anxiety, Li Yuanji slipped, letting out a shriek as the water struck her, propelling her towards the abyss below. The distance to the pool was over 100 feet, and with the force of the water, channeling her essence would be immensely challenging. If she fell, the consequences would be dire. Lu Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly grasped a rock crevice with one hand while seizing Li Yuanji's delicate wrist with the other, preventing her from plummeting. Brother.Lu, Li Yuanji's face was filled with panic as she dangled in midair. Do not speak. I will pull you up, Lu Tianming commanded, his voice firm as he exerted force upwards. Fortunately, endowed with immense strength, he managed to rescue her without incident. Li Yuanji clung tightly to him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother.Lu, she said, her cheeks flushed. The water had wreaked havoc on her clothing, exposing her skin in several areas. And nestled against Lu Tianming, the sensation was intoxicating. It was nothing, Lu Tianming grinned, feeling a rush of heat within him. Li Yuanji was undeniably alluring, presenting quite the test of restraint. Ah, Brother.Lu, she seemed to sense something amiss, her face growing even redder. Clearing his throat, Lu Tianming hastily moved to the side of the hidden door, where the passage widened. Li Yuanji disentangled herself from his embrace. Her gaze lowered as she stifled a giggle. They began to examine the hidden door together. The door was constructed of a unique, exceedingly strong material, making it challenging to break through by brute force. Li Yuanji gently caressed the door, whispering, "It appears formidable." Her figure was strikingly graceful, and as she crouched down, her attire clung to her flawless form, evoking endless imagination. Lu Tianming swallowed hard, recalling the exquisite sensation from moments ago. "Let me give it a try," he declared. While others may struggle, he was not to be underestimated. With the power of the Great Wilderness Emperor's body, his physical strength was unmatched. Li Yuanji chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Tianming emanated an aura of boundless capability. With a thunderous crash, he summoned the force of his emperor's bone, unleashing a punch that carried the weight of 250,000 pounds. The grandeur of the waterfall trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. How powerful! Li Yuanji gasped in astonishment. Such terrifying strength would dwarf even the fiercest of beasts. A single punch could obliterate a formidable opponent into a mist of blood. With a series of cracking sounds, the hidden door splintered, fracturing like a spider's web. As Lu Tianming gazed ahead, he was momentarily taken aback. Behind the concealed door lay no passage, but rather a stone chamber furnished with a table, chairs, a stone bed, and various utensils, including an iron pot. Upon the stone bed sat a skeletal figure, with two swords thrust into the ground before it. One sword, ancient and weighty, resembled black iron, exuding an aura of grandeur and might. The other, remarkably slender and delicate, was as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating an essence of refinement. An astonishing sword intent permeated the air, compelling one to kneel in submission, its presence overwhelming. "This is the secluded den of a sword cultivator," Li Yuanji exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Tianming narrowed his eyes. Sword cultivators were exceedingly rare in the Xianhuang realm, possessing formidable combat prowess that few could rival at their level. To encounter the remains of a sword cultivator was indeed unexpected. Before the bones was inscribed a line of small characters. "I am the Xianhuang Sword Saint, having cultivated the sword for 3,000 years, engaging in 18,000 battles, and emerging victorious in 17,800 of them. In my later years, I achieved great mastery of the sword, traversing the Xianhuang realm with few equals. Alas, my lifespan is nearing its end, and in my enlightenment, I became ensnared by the sword, choosing to end my life here. I leave behind the two swords, Juk and Ling Xiao, as treasures for posterity." The name Xianhuang Sword Saint sent a tremor through Lu Tianming and Appo's spirit. This was a renowned powerhouse, said to have risen in the Middle Earth region, conquering the world with his sword, only to meet his end here. This was a fortuitous discovery. These two swords could very well be sacred artifacts. A smile broke across Lu Tianming's face. Such treasures were rare in the eastern wilderness. The guidance he received from a woman in white had proven invaluable. At that moment, he drew forth the black sword, Juk. A profound resonance echoed, warping the very fabric of space. Lu Tianming was astonished. The weight of the sword was at least 200,000 pounds. Had he not refined 60 pieces of the Great Wilderness Emperor's bones, lifting it would have been a considerable challenge. "I am in dire need of a suitable weapon. With this heavy sword, my combat strength will surely increase," he remarked with satisfaction. With a physical strength of 300,000 pounds, coupled with the 200,000-pound sword, a single strike could leave his opponent pale with fear. He then discovered that the heavy sword bore engravings. As his strength grew, activating these engravings would enhance the sword's weight. "This Ling Xiao is a sword suited for a woman. Take it for your use," he said, drawing forth Ling Xiao and tossing it to Li Yuanji. The quality of Ling Xiao was somewhat inferior to that of Juk. "All for me?" Li Yuanji gasped, astonished. The tomb had been discovered by Lu Shixiang, and he had opened the concealed door. She had not contributed in any way. To think that Lu Shixiang would be so generous as to gift her a sacred sword. Everyone who witnesses this should share in it. Keep it close. Lu Tianming said with a light chuckle. "Thank you, Shixiang," Li Yuanji exclaimed joyously, unconsciously embracing Lu Tianming, leaving a vivid imprint of her lips on his cheek. Lu Tianming chuckled, bemused by his own troublesome charm. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the skeletal remains of the sword saint, entering Li Yuanji's brow. She glowed with an ethereal brilliance, her presence astonishing. "What is happening?" Lu Tianming was taken aback. Chapter 65. The robbery of Shaochong. Before long, the brilliant light dissipated, and Li Yuanji opened her eyes, smiling as she said, "Senior brother.Lu, it seems that the saint's legacy has chosen me." Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned. Li Yuanji's fortune was indeed extraordinary. However, he harbored no ulterior motives, recognizing that this opportunity belonged solely to her. Subsequently, Lu Tianming discovered a tome within the stone chamber, inscribed with the words analysis of Sword Dao, a compilation of the profound insights of the sword saint of Xianhuang throughout his lifetime. He deemed it quite remarkable and decided to keep it. The two of them had reaped substantial rewards from this venture. After a thorough search, they found nothing else of value. They offered a respectful bow to the skeletal remains of the sword saint of Xianhuang, procured some new stones to seal the hidden door, and departed the area. To their astonishment, the grave that the saintess sister sought was indeed located here, and they had stumbled upon it ahead of her. However, just as they stepped out from behind the waterfall, a group of individuals suddenly entered the narrow valley. At the forefront was a man wielding a long spear, exuding an imposing aura. His body radiated an overwhelming true yang energy, illuminating the vegetation of the valley in a brilliant glow. "Shaochong." Lu Tianming narrowed his eyes. This man was none other than the second-ranked disciple of the Yugu Palace, Xiaochang. What brings you to this place? Li Yuanji's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. The saint's sister mentioned that there exists a grave within the Liantian mountain range, but she did not disclose its precise location. She dispatched us to search in various directions. Meeting you here is indeed fortuitous, Xiaochang replied with a cold smirk, his gaze sharp. Does Dongfang Qingsheng also know of the grave? It seems I have intercepted her opportunity, Lu Tianming thought to himself, a smile creeping into his heart. What do you intend to do? Li Yuanji gripped her Lingxiao sword, her delicate face frosty. Hand over everything you obtain from the grave, and I might grant you a swift end, Xiaochang said, his smile sharp. After all, during this four-palace conference, killing is not prohibited, so I am unrestrained. Indeed, senior brother Xiaochang, Li Yuanji is quite stunning. Once we capture her, it will be a delightful experience for us. Some disciples beside him leered at Li Yuanji, their expressions filled with greed. That can certainly be arranged. Xiaochang replied with a faint smile. Li Yuanji was considered the most beautiful woman in the inner sect, igniting a flame of desire within him. The thought of indulging in her was nothing short of exquisite. Xiaochang, you are quite arrogant. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? Lu Tianming's expression remained calm as he stepped forward. I am aware of your commendable strength. Generally, those at the Liuriang realm cannot contend with you. However, I have reached the pinnacle of the Liuriang realm. How do you intend to oppose me? Xiaochang's body trembled as a formidable aura erupted from him. 9 yang orifices appeared on his body, resembling 9 miniature suns, radiating tremendous power. Li Yuanji, surrender now, and I shall take you back to meet the saintess. Xiaochang laughed arrogantly. The saintess would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. The pinnacle of the Liuriang realm is not necessarily insurmountable. Lu Tianming scoffed, drawing forth the heavy sword. This sword was substantial and dark as ink, emanating a decayed aura reminiscent of a rusted iron bar. It bore the marks of some creature's gnawing, appearing rather inconspicuous. You think to challenge me with a decrepit sword? Lu Tianming, how naive! Xiaochang's gaze was filled with disdain. Without further ado, he extended a massive hand toward Lu Tianming. Within his palm, a torrent of vital energy surged forth, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lu Tianming rotated his arm, activating the heavy sword, and struck at the descending hand. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The force emanating from Xiaochang's hand was unexpectedly suppressed, diminished by half. Then, with a tremendous and forceful swing, Lu Tianming's sword sent Xiaochang staggering backward, causing him to spit blood. The disciples of Yugu Palace were left in shock. How could it be that the sword wielded by Lu Tianming possessed such terrifying power? Xiaochang, at the 9th stage of the Liuriang realm, faced Lu Tianming, who was merely at the 1st stage. For Lu Tianming to force him back was utterly inconceivable. What manner of sword is this? Xiaochang's expression was one of astonishment. The ability to infinitely suppress his vital energy was uncanny. Lu Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the heavy sword possessed not only immense weight, but also the ability to suppress others' energy. At that moment, he moved, wielding the heavy sword like a colossal beast, charging toward Xiaochang. Without uttering a word, he brought the sword down upon Xiaochang's head with an earth-shattering force. The terrifying energy surged forth, creating a gale that swept through the forest. Large trees were uprooted and sent flying. The disciples of Yugu Palace turned pale once more at the overwhelming display of strength. By the heavens, this physical power is utterly terrifying. The mere presence of this energy made them feel as though they might vomit blood. Xiaochang, sensing the impossible nature of the confrontation, spoke coldly. Do you think you are the only one with treasures? Allow me to show you the artifact gifted to me by the saintess. With a hum, his head radiated light, revealing an ancient mirror atop his crown. A beam of light shot forth, countering Lu Tianming's immense strike. An exquisite spiritual artifact? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Such a treasure was typically unattainable for ordinary intersect disciples. Only true disciples could possess it. Dongfang Qingsheng had certainly bestowed a valuable item upon Xiaochang, reflecting his substantial background. Indeed, it is an exquisite spiritual artifact. Prepare to perish, Xiaochang sneered, despite his trepidation regarding Lu Tianming's physical prowess. He chose to engage directly without resorting to spear techniques. The stone mirror unleashed a barrage of beams, slicing through the air like sword light, aimed at Lu Tianming. This multitude of beams surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Scrap metal, you cannot contend with me. Lu Tianming replied with a cold smile. An exquisite spiritual artifact is no match for the heavy sword in my hands. With a resounding crash, he summoned 200,000 pounds of divine power and, combined with the might of the heavy sword, delivered another devastating strike. Leaves swirled wildly in the forest as countless beams were shattered, all converging upon the stone mirror. A loud metallic clang echoed as the stone mirror was sent flying, causing Xiao Chong to cough up blood once again as his body was flung backward. As he attempted to rise, the heavy sword pressed against his forehead. You! Xiao Chong was horrified, despite his significant advantage in cultivation. He had fallen so easily to Lu Tianming. It was beyond his comprehension. The peculiar strength in this heavy sword were astonishingly formidable. Hand over your treasures and strip off your garments, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall perish. Lu Tianming's gaze was devoid of warmth. The disciples of Yugu Palace were left dumbfounded. They were all prodigies of Yugu Palace. How could they possibly strip off their clothes and relinquish their treasures? Refuse, and you will all die. Lu Tianming's cold laughter resonated as he swung his sword, etching a 10-zhong-long scar into the ground. With such a strike, turning them into mere flesh and blood would be trivial. I'll do it. The disciples, gripped by fear, hastily removed their clothing, leaving only their floral undergarments. Lu Tianming collected their storage bags and identity tokens, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Tell Dongfang Qingcheng not to let me see her subordinates. Otherwise, I will plunder each and every one I encounter, Lu Tianming remarked coldly to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was left in a state of embarrassment, clad in nothing but his floral undergarment. His teeth ground together in frustration, and he remained silent as he followed the other disciples of Yugu Palace away. Lu Tianming counted. There were over 30 disciples, and he had seized more than 30 identity tokens, equating to 30 points, and several 100,000 spirit stones, deeming his haul quite satisfactory. With that, he and Li Yuanji departed the area. Who were those people? Wait, weren't Xiao Chong and the other disciples of Yugu Palace just here? How is it that only a floral undergarment remains? Soon, within the Luyan mountain range, many disciples gazed in sheer astonishment at Xiao Chong and his companions. Some of them covered their lower bodies with leaves, resembling wild men, a sight both ludicrous and amusing. Xiao Chong trembled with rage, harboring boundless resentment towards Lu Tianming. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a certain area, where they encountered Dongfang Qingcheng. How could this happen? She exclaimed, equally taken aback. It was Lu Tianming, Xiao Chong said, his face flushed with embarrassment. You scoundrel, Lu Tianming, how dare you seize my opportunity? Upon hearing the events unfold, Dongfang Qingcheng's expression turned furious. The heavy sword he possessed had the effect of suppressing others' energy, making it evidently precious, yet it had fallen into Lu Tianming's hands, much to her discontent. Haha, Lu Tianming, you truly are amusing. You left the disciples of Yuguang with nothing but their floral undergarments, resembling bandits. Many onlookers from the Dongwang forces outside the mountains couldn't help but laugh heartily at such an unusual spectacle during the grand competition. The barbarian dragon sovereign was exceedingly furious. Lu Tianming was deliberately slapping the Yuguang's face. If this continued, the Yuguang would become the laughingstock of others. Hee, brother Lu, you have finally arrived. 2 hours later, Lu Tianming reunited with other disciples from the Huang Palace and was pleasantly surprised to find Zhong Xinshi among them, along with several disciples from the Huang Palace. Xinshi, what brings you here? Lu Tianming asked with delight. Over the past 2 years, she had been his only friend, whom he cherished like a younger sister. I came to hunt magical beasts with you and seize points. Zhong Xinshi replied cheerfully, linking her arm with Lu Tianming's. His heart warmed, realizing that she might have sensed their vulnerable position and wished to assist them. This little girl was incredibly thoughtful. Brother Lu, a pleasure to meet you. A striking young woman in a purple dress approached, her features exquisite and her smile radiant. Her aura resonated with the strength of the 9th level of the fierce sun realm. Brother Lu, this is Su Chaoga, our senior sister from the Hong Palace. Zhong Xinshi introduced. An honor, Lu Tianming replied with a faint smile and a respectful gesture. having ascended directly to the status of a saint's son. He had little interaction with the inner and outer disciples in his earlier days. Junior sister Zhong has brought us here for a particular reason, and I wish to collaborate with you, brother.Lu, Su Chaoga said, her smile warm. What is it? Lu Tianming inquired. Near Wansu Mountain, there lies an ancient mountain abundant with fierce sun fruits, which can open the yang aperture, if we gather enough. It may aid me in breaking into the divine pill realm. I would like to join forces with you to contend for them, Su Chaoga explained. Acquiring them should not be so simple, Lu Tianming remarked, aware that the area was likely guarded by magical beasts. If there were indeed a vast number of fierce sun fruits, the strength of the beasts would surely be formidable. Indeed, there is a fire flood dragon whose power has reached the divine pill realm. It will not be easy for our Hong Palace to contend with it, Su Chaoga nodded. Besides the fire flood dragon, we must also be wary of the talents from the Zhou Palace and the Yuguang. Among the 4 palaces, the Hong Palace ranks second from the bottom in strength. Very well, Lu Tianming agreed. He had long desired the fierce sun fruits, and slaying the fire flood dragon would yield even greater points, advantageous for the competition. Thus, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 66, Collaboration, they set off, and with the addition of disciples from the Hong Palace. It must be said that the speed at which the disciples of the Huang Palace advanced deeper into the mountains had significantly increased. However, when dealing with certain beasts, the majority of the inner elixirs ended up in the pockets of the Huang Palace disciples. Moreover, their gazes towards the Huang Palace disciples were tinged with a certain arrogance, as if the latter were merely bystanders in the endeavor. It was outrageous. That 3-tailed wolf was slain only after considerable effort and sacrifice by the 5 of us brothers. Yet the disciples of the Huang Palace came and took it without a word. One of the Huang Palace disciples, bloodied and gritting his teeth, muttered under his breath. Although they claimed to be collaborating, it was evident that the people from the Huang Palace did not regard them with any seriousness. The following afternoon, a Huang Palace disciple, risking his life, discovered a rare spiritual herb on a cliff. Just as he defeated a massive python and prepared to harvest it, a disciple from the Hong Palace laughed heartily, exclaiming that it was fortuitous to encounter such a precious herb, and thanked the young disciple before snatching it away. He casually tossed a few spirit stones at the disciple and turned to leave. "Scoundrel, return the herb to me." The disciple, filled with indignation, sprang to his feet to reclaim what was rightfully his. He had sustained a grievous wound, a gaping half-meter-long gash across his chest from the python's claws. But he refused to allow a Hong Palace disciple to take it without a fight. "Oomph. It is thanks to the protection of the Hong Palace that you have made it this far. Do you truly believe you have the qualifications to cooperate with us?" The Hong Palace disciple sneered. Were it not for Sister Zhong Qianxi insisting on collaboration with the Huang Palace, they would not have deigned to associate with such a group. Bang! The disciple struck the Huang Palace disciple squarely in the chest. Though he did not exert his full strength, the Huang Palace disciples primarily cultivated their physical prowess, making their strikes inherently more potent. Coupled with the severe injury sustained by the Huang Palace disciple, he collapsed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. You. With that, he fell limp, his breath extinguished. "He's dead? What a waste." The Hong Palace disciple was momentarily stunned but quickly scoffed. In the trials of the wilderness, casualties were commonplace, and he paid it no mind. Just then, Lu Tianming sensed the commotion and approached, his voice cold. "What has transpired?" His gaze swept over the lifeless Huang Palace disciple, a chill creeping into his heart. He recognized this disciple, Su Lei, who had always been earnest and respectful towards him, even cooking meals and fetching water for him. Lu Tianming had intended to reward him with elixirs and guidance in the future, yet he found him dead here. This young man had discovered the spiritual herb alongside him. But alas, his lack of strength had led to his demise at the hands of that python, a matter he deemed unrelated to himself. "No, Su Lei was killed by him. I saw him strike Su Lei." A Huang Palace disciple shouted in fury. Though there was competition among the Huang Palace disciples, they united during the 4-Palace Convention. The loss of an outstanding disciple was a tremendous disgrace for the Huang Palace. Hearing this, Lu Tianming's expression darkened slightly. The Huang Palace disciple, now flustered, nonetheless puffed out his chest and retorted, "So what if I killed him? You Huang Palace trash can only be here thanks to Sister Zhong's goodwill. Without her, you would not have had any gains. At this moment, several other Hong Palace disciples approached, their faces also adorned with scornful smirks, having always looked down upon the Huang Palace. However, Sister Zhong had been taken as a disciple by their master, Su Yi, and even an elder of the Hong Palace held her in high regard. Her words commanded respect. Hence their alliance. They undoubtedly did not view the Huang Palace as equals. It's normal for someone to die during training without us. You would perhaps have suffered even greater losses, remarked another Hong Palace disciple with a laugh. The Huang Palace disciples seethed with anger. What assistance had they provided? For the past 2 days, they had been treated like subordinates. Now, the very people who had taken one of their own dared to speak so nonchalantly, igniting their fury. Let go. Lu Tianming's expression turned icy as he had witnessed the arrogance of the Hong Palace over the past 2 days. Out of respect for Qianxi, he had refrained from making an issue of it. But now that a life had been lost, how could he simply let it slide? He fixed his gaze on the disciple who had committed the act, speaking coldly. Do you think we would not have reached this point without you? Your Huang Palace has only 10 members. Do you truly believe you can handle so many beasts? The disciple met Lu Tianming's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. There was something terrifying in his gaze, more fearsome than the wild beasts of the forest. Yet, he maintained a facade of bravado, declaring, "Fine. I shall demonstrate to you what it means to face the harsh realities without your kind." A murderous intent flickered in Lu Tianming's eyes, recognizing that he must retaliate. Otherwise, the Hong Palace would continue to underestimate the Huang Palace. Without hesitation, he launched an attack towards the disciple. You dare strike me? The disciple was taken aback, but quickly laughed in anger. Lu Tianming, do you truly believe you, as the eldest brother of the Huang Palace, are anything significant? If so, I shall show you the cruel truths of reality. The other Hong Palace disciples echoed their disdain. This disciple ranked highly within the Hong Palace, having reached the 5th level of the Fierce Sun realm, while the Huang Palace had scarcely anyone at that level. He felt more than capable of handling Lu Tianming. However, in an instant, their laughter ceased. Lu Tianming's palm struck forth with devastating force. Despite the disciple's full effort to resist, he was unable to withstand it and was left with his skull shattered, blood and brains splattering, dying on the spot. Impossible. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief, his body falling rigidly to the ground. He could not fathom that he had been so easily vanquished by Lu Tianming. The other Hong Palace disciples stood in shock, aghast at the sheer might of Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming's expression remained calm as he retrieved the deceased disciple's storage pouch, passing it to a Huang Palace disciple to deliver to the fallen S family, along with some elixirs and spirit stones as consolation. Lu Tianming, you dare slay my Hong Palace disciple. Finally, the Hong Palace disciples reacted, their anger boiling over. What of it? I wish to make it clear that without Sister Zhong, you would have no standing to walk alongside me. Lu Tianming's gaze turned frigid, emanating a fierce aura. The Hong Palace disciples, once again struck with fear, fell silent. Ah, good Lu Tianming, you have slain my Hong Palace disciple. Today, no matter what, you will find it difficult to escape retribution. A chilling voice rang out. A man clad in white approached, fanning himself gracefully, and smiled disdainfully. He was Nie Feng, the second-ranking disciple of the Hong Palace. You have been the one instigating the brazen behavior of the Hong Palace disciples these past few days. Lu Tianming shot him a glance, speaking coldly. He recognized that the man had harbored ill intent since Su Chaoga expressed willingness to collaborate with him. And what of it? You have taken a life. Today, I will render you limbless and deliver an explanation to my Hong Palace disciples. Nie Feng's expression turned serious. My second brother will make you aware that the disciples of the Huang Palace are merely a hindrance. Many Hong Palace disciples echoed their agreement. Chapter 67. The menace, the blazing sun fruit of the ancient mountain, was already a scarce resource, especially with the presence of the disciples from the abandoned palace. In their eyes, Lu Tianming was merely a burden. Suddenly, with a thunderous move, Lu Tianming charged towards Nie Feng, unleashing a fierce punch. You dare to strike first? You seek death. Nie Feng scoffed, confident in his strength at the 7th level of the Blazing Sun realm, dismissing Lu Tianming as a mere novice who had just opened a sun aperture. However, before he could react, Lu Tianming was upon him in an instant. With blinding speed, He seized Nie Feng's head, and with a sickening crack, he lifted it effortlessly, like a butcher discarding a chicken's head. Lu Tianming tossed it before the disciples of the Flood Palace and coolly inquired, "Do I now have the qualification for cooperation with the abandoned palace?" Gasping in horror, the disciples of the Flood Palace turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was Nie Feng, the second-ranked disciple of their sect. Effortlessly slain by Lu Tianming in a single blow, an utterly shocking spectacle. They were gripped by an overwhelming fear of Lu Tianming, wondering if he was a demon given his terrifying prowess. At that moment, Su Chaoga and Zhong Qinshi approached, having been hunting not far away. "Senior sister, you arrived just in time. He has killed senior brother Nie Feng and senior brother Sun Bing, the disciples of the Flood Palace, now finding a semblance of support." Spoke in dread. Lu Tianming's methods were horrifying, killing as easily as one might slaughter a chicken. The disciples trembled at the mere sight of him. Su Chaoga was taken aback by the unfolding events, but upon grasping the truth, her brows furrowed as she sternly declared, "Sun Bing and Nie Feng brought this upon themselves by bullying the disciples of the abandoned palace. They cannot blame anyone else for their demise." The Flood Palace disciples were astonished that their senior sister did not come to their aid. Su Chaoga shook her head slightly. Even she could not easily defeat someone capable of dispatching Nie Feng. Lu Tianming's strength was indeed formidable, and Zhong Qinshi's status was even more significant. They could only blame Sun Bing and Nie Feng for their lack of insight. "I apologize for the trouble caused by my Flood Palace disciples," Su Chaoga said with a wry smile to Lu Tianming. "Just ensure it does not happen again," Lu Tianming replied, dismissively waving his hand. He had avenged Su Lei, and that was enough for him. "If you dare to show disrespect to my big brother Lu again, do not blame me for being impolite." Zhong Qinshi added in a huff, her powerful aura radiating as she reached the 6th level of the Blazing Sun realm. Lu Tianming was somewhat surprised. This girl was indeed progressing rapidly in strength. Yes, the disciples of the Flood Palace nodded eagerly, showing even more respect towards Zhong Qinshi than they did towards Su Chaoga. "Big brother Lu, I am truly sorry," Zhong Qinshi expressed her guilt, feeling remorse for the unnecessary loss of a disciple from the abandoned palace. Lu Tianming shook his head. Zhong Qinshi had good intentions, and it was inevitable that blood would be shed if the abandoned palace were to regain its former glory. Such sacrifices were unavoidable, and the Flood Palace would no longer underestimate the abandoned palace. Thus, the group set off again. After about half a day, they arrived at the ancient mountain. As Lu Tianming gazed upon it, he was enveloped by an astonishing fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Even his unopened sun apertures felt a stirring. His heart warmed. There were indeed numerous blazing sun fruits. If he were to acquire them and apply the alchemy techniques taught by the girl in white, his sun apertures would surely expand significantly. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, shaking the very earth. From the mountain range emerged a fire dragon, its massive form spanning 20 to 30 meters, exuding a formidable presence with its spiky scales ablaze. The air around it shimmered with heat. Not far away, a formidable man wielding a silver spear engaged the beast in combat. "Xiang Yunfei from the Celestial Palace," some disciples from the abandoned palace exclaimed. Xiang Yunfei was a prodigy, renowned for his cultivation of the Celestial Palace's prestigious stellar path technique, gaining significant fame within the inner sect. Despite Xiang Yunfei's commendable strength, he was no match for the fire dragon, which had reached the realm of divine elixirs. Lu Tianming murmured to himself, recognizing that even with the assistance of numerous disciples from the Celestial Palace unleashing terrifying sword energies upon the fire dragon, the creature's scales were as unyielding as divine iron, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. Moreover, a multitude of ferocious beasts surged forth from the mountains, their murderous aura overwhelming as they tore into the disciples of the Celestial Palace. If this continued, the Celestial Palace disciples would suffer severe losses. "Haha, Xiang Yunfei, engage fully. The blazing sun fruit tree shall be ours." A booming laughter resonated as a group of individuals, numbering 400 to 500 disciples from the Celestial Palace, flew into view. Led by Lu Hai and Wei Yu, Xiao Chong had been defeated by Lu Tianming and was left severely injured, unable to continue fighting. However, even with Lu Hai and Wei Yu leading such a formidable force, they were an unstoppable tide. "Wei Yu, Lu Hai, How dare you seize my opportunity? Xiang Yunfei shouted in fury. He was acutely aware that confronting the fire dragon head-on was unwise. Yet the celestial palace had set its sights on the blazing sun fruit tree, and waiting would only make their position more precarious. Little did he expect that Lu Hai and Wei Yu would arrive just in time, igniting his ire. The blazing sun fruit tree has long been coveted by us. Do you think we would allow you to take advantage of the situation? Wei Yu sneered, fully aware that with Xiang Yunfei preoccupied by the fire dragon, seizing the fruit tree would be significantly easier. With that, the two led their numerous disciples toward the mountain summit. There, they beheld a tree ablaze with crimson, towering 4 to 5 meters high and laden with 2 to 3 dozen fiery red fruits, resembling burning jewels, glistening temptingly. It was indeed the blazing sun fruit tree. Lu Hai and Wei Yu's eyes lit up with fervor. Such an abundance of blazing sun fruits would greatly enhance the strength of the disciples from the celestial palace. However, just as they were about to approach the blazing sun fruit tree, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from a nearby cliff. From within a cave, an even larger fire dragon emerged, exuding a terrifying aura and unleashing a massive fireball from its maw. In an instant, several celestial palace disciples met their demise with anguished cries. There's another fire dragon, Lu Tianming exclaimed, astonished. This beast was far more formidable than the one Xiang Yunfei was battling. Lu Hai and Wei Yu gritted their teeth, realizing they faced a formidable opponent in this male fire dragon. It was indeed a most inconvenient turn of events. Let us move. Lu Tianming and Su Chaoga exchanged glances and grinned. With both sides distracted by the fire dragons, the true advantage lay with them. They transformed into streaks of light, soaring toward the blazing sun fruit tree. Su Chaoga, Lu Tianming, you think you can outmaneuver us? It won't be that easy. Stop them. Wei Yu shouted furiously. Instantly, 300 to 400 disciples from the celestial palace surged forward. It was undeniable that the disciples from the celestial palace were of high caliber. Their combined efforts effectively blocked Su Chaoga and her companions. Yet, Lu Tianming exuded a terrifying aura, crashing through like a golden tide. Many disciples from the celestial palace were sent flying, plummeting to their doom like discarded dumplings. With his momentum unyielding, Lu Tianming pressed toward the blazing sun fruit tree. Even the male fire dragon exhibited a flicker of astonishment. It had not anticipated that a mere human could possess such overwhelming vitality. Chapter 68. 1 against 2, Lu Tianming. Dreaming of the fiery sun fruit tree? Not a chance. Wei Yu and Lu Hai gritted their teeth and summoned 2 puppets to restrain the male fire dragon before rushing toward Lu Tianming. Puppets? Lu Tianming was taken aback, not expecting them to possess such treasures. Is this Lu Tianming? Sister Saint, there's a substantial bounty on your head. If we can capture you, we'll be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones and a treasure of the heavenly man realm. This reward shall belong to us, Lu Hai said, donning a red dress that accentuated her slender waist and exposed her fair thighs, her bare feet resembling a stunning beauty. Her voice was sweet and enchanting. By Hai Wang Ti, Lu Hai, Lu Tianming said with a faint smile, unfazed, knowing she was the foremost genius of the Yu Palace. With the two of us working together, you stand no chance. Surrender now, Lu Hai said with a charming smile, her red lips glistening, captivating all who beheld her. That may not necessarily be the case. Lu Tianming replied with a calm smile, not overly concerned about 2 9th-tier fiery sun realm opponents. I'm here to assist you. Brother Lu. A sudden shout rang out as Li Yuanji, wielding the Lingxiao sword, swiftly struck down a dozen Yu Palace disciples before gracefully arriving at Lu Tianming's side. Exuding a fierce aura. I've come as well, Brother Lu. Zhong Qinshi chimed in with a laugh, her body erupting with a terrifying phantom that radiated immense power, shattering another group of Yu Palace disciples as she joined Lu Tianming. Li Yuanji, you've changed so much, Lu Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Though she was not surprised by Zhong Qinshi's sudden surge in strength, given her esteemed lineage, Li Yuanji's transformation caught her off guard. Like a celestial swordswoman, the pressure of her swordsmanship was palpable, sending a thrill through the soul. Previously, her combat prowess had not reached such heights. Thanks to Brother Lu for granting me this opportunity, Li Yuanji said, holding her 3-foot azure blade, her figure graceful, hair flowing, smiling lightly. Her beauty, now heightened by her impressive sword aura, rendered her even more unattainable, inciting envy among many disciples. That rascal Lu Tianming has such beautiful companions. It's infuriating, someone murmured. Even with some luck, your realms are vastly inferior. I alone can handle you. Sister Lu Hai, I leave Lu Tianming to you. Wei Yu stepped forward, her gaze icy. No need. You both can attack together. I will deal with him directly, Lu Tianming stated calmly. What did you say? Lu Hai was astonished, feeling that even she alone was not Lu Tianming's match. Lu Tianming actually suggested that Wei Yu join her in the attack. Wei Yu's expression darkened. You're quite audacious. Whether I'm audacious or not, you'll soon find out, Lu Tianming replied with a cold smirk. His combat strength had increased significantly. He found it intriguing to face two opponents simultaneously. Lu Tianming, this is your own folly. Do not blame us, Lu Hai said, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. Although Xiao Chong had fallen to Lu Tianming, they later learned it was due to Xiao Chong's carelessness. Lu Tianming's physical strength was formidable, coupled with a peculiar heavy sword. If they were cautious, they might not be defeated. It was exceedingly audacious to face them both. Ocean-covering palm, Lu Hai exclaimed, her graceful body trembling as a torrent of azure light surged forth. She appeared to be amidst a vast ocean, striking out a palm infused with an abundance of azure energy, roaring toward Lu Tianming like a colossal wave. Many watching disciples were astonished. Lu Hai's strike had clearly reached the level of a mid-tier human technique. With her 9th-tier fiery sun realm, and by Hai Wang Ti's strength, she was unrivaled against typical high-tier formations. Lu Hai was astute, aware that Lu Tianming's Huang Emperor Body excelled in close combat. Hence, she deliberately opted for a long-range assault, avoiding close-quarter combat with him. Nearby elders smiled faintly. Though distant, they sensed the vast blood energy within Lu Tianming. Akin to a human-shaped beast, engaging in close combat with such a being would indeed be self-destructive. Lu Hai's prowess surpassed that of Xiao Chong, and Lu Tianming silently admired her strength as the overwhelming palm force surged towards him, presenting considerable pressure. Sky overlooking might. Yet, Lu Tianming was unperturbed, executing the 8 Desolation's fist. He unleashed a devastating punch, creating a terrifying fist ray that pierced through the massive wave, shattering it into luminous particles. Just then, an unexpected movement in the space to his left revealed a figure emerging with a dagger, aimed to stab Lu Tianming in the side. The strike was cunningly stealthy. Lu Tianming barely reacted before his side was grazed, blood drawn. Quickly evading and turning, he saw Wei Yu emerging from the shadows, her dagger dripping with blood. At that moment, she licked the crimson blade and grinned at Lu Tianming, her eyes glinting with mockery. Many felt a chill. Lu Hai employed her by Hai Wang Ti for ranged attacks, while Wei Yu utilized her Shadow King body for stealthy strikes. A flawless synergy that would overwhelm an ordinary opponent. Lu Tianming, this is the price of your arrogance. Lu Hai laughed melodically, extending her delicate hand. A vast azure light coalesced in her palm, forming a crystalline azure longbow. Drawing the bow, she conjured an arrow from by high blood energy and released it toward Lu Tianming with tremendous force. The arrow sliced through the air, creating a ripping sound, akin to a tsunami's roar, deafening all present. The crowd sighed. Lu Hai's by Hai Wang Ti was already potent, and coupled with a longbow, her offensive capability became even more formidable. Lu Tianming narrowed his eyes, realizing he could not afford to be passive. Otherwise, Lu Hai's ranged attacks combined with Wei Yu's stealthy assaults would certainly pose a significant threat. Consequently, Lu Tianming unleashed a punch, channeling 15,000 pounds of divine strength to shatter the azure arrow formed from by high blood energy. Then he stomped the air, causing a collapse of space as he propelled himself toward Lu Hai with fierce momentum. Getting close is not so easy. Yet just as Lu Tianming surged forward, the space behind him rippled again. Wei Yu, like a concealed serpent, reappeared, her dagger poised to strike at Lu Tianming's back. This time, her timing was impeccable. Just as Lu Tianming surged with unstoppable force, she struck with precision, akin to hitting a snake's vital point, making it nearly impossible to defend. The shadowy rat truly believes it can affect me? Lu Tianming seemed to have anticipated her move, abruptly stopping. He spun around, delivering a powerful kick toward Wei Yu's arm. His foot radiated a dazzling golden light, creating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Wei Yu gasped, astonished at Lu Tianming's speed of reaction. She suddenly realized that Lu Tianming had intentionally lured her out to expose her vulnerability before dealing with her. In that moment, as Lu Tianming's overwhelming kick approached, she felt utterly trapped. Crack! With a resounding snap, Lu Tianming's kick bent Wei Yu's arm as if it were made of plastic. Simultaneously, she was propelled from the shadowy space, tumbling away like a discarded rag doll. Kill! Lu Hai was taken aback, realizing that Wei Yu could not be defeated by Lu Tianming. Otherwise, facing Lu Tianming alone would become even more precarious. In an instant, she conjured 3 arrows once more, launching them in a celestial alignment towards Lu Tianming with formidable intent. This time, the arrows were imbued with an even more terrifying force, akin to 3 colossal boulders descending from the heavens, capable of shattering a small mountain. Futile. However, Lu Tianming scoffed, unleashing a flurry of 3 punches with his 8 Desolations fist, obliterating the arrows into mere powder. His body radiated a golden aura, and his fists appeared forged from divine metal, exuding unparalleled might. Then, with a swift movement, Lu Tianming surged forward, enveloped in resplendent golden light, charging towards Wei Yu. Lu Hai's intuition was correct. His earlier intention to engage in close combat with Lu Hai was indeed to draw Wei Yu out. Now that Wei Yu is injured, he naturally sought to capitalize on his advantage. Boom! At that moment, the golden aura surrounding Lu Tianming erupted forth, akin to a colossal golden beast pouncing into the fray. The very fabric of space seemed on the verge of shattering under the weight of his overwhelming energy, a sight most terrifying. Wei Yu gasped, understanding that she could not allow Lu Tianming to advance. Otherwise, that desolate Emperor Body would become her nightmare. Void sword slay, Wei Yu bellowed, summoning a divine sword wreathed in black light from within her, emanating an incredibly sharp aura as it lunged towards Lu Tianming. The sword seemed capable of piercing through dimensions, catching Lu Tianming off guard, and he hastily dodged, yet a gash was still inflicted upon his chest. A top-tier spiritual weapon? Many gazes sharpened. Such weapons are typically wielded only by those of the divine pill realm. Wei Yu's manipulation of this sword indeed posed a significant threat. Lu Tianming's expression turned cold. His physical form was wholly unafraid of even the finest spiritual artifacts. In that instant, he employed the celestial phoenix step, transforming into a streak of light. Seizing the void sword, what followed was astonishing. The golden energy within him surged into the sword, immediately obliterating the spiritual imprint left by Wei Yu. The void sword trembled violently before falling silent, becoming an unclaimed object. How is this possible? You could eradicate my spiritual imprint within the void sword. Wei Yu spat blood, gazing at Lu Tianming in sheer disbelief. To achieve such a feat, Lu Tianming's power must vastly surpass her own. Yet, with only the strength of the first layer of the fierce sun realm, how could he be so formidable? The desolate Emperor Body is beyond your comprehension. Lu Tianming retorted with a cold smile. With sheer force, his golden aura could obliterate all. Chapter 69. The emergence of Dongfang Qinsheng at that moment. Lu Tianming appeared before Wei Yu, and with a swift stroke of his void sword, her head was severed in an instant. Wei Yu just unleashed deadly blows, showing no mercy. You dare to kill Wei Yu. Lu Hai gritted her teeth in fury. Next, it shall be you. Lu Tianming replied coldly, wielding the void sword as he strode towards Lu Hai. Both were disciples of Dongfang Qinsheng. To slay one of their own would serve as a profound act of vengeance against Dongfang Qinsheng, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. You have forced my hand, soul suppression tower. Lu Hai felt a chill, as the murderous intent in Lu Tianming's eyes was as frigid as death itself, instilling a sense of dread within her. Without hesitation, she invoked her trump card. Among her 3 supreme spirit artifacts, the soul suppression tower was the most formidable. Boom! In the next moment, a radiant light erupted from Lu Hai's forehead, and a stone tower appeared, expanding to a height of 100 feet with the wind. Many nearby disciples, including the 2 fire dragons, watched in astonishment, retreating in fear. The aura of this tower was overwhelmingly potent, and they sensed the stirring of their very souls. The soul suppression tower, forged from Dongfang Qinsheng's essence and blood, was a marvel. Outside the mountains, several elders from the four palaces gasped in disbelief. The mystical powers of Dongfang Qinsheng were beyond their comprehension. Though merely a supreme spirit artifact, the soul suppression tower wielded immense power, capable of subduing the soul, instilling fear even in the hearts of ordinary elders. Suppress. Lu Hai's aura surged, the blue light emanating from her becoming a tempestuous ocean of rage. With a fierce shout, she poured her blood essence into the soul suppression tower, which immediately radiated a blinding divine glow, descending upon Lu Tianming with lethal intent. In an instant, the air around Lu Tianming felt as though it were constricting, rendering him immobile. Lu Tianming marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of Dongfang Qinsheng, recognizing the ingenuity behind such a mystical weapon, without measures to counter it. Resisting this artifact would indeed be a formidable challenge. Open for me. Nevertheless, Lu Tianming remained undaunted. Even if the true form of Dongfang Qinsheng appeared, he would confront her. He unleashed a blinding golden light, and his void sword transformed into a resplendent golden hue. With a mighty swing, a colossal beam of sword energy crashed against the soul suppression tower. Simultaneously, he summoned the ancient mirror he had seized from Xiaochang, firing piercing beams of divine light to counter the tower. However, Lu Hai scoffed. This tower is in a league of its own among supreme spirit artifacts. Boom! As expected, the soul suppression tower trembled slightly, releasing an overwhelming pressure that extinguished Lu Tianming's sword light and the beams from the stone mirror. The tower then bore down upon Lu Tianming with an unstoppable force. What is Dongfang Qinsheng to me? A mere tower dares to obstruct me? How naive! Lu Tianming seethed with rage. He would not allow the arrogance of Dongfang Qinsheng to go unchallenged. Get out of my way. With that, Lu Tianming drew forth the heavy sword, unleashing 250,000 pounds of divine strength, striking the soul suppression tower with a devastating blow. A resounding metallic resonance echoed through the air. The immense force shattered the tower's might, sending it reeling and revealing a distinct fissure upon its surface. Gasp! Countless onlookers inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. The sheer physical power of Lu Tianming had indeed shattered a supreme spirit artifact. His physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. Lu Hai felt a recoil, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she gazed at Lu Tianming in disbelief. How is it possible that you could destroy the soul suppression tower? A torrent of dread surged within her. He was a true monster. Yet, Lu Tianming transformed into a streak of light, soaring past Lu Hai as blood dripped from the heavy sword in his grasp. Lu Hai's body stiffened, frozen in shock. After a moment, a trickle of blood appeared on her fair neck, and her head slumped down, lifeless. With that, both Wei Yu and Lu Hai, the renowned disciples of Dongfang Qinsheng, met their tragic ends. The disciples of the Yugu Palace were left in a state of shock. Xiang Feiyu and Appo's expression was one of disbelief. Lu Tianming and Appo's prowess was terrifying indeed. The slaying of these two would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Dongfang Qinsheng, a blatant affront to their honor. Roar! At that moment, the two fire dragons broke free from the crowd's restraint, casting fearful glances at Lu Tianming before transforming into blazing streaks of fire, fleeing the scene. They sensed the young human's terrifying strength. The sword in his hand instilled a profound sense of dread within their souls, leaving them unwilling to confront him. Lu Tianming smiled lightly. The departure of the two fire dragons meant less trouble for him, a rather fortuitous turn of events. With the deaths of Wei Yu and Lu Hai, their identity tokens fell into his possession, alongside those he had previously seized from Xiaochang and others. He now held the greatest number of identity tokens in this Four Palaces conference. Swish! Following that, Lu Tianming gestured, summoning the Sunfire Fruit Tree, which would significantly enhance his strength. Lu Tianming, you seek your own demise. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from afar atop Wansu Mountain, where Dongfang Qinsheng descended, radiating an overwhelming sacred light, akin to a vast ocean in tumult. Originally, she had awaited Lu Tianming on Wansu Mountain to settle their grievances. Little did she expect that both Wei Yu and Lu Hai would fall at his hands, inciting her extreme fury. Dongfang Qicheng, your timing is perfect. Let us settle this here today. Lu Tianming sneered, a chilling glint in his eyes. For 2 years, his tribulations had been instigated by Dongfang Qicheng, his master. The Sunlight Uncle had been wronged, almost losing his life. The animosity he bore towards Dongfang Qicheng was deep and abiding. Kill. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Tianming brandished his heavy sword, charging at Dongfang Qicheng with lethal intent. Lu Tianming, your growth is commendable, but I must inform you that before me, you remain inadequate. Dongfang Qicheng retorted icily. Lu Tianming had previously incapacitated Lu Mulan, her own sister, and now had slain Wei Yu and Lu Hai, her 2 disciples. Her wrath was palpable. She felt no regret for past deeds. The law of the jungle governed the world. If there were to be blame, it fell solely on Lu Tianming for placing his trust in her. Clang! In that instant, she waved her delicate hand, unleashing a terrifying force that blocked Lu Tianming's powerful strike. The fierce energy emanating from her hand caused Lu Tianming to falter, nearly disarming him. You've opened the earth aperture in the extreme realm of the sun-fire stage. Lu Tianming's gaze sharpened. In the extreme realm of the sun-fire stage, 2 additional apertures manifest, one at the crown and another in the abdomen, known as the heaven and earth apertures. Once activated, one could wield the powers of the universe. Even with just the earth aperture opened, Dongfang Qicheng was immensely formidable. In the sacred realm, she was likely the only one to achieve such a feat. The further one advanced in cultivation, the more challenging it became to reach the extreme realm. With the earth aperture activated, Dongfang Qicheng could harness the power of the earth, making her battle prowess incomparable to 10-peak sun-fire stage practitioners. Lu Tianming, your mere first level of the sun-fire stage cannot compare to my might. Dongfang Qicheng said with disdain. Even if their realms were equal, her numerous hidden strengths would still make Lu Tianming an inferior opponent. Moreover, her power, augmented by the earth's might, would diminish the threat posed by his extraordinary physical form. Heavenly Palm, she called out coldly. It was destined that one of them would emerge from this encounter in utter defeat. At that moment, her earth aperture glowed, a visible earthy radiance converging around her. Within a radius of several thousand feet, the mountains, rivers, and flora visibly withered. The eastern city transforms into a formidable goddess of the earth, wielding an overwhelming power. Chapter 70. The confrontation. Many marveled at the terrifying power of the earth, and at this moment, Dongfang Qicheng's divine strength was equally formidable. Lu Tianming, unafraid, had awaited this day for far too long. His blood surged with fervor, and his battle aura soared. He manifested the divine mark within his dantian, a fusion of 2 extreme realms, far surpassing any singular strength. Instantly, Lu Tianming's battle aura erupted, transforming him into a divine being as he unleashed the 4th form of the 8 Desolations fist, sweeping through the wilderness. The terrifying golden blood, energy, and the aura of the wild burst forth, capable of sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The strongest blow of the 8 Desolations fist? Many were astonished. The prowess of the 8 Desolations fist was known to clash with top-tier martial arts of the human realm. Not only did Lu Tianming succeed, but he also reached mastery in less than 2 months, showcasing his extraordinary talent. With a resounding boom, divine light erupted, and a fissure appeared in the space. Lu Tianming staggered back 3 steps, while Dongfang Qicheng retreated 3.5. The surroundings trembled once more, in the minds of the onlookers. Dongfang Qicheng was akin to a deity, invincible. Yet, against Lu Tianming's confrontation, she found herself at a disadvantage, which was utterly unbelievable. Dongfang Qicheng, your strength is not as formidable as I imagined, Lu Tianming remarked with a cold smile, having shed the intense backlash. Dongfang Qicheng's true essence was indeed far more powerful than his. His internal organs throbbed painfully, but given his Da Huang imperial body, it was not a significant concern. You actually forced me back. Dongfang Qicheng bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes icy. In the sacred land, she was a symbol of invincibility, an idea she found hard to accept. However, Lu Tianming's divine mark astonished her. Empowered by this artifact, his combat capabilities had indeed increased tremendously. Next, I will not hold back. With a flicker of murderous intent in her delicate brows, Dongfang Qingsheng unveiled her celestial body, conjuring a vast sacred domain that enveloped Lu Tianming like a miniature world. Within this realm, she radiated divine light, dominating every inch of space, suppressing the 8 desolations. A manifestation of a saintly physique. Many gasped in awe. A saintly physique capable of producing such manifestations wielded terrifying power over the world. Legend spoke of ancient times when someone achieved mastery of this celestial body, their manifestation nearly encompassing an entire realm. After Dongfang Qingsheng's rise, no disciple in the sacred land could rival her. Witnessing this manifestation now ignited excitement among many. Back then, when your physique could not awaken, I guided you, even using my own primordial power to aid your awakening. Lu Tianming's tone turned frosty. Under the cover of the miniature world, he felt his true essence sluggish, as if suppressed and unable to mobilize. The manifestation of a saintly physique was indeed extraordinary. Once unleashed, it felt as if one could govern the universe, rendering them omnipotent. And what of it? Dongfang Qingsheng scoffed, her emotions complex. In the past, Lu Tianming had treated her with kindness, genuinely regarding her as a close junior sister. Yet, her proximity to him had been merely a means to an end. As a woman in this cruel world, she needed immense strength to survive, willing to employ any means necessary. Lu Tianming sneered. His kindness had only bred ingratitude. From now on, he would live solely for himself. How I once elevated you to the pinnacle, now I shall bring you down. With a fierce roar, Lu Tianming's terrifying golden blood energy erupted, awakening within him like a golden dragon. With a swift motion, he executed the celestial phoenix steps, rushing to Dongfang Qingsheng's side and struck with his sword. A sharp sound echoed as he carved a half-meter-long gash into her slender form, nearly cleaving her in two. Countless spectators gasped in horror. How could Dongfang Qingsheng's manifestation of her saintly physique not suppress Lu Tianming? It seemed the Dao imperial body could indeed counter all manifestations. Dongfang Qingsheng, enraged, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, retaliated with a claw strike, her fingers like divine talons, tearing 5 bloody wounds across Lu Tianming's chest. Though the manifestation did not suppress him, her aura still empowered her within this miniature world. Lu Tianming felt a searing pain in his chest, yet he remained undeterred, adopting a strategy of inflicting harm in return. He delivered a kick that echoed with the sound of cracking bones, shattering at least 5 of Dongfang Qingsheng's ribs. Great Mountain Seal. Dongfang Qingsheng countered fiercely, summoning a massive mountain that crashed down upon Lu Tianming, nearly dismantling his body and forcing him to cough up blood. However, Lu Tianming's physique was extraordinarily resilient. As the Dao refinement technique activated, the Dao Heart Sutra surged, his broken bones visibly knitting together at an astonishing rate, while the Heart Sutra absorbed the essence around him, amplifying his aura. Golden Sky Divine Finger. Lu Tianming bellowed, substituting a finger for a fist, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful blow. Dongfang Qingsheng had not anticipated Lu Tianming's recovery abilities to be so remarkable. This punch pierced through her chest, emerging from her back and trailing a torrent of blood. The spectators were left in shock, their hearts racing. Lu Tianming had punched through Dongfang Qingsheng's exquisite form. This was utterly terrifying, leaving them in a daze. Even the venerable of the wild dragons turned pale. If this were true, it meant Dongfang Qingsheng had been defeated. She was the pride of their lineage. How could she falter? Lu Tianming, I underestimated you. The Dao imperial body is indeed formidable. Lu Tianming's domineering punch pierced through Dongfang Qingsheng's beautiful physique. Yet, rather than disbelief or anger, a hint of a smile graced her noble face as she gazed at the cold man before her, the one who had almost captured her heart. What trickery is this? Lu Tianming narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. A flicker of dark light danced in Dongfang Qingsheng's beautiful gaze, her tone taking on a chilling edge as she spoke. You must have been puzzled in these past 2 years about my motives for slaying so many Easter Desolation prodigies and seizing your essence. Today, I shall reveal it to you. As she spoke, the sacred light enveloping her body visibly dwindled, and torrents of black light surged forth from within her. Lu Tianming immediately sensed a powerful aura locking onto him, rendering him immobile. Then an overwhelmingly potent, devouring force erupted from Dongfang Qingqing's body. Lu Tianming felt as if the essence of his Da Huang imperial body was being absorbed at an alarming rate. Dongfang Qingqing's aura grew increasingly formidable. A demonic physique with such a potent devouring power. Could it be the devouring demon body? The Eastern Desolation warriors gasped in shock. Instantly, the mountains surrounding them erupted with commotion. The devouring demon body. The sun and moon venerable's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had indeed heard of the devouring demon body, reputed as one of the most terrifying physiques in history. Legends told of an unparalleled powerhouse in ancient times who awakened this body, devouring the essence of prodigies to ascend to the throne of an emperor, known as the devouring demon emperor. In those days, the world was shrouded in darkness. The devouring demon emperor ruled supreme, unchallenged by anyone. The land was ravaged, bloodshed rampant, a sight too horrific to behold. Even knowing that Dongfang Qingqing had hidden cards, Lu Tianming never expected such a nightmarish revelation. Kunlun's sacred land. Will you not account for your saint as possessing such a sinister physique to the Eastern Desolation warriors? An Eastern Desolation powerhouse stood up, voicing his outrage. The devouring demon body represented an immense threat. If the Eastern city were to become the next devourer of the heavens, it would spell disaster for the entire Xianwang realm. Their loathing for the devourer's demonic form is profound. The essence of righteousness and evil resides within one's heart and constitution, independent of external factors. Remarked the revered barbarian dragon with a faint smile. Chapter 71. The devouring heavenly demon body. Throughout history, many extraordinary individuals have delved into the arcane arts of demonic cultivation. Yet this has not hindered their reverence among the myriad beings. As long as one's mind remains steadfast, practicing demonic techniques is not inherently objectionable. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures present wore expressions of discontent, unable to refute the statement. The Kunlun sacred land, dominating the eastern wilderness, possesses profound depth that they cannot shake. Moreover, with Dongfang Qingqing basking in her prime, her reputation remains untainted as long as she refrains from committing heinous acts. Instead, her terrifying brilliance only seems to amplify. The fusion of celestial and demonic, truly, Dongfang Qingqing is a prodigy. Zhuangxing Tian of the heavenly Dao sacred land murmured, his tone laced with unabashed admiration. With her innate holy physique, Dongfang Qingqing's future was already boundless, illuminating the world. Coupled with the awe-inspiring, devouring heavenly demon body, if wielded skillfully, she is destined to forge a legendary saga that reverberates through the ages. Even as a powerful monarch, he felt a surge of excitement. Goodness! The devouring heavenly demon body. This little rascal, Lu Tianming, may be in peril. Chu Kuang of the undying sacred land also gasped in astonishment. Should Dongfang Qingqing absorb the essence of Lu Tianming's great wilderness emperor body? The fusion of these two astonishing physiques would undoubtedly leave him trembling at the thought of their combined might. One devouring heavenly demon body and one great wilderness emperor body, both capable of instilling fear in gods and demons. What a spectacle! Meanwhile, Qin Wanner smiled serenely. She had heard tales of the devouring heavenly demon emperor, a warrior who had never tasted defeat in his lifetime. Only when he ascended to the holy realm did he encounter a great wilderness emperor body in battle, narrowly losing by half a move. Ultimately, the devouring heavenly demon emperor, having devoured more sources of essence, became even more terrifying, utterly invincible. When he sought to avenge that defeat, his opponent fell victim to divine retribution and perished. Enraged, the devouring heavenly demon emperor annihilated the entire family of that great wilderness emperor, refining their blood to fuel his vengeance. However, that previous defeat was due to being pursued by enemies at a critical moment during cultivation. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. Now, with the devouring heavenly demon body and the great wilderness emperor body on a collision course once more, she found it exceedingly intriguing. She wished to witness which of these two extraordinary physiques would prevail. Everyone else shared her sentiments, their expressions igniting with fervor. the devouring heavenly demon body. Yao Tianzun narrowed his eyes. Back in the god burial abyss, Dongfang Qinsheng had accused Lu Tianming of being possessed and attempted to desecrate her, slaughtering numerous prodigies from the eastern wilderness. Those prodigies met a gruesome end, their essence drained, much like the effects of the devouring heavenly demon body. His gaze sharpened. Dongfang Qinsheng, have you finally revealed your hidden trump card? On the battlefield, Lu Tianming and Apos, his eyes sharpened, a cold laugh escaping him. He had sensed the presence of Dongfang Qinsheng and Apos, his demonic trump card from the outset, and indeed, he was not mistaken. Yet, as he gazed upon her devouring heavenly demon body, a tinge of regret washed over him. This physique, renowned through the ages, was a terrifying revelation that caught him off guard. Today, I shall claim the essence of your great wilderness emperor body, Dongfang Qinsheng declared frostily. The events of the past remained shrouded in secrecy. Even if others were to learn of them, her current standing within the sacred land would shield her from any repercussions. With a fusion of celestial and demonic, her innate talent was destined to shine throughout history. Having uttered her words, she firmly grasped Lu Tianming, her devouring heavenly demon body surging with fervor. The essence of Lu Tianming's great wilderness emperor body began to drain at an accelerated pace. Should she acquire the great wilderness emperor body, none would dare challenge her on the path of supremacy. Oh no, brother.Lu is in danger. Zhong Xinqi's delicate face shifted, and a terrifying aura erupted from her. Ready to assist, brother.Lu was the most important person to her, and she could not bear to see him harmed. This was their personal vendetta. Let Lu Shige resolve it himself. At that moment, Li Yuanji grasped Zhong Xinqi's arm, gently shaking her head. Lu Tianming's animosity towards Dongfang Qinsheng had morphed into an obsession. Even if they wished to help, Lu Shige would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, Lu Shige was no ordinary individual. He would not be so easily defeated. Zhong Xinqi parted her lips, ultimately nodding, understanding Lu Tianming's temperament. This feud was too great. He indeed wished to settle it on his own. Caught within the clutches of the devouring heavenly demon body, escaping was no simple feat. It was said that many talents from ancient times had met the same fate, their essence drained. Many onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the illustrious great wilderness emperor body was to meet its demise here? Lu Tianming, my growth is inextricably linked to your aid. Dongfang Qinsheng laughed joyously. They were so close, with Lu Tianming ensnared in her grasp, akin to fish on a chopping block, entirely at her mercy. She envisioned absorbing the essence of the great wilderness emperor body, reigning supreme over the heavens, her heart swelling with unparalleled ambition. You overestimate yourself. Lu Tianming scoffed. While the devouring heavenly demon body was indeed formidable, he felt as though he were ensnared, unable to move. However, he was the great wilderness emperor body, his vitality fierce as a true dragon. It would not be so simple for others to bind him. Second divine repository of the great wilderness emperor body, activate. Lu Tianming bellowed, his voice resonating like a volcanic eruption, golden light radiating in all directions. Above him, a second golden portal materialized, appearing half open. Instantly, waves of golden blood essence surged into Lu Tianming, amplifying his divine power dramatically. Boom! Lu Tianming's body trembled, unleashing a terrifying aura that forced Dongfang Qinsheng to stagger backward, blood spilling from her lips. The second divine repository of the great wilderness emperor body. He had indeed activated it. Many cultivators were immediately taken aback. The divine repository of the great wilderness emperor body was notoriously difficult to unlock. In fact, even those who had activated the first divine repository often failed to proceed further. Lu Tianming had accomplished such a feat in mere months, nearing the activation of the second divine repository. The pace of his progress was truly astonishing, suggesting the presence of a profound secret. The powerful figures of the eastern wilderness were equally astonished. Indeed, bolstered by the teachings of the white-clad woman and the confrontation with the clock of heaven, which suppressed the tribulations of the heavenly Dao, along with the purging flames of the celestial fire, Lu Tianming's excavation of the great wilderness emperor body was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. At that moment, the golden blood essence enveloped the surrounding space for thousands of meters, transforming into a realm of gold, sacred and resplendent, radiating an air of inviolable majesty. Dongfang Qinsheng gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of unwillingness. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Simultaneously, she was taken aback by Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body. This fellow seemed fated for greatness, his excavation of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body progressing with unrelenting momentum. Dongfang Qinsheng, reveal all your abilities. Today, I shall shatter your pride. Lu Tianming strode forward, the earth trembling beneath him. He resembled a divine warrior emerging from the annals of time, gazing down upon the world. You are far too arrogant. I, the devouring heavenly demon body, am no inferior to the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. This is merely the beginning. Dongfang Qinsheng snorted coldly, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent at its zenith. The devouring heavenly demon body was among the most terrifying physiques in history. She harbored an unwavering confidence in herself. In that instant, her body radiated with a torrential black light, as if a peerless demon had awakened, charging toward Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming, equally fierce, surged forward. One shone with golden brilliance, while the other emanated an overwhelming demonic aura, engulfing the heavens with their contrasting lights. The celestial expanse was cloaked in their radiant clash, the spectacle grand and awe-inspiring. They fought fiercely, at times soaring like dragons in the sky, at times leaping like apes over mountains, sometimes spreading their wings like a mythical bird, and at others pouncing like tigers into ravines. Each move was a lethal strike, imbued with an overwhelming force that seemed to exude the essence of carnage. Many spectators felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Were two beings of the radiant sun realm truly clashing? Even those of the divine pill realm would find it difficult to match such formidable might. What is most astonishing is that Lu Tianming possesses merely the strength of the first level of the blazing sun realm, yet he dares to confront Dongfang Qinsheng, who stands at the 10th level of the same realm. This is simply outrageous. A typical blazing sun realm expert would have been slain by Dongfang Qinsheng long ago. Chapter 72, A Rapid Surge in Power. Lu Tianming, your cultivation level is far too low. It is utterly inadequate. Dongfang Qinsheng exerted her pressure, her palm striking down with a resounding thud, creating a gaping wound in Lu Tianming's chest, blood gushing forth. You shall not escape unscathed. Lu Tianming chuckled coldly, his eyes gleaming like a ferocious wolf. With 5 fingers extended, he plunged them into Dongfang Qinsheng's delicate form, crushing 3 of her ribs before retracting his hand. His methods ruthlessly fierce. Many watched, their calves trembling, as the two battled with such desperation, the clash undeniably bloody. Yet gradually, the onlookers perceived that Lu Tianming's true energy was waning. With a resounding boom, a fierce wave of energy erupted, and both Lu Tianming and Dongfang Qinsheng spat out blood. Staggering back, at that moment, the radiance surrounding Lu Tianming indeed appeared diminished. His true energy was nearly exhausted. Lu Tianming, to have fought to this extent, is already commendable. Dongfang Qinsheng sneered, confident of her victory. Even though she held a significant 9 minor realms advantage over Lu Tianming, her own true energy was nearly depleted as well. The power of Lu Tianming's Great Wilderness Emperor Body was truly extraordinary, inciting a flicker of anger within her. For she believed she was not inferior to him in any aspect. Thankfully, this battle would soon come to an end. You are celebrating too soon. Lu Tianming's smile was icy, for they had underestimated his capacity to continue fighting. What do you intend to do? Dongfang Qinsheng's gaze sharpened. At this juncture, she had already unleashed numerous hidden cards, divine abilities, and combat techniques. The fact that Lu Tianming still seemed capable of action infuriated her. This damned Great Wilderness Emperor Body is indeed tenacious. Lu Tianming grinned, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he remained unfazed. With a flip of his palm, a collection of crimson fruits appeared, a total of 8. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed them all in one swift motion. Instantly, his aura began to surge. You have actually swallowed 8 solar fruits. Dongfang Qinsheng was taken aback. Although the solar fruits could unlock the yang orifices, their energy was immensely potent and required gradual refinement. Even with her swallowing heaven demon body, she would only dare to consume 3 at once in the solar realm, for anything more could jeopardize her physical vessel. Yet, Lu Tianming had consumed 8 at once, unafraid of the overwhelming energy potentially exploding his body. Crack! Crack! Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Tianming's body swelled visibly, veins protruding like serpents. Every pore exuded vital essence, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Elder brother Lu. Zhong Xianqi's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Tianming could be in mortal danger. Li Yuanji felt tense as well. No one in the sacred grounds would dare to consume 8 solar fruits at once. Lu Tianming was on the brink of explosion. Among the mountain's outskirts, many powerful figures were astonished. Was Lu Tianming truly so ruthless as to self-destruct in order to take Dongfang Qingqing down with him? You think you can perish together with me? It won't be that easy. Dongfang Qingqing scoffed, retreating hundreds of feet in a flash of golden light. She had a brilliant future ahead and could not possibly risk her life alongside someone as insignificant as Lu Tianming. The self-detonation of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body was indeed terrifying, and no one dared to underestimate it. Buzz, however, to everyone's surprise, as Lu Tianming's body expanded to a certain extent, it did not explode. His eyes flashed with intensity as he activated the barbaric body refinement technique, an eerie aura enveloping him. The energy within him was swiftly refined, and his aura began to soar. 2nd level of the solar realm. 3rd level. 4th level. 5th level. In no time, he reached the 5th level of the solar realm. His limbs and chest radiated with the light of 5 young orifices, illuminating the heavens and the earth. What kind of body refinement technique is this? The surrounding crowd erupted in a frenzy. The technique Lu Tianming displayed was undoubtedly terrifying. Ordinary body techniques could not possess such formidable energy refining capabilities. It had to be an ancient body refinement technique. Some powerful figures felt a surge of excitement. Lu Tianming's secrets were astonishingly numerous. Each one of them was remarkable in its own right. Of course, they were unaware that Lu Tianming's barbaric body refinement technique was among the most elite from the barbaric era, vastly superior to typical ancient techniques. Had they known, their shock would have been beyond comprehension. It could be said that the techniques bestowed upon Lu Tianming by the woman in white were all extraordinary. Dongfang Qingqing trembled at the realization that Lu Tianming possessed such a formidable body refinement technique, instantly absorbing the 8 solar fruits. Even her own profound foundation could not compare to such exquisite body techniques. She suddenly felt that she could not comprehend Lu Tianming any longer. His opportunities were simply beyond reason. Though it seemed wasteful, it was still somewhat acceptable. Lu Tianming paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd, stretching his neck and savoring the surging energy within him, grinning widely. He had originally intended to refine the solar fruits into solar pills to fully unleash their medicinal power. But now he had no choice but to adopt a more brute force approach to refine them directly. Now, he had not only recovered, but had also become even stronger than at his peak. With every breath, he generated powerful gusts of wind that sent sand and stones flying. Dongfang Qingqing's eyes hardened. With her reputation, she should have easily crushed Lu Tianming. However, even after unleashing her swallowing heaven demon body, she had still failed to defeat him and had inadvertently allowed him to break through to the 5th level of the solar realm. This was a tremendous humiliation. Then let me show you the true might of my swallowing heaven demon body. Swallowing heaven demon palm, kill. Dongfang Qingqing's tone turned frigid, devoid of any emotion, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. She then summoned the power of the earth, absorbing its strength, her aura once again surging dramatically. Boom! In the next moment, a black mist enveloped her entirely, and a colossal, ghostly visage appeared in the sky. Dongfang Qingqing struck out with her palm, plunging the entire realm into darkness, as if a giant demon had emerged. A massive palm print, 100 feet wide, rushed toward Lu Tianming. Many were left trembling in shock. The swallowing heaven demon palm was one of the innate divine abilities of the swallowing heaven demon body. The previous swallowing heaven demon emperor had relied on this palm to overpower the ancient era and defeat countless prodigies. Within the palm and Appo's power lay an incredibly formidable refining capability, capable of turning opponents into pus and blood, absorbing them entirely. Dongfang Qingqing had unleashed this technique, and its might was indeed terrifying. Boom! amidst the gazes of astonishment. The terrifying palm force surged forth like a black tsunami, connecting heaven and earth. Lu Tianming's eyes bore a serious glint. The fact that Dongfang Qingsheng, as a dual entity of celestial and demonic origins, could unleash such a powerful palm force was undeniably formidable. It could easily obliterate an average divine pill realm expert. However, his gaze sharpened like a blade, and a fierce battle intent rose within him. Having broken through to the 5th level of the solar realm, his strength had significantly increased, and he was eager to once again measure his might against Dongfang Qingsheng. At that moment, Lu Tianming took a deep breath, releasing the vast golden blood energy of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body. Golden lightning flickered in the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. Then, Lu Tianming formed seals with his hands before him, and a magnificent aura immediately radiated from his palms. This was many in the surrounding mountains sensed the terrifying might contained within Lu Tianming's hand seals, akin to a river on the verge of overflowing, a foreboding of an impending storm. Several individuals changed color. An elder's voice trembled, hoarse with astonishment. This is the aura of the dragon elephant sacred heavenly might. Boom! Upon uttering those words, it was as if a meteor had struck the earth. The crowd erupted in chaos. Many forces from the eastern wilderness, as well as the leaders of various sects, exhibited drastic changes in their expressions, their faces etched with shock. Even figures such as Chu Kuang from the unyielding sacred land, Qin Waner from the sacred pill hall, and Zhua Xingtian from the heavenly Dao sacred land felt their hearts tremble with astonishment. The dragon elephant sacred heavenly technique had long been thought lost to the Kunlun sacred land for many years. In the past, the Kunlun sacred land wielded this technique, positioning itself at the pinnacle among the 4 sacred lands. Yet now, Lu Tianming had actually comprehended the dragon elephant sacred heavenly technique. How could this be possible? A cacophony of gasps, screams, and incredulous voices erupted, akin to a tsunami. Countless cultivators felt a shiver run down their spines, their faces reflecting disbelief. Lu Tianming was indeed blessed with such fortune. Haha, splendid, splendid. It truly is the dragon elephant sacred heavenly technique. On the podium, the daylight celestial sovereign could not help but burst into hearty laughter, his expression one of joy as he vigorously applauded his seat. Chapter 73. The Second Divine Abode. Although Lu Tianming seemed to have learned the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique, he had never truly demonstrated it. No one knew whether the inheritance was genuine or perhaps flawed. Now, it was evidently authentic. After all these years, the emergence of a prodigy mastering the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique within the sacred land was indeed a momentous occasion. In the future, at the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Conference, which faction would dare to underestimate the Kunlun sacred land? Contemplating this, a sense of ease washed over him as he glanced at the leaders of several major sects and families from the Eastern Wilderness. Upon witnessing this, the heads of those factions couldn't help but flinch, feeling a tinge of apprehension. A disciple who had mastered the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique could indeed instill awe throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The birth of such a talent in the Kunlun sacred land should not be taken lightly. An overwhelming aura surged around Lu Tianming, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast awakening, exuding a formidable presence capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the astonished gazes of many, a colossal ancient azure dragon and a gigantic elephant appeared above Lu Tianming's head, each towering 1,000 feet, dominating the cosmos. Beneath them lay a realm reminiscent of a dark and eerie underworld. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and the elephant seemed to suppress the netherworld itself. In that instant, the cracked cloud mountain range trembled, and countless beasts in the surrounding wilderness quaked in reverence, bowing down in worship. It was akin to witnessing the sovereign of all beasts, where only submission was permissible. You have truly comprehended the entirety of the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique. A hint of astonishment crossed Dongfang Qingsheng's exquisite face. She had always believed that Lu Tianming would obtain only a fragment of its essence. After all, at that time, the barbarian dragon sovereign had interfered, disrupting Lu Tianming's understanding. Now, witnessing him grasp the complete technique left her heart chilled. How had Lu Tianming managed to imprint the entirety of the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique in his mind? The barbarian dragon sovereign, having fallen back in shock, staggered for a moment, his aged visage turning pale. It was already astonishing that Lu Tianming had managed to heal from the injuries inflicted upon him. Yet now, he had comprehended the complete dragon elephant sacred heaven technique. A tempest of disbelief surged within him. What secrets did this young man possess? At this moment, even within the ancestral realm, numerous elders watching this scene were equally astonished. Startsong's aged face appeared as rigid as clay. If Lu Tianming were merely the Great Desolate Emperor Body, it could still be managed, as such a physique bore significant limitations. The 8 paths of heavenly restraint could threaten his life at any moment. However, should he also master the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique, the implications would be staggering. This legendary skill was said to possess the power to suppress the netherworld. Lu Tianming's future in the Xianwang realm appeared limitless. By the lakeside, the Black Elder and the White Elder couldn't help but let out hearty laughter, truly worthy of being the favored disciple of the prodigious Chu Lingxin. Remarkable indeed. The long-ailing Kunlun sacred land seemed to finally glimpse the possibility of resurgence. They gazed at the luminous screen, smiles gracing their lips. A wave of astonishment swept through the atmosphere. In this moment, with a dragon and an elephant suspended in the heavens, Lu Tianming resembled the long-lost ancient emperor of Kunlun, once again shaking the world, looking down upon all. His hair billowed wildly as he addressed Dongfang Qingsheng with a booming voice. Come, Dongfang Qingsheng. Let us see whether your devouring heaven demon palm is mightier, or if my dragon elephant sacred heaven technique prevails. With a resounding echo, Lu Tianming unleashed the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique. The immense elephant and azure dragon surged through the void, crashing forward with unstoppable force. The overwhelming energy cascaded like a torrential sea, threatening to engulf the universe. At this moment, Dongfang Qingqing's exquisite form trembled. Her understanding of the devouring heaven demon body was limited, compounded by her suppression from the 9th level of the celestial realm to the fierce sun realm, significantly diminishing her strength. Uncharacteristically, she felt a sense of insurmountable pressure rising within her. I am destined to leave my mark on this era. How could I possibly be bested by the lowly Lu Tianming? Gritting her teeth, her beautiful eyes ignited with fierce determination, she could not afford to lose, for it would be a tremendous stain on her reputation. With a fierce resolve, Dongfang Qingsheng bit her fingertip, tracing an intricate symbol, summoning forth a tempest of wind and thunder. The heavens and earth shifted as divine radiance coalesced into a resplendent 7-colored divine sword, which joined her devouring heaven demon palm in a ferocious assault. The cosmos was immediately filled with an overwhelming sword intent, as if this divine sword was the sword of the heavenly Dao, capable of obliterating yin and yang, annihilating all. The disciples of the 4 palaces felt a chill run through them. Should this sword strike, it could obliterate them countless times over. This was the grand universe immortal sword technique, the ultimate technique of the immortal universe emperor. An elder from the eastern wilderness exclaimed in shock. The imperial law immortal technique. This is the highest tier of divine arts in existence. Even fragments of its inheritance can forge formidable powerhouses. Dongfang Qingsheng wields an imperial technique. Even if it is but a remnant, it is still terrifying. The combination of the devouring heaven demon palm and the grand universe immortal sword technique was indeed formidable. Some of the strongest individuals revealed glimmers of intrigue. Engaging with the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique was a historic confrontation. Elders supporting Dongfang Qingsheng wore anxious expressions, hoping for her victory. Lu Tianming's displayed prowess had now reached a level that was no longer inferior to hers. No one wished to see such a threat arise within the sacred land. Finally, under the scrutinizing gazes of many, the first move of the dragon elephant sacred heaven technique, the dragon elephant wave, collided fiercely with Dongfang Qingqing's devouring heaven demon palm and the grand universe immortal sword technique. It was as if a star had exploded, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the world. One had to admit, the fusion of Dongfang Qingqing's 2 divine arts was indeed tyrannical. One was boundless and capable of devouring all energies, while the other shone with celestial radiance, capable of piercing through the cosmos. The dragon-elephant sacred heaven technique struggled to contend. Minutes passed, and Dongfang Qingqing's palm strike and overwhelming sword light began to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, the elders backing her sighed in relief. The barbarian dragon sovereign laughed heartily, turning to the daylight sovereign, saying, "It seems that Dongfang Qingqing holds the advantage after all." The daylight sovereign's expression darkened, and a chill coursed through him. This duel was a matter of life and death. If Tianming were to falter, the consequences would be dire. Currently, the odds were heavily stacked against him. Should Dongfang Qingqing emerge victorious, her era would truly begin. Many formidable beings marveled at the scene. One had to recognize that Dongfang Qingqing had suppressed her realm to the fierce sun realm. If she were at her peak, her capabilities would be unimaginable. "Lu Tianming, will you submit?" Dongfang Qingqing's flowing hair danced in the wind, her brilliance overshadowing the sun and moon, her stunning visage radiating unparalleled confidence as she declared coldly. Having unleashed 2 imperial techniques, she brimmed with self-assurance, believing she could effortlessly crush any prodigy. "What submission could there be? Grant me some time, and you shall find that you are no match for me," Lu Tianming replied with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. "Moreover, you have yet to claim victory, so what is there to be arrogant about?" As he spoke, Lu Tianming let out a thunderous roar, akin to a ferocious dragon striving to break free from its chains. With a creaking sound, the spectators gasped in shock as they beheld the second golden portal above Lu Tianming's head fully opening, a cascade of purple golden blood energy pouring down upon him. In an instant, Lu Tianming's aura surged, akin to a towering mountain rising from the earth, magnificent and overwhelming. Then, Dongfang Qingqing's sword light and palm strike were utterly crushed, as the dragon-elephant sacred heaven technique surged forth like 2 ancient ferocious beasts charging at her. The second divine abode of the Great Desolate Emperor Body had been completely unlocked. Witnessing this scene, a tremendous upheaval erupted around them. The battle was fierce, filled with twists and turns that ignited the blood of all present. How is this possible? Dongfang Qingqing's expression drastically shifted, her shock palpable. The divine abodes of the Great Desolate Emperor Body, each unlocked, possessed power exponentially greater than the last. The fact that Lu Tianming had managed to unlock the first divine abode was already extraordinary. Now he had unlocked the second. A chill settled in her heart. The purple golden blood energy was terrifying, far more so than the golden blood energy, and she sensed an immense danger looming. Chapter 74. The Celestial Empire soared at last. The ethereal image of the dragon elephant engulfed Dongfang Qingqing. Waves of destructive energy surged forth, causing numerous surrounding peaks to tremble and collapse. This overwhelming force raged for several seconds before gradually dissipating. As countless gazes shifted, a profound shock enveloped their hearts. Before them lay a gigantic pit, measuring over 40 to 50 yards wide and several meters deep, with numerous fissures as wide as 2 to 3 meters, sprawling like coiling dragons, overshadowing the surrounding mountains for thousands of meters. In the center of this vast pit, Dongfang Qingqing knelt, her garments tattered, exposing large swathes of her snow-white skin. Blood flowed from numerous ghastly wounds, her breath faint to the extreme. Witnessing this scene, the throng fell into a deathly silence, their hearts weighed down by an unbearable heaviness. The once goddess-like figure of Dongfang Qingqing, possessing the memories of an ancient sage, had been defeated. Lu Tianming exhaled deeply, his knees buckling slightly as he nearly collapsed. He could not deny the strength of Dongfang Qingqing. Her enchanting physique, the devouring demon body, combined with a fragment of the Emperor's ultimate technique, rendered her nearly invincible. Fortunately, at a critical moment, he had fully activated the second divine repository of the Great Wilderness Emperor Body, a feat that would have been impossible otherwise. Yet, this had drained all his potential, leaving him feeling utterly weak. However, as he observed Dongfang Qingqing's defeat, a smile crept onto his lips. This malicious woman had finally met her comeuppance. Simultaneously, he felt a profound satisfaction with the power of the purple golden blood aura. The Great Wilderness Emperor Body truly was an unparalleled constitution, and unlocking another divine repository significantly amplified its might. Zhong Xinchi grinned, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother Lu has won." Li Yuanji nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. With the defeat of Dongfang Qingsheng, Lu Tianming's aura grew even more luminous, dazzling those around him. Yet, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, a hoarse voice filled with murderous intent emerged from the depths of the pit. Lu Tianming, you are far from defeating me. Many gasped in astonishment as Dongfang Qingsheng's graceful and proud figure slowly rose from the wreckage. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from her, sending dust and debris swirling around them. Could it be that Dongfang Qingsheng still had hidden trump card? What other means do you possess? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed, sensing the imminent danger. You will soon find out. Dongfang Qingsheng replied with a chilling smile, her gaze as cold as death. She extended her delicate hand, revealing a radiant sword that shimmered with divine light. As the sword appeared, countless swords wielded by cultivators in the vicinity began to tremble violently, as if bowing in submission. It was the Celestial Empire sword, the weapon of the Celestial Emperor who had vanquished gods and demons. Many gasped in disbelief. The Celestial Emperor, the last great emperor after the ancient era, had traversed the heavens and created legends. His sword was a true imperial weapon, and Dongfang Qingsheng possessed such a weapon. Lu Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. This was the highest grade divine weapon known to all beings. Each sword had the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The fact that Dongfang Qingsheng wielded an imperial weapon was utterly unexpected. According to his knowledge, the Celestial Empire sword ranked 35th on the list of celestial imperial weapons, surpassing even the primordial refining heaven cauldron. His heart sank. At such a young age, possessing an imperial sword and the devouring demon body, this woman truly embodies the essence of an emperor, spoke the woman in white from within the ancient bronze coffin. What should we do about her? Lu Tianming inquired, feeling an immense pressure from the presence of the imperial weapon. This is your personal vendetta with her. I shall not intervene, Donghua replied with a faint smile. Lu Tianming's face darkened. Even unleashing the refining heaven cauldron might not suffice. After all, that was a treasure for alchemy, not for combat. Lu Tianming, it is over. Experience the might of the imperial sword, Dongfang Qingsheng sneered, channeling the last vestige of divine power within her. She raised the Celestial Empire sword above her head and swung it down at Lu Tianming with fury. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled and thunder roared, as if a terrifying entity had emerged, shaking the cosmos. A razor-sharp beam of sword light, capable of slicing through the eternal fabric of time, surged toward Lu Tianming. Before the sword light even reached him, Lu Tianming felt an overwhelming aura of invincibility wash over him, transforming him into a bloodied figure, his body marred by terrifying wounds. In horror, he realized the imperial sword's might was unfathomable. Even the residual waves could tear apart his great wilderness emperor body. Should it strike him, even most formidable of physiques would perish. Just then, as he stood in bewilderment, a faint tremor resonated within his dantian. The bell of collision emitted a slight vibration, releasing a hint of battle intent. The bell of collision? Lu Tianming pondered, having always understood it to be a tool for exhausting his physical potential and countering heavenly tribulations. He had never comprehended its other capabilities. To his surprise, it now exhibited unusual activity. You should give it a try. After all, the weapon crafted by the ancient Kunlun Emperor is not to be trifled with, the woman in white remarked. The ancient Kunlun Emperor rarely utilized the bell of collision, and the world knew little about it. Even she was uncertain of its full capabilities beyond physical training. Lu Tianming nodded, feeling the weight of the situation. In contrast to the true imperial sword in Dongfang Qingsheng's hand, the bell of collision's reputation paled significantly. Ordinary imperial artifacts could not compare to imperial weapons. With no other options, he had no choice but to gamble on this desperate move. Clang! In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of many, Dongfang Qingsheng and Appo's terrifying sword light drew nearer to Lu Tianming, its murderous aura seemingly able to pierce through the ages. Even with the great wilderness emperor body, he stood no chance against the imperial sword, which was the embodiment of an emperor's will and supreme laws, capable of annihilating the entire realm. Yet, just as everyone believed Lu Tianming was destined to be reduced to ashes, a resounding chime echoed, ethereal and distant, as if transmitted from the depths of antiquity. Then, above Lu Tianming, a massive clock appeared, 3 yards tall, ancient and weathered, exuding an aura of profound age. The sound of the bell resonated like that of an ancient deity elucidating the mysteries of the heavens, captivating all who heard it. The crowd was stunned. This was indeed the bell of collision, which had manifested when Lu Tianming activated a divine repository during the outer set competition. It had been instrumental in protecting him from the heavenly tribulation. However, this clock was merely a tool forged by the ancient Kunlun Emperor for physical training. While it was formidable in that respect, blocking an imperial weapon remained a daunting task. At that moment, an elder shouted in anger, "Lu Tianming, you are a wastrel. You possess a treasure from our ancestors and do not cherish it, using it to resist an imperial weapon." Other elders nodded in agreement, expressing concern that should the bell of collision shatter, it would be a profound disrespect to their ancestor. The barbarian dragon sovereign could not help but sneer. Have you truly exhausted your options, using a mere imperial artifact to counter an imperial weapon? Such folly! The daylight sovereign furrowed his brow. Imperial weapons carried the true will and supreme laws of an emperor. Should Dongfang Qingcheng awaken that power, it could obliterate the entire realm of Xianwang. The bell of collision possessed no imperial might. Blocking the celestial empire sword was, indeed, unrealistic. Seeing the ancient and imposing bell, Dongfang Qingcheng mocked, "Lu Tianming, it is truly a waste to give you this artifact. You shall be annihilated alongside it." Chapter 75. The Might of the Celestial Bell. With a slight smirk, Lu Tianming proclaimed, "Perhaps not." In that instant, he sensed a divine energy awakening within the celestial bell, akin to a supreme entity stirring from slumber. A miracle might indeed unfold. Clang! At last, a terrifying sword struck the celestial bell. Yet, mysterious patterns began to revive upon its surface, directly countering the formidable strike that seemed capable of cleaving the cosmos. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Dongfang Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Lu Tianming's expression brightened. Indeed, the power within the celestial bell was formidable. He then turned to Dongfang Qingcheng, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Now, let me show you the might of the ancestors' bell." The bell, now infused with divine energy, had become immensely heavy. Even for him, with his current physical prowess, it was a challenge to wield. Fortunately, having activated the second divine reserve of his imperial body, his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to barely manage it. He commanded Dongfang Qingcheng, "Suppression." Boom! The bell emanated a sound wave reminiscent of primordial, celestial music, sweeping across all. Simultaneously, the entire bell descended, collapsing the void in its wake. It is worth noting that Lu Tianming already possessed 300,000 pounds of divine strength. Combined with the overwhelming might of the celestial bell, this strike surpassed the power that a typical Wuying realm could muster by far. Dongfang Qingcheng's complexion paled. Having fought Lu Tianming to this extent, her energy reserves were severely depleted. She never anticipated that he still held such a trump card. Instinctively, she raised her Xinyu imperial sword to defend herself. Biafei. However, the force was too overwhelming, akin to crushing the heavens, and sent her hurtling through the air. Blood gushed from her mouth, her internal organs shattered. Boom! Like a tiger unleashed from its cage, Lu Tianming charged toward Dongfang Qingcheng, drawing forth the heavy sword of the abyss, its blade swirling with terrifying killing intent, poised to slay her. She was a formidable adversary who would undoubtedly bring him endless trouble in the future. Thus, eliminating her now seemed prudent. The crowd gasped in horror. Had Lu Tianming truly gone mad? He intended to kill Dongfang Qingcheng, the most gifted prodigy of the Kunlun sacred land. Many elders' expressions changed, shouting in unison, "Lu Tianming, cease at once." Yet Lu Tianming scoffed, indifferent to their pleas. At last, he had found an opportunity. How could he let Dongfang Qingcheng escape? Biafei. He unleashed a slash, carving a meter-long wound across her body, nearly cleaving her in two, her internal organs visible in a gruesome spectacle. Dongfang Qingcheng's fair visage was drenched in sweat as she gasped, "Lu Tianming, you seek death." Never had she sustained such a grievous injury. In this moment, a ferocious killing intent erupted from her beautiful eyes. Summoning the energy within, She aimed to break free from her constraints and reclaim her peak state. Many spectators gasped. In her prime, Dongfang Qingsheng was a formidable presence, a ninth heaven celestial realm warrior, perilously close to the imperial realm. Should she lift her seals, she could easily annihilate Lu Tianming with a mere gesture. Lu Tianming sneered, "Dongfang Qingsheng, do you think I would allow you to return to your peak?" He pressed in closely, anticipating her next move. Bang! With that, he stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to her abdomen. A chilling scream escaped her lips as her stomach nearly exploded from the impact. Her attempt to regain her peak was ruthlessly interrupted. The onlookers were stunned. In this close-quarters combat, Lu Tianming, embodying the invincibility of the Great Desolate Emperor Body, had prevented Dongfang Qingsheng from restoring her strength. There was a genuine possibility that her life was in jeopardy. The barbarian dragon elder's face twisted in rage as he roared, "Lu Tianming, you scoundrel, cease at once." He unleashed a fierce aura, charging into the Liyun Mountains. Dongfang Qingsheng could not be allowed to perish. Buzz! Just then, a figure obstructed his path. It was the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign. With a cold smile, the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign remarked, "Brother Barbarian Dragon, it will be wise for you to observe this duel among the juniors." The Barbarian Dragon Elder howled, "Yao Ri, do you not see that Dongfang Qingsheng's life is in peril? She is the holy maiden of our sacred land. If she dies, can you bear the responsibility?" Several elders rose, ready to intervene. Dongfang Qingsheng was highly regarded by many influential figures in the Ancestor realm, and her safety was paramount. The Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "I care not for who it is, but I know the rules of this contest. Everyone sit down." Boom! Upon finishing his words, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, akin to a radiant sun releasing divine might, causing the Barbarian Dragon Elder and dozens of others to cough blood, forced back into their seats. They gazed at the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign, their expressions shifting dramatically. He had broken through to the Imperial realm. Other Eastern Desolate powerhouses were equally astonished. Previously, the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign had merely been a ninth heaven celestial realm warrior. To save Lu Tianming, he had remained in seclusion for 2 years, nearly losing his life. Yet now, he had unexpectedly ascended to the Imperial realm, a shocking turn of events. The Barbarian Dragon Elder was also taken aback, then seemed to realize something, hissing, "It must be due to that Dao-shaping pill." The Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign smiled faintly. Indeed, the Dao-shaping pill that Tianming provided yielded exceptional results, not only thoroughly healing his Dao injuries but also purifying his meridians. Within it lay a terrifying Dao rhythm, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, enabling his breakthrough to the Imperial realm. Now, he too possesses the ambition to look down upon the Eastern Desolate. Zhuoxing Tian squinted, recognizing that the Sunlight Heavenly Sovereign possessed the Sunlight Royal Body, an immensely powerful constitution, not far from the Sacred Body. With this breakthrough to the Imperial realm, his combat prowess surpassed that of typical Imperial realm warriors. The Barbarian Dragon Elder gritted his teeth, nearly drawing blood from his clenched jaw. Lu Tianming was the source of their troubles once more. Physique. A tragic bloom of blood erupted as Lu Tianming's fist connected with Dongfang Qingsheng, creating another gaping wound in her left chest. He coldly stared at her, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Sister Qingsheng, did you ever imagine you would face such a day?" Dongfang Qingsheng had forcibly restored her peak 3 times, each time violently shattered by Lu Tianming's overwhelming strength. Now, her entire body was drenched in blood, reduced to a pitiful state. She fixed her gaze upon Lu Tianming, devoid of any emotion, declaring, "Once I regain my peak, I shall tear you limb from limb." Lu Tianming chuckled darkly. "Fear not, that day shall never come. I only wish for you to experience pain before your demise. Killing you outright would be too merciful." With that, Lu Tianming raised the heavy sword of the abyss above Dongfang Qingsheng's head, poised to strike down. Clang! At that moment, a mysterious force erupted. Suddenly, an elderly figure clad in gray appeared on the scene, his expression cold. "Enough, stand down." Physique. Lu Tianming was violently thrown back several thousand feet, blood spewing from his mouth. He gazed at the elder in shock. This man emanated an extraordinarily ancient aura. Clearly, he was an old figure from the Ancestor realm. This person was Xing Tsang, a highly esteemed figure within Dongfang Qingsheng's lineage, and it was evident he would not allow her to perish. Chapter 76. Confrontation. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsheng finally freed herself from Lu Tianming's constraints, directly elevating her aura to its zenith. She gazed at Lu Tianming, her tone as frigid as a blade, declaring with chilling resolve, "I shall have you executed by 1,000 cuts." Her body bore numerous injuries, every inch of her marred. While her innate strength would allow her to recover with relative ease, the humiliation was insufferable, defeated by Lu Tianming. In that instant, her beautiful eyes glowed a fierce crimson, betraying her loss of reason. Lu Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a cold glance at Dongfang Qingsheng, scoffing, "Dongfang Qingsheng, as the saintess of Kunlun's sacred land, with so many witnesses, can you truly not bear to lose?" Dongfang Qingsheng's fair face stiffened. Indeed, it was somewhat difficult for her to swallow. Otherwise, her reputation would be utterly tarnished today. Yet, the thought of losing to a mere insect like Lu Tianming was intolerable. If she did not suppress her realm, even with Lu Tianming's extraordinary hidden cards, it would be of no consequence. With a single slap, she could easily crush him. Taking a deep breath, her slightly ample bosom rose and fell. "I may refrain from attacking you further, but return my spatial ring." Earlier, Lu Tianming had indeed taken her spatial ring when he struck, though she had her own internal space, housing many hidden treasures. The ring contained a significant portion of her belongings, which was undeniably valuable to an ordinary person. Lu Tianming smirked coldly. "Were it not for the intervention of that ancestor, you would already be dead. Now, after narrowly escaping, you dare to ask for your spatial ring? Have you not awakened from your slumber?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. No matter how formidable Dongfang Qingsheng was, she could not expect everyone to submit to her. To request the return of her spatial ring after defeat was indeed laughable. Dongfang Qingsheng's silver teeth nearly ground to dust. Lu Tianming's words were far too venomous. Were it not for the potential repercussions, she would have crushed him with a mere gesture. At that moment, Xing Tsang's expression soured. Dongfang Qingsheng was their faction's emblem, and her significant defeat at Lu Tianming's hands displeased him. He spoke with an indifferent demeanor. "The spatial ring can be returned to you, but according to the Sacred Land's rules, you must surrender the Bell of Heaven." Lu Tianming narrowed his eyes, incredulous. "On what grounds?" Xing Tsang retorted coldly. "On the grounds that you are merely an inner-door disciple with a criminal record. The Bell of Heaven is a relic of our ancestors. You are unworthy to possess it." A shiver ran through the crowd. Indeed, the Bell of Heaven was evidently no ordinary imperial artifact. Its resounding echoes could shatter the heavens and suppress heavenly tribulations. If Lu Tianming were to lose this object, his growth would be severely hampered. Lu Tianming asserted, "Heavenly treasures belong to those fated to possess them. I have acquired the Bell of Heaven. It is mine. Even if you're an ancestor, you have no right to demand it from me." Xing Tsang regarded him with pity. "Even if our ancestor were to unexpectedly acquire the Bell of Heaven, it must be surrendered to the sacred land as part of its heritage. How dare you claim it as yours?" Other elders from Dongfang Qingsheng's faction echoed his derision. Indeed, Lu Tianming, do not overestimate yourself. The Bell of Heaven is beyond your reach. Hand it over. Many gasped in surprise. If Lu Tianming were to relinquish the Bell of Heaven, it would be impossible for him to contend with Dongfang Qingsheng in the future. Yao Ri Tianzuan furrowed his brow. The Bell of Heaven was too precious, and even as the sacred lord, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Tianming's gaze turned frigid as he stared at Xing Tsang. "Old fool, if you wish to take action, then do so openly. Do not hide behind such lofty ideals." His words caused an uproar among the onlookers. Left Xing Tian, Chu Kuang, Qin Waner, and others were left agape. This was an ancestor of the sacred land, and Lu Tianming had the audacity to refer to him as an old fool. Such audacity was almost unfathomable. Dongfang Qingsheng laughed heartily. Lu Tianming was indeed courting death. Disrespecting an ancestor could lead to immediate execution. Xing Tsang's eyes turned icy, his aged form exuding a terrifying aura. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Tianming, his voice devoid of emotion, a disciple of Chu Lingxin, clearly lacking respect. "Today, I shall cleanse the house." With that, he extended his withered hand, unleashing a terrifying force that resonated across the heavens and earth. The crowd felt their scalps tingle. This was the overwhelming might of a great ascendant. The power to crush Lu Tianming was as effortless as squashing an insect. Within the ancestral realm, He Lao and Bai-Lao exchanged anxious glances, ready to intervene. However, two aged figures stepped forward to block them, smiling faintly. There is no need for you to interfere. Lu Tianming has provoked an ancestor. He Lao and Bai-Lao's expressions darkened. They too were ancestors of Xing Tsang's faction. Breaking free was no simple feat. Xing Tsang's tone remained indifferent. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender the bell of heaven, kneel in repentance, and serve 10 years in the black prison. Otherwise, you shall die. Lu Tianming suddenly laughed, his expression somewhat feral. Old fool, if you wish to strike, come forth. Apologize? Dream on. His voice nearly erupted in a roar. In the past, as the senior disciple of the sacred land, he had shed blood and endured immense suffering for it. Many confrontations among the younger generation had been resolved by him, securing numerous resources for the sacred land. Yet, due to Dongfang Qingqing's desire for his essence, she had sought to extract his very being and cast him into the abyss. He felt the sacred land was steeped in darkness. With only the limited support of his uncle Yao Ri, he found himself too weak to contend against these self-serving scoundrels. He would rather die than kneel. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Tianming had indeed given everything for the sacred land, nearly losing his life multiple times. His current plight evoked pity. Xing Tsang's expression turned frigid. The rules of the sacred land must not be broken. Your continued disrespect shall lead to your demise. As he spoke, his palm descended, unleashing a horrific pressure that enveloped Lu Tianming. In an instant, Lu Tianming's body transformed into a bloody mess, bones shattering and skin splitting apart. It was evident that Xing Tsang intended to humiliate him before delivering the final blow. Yet, Lu Tianming would never yield. His teeth clenched, drawing blood as he steadfastly resisted the urge to kneel. Xing Tsang's lips curled in a mocking smile. Your will is commendable, but how long can you endure? Today, I will see you kneel. Boom. The last two words were nearly accompanied by a divine resonance. An overwhelming force surged forth, and Lu Tianming's knees shattered. His leg bones fractured, flesh contorting, on the verge of submission. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying punch erupted as Yao Ri Tianzun arrived, bellowing, Xing Tsang, you have gone too far. His eyes blazed with righteous fury. One may kill, but one must not insult. Xing Tsang's actions were tantamount to murder. This punch contained the full weight of Yao Ri Tianzun's martial will and unbridled rage, barreling forth with the ferocity of the sun. The crowd was astonished. Yao Ri Tianzun was the sacred lord of Kunlun's sacred land, yet he dared to strike an ancestor. Xing Tsang glanced at Yao Ri Tianzun, sneering, Yao Ri Tianzun, give yourself a few decades, and perhaps you might catch up to your uncle. But for now, you are far too weak. A mere emperor can be extinguished with a mere flick of my finger. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, an immense force erupted, sending Yao Ri Tianzun flying. Blood spurting from his mouth. His body was nearly shattered. Xing Tsang's gaze returned to Lu Tianming, commanding kneel. With another downward motion, a terrifying pressure erupted once more. If Lu Tianming did not kneel, he would undoubtedly shatter under this overwhelming force. Lu Tianming's back teeth were nearly ground to dust, his eyes ablaze with fury, preparing to summon the ancient bronze coffin, ready to fight Xing Tsang to the bitter end. The white-clad woman had warned him of the coffin's immense consequences. It should not be used lightly, lest the repercussions be dire. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from within Lu Tianming, Your Excellency, is it not a bit excessive to insult my disciple so? Boom! As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted, sending Xing Tsang flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed, astonished, at the mysterious figure not far behind, Lu Tianming. Who are you? Many others shared his astonishment. Xing Tsang was a formidable being of the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm. Who could possibly injure him with mere aura? Qin Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief. Disciple? Could this be the enigmatic master behind Lu Tianming? The woman in white, stunningly elegant, stood upon a cliff not far away, seemingly out of place in this era. Her ethereal voice echoed, Who am I? You are unworthy to know. To insult my disciple. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Upon finishing, a fierce aura erupted from her, causing the entire Liyun mountain range to tremble, as if it might collapse. Many felt a chill. This presence was far more formidable than that of ordinary powerhouses. Xingcang's expression grew solemn. "You are the alchemist behind Lu Tianming, aren't you?" The crowd gasped, realizing that there might be a master alchemist of the Alchemist King level supporting Lu Tianming. They were astonished to discover that it was a woman. The woman in white smiled lightly. "Alchemist King? You truly know nothing of me." Xingcang's face darkened. "Even if you are an alchemist king, you should not interfere in the matters of our Kunlun sacred land. The celestial bell is not something a weak disciple should possess." Many elders nodded in agreement. The alchemist king deserved their respect, but the celestial bell was of utmost importance, and they would not retreat. The woman in white replied softly, "At the level of the celestial bell, it is predetermined who stands beside whom. Even if this object were given to you, you would be unable to suppress it. Furthermore, my disciple is not someone you can dictate to." Xingcang sneered. "It seems you are prepared to oppose our Kunlun sacred land. But an alchemist king does not seem to possess that qualification." With that, two aged figures emerged behind Xingcang, both exuding a withered aura, clearly. Two powerhouses of the Great Ascension level. The woman in white chuckled. "A group of withered souls dares to be arrogant before me? It appears I must teach you what it means to be beyond the realm of mortals." Boom! With a flick of her hand, the entire landscape resonated, and countless mountains converged into a sword, towering and magnificent, aimed vehemently at Xingcang and the two elders. Xingcang and the remaining two elders turned pale. "Block it." They summoned all their divine power, forming a massive seal before them. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, as the sword light descended, the seal shattered instantly, followed by the harrowing screams of Xingcang and the two elders, their bodies disintegrating, leaving only their souls behind. The crowd erupted in shock. These were three ancestors of the Great Ascension level. They could not withstand even a casual strike from the mysterious woman in white. Xingcang, filled with dread, implored, "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 77. The terror of the white-clad woman. Even the most naive could discern that their opponent was far more than a mere Dao King. Her cultivation level had evidently reached the late stages of the Great Ascension. The woman in white spoke with an air of indifference. "You are unworthy to know my name. Today, I stand here to see who dares to take away my disciple's heavenly bell." Xingcang's countenance darkened. The esteemed trio of ancestors could barely withstand a single strike from the white-clad woman. Such a display was nothing short of humiliating. However, the heavenly bell was of paramount importance to the sacred land, and they could not allow her to interfere. With a fierce expression, Xingcang declared, "Since you have forced my hand, I shall summon the ancestor." As he spoke, the fabric of the ancestral realm tore open, revealing an ancient coffin that descended from within. A sacred aura enveloped it, sending shockwaves through the crowd. This was indeed a being of the saintly level, capable of commanding the very world. A raspy voice emanated from the coffin. "Xingcang, what is the reason for summoning me?" Xingcang swallowed hard and recounted the earlier events. The voice within the coffin expressed surprise. "Oh, the heavenly bell has emerged. This is indeed remarkable.